On the day of her grand wedding, Li Man found herself the victim of a devious plot, leading to her imprisonment. Upon her release, she hastily entered into marriage with a humble chauffeur, determined to embrace a life of simplicity and ordinariness. Unbeknownst to her, this driver was a powerful figure, the uncle of a scoundrel. After their wedding, the man dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband, showing considerable care towards her and her grandmother. As a spouse, he appeared faultless, yet Li Man was acutely aware that he did not harbor any affection for her. She believed their mundane existence would persist indefinitely, until one day, a rumor began to circulate in Jiangzhou City. The cold-hearted Yan Luo, Shen Muting, had transformed into an obsessive and devoted husband. Utterly infatuated with Mrs. Shen, a love so profound it seemed incurable. The scoundrel who had once mocked Mrs. Shen was dispatched to Africa. Those who had bullied her faced ruin, bankruptcy, and a slew of legal troubles, reduced to nothingness. It was only during a highly publicized engagement ceremony that Li Man discovered she was, in fact, the rumored Mrs. Shen. On a stormy night, with thunder crashing and rain pouring, Li Man rushed to the Shen residence without even changing out of her wedding gown. My grandfather's death has nothing to do with me. I was knocked unconscious, and by the time I woke, he was already gone. She pounded on the door of a sleek black Rolls-Royce, and after a protracted standoff, the man finally emerged, visibly irritated. Li Man clutched his sleeve, pleading desperately, "Oh, you must believe me, I truly did not." Li Man, Shen Rue, interjected, holding an umbrella with a voice as cold and indifferent as ice. "You should save those words for the police." With that, he turned to re-enter the vehicle. Li Man sprinted after him, attempting to pull open the door, but was a moment too late. Her hand caught in the closing door, eliciting a painful scream. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to release her grip. "I did not kill my grandfather. Today is our wedding day. You are far too intelligent to think that killing him would benefit me. Sister, I advise you to let go." A gentle voice suddenly emerged from within the car. Startled, Li Man turned her gaze to see not only Shen Rue, but also another woman inside the vehicle, her cousin and one of her bridesmaids, Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan spoke softly to Shen Rue. "You've been preoccupied with wedding preparations, and now that grandfather has passed, this joyous occasion has turned somber. It would be unwise to remain in this impasse. Why not step inside while I speak with my sister?" Shen Rue replied coolly, "Send her away. Do not entertain her nonsense simply because she is your sister. If she persists, have security remove her." "Rest assured, I know what to do," Lin Yuyan said as she exited the car, umbrella in hand, casting a disdainful glance at Li Man. Raindrops cascaded down her hair and cheeks. The once pristine wedding gown now soiled and tattered, the radiant bride of moments ago reduced to a pitiful sight. Lin Yuyan continued, "Instead of clinging desperately here, perhaps you should reflect on how to negotiate a reduced sentence." "Do you not believe me either?" Li Man clung to a shred of hope as she looked at Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan chuckled lightly. "Oh dear sister, I certainly believe you. But you were already unconscious when I dealt with that old man. How could you have committed the deed?" Li Man's eyes widened in disbelief. "You killed grandfather." "Indeed, it was I," Lin Yuyan admitted without hesitation, revealing her true self in the absence of Shen Rue. "Why would you do that? He treated you so well." Li Man's eyes brimmed with tears. "Well," Lin Yuyan sneered mockingly. "Oh, my naive sister, do you misunderstand what it means to be treated well? Shen Rue loves me. If that old man truly cared for me, he would have supported our union instead of forcing Shen Rue to marry you. Unlike you, I see marriage as my second chance at life, an opportunity to enter a wealthy family and change my fate. Since that obstinate old man refused to relent, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands." With an air of entitlement, she continued, "On our wedding night, the bride kills her husband's family. What a sensational story that would make. My dear sister, do not blame me. I am merely acting out of necessity. The police are on their way. You might as well confess. Perhaps you can negotiate a lighter sentence and serve fewer years." "Lin Yuyan, you viper. I will kill you." Li Man lunged at her, hands around Lin Yuyan's throat, just as the police arrived. "It wasn't me. I swear I did not kill anyone. Lin Yuyan knocked me unconscious. She confessed to killing grandfather. You can check the surveillance footage." In the dimly lit interrogation room of the Jiangzhou Police Department, where day and night blurred into one continuous cycle of relentless questioning, Li Man had lost track of how many times she had pleaded her case. Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. The female officer, her expression grave, warned, "Miss Li, your lack of cooperation will only worsen your situation. The surveillance was faulty, and now all evidence points to you. Denial will be futile. Confessing may secure you a lighter sentence. You are still young. Serve a few years, and you will have your youth ahead of you. Why should I confess to something I didn't do? My father is Li Shirong. He will hire the best lawyer to prove my innocence. Li Man's eyes reddened as she shouted in fury. The interrogating officer scoffed derisively. You appear to be unaware. After news of your wedding night murder broke, the Li Corporation suffered a catastrophic blow. Li Shirong suffered a heart attack and now lies in the ICU. The Li family is on the verge of collapse and may soon change their surname to Ning. What did you say? Li Man's face turned ashen. Ning Xiaolan, taking advantage of the situation, her biological mother, who had once married her father out of modest background, had left her with a divorce agreement and remarried the affluent Fu Hongyang. The struggles of impoverished couples often lead to resentment eventually. Her father, tired of being belittled, chose to take a gamble, resigning from his job to build a business from the ground up. It was during this time that he remarried Ning Xiaolan, who had once been his secretary. In the beginning, Ning Xiaolan treated her with kindness, showering her with beautiful dresses and taking her to amusement parks. Her father had assured her that having a mother meant someone else would love and care for her. However, reality proved otherwise. Once she secured her father's affection, Ning Xiaolan transformed completely. Especially after becoming pregnant, she treated Li Man as an unwelcome intruder, often hitting and berating her when her father was absent, calling her a burden and forcing her to work alongside the servants while frequently denying her food. Her father, consumed by his career, rarely spent time at home, and when he did, it was only to attend to Ning Xiaolan. To outsiders, and even to her father, Ning Xiaolan appeared gentle and virtuous, their family seemingly harmonious. While her parents moved on, she remained unchanged, abandoned by both sides, unable to seek refuge with her mother or find a place at her father's side. Thus, when Shen Muting proposed, she accepted without hesitation, yearning for a home and the love she craved. Yet, she never anticipated Shen Muting's betrayal. Lin Yuyin, being Ning Xiaolan's niece, had worked at the Li Corporation since graduating from university, residing in the Li household all these years. Now, reflecting on it all, she realized this was an elaborate scheme. In the blink of an eye, her entire world had crumbled. On the day of the trial, her appointed defense attorney seemed either bribed or indifferent due to a lack of fees, showing no concern for her case. No matter how vigorously Li Man defended herself, her efforts proved futile. After the verdict was announced, as she was led away, Li Man caught sight of Shen Muting and Lin Yuyin sitting in the audience. The man wore a cold, detached expression, while Lin Yuyin flashed her a victorious gesture. This fleeting glance became a nightmare that haunted Li Man throughout her 3 years of imprisonment, yet it also served as the driving force that propelled her to endure. 3 years later, Li Man emerged from the prison gates, feeling as if the sunlight outside was blindingly harsh. Her bank card had long been frozen, and the combined balance of her WeChat and Alipay accounts barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. After walking for a while, she finally located a bus stop and made her way to the city center. Her first stop was a clothing market, where she purchased a new outfit, followed by an inexpensive set of cosmetics to enhance her appearance before heading to the luxurious private club, Shui Tian Ise. This elite establishment, famed as Jiangzhou's most opulent sanctuary for the affluent, was a place she had never visited before. The 3 years of incarceration had undoubtedly transformed her. Today, she had no choice but to come here, for it was rumored that Shen Muting would make an appearance tonight. Shen Muting, the younger uncle of Shen Muting, was also the current patriarch of the Shen family. Capturing Shen Muting's attention would ensure that Shen Muting and Lin Yuyin would forever be beneath her, unable to raise their heads in her presence. With the influence of the Shen family, she could resurrect the Li family and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. Li Man successfully located the private room and took a deep breath before knocking on the door. No response came. Just as she was about to knock again, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent room, pulling her into the darkness within. Strong arms encircled her waist, and a deep, restrained voice commanded, "Don't move. I have an ungracious request." Sensing danger, Li Man immediately tensed. "Let go of me. I warn you, I am Shen Muting's woman. If you dare to harm me, Shen Muting will ensure you wish you were never born." In the shadows, the man smirked. When had he ever had a woman? He was unaware. His warm lips brushed against her ear, his deep voice imbued with a potent masculinity. "Help me, and whatever you desire afterward, I shall grant. I will take responsibility for you." As the man's breath grew heavier and his body pressed against hers, he reached his limit, and the next moment, a torrent of fervent kisses enveloped her. Shen Muting had never appeared in the public. No one knew his visage, yet all were aware of his ruthless nature. This fearsome man was said to be a fragile soul, destined not to see 30. Even through her clothes, Li Man could feel the defined muscles of his body, each kiss exuding strength. This man could in no way be associated with the frail and short-lived Shen Muting. Regardless of how much Li Man struggled, the man pulled her deeper into the abyss. In the early hours of the morning, Li Man, suppressing her discomfort, fled from Shui Tian Isei. The moment she departed, the man in bed opened his eyes, his chiseled features betraying a mix of emotions, while his deep black eyes glimmered with a hint of post-encounter languor. Rubbing his temples, Shen Muting calmly reached for his phone, dialing his assistant, and coldly instructed, "Investigate who tampered with my tea tonight and find out the true background of that woman." Achoo! Li Man suddenly sneezed, forcing herself to endure her discomfort as she sought refuge in a nearby internet cafe. After 3 arduous years behind bars, she had finally tasted freedom, only to lose her innocence. Was there anyone in this world more unfortunate than she? Having suffered once at Shun Rui's hands, Li Man was cautious not to put all her eggs in one basket. She had no intention of relying solely on one man. With her plan to capture Shen Muting having failed, she had to devise an alternative strategy. At this moment, she needed to secure a place to stay and find a job that would sustain her. She submitted her resume to several recruitment websites, applying for positions such as office clerk, telephone customer service, and sales. With her bachelor's degree, she applied wherever she met the requirements. Li Man received numerous calls from various companies, but upon revealing her 3-year gap in employment due to her criminal record, the conversations abruptly ceased. Holding the freshly printed resume in her hands, Li Man returned to her shared rental, her spirit dampened. "Hello, Miss Li." A low, magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts. Li Man looked up to see a well-dressed, handsome man standing before her, and she regarded him warily. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "I am Shen LV. I sincerely apologize for last night. I will take responsibility." Shen Muting's driver, speaking earnestly, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled the previous night's events, feeling both awkward and guilty. He had not intended to engage in such a relationship with a stranger. The circumstances had been dire, leaving him with no choice. No wonder his voice seemed familiar. He was indeed the man from last night. Recalling the events, Li Man felt a swirl of complex emotions toward the man who had tarnished her innocence. Anger mingled with fear. Although they had been intimate, they remained strangers, knowing little of one another. This was a house she had only just secured today, and his ability to find her so quickly suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. "Who exactly are you? How did you find me here?" she questioned, scrutinizing him. The man possessed the stature of a born model, standing over 6 feet tall, with striking features and an air of sophistication that projected an unspoken authority. "I am Shen Muting's driver. With Shen's connections, locating you is not a difficult task." He added, "Although I am merely a driver, my income is decent for my age, exceeding 30,000 after tax each month. I own a house and a car, though the house is not in a prime school district, and the car is merely a modest Volkswagen. To be candid, I am 28, and my mother has been pressuring me to marry for years, but I've been too busy with work and have yet to meet anyone suitable. Since we seem to have a connection, I wish to take responsibility for you." So he was Shen Muting's driver. Li Man felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Given that you have looked into my past, you must know I served time for murder. Do you not mind? Even if you do, your family certainly will." Seemingly taken aback by her forthrightness, Shen Muting found himself appreciating her candor. Chapter 3. The Flash Marriage. Yes, I understand that in such matters, women often bear the brunt of the consequences. Perhaps you lack the confidence to trust men again, to nurture another relationship, and step into the realm of marriage. However, I sincerely wish to take responsibility for you. After we acquire our marriage certificate, I will entrust my salary to your care, and I am willing to add your name to the property deed. As for my family, rest assured, I can handle that." Seeing that Li Man still hesitated, Shen Muting continued, "Were you seeking Mr. Shen last night? I understand you had a prior engagement with young Master Ray. Is there something you need from Mr. Shen?" "Yes, I have a small matter to discuss with him," Li Man replied dismissively. "Although my status is vastly different from that of Mr. Shen, marrying me will surely afford you the opportunity to meet him in due course. The truth will eventually come to light, proving your innocence." Li Man felt a lump in her throat. "You believe I am innocent, having been wrongfully imprisoned, with no one willing to hear her defense, no one believing in her innocence. Everyone claimed she was guilty. His expression of belief struck a deep chord within her. Indeed, I believe you are innocent. There is no benefit for you in harming old Master Shen. Thus, I am convinced of your purity. Although I am merely a driver and may not be able to offer much assistance, I will strive to help you in the future. Miss Li, would you consider marrying me? Shen Muting asked earnestly. In his lifetime, Shen Muting had never spoken with such gentleness and sincerity, yet now, as Shen Liu, the driver, this manner of speaking seemed more fitting for his role. After a moment of contemplation, Li Man nodded. Very well, I will marry you. Marriage is no trivial matter. Do you not wish to think it over? Shen Muting reminded her. Do you want me to marry you or not? Li Man chuckled lightly, her demeanor cool, yet imbued with the gentle charm of Jiangnan. Her smile was captivating. I have made my decision. When shall we obtain the certificate? She had thought that after last night, their paths would no longer intersect, and had not taken his words to heart. Since he could speak and act with such conviction, he must be a responsible man. Regarding the marriage certificate, Li Man felt remarkably calm, devoid of the anxiety, excitement, and joy she had felt 3 years prior. If he wished to marry, then let it be. After all, it was merely a partnership for life. She held no unrealistic fantasies at the very least. She would have a stable place to live. I am available at any time. It depends on your convenience, Shen Muting replied. All right, I will contact you once I have obtained the household registration book. Your job is to drive Shen Muting, and it may not be convenient for you to answer calls most of the time. Shall we connect via WeChat? Would you like to scan my code, or should I scan yours? Li Man offered, presenting her WeChat QR code to him. Go ahead and scan mine, Shen Muting said. After he added her on WeChat, he shifted the conversation. Ning Xiulan is unlikely to easily hand over the household registration book to you. Do you have your ID with you? I do. What of it? I will trouble Mr. Shen once more to use his connections to assist us in processing the marriage certificate. Is that even feasible? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to trouble Mr. Shen repeatedly? Not at all. It is merely a matter of a word from Mr. Shen. I am 30 years old and hardly have time to date. To be frank, Mr. Shen bears significant responsibility in this regard. Our Mr. Shen is not as harsh as the world perceives. He is quite considerate towards his subordinates. Now, masquerading as a driver, he is Shen Liu. Thus, the marriage certificate will also bear the name Shen Liu. If they were to go in person to obtain the certificate, it would undoubtedly expose their ruse. Is that so? In that case, it will save us considerable time. Li Man handed over her ID. I have heard that your Mr. Shen is rather ill, with a temper that is capricious and often cold-hearted. Is that true? There are numerous rumors floating around. Yet hearing someone state it before him for the first time stirred a complex mix of emotions within Shen Muting. His expression darkened. Are you particularly interested in Mr. Shen? Certainly not. It was merely a casual remark. Realizing he had overreacted, his expression softened. I'll find a time to visit the housing authority to add your name to the property deed. As he spoke, he retrieved the house keys and a bank card he had prepared earlier, handing them to Li Man. This is the key to the house, along with the salary card. The password is 6/7. Feel free to purchase anything you deem necessary. It is rather chaotic here, but it is safe for you to reside. You should move in immediately. I will assist you with your belongings. His voice was low and pleasant, yet it was not a tone open for discussion. He was, after all, not Shen Liu, but someone who habitually issued commands, inherently assertive. Now that they were to be husband and wife, Li Man chose not to be coy and graciously accepted the keys and bank card. Very well. I have little luggage. There is no need for you to help me move. The house was purchased before our marriage, so it is considered your premarital property, and there is no need to add my name. Currently, I am unemployed, so I will temporarily use a bit of your funds, but I will find a job soon. In the future, we can share the household expenses, and if you prefer an equal division, that is acceptable as well. No need. It is the man's responsibility to provide for the family, Shen Muting replied, glancing at the time, changing the subject. Since you do not require my assistance, I shall return to the company to handle some work. Very well. Attend to your matters without concern for me, Li Man replied with a detached politeness. Please send me the address of our marital residence. I will return to the Li family and then come over. Okay. I will send you the address and phone number shortly. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to call me. Shen Muting's gaze lingered not a moment longer on Li Man, and after conveying his message, he departed. Over the years, several uncles had tried to introduce women to him. As for Li Man, Although he could not yet ascertain whether she was one of those sent by his relatives, he thought it prudent to keep her close. Not only would it facilitate his observation of her, but it would also shield him from unwanted advances from others. If she proved to be of good character, he would treat her well, allowing her to rightfully assume the role of Mrs. Shen. However, should her intentions be unwholesome, he could marry her just as easily as he could divorce her, ensuring she faced the consequences of her schemes. Li Man reflected on how she had been preoccupied with marriage before her incarceration, and now, upon her release, she was again entering into marriage, which left her somewhat wistful. The man spoke of providing for the family as if it were his duty, but she listened with skepticism, unwilling to take it to heart. If her own parents could not offer her selfless love and support, how could she dare to depend on a man she barely knew? The house was newly rented, and she had yet to furnish it. After tidying up a bit, Li Man took the bus to the Li family home. The Li residence, located in the bustling city center, boasted a grand black carved gate, firmly shut, yet the sounds of laughter and celebration emanated from within, suggesting a festive occasion. Chapter 4. Cohabitation. Ding dong, ding dong. Li Man pressed the doorbell. Upon seeing her, the servant appeared as if she had seen a ghost. Hastily finding Ning Shilon. Madam, it's the young lady. The young lady has returned. What young lady? On such a joyous day, do not mention that burden to me. She had bribed several inmates, ensuring that Li Man would perish in prison and never reach the end of her sentence. Truly, madam, you should check for yourself, the servant stammered, still pale with shock. I will go take a look. Ning Xiaolan excused herself from her guests, her expression darkening as she made her way to the door. Li Jinghao, her son, followed closely. Noticing his mother's grave demeanor and expressing concern, "Mother, what is it? Has something happened?" Ning Xiaolan replied sternly, "Wu Ma claims that burden has returned. Today is your birthday. Do not let her dampen the festivities. Continue enjoying your time with your friends while I investigate. I will accompany you." The mother and son exited together. In the villa's yard, brightly lit, Ning Xiaolan instantly recognized Li Man from a distance. Though she had changed considerably, she would still recognize her even if she were reduced to ashes. As she approached, Ning Xiaolan spoke in a hushed tone. "Li Man, is that really you?" Li Man forced a smile. "Yes, I am back." Li Jinghao's face was filled with hostility as he growled. "What are you back for? Don't tell me you want to claim your share of the inheritance. Sons inherit the family business. Daughters have no stake in it." Li Man gazed at her half-brother with a complex expression. 6 years her junior, he was someone she had raised. During their childhood, Ning Xiaolan was often preoccupied with mahjong, shopping, and beauty treatments, leaving her to care for him. Inevitably, there were times when he fell or got hurt, and each time, Ning Xiaolan would scold and hit her without regard for the circumstances. By the time he turned 8, Ning Xiaolan frequently instilled in him the belief that the family fortune was destined solely for sons, and, as his elder sister, she had no claim, once a daughter married. She was akin to water spilled, an outsider. In front of Ning Xiaolan and Li Jinghao, Li Man concealed any desire for family wealth. She had just been released from prison and had plenty of time to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Now, however, she had more pressing matters at hand. "I am not here to claim any inheritance. I'm looking for Grandma." Where is she now? Prison life was monotonous, with every minute regulated. She had only half an hour each day to catch up on the news, which was her sole connection to the outside world. Not long after her incarceration, news broke of her father's passing, having succumbed despite attempts to save him. It was unimaginable that she and her father were now separated by the veil of death. And the last time she saw her grandmother was at the funeral, captured by the news cameras. The sight of her grandmother, once vibrant, now aged significantly, weighed heavily on her heart. "Don't bother searching," Ning Xiaolan interrupted her thoughts. "That old woman could not bear the loss and passed away soon after. That's good news for you, isn't it? You can hardly take care of yourself, and if she were still alive, you would only be a burden." Ning Xiaolan crossed her arms, dismissing the value of life as if it were mere chaff. "What did you say?" Li Man exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "I have no time to waste with you. Leave now, or I will not be polite." With that, Ning Xiaolan coldly shut the door. "Ning Tulan," Li Man shouted angrily through the intricately carved door, "what goes around comes around. You too will face retribution." If the heavens did not act, she would take matters into her own hands. Li Man felt utterly desolate. However, she could not fully accept Ning Xiaolan's words. Was her grandmother truly gone? Or was Ning Xiaolan merely deceiving her? She needed to uncover the truth, with her mother having abandoned her and her father deceased. If her grandmother had also left this world, she would be utterly alone. Since her release, Li Man had not had a moment's respite. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, leaving her too drained to return to the bus station. Marriage had provided her a place to stay, allowing her to save on rent. With a bit more financial freedom, she hailed a taxi, intending to head to Cambridge Bay. En route, a sudden thought struck her. "Driver, please take me to the nearest police station." "The police station?" The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Yes, the nearest one is Wuxing Police Station." "All right, please take me there." Upon arriving at the station, the sight of police vehicles and uniformed personnel heightened her anxiety instinctively. She forced herself to calm as she approached the service window. "Hello, my grandmother is missing. I cannot reach her by phone, and relatives have all said they haven't seen her. I need to report her missing." "When did she go missing?" the officer asked in a procedural tone. "I'm not sure of the exact time. I just returned yesterday, so it has been at least a day." "What is her name?" "Do you know her ID number?" Luing. After stating her name, Li Man quickly recited the ID number. The officer entered the information into the system and pressed enter. Li Man's heart raced with anxiety. "Did you find anything?" "Yes. We will initiate a case immediately and will do our utmost to locate her. Please leave a contact number, and we will reach out with any updates." "Thank you. Thank you. I'm counting on you." Li Man expressed her gratitude repeatedly as she registered her phone number. She had come with a sense of uncertainty. If her grandmother had passed, Ning Xiaolan would likely arrange a funeral and handle the necessary paperwork for her death. Now, it seemed that the reality was not as Ning Xiaolan had claimed. After leaving the police station, Li Man called another taxi. Shen Muting had arranged for the temporary purchase of a property in Cambridge Bay. The community was modest, with somewhat dated architecture, yet it boasted a serene environment. Li Man unlocked the door to the two-bedroom apartment, which was sparsely furnished with only the essentials. Impeccably clean, but devoid of warmth. It felt desolate, lacking any semblance of life. Nothing like a home. The shoe cabinet contained only a pair of men's slippers, with no other footwear in sight. She removed her sneakers and slipped on the oversized slippers, which felt awkward on her feet. Without pausing for rest, she sat on the sofa and immediately began dialing every contact in her phone who might have information about her grandmother's whereabouts. When the Li family was prosperous, many people knew her as the young lady of the Li family, and numerous individuals sought to curry favor with her. Her contact list held over 100 numbers. Now, however, in her destitution, everyone seemed to avoid her. Some offered dismissive replies of ignorance, while others hung up as soon as they recognized her voice. After a round of calls, she found no leads. Thirsty and hungry, Li Man set her phone aside and made her way to the kitchen. The kitchen was fully equipped with brand new and used utensils, yet the refrigerator was completely bare. Was this truly his residence? It felt so strange. Chapter 5. A beautiful and virtuous wife at Billionaire Group. Shen Muting sat in a wheelchair, diligently attending to his work. 3 years prior, upon receiving news of Shen Muting's death, his mother brought him back to the Shen family. The family, eager to eliminate any competition for inheritance, employed every means to dispose of him. It was then that he began feigning disability and spread rumors that he would not live past 30. True to his expectations, the Shen family relaxed their guard around him. No one anticipated that the seemingly frail and short-lived illegitimate son, regarded as less than an ant, would ultimately rise to become the master of the Shen family. For years, no one dared to act against him. They feared his cunning and believed he would soon perish. They all awaited his demise. Under his leadership, Billionaire Group explored new avenues for corporate growth, achieving remarkable advancements and reaching new heights. After finishing his work, Shen Muting glanced out the window. Darkness had fallen. His phone lay quietly on the desk, a private number known to only a few. It had rung twice since morning, both times from his mother, reminding him to eat on time and not to neglect his health due to work. His hastily arranged wife had not reached out to him all day. At that moment, Shen Luo entered, holding 2 marriage certificates. Ninth Master, the marriage procedures are complete. Here are the certificates. As Shen Muting's driver and one of his assistants, Shen Luo addressed him with respect as the 9th son of Shen Songlian. Shen Muting shifted his gaze from his phone to Shen Luo. Was everything done as I instructed? Yes, everything has been handled as per your instructions. The marriage certificates are legitimate. However, they are not recorded in the marriage registration system. If you wish to terminate this marriage, Simply tearing up the certificates will suffice. Shen Luo reported, secretly harboring doubts. Even if he faltered in other matters, he would not err in this, for the certificates bore his name. He certainly did not wish to be labeled as a divorced man when seeking a partner in the future. Shen Muting took the 2 red books and stood up from his wheelchair, saying, "Let's go." To Cambridge Bay? Yes. With that, Shen Muting strode towards the exclusive elevator. His private elevator led directly to the dedicated parking lot. At this moment, he no longer needed to feign illness. Shen Luo hurriedly followed him down to the underground parking area. Shen Muting's designated parking lot was filled with luxury cars, each starting at a minimum of 7 figures: a Mercedes G-Class, a Maserati, a Porsche, a Rolls-Royce, an overwhelming display. However, amidst these high-end vehicles, a shabby little car stood out, looking completely out of place. This was a ruse for Shen Muting to pretend to be poor, a second-hand vehicle he had just purchased. As Shen Muting settled into the car, his nearly 6'3" stature left him feeling quite cramped, concerned that he might lose his temper and damage the roof. Shen Luo quickly started the engine. He stole glances at the rearview mirror, silently thinking that feigning illness at work and pretending to be poor after hours, Oscar truly owed the Ninth Master a small golden statuette. As they approached Cambridge Bay, Shen Muting suddenly instructed, "Pull over. I'll drive back myself. From now on, wait for me here in the mornings." Understood, Ninth Master. Shen Luo exited the car and respectfully handed the keys to Shen Muting. Although Shen Muting was quite disdainful and unaccustomed to the shabby vehicle, he steeled himself and drove into Cambridge Bay. Upon entering the community, he paused at the fork in the road. Where was his house? Left or right? Though the community was not large, it had about 10 buildings. The house had been procured by Shen Luo according to his instructions, and this was his first visit. He was entirely unfamiliar with the area. Shen Muting retrieved his phone from his trouser pocket and dialed Shen Luo's number. Shen Luo had just entered the car when he saw Shen Muting's call and quickly answered, "Ninth Master, why are you calling me so soon? Is there something wrong?" Shen Muting cleared his throat. "Which building is the house in? Is there a unit number? What is the door plate number? And how do I get there? Left or right after entering through the north gate?" The address he had sent to Li Man was forwarded to him by Shen Luo, and he had not even bothered to look at it. He was a pragmatic individual. As long as she proved her character was beyond reproach, he would not waste time on her until he confirmed she was not a spy arranged by his relatives. As for the bank card he gave her, it contained a meager amount, merely 3,000 a month, hardly worth mentioning. The night was as dark as ink, the streetlights in the community dim, and the building numbers obscured by towering camphor trees, making them difficult to locate. He couldn't be bothered to search. Shen Luo hurriedly explained, "Turn left for about 100 meters, and the building on the right is Building 5. There is no unit number, just 901. Shen Muting hung up the phone. Following Shen Luo's directions, he quickly found Building 5. Li Man had made a series of calls, but had not received any news about her grandmother. So she had to consider her options carefully. She surveyed the house, which was clean and did not require cleaning, but still needed many small items. Fortunately, these were inexpensive, and she could afford them without relying on that man's money. Li Man first went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities, women's slippers, towels, combs, laundry detergent, and then to the market for groceries, filling the refrigerator to the brim. The weather forecast predicted sunny weather for the next day, and Li Man planned to visit the cemetery to see her father. Before her father's remarriage, he had treated her well, but after remarrying, his relationship with her had deteriorated due to Ning Xiulan's instigation. Her father adored dumplings. She immediately set to work chopping filling, kneading dough, and rolling skins. Just as she was wrapping dumplings, there was a sudden knock at the door. Li Man looked up. The door swung open, revealing Shen Muting, clad in a black suit and white shirt, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance, his expression a mix of sharpness and poise. "You're back," Li Man said with a faint smile, softly asking, "Have you had dinner yet?" "No," Shen Muting replied, noticing what she was doing, raising an eyebrow. "Are you making dumplings?" "Yes, I'm preparing some dumplings for dinner. The rest will go in the fridge for breakfast later. I can cook various home dishes, so feel free to tell me what you'd like in the future. Today, I'm making pork and cabbage dumplings. Would you like a bowl?" Shen Muting replied flatly, "I didn't expect you to cook. Are you complimenting me? Or do you think I'm the type of person who is utterly helpless, relying solely on others for everything and knowing nothing but spending money?" Shen Muting remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Outsiders only recognized Ning Xiulan as virtuous and gentle, treating her stepdaughter as her own, so his assumptions were not unfounded. Little did they know that she lived a life worse than that of a servant at home, forced to handle every chore, no matter how exhausting or filthy. Li Man chose not to elaborate further, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile, cupping her face with her hands like a sunflower. So, how do you feel now? Do you feel like you've struck gold in your previous lifetimes, marrying such a beautiful and virtuous wife? Do you think you've hit the jackpot? Shen Muting gazed at her, his heart stirred as if brushed by an invisible feather, a small electric current coursing through his nerves. Chapter 6. He pulled her into his embrace. He quickly averted his gaze, saying hoarsely, "Don't smile like that in front of others." "Why not? It looks foolish." "You are the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish." Shen Muting watched her busy figure, his emotions becoming rather complex. She exuded a sense of fragility, yet possessed a unique resilience. Her features were pure and innocent. When she was serious, she appeared cold and aloof, but when she smiled, her eyes sparkled with warmth, illuminating the world around her. How could he live under the same roof as such a woman and not feel a tug at his heartstrings, especially before confirming her intentions were pure? Furrowing his brow, Shen Muting retreated to the master bedroom. The items in the room showed no signs of having been disturbed. Shen Muting smirked slightly. That woman was somewhat perceptive, or perhaps not perceptive, merely new to the place and yet to reveal her true colors. As the dumplings floated to the surface, indicating they were cooked, Li Man scooped them out into a plate, prepared a dipping sauce, and set the table, fetching 2 sets of chopsticks. At that moment, Shen Muting emerged, changed into comfortable loungewear, which made him appear even more handsome. He naturally took a seat across from Li Man. "Let us eat." Li Man handed him a pair of chopsticks. "All right." Shen Muting accepted the chopsticks and began to eat. The dumplings Li Man made were beautifully crafted, each one small and exquisite. After they had eaten nearly their fill, Shen Muting produced 2 marriage certificates and placed them before Li Man. "The marriage certificates are ready." "So soon?" Li Man took them in disbelief, examining them closely before lifting her gaze to the man across from her. It was indeed possible to obtain a marriage certificate without being present. She had only seen such operations in novels. "I thought it would take a few days." "I didn't expect your boss to be so attentive to your marriage." "Yes," Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. "The marriage certificate will be kept with you?" "Sure." Li Man tucked the marriage certificate away and said, "Since we've already registered, I believe we should clarify a few matters from the outset." "What matters?" Shen Muting narrowed his dark eyes, scrutinizing Li Man. "Are you already scheming now that we got the certificate?" While Shen Muting was suspicious of Li Man's intentions, she continued, "Although your salary will be managed by me, I won't squander your money. Household expenses will be shared, and chores will be jointly undertaken. Considering your busy work schedule, I hope you can help with household duties when you're free. If we have children in the future, I hope I won't be the only one raising them. I want you to be involved, not just a passive participant. Since you haven't cooked before, I'll handle the cooking, and you can wash the dishes. As for mopping, taking out the trash, and hanging the laundry, we can divide those tasks based on who has the time. Does that sound all right to you?" The initial interaction pattern between a couple is of paramount importance. If, from the very beginning, one does not entrust their salary to their spouse, it becomes increasingly difficult for the spouse to assume control later on. The same principle applies to household chores and child rearing. "All right, no problem," Shen Muting nodded, recognizing that merely sharing expenses and responsibilities was a trivial matter for him. As for children, he had no intention of having any now or in the future. "Is there anything you wish to discuss or bring to my attention?" "Niemand inquirit." Shen Muting pondered for a moment before responding, "I am merely a driver, a worker. While you may wish to trouble Mr. Shen with certain matters, I hope you refrain from using my name to approach him. I will look for an opportunity to mention your situation, but I cannot guarantee assistance." Considering Shen Rue also bears the Shen surname, they are family. In this way, he believed he could prevent her from discovering his true identity as Shen Muting. He added, "Moreover, although we have obtained our marriage certificate, sharing the same bed immediately may lead to discomfort. I think it prudent to sleep separately for a while, allowing us to acclimate to one another. When the time is right, we shall let events unfold naturally. Should we find ourselves unable to adjust, you retain the right and freedom to propose a divorce." Upon hearing this, Li Man found it agreeable and promptly acquiesced. "All right, no problem." Initially, She had been concerned about fulfilling marital obligations that evening, particularly after the rather unpleasant experience of the previous night. Noticing her relief, Shen Muting narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There has been an issue at the branch office in Haicheng. I must accompany my boss there for a few days. I cannot ascertain when I shall return, as it depends on how swiftly matters are resolved. If you need to reach me, feel free to call or message me. Very well. Do you require assistance packing your belongings? The two found themselves somewhat awkward in each other's company, and Li Man wished to expedite his departure. No need. I will pack myself, Shen Muting replied coolly, devoid of warmth. He glanced at the remaining dumplings on the plate. Have you finished your meal? If so, I shall wash the dishes. I have finished. You may wash the dishes. Li Man immediately set down her chopsticks and added, just let me know before you return, so I can prepare your meals. Understood. Shen Muting rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms, adorned with a watch. Li Man's eyes widened at the sight of the luminous blue dial and the blue Mississippi alligator leather strap. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a Vacheron Constantine. Do you have a fondness for Vacheron Constantine watches? What? Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. It's a high-quality replica, worth 2,800. Oh, replicas are becoming increasingly convincing. It's difficult to discern without close inspection. Li Man did not press further. Accepting his claim of it being a counterfeit, she said, you wash the dishes. I will go for a walk. Shen Muting grunted in acknowledgement, removed his watch, placed it into his pocket, and began to tidy up the tableware. As Li Man stood to leave, she inadvertently tripped over the leg of the table. Just as she braced for a fall, a hand grasped her waist, pulling her into an embrace, the crisp scent of wood and the heat of masculine pheromones enveloping her senses. Startled, Li Man instinctively clutched Shen Muting's shirt, feeling the warmth through the fabric. She looked up to meet his dark, intense gaze, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Shen Muting leaned down, observing her from above. So soon, you seek to create opportunities for intimacy? Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, tempting enough to provoke a desire to pinch and confirm its softness. However, sensing an unusual reaction within his own body, Shen Muting's expression darkened, torn between frustration at his own instinctive response and irritation at her apparent ploy to create physical contact. After a moment of internal struggle, he withdrew his hand. Li Man, now bereft of support, fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 7. Apology. Li Man stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Although Shen Muting had cushioned her fall somewhat, it still stung. She glared at him indignantly. What was that about? Shen Muting felt a pang of realization regarding his earlier actions and acknowledged their inappropriateness. If he were truly Shen Muting, apologizing would be out of the question. Yet now he was Chanel. I apologize. My hand slipped, he said awkwardly, extending a hand to help her up while inquiring, are you all right? This woman, attempting to entice him, using such crude tactics to garner his attention. Luckily, he remained composed. He was not an easily swayed man. Yesterday had been a matter of necessity. Indeed, men must protect their own interests. I'm fine, Li Man huffed, pushing his hand away and shooting him a glare. It's getting late. You should wash the dishes. I'm going to bed. As she took a few steps away, she turned back to observe the man clumsily cleaning up the dishes, clearly inexperienced in domestic chores. Noticing her gaze, Shen Muting halted his movements and coldly asked, what are you staring at? How would I know you were looking if I didn't look at you? Li Man retorted, sticking her tongue out at him inwardly as she returned to her room, locking the door behind her. Upon hearing the click of the lock, Shen Muting smirked. Was she playing hard to get after feigning a fall? Indeed, she was a cunning woman. Shen Muting realized he needed to remain vigilant. He could hardly anticipate what tricks she might devise next. Once inside her room, Li Man exhaled in relief. She had to admit, her hastily married husband was quite handsome, far surpassing Shen Rue. Fortunately, he had not insisted on sharing a bed that night. She had entered into a whirlwind marriage with a stranger. Everything felt surreal. Thus began their post-marital life, and Li Man felt a twinge of anxiety, even suffering from insomnia until the early hours. Despite her late bedtime, her internal clock awakened her early. Instinctively, she sprang from bed, neatly folding her blanket into a perfect square, only to realize that this was not a prison, but her home. Li Man found herself momentarily stunned. 3 years could indeed transform a person. Regaining her composure, she took a deep breath, dressed leisurely, and exited her bedroom. She retrieved a box of dumplings from the refrigerator, cooking 2 plates, one for breakfast and the other to take to her father's memorial. having prepared the dumplings. She noticed no stirrings from the master bedroom. She approached the door and knocked gently. "Mr. Shen, are you awake? Come out for breakfast." No response. Li Man knocked more forcefully, yet silence persisted. Attempting to turn the handle, she discovered the door was locked. Glancing at the shoe cabinet near the entrance, she saw only a pair of men's slippers alongside her own sneakers, indicating he had left for work, though she was unaware of when. Li Man withdrew her hand from the doorknob, feeling at peace. She was not upset by his departure without a word. Though they were married, they were still strangers, lacking any emotional foundation. It was natural for him to guard against her. She understood fully. Over the following days, Shen Muting did not return. Li Man felt awkward inquiring about his whereabouts or when he would return, as it seemed peculiar given their relationship. She did not wish to appear as a wife waiting pathetically at home, nor did she want him to think her intentions were impure. She was not a woman who revolved around a man. In the meantime, Li Man occupied herself. Besides seeking her grandmother, she needed to find employment promptly. During this period, she purchased many items. Though they were merely essentials, such as groceries, towels, and laundry detergent, the costs accumulated. Watching her dwindling balance on her phone, the urgency to secure a job grew. She submitted numerous resumes, but most fell into silence, and those who did respond often withdrew upon learning of her criminal record. She had also visited the job market. Now that graduation season had arrived, there were countless university students, yet she lacked work experience. After spending 3 years in prison, she had nearly become disconnected from society and possessed little competitiveness. In a moment of desperation, Li Man passed by a shopping mall and saw a sign in a clothing store seeking sales associates, with low educational requirements and no firm demands for work experience. Her eyes lit up, and she promptly entered the store. "Excuse me, are you still hiring sales associates?" The store manager scrutinized Li Man. "Are you here for an interview?" "Yes, I majored in fashion design at university, so I have a fair understanding of clothing," Li Man replied, pulling her resume from her bag and handing it over. "Jiangzhou University?" The manager raised an eyebrow at Li Man. "With your qualifications, working here selling clothes seems beneath you. Jiangzhou University is a prestigious 211 institution." But upon glancing at the work experience section, it was blank. Observing her demeanor, it appeared she had fallen from grace and was now compelled to support herself. Hearing the manager's words, Li Man's heart sank, yet she still sought to advocate for herself. "It's not beneath me at all. I want to learn from the ground up, and I genuinely love this brand's clothing." "Very well, you can start with a trial period of 1 month. If your performance is good, you can be promoted early. Our salary consists of 3 components: base salary, commission, and attendance bonus. During the trial period, the base salary is 2,600, with an additional 100 for perfect attendance and a 2 commission. After confirmation, the commission remains unchanged, but the base salary rises to 3,000, with a 200 attendance bonus." "Great. Thank you, manager. I will work hard." Li Man expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "When can you start?" the manager inquired. "Right now," she replied eagerly. "All right, follow me." The manager provided Li Man with a uniform, and after she changed, instructed her to tidy up the warehouse. "Okay." Li Man quickly changed and began organizing the stockroom. "Arue, I adore that outfit." A Mercedes-Benz paused at the intersection, and Lin Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, pointed through the window an ensemble that Li Man had just dressed on a mannequin. She was quite familiar with this brand. Initially drawn to it because it was a niche brand with excellent value for money, she later began purchasing from it frequently, subconsciously emulating Li Man. "My card ISNT with you. If you like it, go buy it. I'll wait for you in the car," said Shen Rue, his enthusiasm waning. "Make sure you wait for me," Lin Yuan said with a playful push of the car door, her voice sweet. Chapter 8. Concerned Shen Rue, growing impatient, remarked, "I know. It's hard to park here. I'll wait for you up ahead." "Okay." Lin Yuan stepped out, her stiletto heels clicking as she entered the store, immediately spotting Li Man. "I can't believe it's really you. Welcome." Li Man, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and greeted her with a smile. "What a coincidence. Are you here to shop? We just received new styles today that would suit you perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Despite her deep-seated resentment towards Lin Yuan, she was even more reluctant to jeopardize this hard-won job. It seemed the 3 years in prison had not been in vain. She had finally learned humility and discretion. Lin Yuan observed her obsequiousness, feeling quite pleased. The formerly man had never acted this way. She had always carried herself with an air of superiority. believing herself above others. Now, she was beneath Lin Yueyan. Li Man maintained her professional smile. I was immature before, and you've changed a lot too. Your skin looks better, and your figure has improved. Oh, I never expected to hear such compliments from you. Lin Yueyan replied incredulously, scrutinizing Li Man. Had she genuinely softened, or was it all an act? After a long examination, Lin Yueyan could discern no clues. Li Man smiled gently. Of course it's genuine. I mean every word. Now would you prefer clothes, shoes, or bags? We just received a new batch today, and these shoes would be perfect for you. Li Man casually picked up the most expensive pair of high heels from the shelf. They are quite beautiful, though I'm unsure if they LL fit. Lin Yueyan settled onto a chair, leaning back like a proud peacock. You won't know until you try them on. Li Man immediately knelt down to assist her, explaining that there was only one pair in each size to ensure no one else would have the same shoes. These shoes complement your skin tone beautifully, as if they were custom-made for you. At $6,800, they aren't cheap, and most people couldn't afford them, let alone wear them with your flair. Li Man praised the shoes, her tone deliberately laced with envy, knowing that Lin Yueyan relished such flattery. I'll take these shoes, perhaps due to Li Man's influence. Lin Yueyan felt an unprecedented sense of being treated like royalty as a customer, ultimately pulling out a black card to make the purchase. This is a Ruas. He has plenty of money, so I can spend freely. Li Man accepted the black card and asked, would you like a matching outfit? We just received a new collection. Without giving Lin Yueyan a chance to decline, Li Man selected a dress. In the end, Lin Yueyan bought a pair of shoes and 2 outfits, totaling $13,000. While checking out, she took a selfie, intentionally capturing Li Man in her work uniform, posting it on her social media. She deliberately shielded Shen Muting from seeing it. You really should have let everyone know you were working here. I'll help you promote it on social media, so they can come shop with you. After all, we all need clothes, shoes, and bags, and since we're friends, why not support your business and help you earn more? Thank you. Li Man maintained a gracious smile. The socialites, while superficially calling each other sister or friend, secretly engaged in rivalry and comparison, all secretly hoping for a failure and awaiting her downfall. Li Man, however, was solely focused on her work and earning a living, indifferent to others' perceptions. She sold clothes, earning honest wages without resorting to theft or deceit. Calculating her earnings, she realized her commission alone amounted to nearly $300 today. If her performance continued to impress, she would soon gain full employment status. With a subsequent increase in her base salary, life necessitated money for essentials, and with plans to find her grandmother in the future, she needed to save more. Li Man returned to organizing the clothes, oblivious to the luxury car convoy parked outside the store. Shen Luo noticed Li Man and immediately informed Shen Muting, who was seated in the back, reviewing contracts. Ninth Master, it seems to be the young mistress. Shen Muting instinctively shrank back in his seat, realizing the tinted windows allowed those inside to see out, while those outside could not see in. He composed himself and straightened up. Where? Following Shen Lu's gaze, he spotted Li Man and Lin Yueyan, who was exiting the store with multiple bags. Shen Lu voiced his concern. It appears the young mistress is selling clothes inside. I wonder if she is being bothered by Lin Yueyan. Are you so idle that you need to worry about this? Shen Muting's dark eyes narrowed, exuding an icy demeanor. Shen Lu immediately fell silent. Shen Muting's sharp gaze remained fixed on Li Man as he remarked, can't you see? She isn't being bothered by Lin Yueyan. She has fallen into the allure of money. She would rather bow to a mistress than touch the money on his card. What is this woman up to? Shen Muting's expression darkened. Li Man finished her shift at 10 and returned home shortly thereafter. Upon entering, she noticed the living room lights were on and immediately spotted Shen Muting seated on the sofa with a stern expression. Why are you so late returning? He inquired coldly. Li Man closed the door, changed into her slippers, and replied, I just found a job today, so I'm just getting off work. When did you return? At least she is honest. Shen Muting replied, his tone low, I've been back for over 4 hours. Upon your return today, why did you not inform me in advance? Had I known you were coming back, I would have returned earlier to prepare a meal. Liman mum ulet gently, her soft voice infusing warmth into the otherwise frigid atmosphere of the home. Shen Muting's expression softened slightly. My role is to serve President Shen, adhering to his schedule, which means my working hours are unpredictable. Hence, I did not notify you. What kind of job did you find? A fashion sales associate specializing in women's clothing. On my very first day, I secured a sale and earned over 200 in commission. Li Man's tone was filled with joy, expressing her earlier concern about feeling disconnected from society and her ability to perform well. After a day's work, she found it was not as challenging as she had imagined. The beginning is always difficult, but with diligence and a willingness to learn, things will surely improve. Is that so? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Is a mere 200 enough to bring you such elation? By the way, have you eaten? Li Man changed the subject. Not yet. He had declined an evening engagement and returned home early, only to find her arriving after 10. Given the recent incidents at the barbecue restaurant, she should be cautious about returning home late alone. Chapter 9. Thoughts. The refrigerator held greens and eggs. I shall prepare 2 bowls of noodles, Li Man declared as she retrieved vegetables and eggs from the fridge and headed to the kitchen. Shen Muting remarked, I prefer my eggs runny, and I don't eat spicy food, nor do I enjoy garlic, scallions, cilantro, organ meats, carrots, or celery. Li Man noted this in her mind and inquired, Do you have any particular favorites? None. Very well, I understand, she responded, then quietly muttered to herself, How can a grown man be so picky? Shen Muting did not catch her words and inquired, What did you say? Nothing. Li Man discreetly stuck out her tongue, turned on the range hood and gas stove, and began boiling water for the noodles. In no time, 2 bowls of noodles were ready. She served them at the table, pulled out a jar of chili sauce, added a spoonful to her bowl, and offered it to him. Would you like some? It's not spicy. I do not consume such things, Shen Muting declined. Try it. It tastes quite good, especially with the noodles. While I was in prison, Li Man abruptly realized that such a topic might be inappropriate. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I talked too much. The noodles will clump together. Please eat. All right. Shen Muting did not press further. He had already gathered information regarding her circumstances, and he had no interest in the details. He looked disdainfully at the noodles before him, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. He could not help but glance at Li Man. What is it? Is it not to your liking? Not at all. It is quite nice, she replied, meeting his gaze. I notice you have added many items to the home. Why not use the money I gave you? They are merely small items. I can afford them myself. A woman not spending her husband's money. Who else should she spend? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Economic independence is commendable, but a wife ought to utilize her husband's resources after marriage. Li Man chuckled softly. Many men are reluctant to spend on their wives. Yet you seem almost anxious that I do not spend your money. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Am I comparable to them? The man frowned slightly, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Sensing his displeasure, Li Man quickly said, I understand. I will not compare you to other men again. I will use my card for household expenses. Shen Muting acknowledged her with an choosing not to elaborate further. They ate in silence, with Li Man taking her time while Shen Muting finished first. He began to clear the table only after she had finished, heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. He was conscientious about sharing household chores. Li Man left the dining table and sank into the sofa with her phone in hand. Upon completing the dishes, Shen Muting noticed her seated on the sofa, her expression clouded with worry. He quickly averted his gaze. If she did not speak, he would not inquire. He preferred to avoid meddling in matters that might be intended to draw his attention. It was getting late. I will retire for the night. You should rest early as well. All right, good night, Li Man replied, still preoccupied with her phone. Noticing her lack of movement, Shen Muting took a few steps before stopping to ask, What troubles you? This matter had weighed heavily on Li Man's heart for too long. After hesitating, she divulged to him her visit to the Li family and her report to the police. Finally, she added, I was raised by my grandmother. We have always relied on each other, and she is my only family. I genuinely wish to find her, but Jiangzhou is vast, with a population of over 10 million. Locating one person feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Her nose tinged with emotion. She fought back tears, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. Thank you for listening to my troubles. It's wonderful to have someone to talk to. Finding a support system for myself and my grandmother was one of the reasons I sought to connect with Shen Muting upon my release. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick on her. She had ended up in a whirlwind marriage with an ordinary man. Now that they were married, she would strive to build a life with him. She understood that her husband was just an ordinary person. Although he was Shen Muting's driver, he remained merely a driver, unable to assist her and likely uninterested in her family matters, which was entirely reasonable. Shen Muting observed her silent struggle, noting her attempt to suppress her emotions in his presence, which stirred something unusual within him. Unsure of how to offer comfort, he stated flatly, "You have me. We are now bound as husband and wife, and I will also be your family." As if sensing that more was needed, he reached out and lightly patted Li Man's shoulder, his touch so gentle it was barely perceptible. Li Man found his attempt at comfort amusing. "Thank you. I genuinely feel reassured." Shen Muting stared at her. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, thank you, Mr. Shen. I will go to sleep now. You should rest early too." With that, she headed to her room. Shen Muting was left in a state of confusion. This woman oscillated between tears and laughter. What was her true intention? "Wait," Shen Muting suddenly called out to her. Li Man turned. "What is it?" with a stoic expression. Shen Muting replied, "I will find an opportunity to mention your grandmother's situation to President Shen and see if he can assist." Li Man's heart soared. "Really? Is that possible?" "Yes, let us give it a try, but do not hold on to excessive hope." "Thank you so much. Good night. It is late. Sleep well." Li Man joyfully retreated to her room. Regardless of the outcome, his willingness to speak on her behalf and his thoughtful nature filled her with gratitude. Although he appeared cold and unapproachable, beneath that exterior lay a warmth that was genuinely commendable. Li Man gradually acclimated to her new home, sleeping soundly until she awoke naturally. However, she did not rise immediately, wishing to enjoy a leisurely slumber. Yet, despite her efforts to settle back into sleep, she found it impossible. Frustrated with herself, she angrily climbed out of bed, her body instinctively beginning to make her bed. The next moment, her actions halted as she suddenly realized this was her home, not a prison. She had been released. Despite reminding herself of this daily, some habits are not easily broken. Anger surged within her. She took her bedding out on the mess, intentionally leaving her bed in disarray before storming out of her room. Upon raising her head, she collided with Shen Muting, who had just emerged from his room, dressed impeccably in a white shirt and black trousers, his appearance immaculate. He was fastening his cufflinks, his expression focused and serious. "Good morning." Li Man greeted him, her tone somewhat curt. Shen Muting detected the displeasure in her tone, furrowing his brow as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their bedroom lay directly across the hall, and he immediately spotted Li Man's disheveled bed, deepening the crease on his forehead as he coldly remarked, "Why is your room in such disarray? It resembles a dog's den." Chapter 10. Visiting him at the company, the Shen family has long been prominent figures in history books. Although they have long abandoned military pursuits for commerce, their family traditions remain strict. Li Man felt somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "I'll prepare breakfast first and tidy up the room afterward." Shen Muting acknowledged her with a non-committal sound, his expression complex as he contemplated her behavior. What was troubling this woman? Was she in a foul mood so early in the day? Did those particular days of the month arrive again? Or perhaps her heart harbored resentment from being left alone in this empty house. Despite her low spirits, Li Man approached cooking with diligence. She prepared soybean milk and made 2 golden egg pancakes. The pancakes, coated with sweet sauce and filled with cucumber strips and tender pork, exuded a delightful aroma and looked quite appetizing. "It's ready. I made egg pancakes and soybean milk. I hope it suits your taste," she announced. Shen Muting, accustomed to Western cuisine crafted by nutritionists and gourmet chefs, found it hard to accept such humble fare, even though he'd occasionally tolerated simpler dishes like dumplings. This was his first encounter with egg pancakes. The sauce appeared peculiar, and the reddish meat looked almost toxic. "No, thank you. You eat it. I'm in a rush." He politely declined, unwilling to admit his disdain. Li Man, sensing his reluctance, immediately retrieved a plastic bag, packed an egg pancake for him, and handed him a carton of pure milk. "It's unhealthy to skip breakfast. Take it with you." Though Shen Muting felt a strong aversion, he suppressed his feelings for fear of her noticing. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, he entered his second-hand Volkswagen, casually tossing the breakfast onto the passenger seat before starting the car and exiting the community. A series of turns brought him onto Fuzhou Road, which, even during rush hour, was not heavily congested. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the roadside. As the early hour revealed few cars and pedestrians, Shen Luo, seated in the driver's seat while scrolling through social media, quickly pocketed his phone upon spotting the familiar Volkswagen and approached. "Ninth Master." Shen Muting glanced at the breakfast he had discarded in the passenger seat and coldly remarked, "It's a shame to waste breakfast. If you haven't eaten, feel free to take it." Shen Luo was taken aback. "Thank you, Ninth Master." He had left home too early and had not had the chance to eat. The egg pancake was still warm. "I must say, Madam is the eldest daughter of the Li family. I never expected her to prepare such down-to-earth breakfast. Does eating prevent your mouth from running? Shen Muting shot him a stern look. Shen Luo quickly fell silent, quietly enjoying the egg pancake. It must be stated that the pancake was quite delectable, surpassing the street vendor's offerings. It was the best egg pancake he had ever tasted. Shen Muting lit a cigarette, the bluish smoke obscuring his handsome features. After finishing the cigarette, he coldly instructed Shen Luo, "Help me find someone." Who is ninth master looking for? Li Man's grandmother. Understood. Before the marriage certificate was issued, he had indeed conducted a background check on the young mistress. She had a grandmother, but the investigation had not delved deeper. He was unaware of her whereabouts or if she was alive. Why the sudden interest in finding her? Though curious, Shen Luo refrained from asking further, understanding that ninth master had his reasons. After finishing her breakfast, Li Man washed the dishes and tidied her room. Glancing at the time, it was only 7 o'clock, leaving her with some time before work. She retrieved the bank card Shen Muting had given her from a nightstand and headed to the nearest ATM. Although Shen Muting's driver likely earned more than the average driver, he was still merely an employee earning a living. In Jiangzhou, where every inch of land is precious, even properties in Jiangzhou were not cheap. If he had to repay a mortgage, he likely saved little money. Li Man held no high expectations. Thus, she was astounded to find a balance of 150,000 yuan in the card. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Li family, her life had been less fortunate than that of the Li family servants. Having never encountered such a sum of money before, she realized that the man possessed some sincerity. Yet, she wondered how long such sincerity would last. Not intending to be a parasitic vine dependent on a man, she did not dwell on the matter. She resolved to live each day well, for the future remained uncertain. Using the card for grocery shopping was impractical, as Shen Muting's bank card could not be linked to her WeChat or Alipay accounts. With this in mind, Li Man withdrew 1,000 yuan. After securing the money in the card, she clutched her bag tightly and ventured to the nearest market, purchasing vegetables, pork, beef, and eggs. While carrying her bounty, she stopped by a supermarket to buy a lunchbox and a thermos. The thermos was for Shen Muting, who spent his days driving. It would be inconvenient for him to reheat cold meals. At her workplace, there was a microwave, so a regular lunchbox would suffice. The thermos was considerably more expensive. Although his card held a substantial balance, it was still hard-earned money, so she aimed to save wherever possible. Upon returning home, Li Man first placed the groceries in the refrigerator, then took the leftover rice from earlier, added 2 eggs, and prepared fried rice. This would serve as her lunch and dinner. Looking at her full lunch box and the empty thermos beside it, she felt a twinge of guilt. He worked hard every day, leaving early and returning late, while she resided in his home, with expenses covered by him. As his wife, it would be remiss of her not to ensure he had a warm meal. Quickly, she divided the fried rice in half for him, then add 2 dishes to fill the thermos before heading out. The clothing store opened at 10, so arriving half an hour early would suffice. With plenty of time, Li Man grabbed the lunch and scanned for a shared bicycle at the community entrance, riding it to Buyuan Group. Seeing the towering building with dozens of floors, Li Man couldn't help but marvel. Merely gazing at this edifice confirmed the rumors about the Shen family's immense wealth. Taking a deep breath, she entered the building and headed straight for the front desk. "Hello, I would like to find Shen Luo." "Shen Luo?" The receptionist sized her up. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm here to deliver lunch." "Ah, lunch." The receptionist smiled, curiosity piqued. "Are you his girlfriend?" "No, I'm his wife," Li Man stated confidently. "Please hold on a moment while I call him." The receptionist swiftly dialed Shen Luo's number. The call connected quickly. Upon hearing that a woman was delivering lunch, Shen Luo doubted his ears. "Are you sure it's lunch for me?" "Yes, she claims to be your wife." "Wife?" Shen Luo was puzzled. When had he, a single man, acquired a wife? Oh no, it must be the young mistress. The young mistress is at the company. Chapter 11. Gossip. A warning bell rang in Shen Luo's mind. If the young mistress discovered the true identity of Ninth Master, it would spell trouble. He quickly instructed, "Please take her to the small meeting room on the first floor. I'll be there shortly." Shen Muting sat in his wheelchair, reviewing documents. Noticing his normally composed assistant's frantic demeanor, he raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "What's the matter? Why the sudden alarm?" "Ninth Master, the young mistress has arrived." Shen Muting was taken aback, his expression darkening further. "What is she doing at the company? What is this woman up to?" Is she attempting to leverage her position here after failing at Shui Tian Yisei? I distinctly remember her going to Shui Tian Yisei for me. I'll go see what she is up to, Shen Muting declared, rising from his wheelchair. Shen Lu quickly interjected, Ninth Master, this is the company. If you don't sit in your wheelchair, all those years of pretending to be ill will be wasted. If you go in a wheelchair, your ruse as a driver will be exposed. Shen Muting wore a look of irritation as he spoke in a deep voice. You should go down immediately and send her away. Yes. Shen Lu promptly descended to handle the matter. With the boss getting married, his workload had significantly increased. Upon reaching the small reception room on the first floor, Shen Lu observed Li Man seated on the sofa, a cup of tea and a thermos on the coffee table before her. As the door to the small reception room swung open, Li Man lifted her gaze and inquired, May I ask who you are? I'm a colleague of Shen Lu. He has gone out with Mr. Shen. I heard you brought lunch, and he asked me to come and take it to the office. Shen Lu quickly devised a plausible explanation. All right, thank you for your trouble. Li Man expressed her gratitude, handing the thermos to him before leaving Buyuan Group. Shen Lu made his way directly to Shen Muting's office while carrying the thermos. Young master, the young madam has left, and this is the lunch she brought. Shen Muting's gaze fixed upon the thermos in Shen Lu's hand, a cold aura emanating from him as he reached for his phone, preparing to call Li Man. It dawned on him that he did not possess her mobile number, only having added her on WeChat. Hence, he opened WeChat, which contained only a handful of close friends and family, alongside clients and business partners. After a brief search, he soon located Li Man's contact. Rather than typing, he opted for voice call. Just as Li Man approached a shared bicycle, ready to scan the code to unlock it, her phone rang. She had saved Shen Muting's name as Mr. Shen. Busy, she hastily accepted the call. Before she could utter a word, Shen Muting spoke first. Haven't you found a new job? Why aren't you at work? How do you have the time to bring me lunch? His tone revealed no discernible emotion. Li Man cautiously replied, The shop opens at 10, so I thought I could make 2 lunches. I brought you one, fearing you might be too busy to eat. I specifically bought a thermos so that you could have a warm meal whenever you find a moment. At her words, Shen Muting's expression softened slightly. Could it be that he had misjudged her intentions? Regardless, he resolved not to let a single act of kindness alter his perception of her or lower his guard. With this thought, Shen Muting's demeanor grew cold once more. You needn't prepare lunch for me anymore. After speaking, concerned that she might misinterpret his words, he patiently elaborated. The boss's schedule is quite full, and I am rarely at the office. Moreover, the boss has a mild obsession with cleanliness, making it inconvenient for me to bring food into his vehicle. You need not worry about me. The company provides meal allowances, and the cafeteria offers a bountiful selection, including yogurt, juice, coffee, and fruit, not the kind of offerings found in smaller firms or factory canteens. He was not a patient man, particularly when it came to dealing with women, whom he found troublesome. He hoped that his lengthy explanation would make her understand. All right, I understand. I won't prepare lunch for you anymore, Li Man replied in a neutral tone, betraying no emotion. She then asked, What time do you finish work today? It's uncertain. Mr. Shen's schedule may change at any moment. If I happen to finish early, I will inform you in advance. Otherwise, there is no need for you to prepare my dinner. Okay. Shen Muting said nothing further and hung up the phone. Shen Lu stood nearby, holding the thermos, and inquired, Young master, what should we do with this lunch? Dispose of it, the man replied curtly, his tone cold and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Although he had no knowledge of the contents, it was evident that they were likely to be ordinary and unappealing to his palate. As Shen Lu prepared to discard it, he suddenly remembered that the thermos needed to be returned. Otherwise, how would he explain its absence to the young madam when young master returned to Jinxiao Lanwan? Such trivial matters were beyond young master's consideration, leaving it to his assistant to worry. Shen Lu, I heard you got married? A female colleague in the office approached him with a curious gleam in her eye. Yes, Shen Lu replied with a heart that felt as still as water. The company housed several attractive single female colleagues, and he had hoped to find a partner this year. Now, it seemed he would remain a bachelor. When did you get married? Why didn't you inform us? Not even a share of wedding sweets. Exactly. Another colleague chimed in. Shen Lu, I feel like your wife looks somewhat familiar. Have I seen her somewhere? Yes, I feel the same, several others echoed. Shen Lu hurriedly replied. Perhaps my wife has a common face, which is why you think she looks familiar. Now, focus on your work. You wouldn't want young master to overhear, as he despises gossip among employees. I remembered. One colleague, dressed in a black business suit, exclaimed, her eyes brightening as if a new world had been discovered. What have you remembered? Her curious companions asked. Shen, isn't your wife the eldest daughter of the Li family? Is she? Shen Lu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Li Man was the eldest daughter of the Li family, who had seldom appeared in public, yet her wedding had garnered significant attention. Furthermore, the subsequent legal troubles had made her a topic of conversation for many. Given the passage of 3 years, it was hardly surprising that she was recognized. The expressions of several colleagues shifted, revealing a complex mix of thoughts as they regarded Shen Lu. He was not oblivious and understood their implications. Yet, some could not resist stirring the pot, boldly stating, Shen Lu, you have a good standing. You earn well and are quite handsome. Why marry a woman with a past? Are you aware of her connection to the Shen family? Is she marrying you with ulterior motives? Shen Lu's expression darkened, and he sternly admonished, What nonsense are you spouting? Get back to work. Aren't you all too idle? The room fell silent, and everyone exchanged sheepish glances before returning to their respective workstations. As they turned, they caught sight of Shen Muting seated in a wheelchair. They were unaware of when he had arrived or how much he had overheard. The atmosphere grew tense, his handsome features exuding an intimidating chill. Mr. Shen, Wu Yuan offers you a salary higher than your peers because we believe you possess some intellect. It is not an invitation for idle gossip, Shen Muting stated coldly, before commanding Shen Lu, contact the HR department and terminate their employment. Yes, young master. Shen Lu immediately dialed the HR department. After concluding the call, he followed Shen Muting into the president's office. Shen Muting appeared visibly agitated, his displeasure evident. He disliked feeling such emotional fluctuations, especially those provoked by a woman. Specifically, the woman, namely Man Shen Lu. Shen Muting frowned, his voice low. What is it, young master? Do you think she is aware that coming to Buyuan would invite scrutiny? Is she attempting to use the guise of delivering lunch to draw closer to me? Shen Lu speculated, the young madam does not strike me as that kind of person. How long have you known her? How can you ascertain her character? Shen Muting's gaze swept across Shen Lu's face, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace and warning. It was astonishing that his most competent assistant had already begun to side with that woman after only a few days. Shen Lu hastily clarified. The driver must be on standby 24/7. During busy times, one cannot afford even a moment to enjoy a warm meal, let alone find a restroom. Considering the driver's work conditions, the young madam had thoughtfully ensured he could enjoy a hot meal. As a driver himself, Shen Lu felt he had the authority to speak on the matter. Are you taking this opportunity to complain about your arduous work? Shen Muting scoffed coldly. You know nothing. She is merely pretending to be virtuous. The wolf must disguise itself as the grandmother to lure Little Red Riding Hood. Given time, her true nature will inevitably reveal itself. Noticing the thermos in Shen Lu's hand, Shen Muting scorned, Did I not instruct you to dispose of it? Why is it still here? Shen Lu quickly replied, The food can be discarded, but I believe the thermos should be kept. Otherwise, how will you explain to the young madam why it is missing? Shen Muting is a man of few words, firmly adhering to the principle of brevity. He detests explanations. Women can indeed be quite troublesome. With a look of impatience, Shen Muting instructed, Bring me the thermos after work. Understood. After leaving Buyuan Group, Li Man rode a shared bicycle to the store. As she arrived, she found herself waiting for a good 15 minutes until another sales associate, Guan Ningning, finally appeared. Li Man, why are you here so early? Guan Ningning greeted her while unlocking the door. With a gentle smile, Li Man replied, I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come in early to organize the stock. Since it's my first day, it's wise to show some diligence. Perhaps I might secure a permanent position sooner. Guan Ningning, a cheerful and straightforward girl, remarked, You landed a big order on your first day, so there is no doubt you'll be confirmed. She then suggested, Let us head to the warehouse together. All right. Li Man was not particularly talkative, and they busied themselves in the warehouse. Around 11 o'clock, a group of flamboyantly dressed women entered the store. Man, I can't believe it's really you. If it weren't for Yue Yan's post on WeChat, we wouldn't have known you got out of prison. Indeed, why aren't you working at Li's? Why are you selling clothes here? Don't you know? Chairman Li left a will that bequeathed all his assets and inheritance rights to his younger brother. Oh my goodness. Man, does that mean you're now destitute? No wonder you're selling clothes here. No reputable company would hire someone with a criminal record. If you're in any trouble, feel free to tell me. I can speak to my father. Perhaps he can secure you a position at our company. Yue Yan is now Mrs. Shen, so I'm sure she would also be willing to help you. Their words were sharp, each comment intended to sting. Li Man recognized them as Lin Yuan's close friends, Jiang Shuriwei, Lu Wanxin, and Min Jiaxi. Guan Ningning soon grasped the situation. No wonder Li Man looked familiar. How would she handle this? It was quite a spectacle to witness. Who would have thought a commoner would find herself amidst the drama of affluent heiresses? Li Man stood poised and composed, seemingly unfazed by their ridicule, a faint smile gracing her lips, though devoid of genuine warmth. Maintaining her composure, she greeted them. Yes. My life is indeed challenging now. I appreciate your efforts to support my business. We have many new arrivals in store. Let me select a few items that suit you. Our clothing and accessories match the quality of high-end luxury brands, but are much more affordable. Given your financial means, you can shop with ease. Yuan purchased quite a few items here yesterday. Being Mrs. Shen, her spending is lavish. I imagine you're all doing even better than her. The bag you carry alone costs more than my entire annual salary. Li Man constantly reminded herself to remain calm. To lose her temper would mean defeat. Their words held truth. She was indeed struggling financially. If she allowed them to manipulate her emotions, it would only serve to punish herself for another's mistake, jeopardizing her own livelihood. Faced with the choice between sabotaging her own prospects or earning a commission, she opted for the latter. Having endured 3 years of darkness in prison, or a few barbs to her, though she was currently impoverished, she knew that as long as she kept her eyes peeled for opportunities, she would eventually find a way to retaliate in kind. Li Man selected 2 outfits, and with Guan Ningning's assistance, another 2. Yeah, this outfit suits your elegant demeanor. It's understated yet refined. And this dress seems tailor-made for Wanxin, exuding grace. Jiaxi, this ensemble is vibrant and striking. Since you've come to support my business, I trust you'll each purchase a few pieces, perhaps pairing them with bags and shoes from our collection. With a friendly demeanor, she complimented them, promoting the store's most expensive items. If they wished to mock her, she would ensure they spent generously. Showering them with praise, she treated them like royalty, personally helping them try on new shoes. After the transactions, they collectively spent over 50,000. Once payment was settled, Li Man cheerfully inquired, "Where did you park your car? I can help you carry your purchases. No need, we can manage ourselves." Initially, they aimed to provoke her, but Li Man's unwavering composure rendered their efforts dull. After snapping a few photos for social media, they departed in their high heels, their purchases in tow. Guan Ningning admirait Li Man, exclaiming, "Li Man, I'm truly in awe of you. I was genuinely worried you'd lose your temper and confront them. Yet, not only did you remain unbothered, you sold over 50,000. How did you achieve that? You're incredible. This month's sales champion is undoubtedly you. Nothing to it. Without strength, pride is insignificant. Focus on the financial gain. There's nothing unattainable." Li Man turned to Guan Ningning with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your help earlier." "Not at all." Guan Ningning's bright eyes sparkled as they gazed at Li Man, causing her to feel slightly uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "Yes," Guan Ningning nodded. "You're quite beautiful." Li Man chuckled, amused by the earnest compliment. "I'm being serious. You're truly stunning. With features like a painting, and your aura surpasses that of stars on television." Li Man smiled gently. "I'm not as beautiful as you claim. Having spent time in prison, I might not even be able to retain this hard-earned job, as no establishment wishes to hire someone with a criminal record. Your sales are exceptional. As long as you work diligently, you shouldn't be dismissed." Guan Ningning, unsure of what else to say, could only offer her support. "Let's hope so." Li Man smiled. "Things will work themselves out. I'll go tidy up the stock." She recalled that Jiang Shuriwei and the others had tried on several outfits and shoes, now left scattered in the fitting room and on the shoe benches. "I'll help you." Guan Ningning eagerly stepped forward. The 2 worked efficiently, quickly restoring order. For the rest of the day, Li Man was anxious, fearing the store manager would call her in to discuss her employment status. However, as the closing hour approached, the manager hadn't summoned her, as if nothing had transpired. Feeling the tension lift, she approached the manager. "I apologize for concealing my past incarceration. Will the company terminate my employment?" "Why will we do that?" The manager, Xie, a competent woman in her 30s, looked up from her sales reports. "Had you mentioned your record during the interview, I might have hesitated in hiring you. However, having observed your hard work and commendable sales, there is no reason to dismiss you based on your past. Focus on doing well. Life is meant to be lived well after release." Li Man felt warmth in her heart, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, manager. Xie smiled. You've earned this opportunity through your own merit. Now, it's getting late. You should head home. Okay. Thank you, manager. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Xie resumed her work. With her worries alleviated, Li Man felt relieved to have secured her job, though the salary was modest. It provided a foundation for her to stabilize her life. Counting her commission for the day, her spirits lifted further. Excitedly, she approached the bike-sharing station, scanning for a bicycle to ride home. Suddenly, a red sports car pulled up beside her. Li Man, is that really you? When did you get out? Shen Muting emerged from the vehicle, clad in white trousers and a polo shirt, exuding an air of charisma. His gaze fell upon Li Man, who appeared more slender and alluring than 3 years prior. The innocence of her youth had long dissipated. Now, she radiated a chilling beauty, reminiscent of a datura flower, exuding a lethal allure. Shen Muting found himself momentarily entranced. Li Man smirked coldly. It was you who sent me to prison back then. Now that I'm out, must I report to you? Did Lin Yueyin inform you of my release? No. I learned of it through Min Jiaxi's social media. Here you are, selling clothes. Her gaze was icy as she continued. I sell women's apparel, not menswear. Are you looking to purchase for your wife and hoping to support my business? My working hours are from 10 in the morning until 10 at night. Please return tomorrow if you wish to shop. With that, she prepared to leave on a shared bicycle, but in the next moment, Shen Muting grasped her arm. Li Man, wait. She immediately shook off his hand with disdain. Shen Muting, what do you want? 3 years ago, I had something to say to you, but now I have nothing to discuss. Shen Muting opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had driven over here almost instinctively after seeing Min Jiaxi's post. His proposal to her years ago stemmed from his inability to defy his grandfather, leading to an unwanted marriage. Though he acknowledged Li Man's beauty, he had never been drawn to her meek nature, which made her susceptible to mistreatment. Thus, he had neither cherished nor cared for her. Today, however, he felt unusually amiable and remarked, You know you resent me for not helping you back then, but I have my reasons. I was struggling to establish myself in the Shen family and needed to marry someone who could support me. While Lin Yueyin is merely the niece of Ning Xilan, she holds influence in your family, unlike you, whose parents neglected you. You may end up with nothing from the Li family, possibly less than what Lin Yueyin has. It seems I was right. You have indeed been cast out of the Li family and left with nothing. Li Man retorted sharply, If I'm so wretched, what do you keep pursuing me for? Shen Muting, what do you truly want today? Shen Muting himself was unsure of why he had come. He was drawn by her striking presence, and with a mischievous smile, he stepped closer, attempting to take her hand. Where do you live? Let me drive you home. Li Man, feeling irritated, kicked him away. Get lost. Shen Muting stumbled back, maintaining his distance. Man, you've changed. You used to be so gentle and compliant. Why are you so fierce now, even resorting to violence? You possess beauty and charm. It's a pity to sell clothes in a place like this. I know life has been hard since your release. With a rising cost of living, what can you earn from selling clothes? Honestly, which wealthy young man doesn't indulge in affairs? You once adored me. Why not come with me? I assure you, I will treat you well, provide you with a spacious apartment, a car, and a generous allowance each month. While I cannot offer you the title of Mrs. Shen, we can still live as an ordinary couple. I promise, if you follow me, I will not pursue any other women. Realistically, consider it. Chapter 14. Jealousy. Li Man laughed coldly. In the past, I thought you were merely despicable, but now I see you are both despicable and shameless. Shen Muting's patience reached its limits. His face darkened at her words. What did you say? Have you gone deaf at a young age? Li Man smirked icily. I said you're not only despicable, but also shameless. I once cherished the thought of marrying you, but you failed to appreciate it. Now you wish to rekindle things. How is that not shameless? How dare you, Li Man? Shen Muting clenched his teeth, glaring at her with malice. Just wait. One day, you will beg me to accept you. With fury surging through him, Shen Muting abandoned their quarrel, jumped into his flashy red sports car, and accelerated away. The roar of the engine drowning out all else. The deafening sound reverberated in Li Man's ears, making her cough from the fumes. She glared at the direction he had departed, seething, Scoundrel. I shouldn't have merely kicked his leg. I should have ensured he would never procreate. As night deepened, like ink spilled across the sky, Li Man dismissed the unpleasant encounter with Shen Muting and pedaled her shared bicycle towards Cambridge Bay. At this moment, Abu Yuan Group, A Rolls-Royce glided out of the president's exclusive lane, merging onto the main road. In the back seat, Shen Muting, impeccably dressed, reclined languidly, enjoying a moment of respite. Shen Luo drove, while Secretary Zhou occupied the passenger seat, reporting on the following day's agenda. Tomorrow at 9, the meeting for the acquisition of Jiangzhou Pharmaceuticals, followed by an interview with the Southern Finance newspaper at 10. After the briefing, Shen Muting replied, "Understood. Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all. It's my duty. See you tomorrow, Mr. Shen." Shen Luo pulled the car over, and Secretary Zhou exited with the tablet in hand. As they turned onto Nanjing Road, Shen Luo suddenly remarked, "Ninth Master, it appears to be the young mistress. It's quite late, and she's riding a shared bicycle. Looks like she just finished work." Shen Muting slowly opened his eyes at this. Under the streetlight, Li Man was seen pedaling a yellow bicycle, her shadow elongated in the glow. Shen Muting responded with a poker face, devoid of emotion. Shen Luo, recalling the earlier events, cautiously inquired, "Ninth Master, there were some occurrences while the young mistress was at work. Would you like me to inform you? What could possibly happen while she sells women's clothing?" Shen Muting replied, disinterestedly. Shen Luo sensed that the Ninth Master still held a unique concern for the young mistress. Thus he felt it prudent to disclose certain matters. Otherwise, if the Ninth Master later sought accountability, it would reflect poorly on him as her assistant. With that thought, Shen Luo glanced at Shen Muting's expression in the rearview mirror and commented, "Jiang Shuriwei, Lu Wanxin, and Min Jiaxi visited the store today. Miss Li sold over 50,000 worth of merchandise, likely setting a record for the highest single-day sales for the store. Furthermore, young Master Rui sought out Miss Li today. I'm unsure of their conversation, but it seems young Master Rui was rather intrusive, leading to a bit of a dispute. However, rest assured, he did not succeed and left in a fit of anger." As Shen Luo spoke, he expertly signaled and turned, guiding the luxurious black vehicle towards the Shen family estate. It had been a while since Shen Muting last visited the old residence. The previous week, his mother had called for him to return home, and he had readily agreed. Having recently undergone surgery, she was recovering, yet her age was evident, and her health was not what it once was. Whenever possible, Shen Muting would return to the old residence to keep her company, seeking only her health and happiness. However, with the recent marriage and his travel commitments, he had not been able to visit for some time. Upon hearing Shen Luo's words, Shen Muting opened his eyes, icy determination in his voice. Shen Rui harassed Li Man? Though their marriage was hastily arranged and devoid of genuine emotion, no man could tolerate the thought of another pursuing his wife, let alone Shen Muting. As they neared the Shen family estate, he abruptly changed his mind and instructed Shen Luo, "Forget the old residence. Return to Cambridge Bay." "Understood, Ninth Master." Shen Luo glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed that the Ninth Master was frowning, his expression chillingly severe. He immediately turned the car around and headed toward Cambridge Bay. The bodyguard had already driven a second-hand Volkswagen onto Fuzhou Road. Shen Muting switched vehicles, driving the Volkswagen back to Cambridge Bay. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of fried eggs. Li Man was bustling about in the kitchen. Upon seeing Shen Muting return, she smiled and greeted him, "Mr. Shen. What a coincidence. I was just about to make noodles. Have you had dinner? Would you like me to prepare a bowl for you?" Shen Muting radiated an aura of coldness. He placed the lunchbox on the entryway cabinet, changed into slippers, and stepped inside. Li Man sensed his anger and cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Who has upset you? Or is it something at work that's bothering you?" Silently, Shen Muting stared at Li Man, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why hadn't she informed him about what had transpired today? Was she afraid of worrying him? Did she believe that as a driver, he couldn't help her or influence Shen Rui, rendering the information moot? Or did she think that by keeping Shen Rui in suspense, she might still have a chance with him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Li Man, perplexed, asked, "Did I offend you?" At that moment, Shen Muting's phone suddenly rang. It was his mother calling. His expression softened slightly, and he disregarded Li Man, pressing the answer button. "Mom." On the other end, Tang Wannin's voice came through. "You rascal. Why are you still out so late? I called the office, and the secretary said you left work ages ago. I'm not coming home tonight. I will definitely return tomorrow. Are you hiding something from me? Are you in a relationship or keeping a secret lover?" Tang Wannin had been urging him to marry, even going to great lengths to arrange blind dates, all of which had ended in futility. Shen Muting glanced at Li Man without confirming or denying her words. His silence was an implicit acceptance. Tang Wanyin was overjoyed. You enjoy your romance. You needn't return tomorrow. You work too hard and must spend more time with her. It's getting late. I want to intrude on your private time. As she hung up, Tang Wanyin couldn't resist adding, make sure to bring her over to meet me sometime. She had been pushing him to marry and had arranged numerous blind dates, but he hadn't found any of them appealing. Tang Wanyin believed only a true goddess could captivate her son's heart. Understood, Shen Muting replied lightly. Please refrain from meddling in my romantic affairs. I will manage it myself. When the time is right, I will introduce her to you. Chapter 15. Communication. All right, I understand. Time is precious. Go and accompany your girlfriend. Tang Wanyin chuckled, delighted as she ended the call. Her son, who had once feigned illness and maintained a perpetually icy demeanor, seemed to be blossoming. While others were brimming with vitality, he had seemed like a cooling machine in a wheelchair, approaching 30 without a hint of marital prospects. This had caused her much concern. Now, however, she was relieved. What kind of woman could possibly stir her son's heart? Tang Wanyin was curious and determined to find a way to meet her future daughter-in-law. Li Man prepared 2 bowls of noodles and brought them to the table. Seeing that Shen Muting had finished his call, she called out, "The noodles are ready. Wash your hands and come eat. I'm not having a late-night snack. It makes one gain weight." Shen Muting declined but still pulled out a chair and sat down across from Li Man. With eyes sparkling with delight, she remarked, "No wonder your figure is so good. It seems men are equally conscious of their physique." Shen Muting snorted coldly. Of course, his physique was commendable. Did she really need to point that out? This woman seemed to be constantly eyeing his body. As Li Man opened a jar of chili sauce, she asked, "Are you really not going to eat anything?" "No," he replied resolutely, glancing at the bowl before him, which contained only a soft-boiled egg and greens, without any scallions. His expression softened slightly. It appeared she had taken his words to heart. Li Man added 2 chopsticks of chili sauce to her own noodles and began to eat. With a small appetite, a single bowl sufficed for her. Shen Muting remained seated across from her, looking as though he had something to say. Having grown accustomed to his frosty demeanor, Li Man tentatively asked, "Was that your mother who called?" "Yes," Shen Muting replied curtly. The mother-in-law relationship had always been complicated, and she had heard many tales of such disputes. Although Shen Muting had assured her he could handle it, Li Man still felt apprehensive, fearing she might not be favored by her future mother-in-law. Shen Muting patiently waited for her to finish her noodles, but seeing she hadn't mentioned any work-related matters, he finally broke the silence, asking, "How was work today?" "It went quite well. I sold over 50,000 worth of goods today. My commission alone is over 1,000. The mere thought of such commission made Li Man's eyes sparkle with joy. She knew that Jiang Shuriwei, Lu Wanxin, and Min Jiaxi were attempting to humiliate her, seeking to witness her groveling for their superiority, yet she did not perceive her courteous treatment of customers as subservience. Lin Yueyan was also a customer, just like Jiang Shuriwei and her companions. As a sales associate, it was her duty to provide the best shopping experience for her clients. This was professionalism, not servility. "Is that all?" Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Misunderstanding his tone, Li Man replied, "That is already a high daily sales figure. I assent it." Aside from that, did anything else happen?" Shen Muting inquired indirectly. "Anything else?" Li Man pondered for a moment, and her thoughts immediately turned to Shen Rui, the scoundrel. After spending several days with Shen Muting, she had come to understand his cold, somewhat domineering nature. Comparing him to other men would surely displease him. Mentioning an ex in his presence would be akin to courting disaster. Nothing else happened. "Oh, there is some good news. The store manager said my work competence is commendable and did not hold my past against me. I should be able to secure a permanent position next month, which means a higher salary." Li Man had not let Shen Rui's interjection trouble her. The prospect of job stability uplifted her mood immensely. In the future, she could save a portion of her salary while allocating some for living expenses, thereby improving their lives and nurturing their small family. Shen Muting, noticing her complete omission of Shen Rui from their conversation, grew increasingly convinced that she harbored ulterior motives. With a cold expression, he stood up, saying, "Since I didn't eat, you can wash the dishes." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, leaving her with a cold, distant silhouette. What was the matter? Had she inadvertently provoked him? Reflecting on her actions, she felt she had done nothing out of line. Li Man called after him, "Mr. Shen, are you angry with me? Did I do something wrong? If I made a mistake or said something inappropriate, please let me know." If your reasoning is sound, I can adjust. Communication is vital in a marriage. Without it, misunderstandings and resentments will only deepen, leading to discord and a troubled life together. Very well, Shen Muting turned around, looking down at Li Man from his height. Then I'll ask you this. Did you meet Shen Rue today? Li Man was taken aback. How did you know I saw Shen Rue? A colleague saw you. You went to the office today, and several co-workers recognized you. On your way home, someone witnessed you entangled with Shen Rue. He thought I had been cheated on. Shen Muting scoffed lightly. I'm just a mere driver. I am in no position to compare myself to the Shen family's wealthy heir. If you still have feelings for him, feel free to say so. I can facilitate your reunion. Li Man grasped Shen Muting's implication, her expression turning serious. Taking a deep breath, she explained, I did encounter that scoundrel Shen Rue today, but he only approached me because he saw the post from Jiangzhou City and her friends on social media and came to pester me. I made it very clear that I would never have any association with such a deceitful and lowly man again. He entangled you. Why did you not inform me? Shen Muting's handsome face remained cold. As a woman, do you not realize how dangerous it is to work late? I believed I could handle it, which is why I did not mention it. Moreover, you were quite upset when I compared you to other men. If I had mentioned it beforehand, I feared you would misunderstand and think I had unresolved feelings for him. To take it a step further, if I truly had feelings for Shen Rue, I would not have agreed to marry you in the first place. Shen Muting's expression gradually softened. Seeing this, Li Man suppressed a smile and asked, Mr. Shen, are you worried about me? Are you feeling jealous? You think too much. I am not jealous, Shen Muting retorted, feigning indifference. I simply hope you're cautious about your influences. If you have any thoughts, you need not conceal them. I will support your endeavors. Li Man looked at his proud demeanor and replied with a smile, I have no other thoughts. I just want to live a good life with you and find my grandmother. Li Man genuinely harbored no feelings for Shen Rue. The moment she was taken to the Jiangzhou police station 3 years ago, she had given up hope. Seeing Shen Rue on the day of the verdict made her despise him even more. Remembering her grandmother weighed heavily on her heart as she said, do not worry. I truly have nothing to do with Shen Rue. It's getting late. You should rest. I will wash the dishes. Li Man tidied up the dishes and headed to the kitchen, also taking the lunchbox from the entrance inside. Shen Muting withdrew his gaze and strode back to his room. Closing the door, he immediately took out his phone to contact Shen LV. Chapter 16. Benefiting from connections, just as Shen LV was about to drift into slumber, he was jolted awake by the ringtone of his boss's exclusive phone. Instantly alert, he sat up and answered, Ninth Master. Arrange for a few individuals to teach that scoundrel Shen Rue a proper lesson. Shen Muting's voice was laced with a chilling menace. Understood. To what extent shall we discipline him? Shen LV comprehended that Ninth Master was avenging Miss Li. However, Shen Rue was, after all, a member of the Shen family, the Ninth Master's nephew, so the approach must be measured. Shen Muting coldly stated, let him lie in the hospital for 2 months first. Understood. Shen LV immediately took his orders, musing that Ninth Master was more concerned about the young mistress than he had anticipated. Perhaps Ninth Master himself had not yet realized he was gradually becoming ensnared. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and Sanlitun was at its most vibrant, filled with the allure of nightlife. Shen Rue emerged from a bar, trailed by a group of rowdy friends. Not far off, 2 black commercial vehicles were parked by the roadside. Upon spotting Shen Rue, over a dozen tall, burly men clad in black suits exited the vehicles and strode toward him. Suddenly blocked, Shen Rue cursed, Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? Daring to obstruct me? Young Master Rue, the leading bodyguard, addressed him. Shen Rue smirked, eyeing the bodyguard who towered over him, and irritably retorted, If you know who I am, why don't you move aside? You've offended us. What do you mean by that? You're refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead? Hit me. The response to Shen Rue was the bodyguard's iron-like fist. You. Who are you? I'm a member of the Shen family. Shen Rue cried, clutching his head as the blows rained down. The surrounding friends, witnessing the commotion, dared not intervene. Shen Rue was a Shen family member, and these men were unafraid to offend the Shen family. What was their origin? While they had some wealth, they were no match for the Shen family. Acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, self-preservation was the wisest course. Shen Rue was mercilessly beaten, transitioning from bravado to pleading for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Please show mercy. After a thorough thrashing, they finally ceased their assault. Shen Rue with broken bones, curled up on the ground in agony, groaning. What did I do to provoke you? At least let me understand the reason for this beating. The assailants conveyed a message to you. What message? Before you flirt with flowers and grasses, think carefully. Some flowers are not for your picking, and some grasses are not for you to provoke. This time, we merely broke a few of your bones. Next time, it won't be so lenient. With that, the group departed like the wind. Shen Muting, sweating profusely from pain and confusion, swore, "Damn it, who did I offend?" Upon receiving the video from the bodyguards, Shen LV reviewed it and confirmed there were no issues before forwarding it to Shen Muting. Ninth Master, everything has been handled as per your instructions. Shen Muting succinctly replied, "Good." In the following days, Shen Muting did not reappear before Li Man. Initially, she was concerned about his potential disruption at her store, fearing he might jeopardize her hard-earned livelihood. However, it seemed his recent threats were merely impulsive or intended to shame her. At that moment, the store manager, Xie, approached holding the duty roster, announcing everyone gather around. We have a new colleague, so we need to reorganize the schedule. The new roster for this month is out. Li Man, your day off is tomorrow. All right, thank you, manager. Time passed swiftly. She had been at the store for nearly a week. Despite this, there had been no news from the police regarding her grandmother, leaving her uncertain of her grandmother's well-being. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated. Fearing she might miss news about her grandmother, Li Man excused herself to the restroom and answered the call. "Hello? It's me. On the line." Shen Muting's deep and resonant voice resonated. Li Man's gaze dimmed slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Shen, is there something you wish to discuss at this hour?" "What? Is it only when something is amiss that I can call you?" Noticing his displeasure, Li Man hurriedly clarified. "That was not my intention." Shen Muting coldly stated, "I indeed called you for a reason. A few days ago, I mentioned I would speak to President Shen about finding your grandmother and see if he could assist." "Yes, what did President Shen say?" Li Man asked eagerly. She had not dared to hold on a hope previously, fearing it might place undue pressure on him. Her husband was merely a driver, although they shared the surname Shen. He was not part of the Shen family, and there was no familial connection to Shen Muting. Given Shen Muting's busy schedule, it was unreasonable to expect him to concern himself with the personal affairs of his subordinates. Now that he brought it up again, it must indicate progress. And Li Man's heart soared with anticipation. "Yes, they said they found her. She is currently at the 5-star police station where you reported her missing. You can go confirm if it's indeed your grandmother." "Really?" Li Man exclaimed, filled with excitement. "I'll go there immediately." Li Man hurried back to the store. Xie, noticing her anxious demeanor, asked with concern, "Li Man, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Li Man briefly recounted her grandmother's situation, and upon hearing this, Xie immediately urged, "Why are you still standing there? Go check on her. You don't have to work today." Li Man grabbed her bag and prepared to leave, but paused at the door. "Manager, will I lose my attendance bonus for leaving early?" Xie shot her a glare. "Go already. You won't lose your bonus." "Thank you, manager." Li Man rushed to the 5-star police station at her quickest pace. Unlike her previous visit, this time the police were exceedingly courteous, with even the station chief personally coming out to greet her. Li Man understood that this was all thanks to Shen Muting's influence. "Miss Li, I am the chief of the 5-star police station, Zhou Jiming." "Chief Zhou, hello. Where's my grandmother?" While greeting him, Li Man scanned the area for her grandmother's presence. "Miss Li, we have arranged for the elderly lady to rest in the lounge. Please follow me. I will take you there." "Thank you for your assistance. You are too kind, Miss Li. It is my honor to assist young Master Shen." No matter how hard she tried, she could not find even a hint of a clue. Yet with a single phrase, Shen Muting resolved everything. The name Shen Muting epitomized the unseen pinnacle of this world. Apart from feelings of gratitude and a touch of nostalgia, Li Man did not dwell on it further. Following Director Zhou, she swiftly arrived at the lounge. "Grandma." Upon seeing her grandmother, tears cascaded from Li Man's eyes like pearls strung on a broken thread. She rushed over and embraced her grandmother. It truly was her grandmother. She had finally found her. "Grandma, I have finally located you. I thought I would never see you again, that I was destined to become an orphan." Her grandmother appeared drastically changed. She had lost weight, her hair had turned white, and her tattered clothing reeked from lack of washing. The expression on her grandmother's face was also unsettling, her gaze vacant and devoid of the previous optimism and warmth. Chapter 17. Husband, how had her grandmother endured all these years? Li Man clutched her grandmother, tears streaming like unrestrained beads. Lu Ying sat silently on the sofa, her gaze blank, allowing Li Man to hold her. I'm sorry, Grandma, it's all my fault. I harmed Dad and you too. It's all my fault. Li Man was overwhelmed with guilt, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Man. At that moment, Lu Ying's vacant expression suddenly transformed with vitality. She lowered her gaze to Li Man, who was tightly holding her. Man, is that really you? It's me, Grandma. Li Man fervently nodded, wiping her tears. Iyamunmun. The wedding is about to commence. Why aren't you at the hotel? Where's your wedding dress? Lu Ying scanned their surroundings anxiously, pulling Li Man to her feet. Where are we? Hurry. Take me to the hotel. The wedding is about to start. Zhou Jiming stepped forward, stating, Miss Li, it seems that the old lady's memory is still anchored to your wedding day. Let us do this. If you sign this document, you can take her home. It will be best to take her to the hospital first for a full examination. All right. Thank you for your assistance. Li Man signed the document and left the police station with her grandmother. She hailed a taxi, not heading to the Jiangzhou, but rather to the hospital. Once she left the station, Zhou Jiming took out his phone and called Shen LV. Assistant Shen, as per Master Zhou's instructions, everything has been taken care of. Please speak well of me in front of him. Rest assured, Master Zhou will not treat you unfairly. Just await the good news of your promotion. Thank you, Assistant Shen. Thank you, Master Zhou. Zhou Jiming expressed his gratitude profusely before hanging up. This year had truly been fortuitous for him, as he had managed to cultivate a relationship with Shen Muting. Li Man took her grandmother to the First People's Hospital. After registering and paying, the doctor arranged a full-body examination for her grandmother. The results were available shortly, but Li Man could not comprehend the reports and images, anxiously looking at the doctor. Doctor, how is my grandmother's health? The doctor put down the examination reports and images, stating, based on the results, your grandmother has been suffering from long-term malnutrition and is quite weak. Aside from that, there are no serious ailments. Regarding her consciousness being stuck 3 years ago, I recommend consulting a psychiatrist, as there is a possibility of mental disorder. As the doctor spoke, he wrote down the diagnosis on the medical record. When Li Man heard that her grandmother had no serious illnesses apart from her frailty, she sighed in relief. But her heart sank again at the mention of a potential mental disorder. Now, I will prescribe some vitamins, calcium tablets, and protein powder. While medication is not as effective as food supplements, the latter takes time to show results, so it's best to have some to take home. The doctor swiftly wrote a prescription. Li Man paid for the supplements and also scheduled a psychiatric consultation for her grandmother. The psychiatrist was a woman in her 40s. With a kind expression, as soon as Lu Ying entered the office, she turned to leave. Why have you brought me here? I'm not ill. Let us hurry to the hotel. The wedding is about to start. Grandma, we need to do one more examination. This is the last checkup, and only when I see you healthy can I feel at ease to marry. Li Man gently urged her grandmother to cooperate. Lu Ying was displeased and scolded, Child, the guests are waiting. Your wedding is of utmost importance. Grandma, Li Man's nose tinged with emotion. The wedding is tomorrow. Let us get the checkup done, and we'll head to the hotel first thing in the morning. Tomorrow? Lu Ying frowned. I thought it was today. Could I be mistaken? It's tomorrow. My joyous wedding day. I wouldn't mix that up. Lu Ying chuckled. Ah, I see. One cannot deny aging. Look at my memory. While the doctor conducted the examination, Li Man's phone suddenly vibrated. She hurriedly took it out to check. It was a call from Shen Muting. Excuse me, doctor. I need to take this call. After speaking, she turned to her grandmother. Grandma, please cooperate with the doctor. I'll be right back. Of course, it must be our Rue calling to discuss wedding details. Don't worry about me. Go take care of your matters. With how busy you are before the wedding, you could check up on me anytime. I'm perfectly healthy. Lu Ying remarked proudly to the doctor. My granddaughter is exceptionally filial, quite beautiful, and she is getting married tomorrow. The groom is from the Shen family. As her grandmother rambled on, Li Man, with reddened eyes, stepped out of the doctor's office and answered the call. Mr. Shen, on the other end. Shen Muting detected the tremor in her voice and inquired, Are you crying? No. Li Man chuckled softly, her eyes still glistening with tears. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to President Shen. Without you, I might never have found my grandmother. I am your husband. There is no need for thanks. Though they had entered into a hasty marriage without an emotional foundation, it was his duty as a husband to protect and assist his wife. Shen Muting's tone remained calm and detached. He always bore a frosty demeanor, creating an impression of emotional distance. Yet through these days of interaction, Li Man understood that beneath that exterior, he was warm-hearted. "Where are you now?" Shen Muting asked. "At the First People's Hospital, bringing my grandmother for a health check." "Ah, I heard that your grandmother has been living near the Hillman Hotel for the past 3 years, surviving on scavenging and the charity of others. It is indeed essential to have her examined thoroughly. Don't hesitate to spend. If funds are lacking, use my card." The Hillman Hotel? Li Man's heart jolted. That was the venue for her wedding with Shen Muting. Her grandmother had been lingering nearby, likely yearning to attend the ceremony. "Once your grandmother is done with the examination, I'll leave work early today to come pick you up." Shen Muting's words interrupted Li Man's reverie. Regaining her focus, she quickly responded, "The examination should conclude shortly." "All right, I'm heading over from the office now. Wait for me." His voice was cool and devoid of warmth. Yet to Li Man at that moment, it inexplicably offered a sense of security. After hanging up, Shen Muting changed into a more casual outfit, then drove his second-hand Volkswagen to the First People's Hospital. Upon entering Building 2, he spotted Li Man supporting her grandmother as they walked towards him. Shen Muting strode forward with purpose. "Is the examination complete?" "Yes," Li Man replied, her expression serious. "What did the doctor say?" "Mental disorder, prescribed medication." Li Man supported her grandmother, glancing at Shen Muting. "I don't have enough money on my card. I used yours. I'll repay you once I get my salary next month." "No need to repay. We are married, and our post-marriage income is considered joint property. Repaying would merely shift fund from one hand to the other," Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. "If you ever find yourself short on cash, just let me know. I can arrange for an advance on your salary." Chapter 18. Heartfelt intentions. Li Man felt a warmth in her heart and hurriedly said, "Mr. Shun, there is no need for such an expenditure. You have no obligation to support my grandmother." She understood that her grandmother was also a member of his family, and although he was not required to provide for her, he could not simply turn a blind eye. With her clear, apricot-colored eyes sparkling, Li Man added, "Mr. Shun, your generosity makes me feel as though I have stumbled upon a treasure." "Indeed, you have found a treasure," Shen Muting replied with a profound tone. His calm demeanor left her pondering whether he was jesting. Stealing a glance at his sharp, stoic profile, she did not dwell on it further. When she first married him, her expectations were modest. She merely sought a place to call home. She had dared to hope that through him, she might one day meet Shen Muting and persuade him to thoroughly investigate the truth of past events. Regardless of the outcome, what he offered her now had far exceeded her expectations. Could it be that there exists someone in this world who can unconditionally treat another with kindness, without expecting anything in return? No, such a person could not possibly exist. Li Man shook her head, only to immediately reconsider her thoughts. Such naivety was both foolish and perilous. Shen Muting had once treated her with utmost care, only to betray her later and orchestrate her imprisonment. The human heart is the most unpredictable of entities, and it is also the most fickle. "Our car is parked over there." Shen Muting interrupted her thoughts, pointing towards the southwest corner of the parking lot. He then assisted Li Man and her grandmother, Lu Ying, as they walked. With humility and courtesy, he advised, "Grandmother, please watch your step and take it slow." Li Man lowered her gaze to the ground, her heart warmed, and she chuckled softly. Shen Muting lifted his head, his expression as impassive as ever, and inquired, "What is amusing you?" "Nothing, I just didn't expect Mr. Shan to be so respectful toward the elderly." Shen Muting replied earnestly, "Of course, I'm far more admirable than you might think." Li Man's eyes sparkled with mirth as she retorted, "Well, I'm more capable than you might assume." After spending several days together, Li Man discovered that her husband, despite his cold and distant demeanor, possessed commendable character traits. He was tall, handsome, kept his promises, was willing to admit his faults, and held a generous spirit. He was not selfish and exhibited respect for the elderly and the young. Perhaps, if they continued to treat each other with mutual respect, they could lead a fulfilling life together. Turning to Shen Muting with a serious expression, she asked, "Why did you finish work so early today?" "My grandmother found you, so the CEO granted me half a day off." "What a coincidence. Our manager also gave me half a day off without deducting my attendance." Li Man expressed her delight. "It's rare for you to be home for dinner. After settling grandmother, I'll go buy some groceries and prepare a few delicious dishes. Do you like fish? How about shrimp?" Shen Muting replied, "Whatever." Li Man thought, How could someone so picky be so indifferent? She shifted her approach and asked, how about steamed opium fish or winter melon and pork rib soup? You don't like spicy food, and these two dishes are quite mild. That works. Shen Muting responded tersely. Upon reaching their vehicle, Shen Muting opened a rear door for Li Man and her grandmother. After they settled in, he gentlemanly closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat. The journey was marked by silence between them. Once home, Li Man ensured her grandmother was comfortable before heading to the nearby market to buy groceries. Considering Shen Muting's aversion to spicy dishes, she prepared a menu of mild flavors: celery and lily stir-fry, minced meat and egg custard, steamed opium fish, and winter melon with pork rib soup. Except for the celery and ribs, the other dishes were suitable for her grandmother's delicate palate. As Li Man busied herself in the kitchen, Shen Muting entered. The kitchen, being small, felt cramped with both of them present, especially given Shen Muting's tall stature of over 6 feet. While chopping winter melon, Li Man asked without looking up, dinner will take a bit longer. What brings you in? I came to assist you. Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. No need. If you have nothing to do, you can watch television or play on your phone. Seemingly devoid of hobbies, Shen Muting did not watch sports or play video games. Your grandmother is here. It's not appropriate for you to be alone in the kitchen. We agreed on a division of labor. I cook and you wash the dishes. Grandmother won't think much of it. Li Man's knife skills were evident as she cut the winter melon with precision. After placing the chopped pieces on a plate, she looked at Shen Muting, who had changed out of his suit into a black t-shirt and trousers. Grandmother, Li Man continued, Mr. Shen, I have a small request. Go ahead, Shen Muting replied with a calm tone. I hope to trouble you for a few days to let grandmother stay with me. Rest assured, it won't be long. I will find a suitable rental for her as soon as possible. They had entered into a marriage of convenience with no deep emotional ties. And even if there were feelings, he had no obligation to care for her grandmother. Allowing her to stay for a few days was already a significant inconvenience for him. Li Man understood this well. Shen Muting nodded, fine. Renting a place will require considerable funds. You may use the money from my salary card. When purchasing this home, he believed it would suffice for both of them. However, upon moving in, he realized it was too small, smaller even than the bathroom in his villa in Shishan. As her husband, he felt responsible for her well-being and managing their household, and he would also honor her grandmother. However, the prospect of having an elderly person live with them was uncomfortable for him. Thus, when Li Man suggested renting a place for her grandmother, he acquiesced to her request. After dinner, Shen Muting took on the task of washing the pots and cleaning the kitchen meticulously. Once he finished, Li Man said, you should take a break and shower first. I'll take grandmother out for a walk. After leaving the police station, grandmother only occasionally grasped Li Man's hand, inquiring if their wedding was imminent, without paying any attention to Shen Muting. Fearing that he might feel awkward, Li Man used the excuse of going downstairs for a stroll to bring her grandmother outside. The following day, as usual, Shen Muting left for work without even having breakfast. Li Man shared breakfast with her grandmother. Looking at her grandmother, and then at the home gradually filling with warmth and life, Li Man felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. She owed her gratitude to her husband, Shen Muting. She resolved to treat her husband better and to live harmoniously with him. Furthermore, she wanted to express her thanks to Shen Muting, for without his assistance, she would not have located her grandmother so swiftly. Unsure of how to convey her gratitude to Shen Muting, she contemplated that someone in his position, atop the hierarchy of power, likely lacked for nothing. After some thought, Li Man decided to bake some cookies and prepare some snacks to bring as a token of her appreciation. After preparing a bento for her husband, she baked cookies and made egg yolk pastries and snowflake cakes before riding a shared bicycle to Buyuan Group. In the lobby of Buyuan's first floor, just as Li Man approached the reception desk, a commotion erupted from the direction of the elevator. Turning towards the sound, she saw a group of men dressed in suits, appearing to be company executives, accompanied by a dozen tall bodyguards, surrounding a man seated in a wheelchair. The man was obscured from view, but Li Man was almost certain it was Shen Muting. Rumor had it he was frail and would not live past 30, spending most of his life in a wheelchair. Needing to thank him in person, Li Man boldly approached Shen Muting. Chapter 19. The pitiful before Li Man could get close, she was intercepted by the bodyguards, leaving her no opportunity to approach Shen Muting. She quickly explained, I need to speak with Mr. Shen. I have something for him and wish to express my gratitude. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Muting's heart skipped a beat. His deep, sharp eyes immediately darted towards Li Man's direction before shifting to Shen Luo, who stood beside him. Understanding the cue, Shen Luo quickly replied, "Ninth Master. I'll handle it right away. Young madam, please don't jeopardize my livelihood," Shen Muting said darkly, hastening the pace of his wheelchair, seemingly eager to escape. The individuals accompanying him were oblivious to the peculiarity, and they instinctively quickened their pace to match his speed. Each day, there were countless visitors hoping to meet the president, and they had long since become accustomed to such scenes. "Miss Li, what brings you here?" Shen Luo approached. He addressed the bodyguards. "I will handle this. You may return to your duties." "Understood." The bodyguards nodded respectfully and departed. "Hello," Li Man greeted Shen Luo awkwardly, explaining, "I apologize. I merely wish to express my gratitude to President Shen for helping me locate my grandmother. I made some pastries for him. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you." Shen Luo nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, President Shen is quite busy. You won't be able to see him this way. If you wish to express your thanks in person, you can schedule an appointment at the front desk." "I understand now. I was too rash," Li Man replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, glancing at the freshly baked pastries in her hand, she mustered the courage to ask, "Could you please pass these treats to your boss? And this lunchbox as well. I would appreciate it if you could deliver it to Shen Luo." "Certainly." Shen Luo accepted the items from Li Man and carried them away. At the entrance of the company, Shen Muting hurriedly exited the Boyan group, making a beeline for his Rolls-Royce parked to the roadside. Not far off, Tang Wan-yin had just descended from her vehicle and immediately spotted her son, seated in a wheelchair and preparing to board. "Muting," she called out, hastening towards him. Shen Muting felt a jolt of anxiety and instructed his assistant in a low voice, "Open the car door quickly." The assistant, believing Shen Muting hadn't noticed the elderly lady, kindly reminded him, "Young master, the old lady is here." Shen Muting shot a piercing glance at the oblivious assistant, coldly retorting, "Is that so? I'm fully aware. It's precisely because my mother is here that I instructed you to hurry." "Yes." The assistant, sensing Shen Muting's frosty demeanor, swiftly opened the car door. Shen Muting boarded the vehicle and promptly commanded the driver, "Drive now. Quickly." "Yes." The driver immediately started the engine. Tang Wan-yin, unable to catch up with Shen Muting, came to a halt. Watching the black Rolls-Royce speed away, she panted, "What a stubborn boy. Why is he running away? Mom, slow down. Be careful not to trip." Shen Muting soon caught up, supporting Tang Wan-yin. "What is wrong with Muting? Who knows what he's up to? Has he forgotten his mother now that he has a girlfriend?" Tang Wan-yin joked. "I merely wanted to ask him about the type of girlfriend he has and when he intends to introduce her to me. Why does he act like a cat that has seen a mouse when he sees me? I'm not an overbearing parent who would frighten his girlfriend away." "Mom, you're overthinking it. Perhaps Muting is genuinely busy, and with so many people around, it's understandable he didn't hear you call him." Shen Muting shifted the conversation, her brow furrowing with suspicion. "Mom, are you sure Muting really has a girlfriend? Well, I asked him on the phone the other day. He didn't deny it, which implies his acceptance." "Yenner, what kind of woman do you think your brother would be attracted to?" Shen Muting, being the elder twin, pondered, "I have no idea. Over the years, we've arranged countless blind dates for him. He has seen all types, plump and slender, innocent and alluring, but he has dismissed them all. His thoughts run deep, and his icy demeanor reveals nothing. Who could possibly know what sort of woman he would fancy? More importantly, what kind of woman could endure him?" Tang Wan-yin, unwilling to hear her son being belittled, retorted, "Who speaks ill of their own brother? He has attracted many admirers, yet he chooses to remain virtuous and discerning." Yes, you are absolutely right, Mom." Shen Muting soothed her. "Muting is busy. Shouldn't we return home?" "Indeed." Tang Wan-yin agreed, turning to head back to the car. By chance, her gaze caught a familiar figure. Shen Muting, supporting her, paused and followed her line of sight. "I don't see anyone familiar," she remarked, confused. "Mom, what are you looking at?" After handing the items to Shen Luo, Li Man emerged, and this moment was fortuitously witnessed by Tang Wan-yin. Unbeknownst to Li Man, she did not recognize Tang Wan-yin and Shen Muting, just as she was unaware of Shen Muting's appearance. Tang Wan-yin had returned to the Shen family with Shen Muting and Shen Muting only after Shen Songlian's death, while Li Man had already been taken away by the police at that time. "Time has flown. That girl has been released from prison," Tang Wan-yin mused. "Who has been released?" Shen Muting inquired, perplexed. "Mom, who are you talking about?" "Look," Tang Wan-yin gestured towards Li Man, dressed in a black suit. That woman there bore the accusation of murdering your father and served 3 years in prison. I recall now it's her. Shen Muting frowned. I remember you saying the perpetrator definitely wasn't her, that there was another culprit, and you told us not to trouble her. If she didn't kill father, why did she serve 3 years? The true murderer must have found someone to take the fall. That girl is also a pitiable soul. Even in middle age, Shen Muting remained tall and handsome, coupled with wealth and status, drawing admiration from many women, including Tang Wanyin. He had been married 3 times. The third wife, Meng Jinxiu, was arrogant and came from a powerful family. After their divorce, she was unwilling to let go. When Shen Muting married Tang Wanyin, he sought to shield her from the turmoil of the Shen and Meng families, opting for a hidden marriage. It was only after Shen Muting's death that Tang Wanyin returned with Shen Muting and Shen Muyin to the Shen family, where they were regarded as illegitimate children, without rights to inheritance. Chapter 20. The encounter. Tang Wanyin's side. The Shen family is vast and wealthy, accumulated over centuries. Everyone wishes to claim a piece. When we returned to the Shen family, establishing a foothold was no easy feat. We traversed through a realm of peril and had no time to thoroughly investigate the truth behind your father's death. By the time Muting ascended to the head of the family, the case had long been closed and matters faded into obscurity. How can you be certain she isn't the murderer? Shen Muting questioned. Shen Rue wouldn't marry a woman without family support. So what if she colluded with him, but ended up being discarded? That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, Tang Wanyin conceded, choosing her words carefully. Shen Rui belonged to the second branch of the family, and some matters were better left unsaid. Mom, let us go. Shen Muting linked arms with Tang Wanyin. Muting has always been resolute. If he indeed has a girlfriend, he will introduce her to us when the time is right. That may be, but I am concerned he might not have a girlfriend at all, using that as an excuse to avoid blind dates. No, I must get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep. Tang Wanyin fixed her gaze upon the Buyuan skyscraper, her resolve unwavering. Over the years, her son had shown little interest in women, leading her to wonder if he had someone special in his heart, remaining chaste for her sake or perhaps facing other dilemmas. Now that he had a woman in his life, and after such a long time without introducing her to him, her curiosity was piqued, robbing her of peace as she pondered what kind of woman could capture her son's heart. Tang Wanyin settled into the car, retrieved her phone, and dialed Shen Muting's number. While waiting for the call to connect, she inadvertently caught sight of Li Man riding past on a shared bicycle. Her unadorned face graced with a faint smile, reminiscent of a delicate flower blooming in a neglected alley, vibrant and resilient. Just then, the call connected, interrupting Tang Wanyin's reverie. Mom, came Shen Muting's calm voice from the receiver. Tang Wanyin withdrew her gaze and inquired, "What are you up to, you rascal? You didn't even hear me calling you at the entrance of Buyuan building?" "Huh, I didn't hear anyone calling me." "Mom, have you gone to the office?" Shen Muting feigned ignorance, countering her question with another, "Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Tang Wanyin rolled her eyes. "If I had told you in advance, you probably wouldn't even have shown your face. I went to the Shishan Villa to look for you, but the housekeeper said you haven't been back for days. So I had no choice but to come to your office. I just want to ask, when are you going to bring your girlfriend over for me to meet?" Before Shen Muting could respond, Tang Wanyin continued, "Don't make excuses about being busy lately. I'm not an old-fashioned parent who would break up a couple. You have a fortune of billions. You don't need a woman to enhance your life. What matters is that she is good and treats you well. Mom likes that." On the other end of the line, Shen Muting frowned slightly. "When the time is right, I will naturally bring her to meet you." "Mom, I have things to attend to. I need to hang up." "Wait." Tang Wanyin interjected hastily. "You must give me a definite answer today about when we can meet. If you don't arrange it soon, I will start watching you every day. You know I have plenty of free time, or I can hire a private investigator." Shen Muting sighed, fully aware of his mother's tenacity. She would indeed follow through on her word. Reluctantly, he replied, "Give me some time. After work, I'll ask her when she is available. All right?" "No, don't think I don't know you were stalling for time. You're my son. How could I not know your intentions?" Shen Muting did not respond immediately. Li Man had the day off. She had mentioned that she only had one day off. If nothing unexpected occurred, she should also be off next Tuesday. After a few moments of contemplation, Shen Muting said, "Next Tuesday." Upon receiving the specific date, Tang Wanyin beamed with satisfaction. "Great, it's settled then." Shen Muting, who did not have to work overtime today, left the office even before the official end of the workday. He took the exclusive elevator with Shen Luo to his private parking lot. Shen Luo drove him to Fuzhou Road, where he switched to a second-hand Volkswagen and then drove back to Cambridge Lawn himself. As he opened the door, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, filling the home with a sense of warmth and life. "You're back. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Li Man called from the kitchen, wearing a beige checkered apron, her long, dark hair tied back, cascading naturally down her back. The stove was sizzling, and with the range hood on, she had to raise her voice to be heard. "Okay," Shen Muting replied nonchalantly, glancing around, but did not see his grandmother. The door to Li Man's room was closed. He paused at the entrance for a second before heading to his own room. After changing out of his suit into casual home attire, he took a work call that lasted about 10 minutes before emerging. Dinner was ready, and Li Man beckoned him. "Come sit, it's time to eat." "All right," Shen Muting replied, then asked, "Where's your grandmother?" "Grandma is in my room. I'll go get her," Li Man said, her clear, shimmering eyes bright with warmth. "By the way, I have something I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Li Man continued, "I went out today to look for a place. I found 2 suitable options. One is in the complex across from us, over 50 square meters for $2,800 a month, and the other is a bit farther away, an affordable housing unit, over 80 square meters for only $1,500 a month. I want to rent the closer one, but I'll need to use your money for now. Don't worry, I won't waste your money. I'll consider a loan, and I'll write you an IOU. I won't be a sales assistant forever, and my income will surely increase, and I'll pay you back." "All right," Shen Muting interjected, observing her earnest explanation with a slight frown, discomfort simmering in his heart. "It's best to rent the one closer to us, making it easier for you and Grandma to look after each other. You don't need to worry about the rent. I won't fuss over such trivial amounts." However, Li Man felt uneasy about the arrangement. "No, I can't live in your place, spending your money, while also adding to your burden with Grandma. Though your salary is decent, it's hard-earned money, and you work long hours with irregular meals. Don't underestimate that $2,800 a month. It adds up to over $30,000 a year. It's not a small sum." Her pale skin and delicate frame exuded a fragility that instinctively stirred a man's protective instincts. Shen Muting was indifferent to the money. What troubled him was that he seemed to be investing more thought into her than he intended. Chapter 21. Discontent. This was a troubling sign. He could not allow himself to become too involved before confirming her character. Shen Muting's expression darkened. "Since you insist, we'll do as you say." "Thank you so much, Mr. Shen. Without you, I wouldn't have found Grandma so quickly, nor would I have such good living conditions," Li Man said with heartfelt gratitude, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. "Let us eat. I'll go fetch Grandma." Shen Muting regarded her skeptically. Having grown up in a Li family, she had surely seen a fair bit of life. So how could she consider these living conditions satisfactory? If she wasn't pretending, she must be remarkably easy to please. Shen Muting suspected it was more likely an act. Just days prior, he had explicitly told her not to go to the office, and yet she still did. Her intentions were clearly not pure. With that thought, Shen Muting averted his gaze, his expression darkening further, responding coldly with a grunt. Li Man was already accustomed to his frosty demeanor and thought little of it as she turned to summon her grandmother for dinner. When she helped her grandmother out, she noticed Shen Muting hadn't touched his chopsticks. Li Man glanced at him. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" "No. It's a matter of respect. The elders eat first, and the younger generation shouldn't begin until the elders do," Shen Muting explained. "Ah, I see." Li Man hurriedly allowed her grandmother to sit down, serving her a portion of vegetables, then turned to Shen Muting. "Mr. Shen, it's time to eat now. You've worked hard all day." His upbringing was evidently impeccable. A man capable of raising such a child must have exceptional parents. After dinner, Shen Muting took the initiative to wash the dishes and clean the kitchen, then grabbed the kitchen waste, preparing to take it downstairs. Just as Li Man finished mopping the floor, she noticed and hurried over. "Let me take out the trash. I was just about to take Grandma downstairs for a stroll to aid digestion." "All right," Shen Muting replied without further politeness. He stood tall, looking down at Li Man, and said, "After Grandma goes to bed, let us talk. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay." Although Li Man was curious about what he would say, she refrained from questioning him, recognizing that he was not one to speak much. Even if she asked, he might not respond and could find her bothersome. She would find out soon enough. With one hand holding the trash bag and the other supporting her grandmother, Li Man took the elevator down. The aging residential area was serene and tranquil, lined with tall camphor trees, offering a sweeping view of lush greenery, vibrant and full of life. Li Man adored such a community, brimming with the essence of daily living. Typically, Li Man and her grandmother would walk 3 laps around the complex. But knowing that Shen Muting had matters to discuss with her, she completed only 2 laps before returning home. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the man emerging from the bathroom. He was clad in black pajamas, his hair still damp, as he busily dried it with a towel. Shen Muting appeared taken aback by their early return, halting his actions before striding back to his room and shutting the door behind him. Li Man chuckled softly, muttering, "What is the rush? It's not like he undressed." Standing in his room, Shen Muting found his own reaction amusing, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. After nearly an hour, Li Man finally settled her grandmother. She left the bedside lamp on and quietly exited the bedroom. Shen Muting was absent from the living room. His bedroom door was slightly ajar. Li Man knocked, and a cool voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Though she initially intended to summon him outside, she was surprised by his invitation. On the first day of their cohabitation, he had explicitly stated not to disturb his belongings, as he preferred to manage his own space. Thus, she had never ventured into his room before, and she felt an involuntary wave of nervousness wash over her. Just as she hesitated, a deep voice urged her from inside. "What are you waiting for? Hurry in." His tone betrayed a hint of impatience. He was not a man known for his patience. With a deep breath, Li Man pushed the door open and stepped inside. She found him dressed in comfortable home attire, having changed from his earlier sleepwear, exuding an air of restraint. Judging by the atmosphere, it was clear they were not about to discuss the obligations of marital cohabitation. Feeling slightly more at ease, she began to survey his room. The decor was minimalist, featuring only essential furniture, more than what her own room contained, with the addition of a long desk and a bookshelf. The flooring mirrored hers, yet his room was dominated by a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray. It was visually appealing, but felt rather desolate. Much like him, cold and distant. "Close the door," Shen Muting said after a moment, before inquiring, "Is your grandmother asleep?" "Yes, she is asleep," Li Man quickly responded, shutting the door behind her, her wet almond-shaped eyes wide with caution. "Did you need something?" Shen Muting regarded her gentle and graceful visage, his throat tightening slightly as a flicker of intrigue passed through his gaze. Clearing his throat, he raised an eyebrow and countered, "What do you think I want?" Li Man pondered briefly before cautiously suggesting, "Is it about my visit to your company today?" Shen Muting had nearly forgotten about that, and since she brought it up, it warranted discussion. His gaze sharpened. "Was it merely a visit to see me?" "Not exactly. I baked some cookies and wanted to thank your boss in person. And I also brought you a box of lunch." "Merely?" Shen Muting seized upon her choice of words, his brow furrowing. "Don't worry. I didn't actually meet your boss. I was stopped by the bodyguards before I could get close." Noticing the slight crease on his forehead, Li Man hastily clarified, "I hope it didn't cause you any trouble." "It did not cause me any trouble," Shen Muting replied in a low tone. "But had you met Mr. Shen today, that would have genuinely posed a problem. Over the years, many women have sought to approach him, and he despises uninvited interruptions without an appointment. Do you think he carries so many bodyguards for no reason?" "I see." Li Man exhaled in relief, grateful that she hadn't encountered him today. "I almost jeopardized your job. I'm sorry for being so reckless." Just refrain from visiting the company in the future," Shen Muting concurred. "Understood. I want to go again." The display of Shen Muting's entourage earlier had truly startled her. Initially, she had considered pursuing him at Shui Tianyi, but upon reflection, it seemed an overestimation of her capabilities. Li Man snapped back to reality and inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll return to my room. It's getting late, and you should rest as well." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait," Shen Muting suddenly called, stopping her. Li Man's heart skipped a beat, anxiety creeping in. Is there something else? She had yet to secure her position at work, and with her grandmother's medical needs and housing issues, she feared he might bring up the obligations of marital intimacy at this moment. Shen Muting replied slowly, "My family wishes to meet you. Are you free next Tuesday? If convenient, I would like to introduce you to them." Relieved that he wasn't broaching the subject of marital intimacy, Li Man felt a weight lift off her chest. However, the thought of meeting his family sent her heart racing. While she had the day off, they were in a hasty marriage without any emotional foundation. What if their situation changed later? Would it be inappropriate to meet his family now? My mother has been urging me to marry for years, arranging various blind dates every time I have a day off. She doesn't believe I have a girlfriend unless she sees it for herself, he continued. Rest assured, I haven't mentioned the marriage certificate. I only told her we're dating. Oh, I see. With that, she had no reason to refuse. My father has passed away, and I have an older sister who is married. My mother and sister get along well, and they want to make things difficult for you. Shen Muting's gaze lingered on her, revealing her evident nervousness, and he chuckled lightly. Even an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws. What do you have to fear? Being as lovely as you are? Li Man found herself both amused and flattered. Thank you for the compliment. I understand. I'll make sure to keep that day clear. With no valid reason to decline, she steeled herself and agreed, though claiming she wasn't afraid would be disingenuous. Having a criminal record, she wondered if his family would hold it against her. Will we dine at your home or a restaurant? She asked. Shen Muting pondered for a moment. Dining out was an option, as he could arrange for a highly private upscale restaurant. But given his current pretense of being frugal, such a place was beyond what a mere driver could afford. Ordinary restaurants, while not necessarily lacking in hygiene, would not meet his standards, and he would risk being recognized. Considering this, Shen Muting suggested, how about we eat at home? I'll tell them you're my girlfriend. You'll be a guest that day. I'll handle the cooking, and you just need to chat with them. Li Man was taken aback by his thoughtfulness, her eyes lighting up. By then, his grandmother would have moved out, and his family's visit wouldn't be disruptive. Dining at home sounded delightful, and she was curious to see his culinary skills. After all, he had struggled with even washing dishes before. Could he really cook? What's wrong? Shen Muting noticed her reaction and asked, do you find anything amiss? Feel free to share any thoughts or opinions. We can go to a restaurant if you prefer. It's nothing. I have no objections. Thank you for considering me so much, Li Man sincerely replied. It's the least I can do. We are equals, and I don't want you to feel the need to please me or my family. I'm marrying a wife, not hiring a maid. Just be your usual self. There's no need to cater to anyone. His voice was soothing, yet carried an undercurrent of authority. Okay, I understand. Li Man felt warmth spread through her. Besides her grandmother, no one had ever considered her in such a manner. Li Man wanted to inquire about his mother's occupation, her interests, and expectations for her future daughter-in-law, so she could prepare a gift. Meeting his family for the first time without a present seemed inappropriate, even if his background was affluent. She wanted to show her sincerity and basic etiquette. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Shen Muting interjected, it's getting late. I need to rest now. You should get some sleep as well. With those words, Li Man swallowed her questions. Well, there was still a week. She could ask later. All right, good night, she said, turning to leave. Seeing her not linger for excuses in his room, Shen Muting felt a sense of satisfaction as he smirked slightly. After washing up and drying her hair, Li Man didn't immediately return to her room to sleep. Even if she did, sleep would elude her. Before becoming engaged to Shen Rue, Li Man had met his parents. Although it was not her first encounter with a partner's family, she felt even more anxious this time, perhaps due to her past. Li Man took out her phone to search for guidance on the matter. She typed in queries, such as what to pay attention to when meeting your partner's parents for the first time, and what gifts should one bring. After over half an hour of searching, she meticulously reviewed the results, eager not to overlook any vital information. Fruits were a preferred choice, and she planned to ask his mother and sister the next day if they had any favorite fruits. Skincare products and accessories also seemed like good options. As Shen Muting emerged from his room, he noticed the living room lights were on, and he saw Li Man engrossed in her phone on the sofa, completely unaware of his presence. What are you looking at? He asked, passing by her. Li Man was so absorbed that she didn't notice him. Shen Muting, intrigued, glanced at her screen and caught sight of the prominent red search keywords. A smirk crept onto his lips as he said, Madam Shen, you needn't be so nervous. I shall prepare the gifts myself. Startled, Li Man dropped her phone on the sofa. Wide-eyed, she glared at Shen Muting and exclaimed, it's the middle of the night. You appeared without making a sound and nearly scared me to death. I did speak, but you were too focused to hear, he replied. Li Man felt a flush of embarrassment creeping on her cheeks as she quickly averted her gaze, reaching for her phone to mask her awkwardness. It's getting late. I should turn in, she said. Wait, Shen Muting called out. Did you hear what I just said? What did you say? Li Man hadn't caught his words. Shen Muting, suppressing a smile, emphasized, I said, Madam Shen, there's no need to worry. I will take care of the gifts. Understood. Good night. she responded, hastily slipping on her slippers and retreating to her room with remarkable speed. Shen Muting observed her hurried exit with a slight smile. On Wednesday, the store was not busy, allowing Li Man to focus on coordinating outfits. The ensemble she had previously styled had sold quite well. While she was busy, Guan Ningning approached her, lowering her voice to inquire, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Why do you ask?" Li Man looked at her quizzically and replied honestly, "I'm already married. What is it to you?" Her resume also indicated her marital status. Chapter 23. Moving Guan Ningning's face flushed with embarrassment as she confessed, "I have started dating someone, and I will be meeting his parents soon. I'm quite nervous, fearing I won't make a good impression. I don't have many friends, so I thought I'd ask you." Guan Ningning was typically straightforward and genuine, yet Li Man was taken aback that she would confide in her about such matters, considering their lack of familiarity. While she had spent the previous night in turmoil over her own impending family meeting, she was now reluctant to relax, her mind racing with thoughts about what to keep in mind when meeting her boyfriend's parents. Guan Ningning blinked her large eyes, looking earnestly at Li Man. "You are married and have experience. Please share what one should be mindful of when meeting the parents for the first time. How to make a favorable impression without being overly ingratiating." Li Man, too, was inexperienced in this regard. During her courtship with Shen Rue, his father had taken a liking to her, and although his parents were not entirely pleased, they did not make it difficult for her. In truth, next Tuesday would be her first genuine encounter with her future in-laws. Li Man shared what she had gleaned from her online research in her own words. Guan Ningning laughed. "What you said is quite similar to what I found online." Li Man smiled awkwardly, perhaps it's common knowledge. "Yes," Guan Ningning continued. "I've heard that the mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationship is notoriously challenging, a timeless dilemma. By the way, how are your in-laws?" "They are quite pleasant," Li Man replied, though she had yet to meet her future mother-in-law. "I envy you." Guan Ningning sighed. "You're different from me. You are so beautiful with great poise and a local background, unlike me, who falls short in every aspect, not being from Jiangzhou and hailing from a rural household. My parents still farm back home, and we lack social security. I also have a younger brother who depends on me. In today's society, marrying feels so pragmatic. With my circumstances, finding a partner is incredibly difficult." Zhang Tao mentioned my cooking skills and suggested I showcase them when his parents visit. Zhang Tao was Guan Ningning's boyfriend, working in real estate sales. "Did you propose cooking?" Li Man asked, maintaining a neutral tone. It was Zhang Tao's suggestion. He said, "What parent wouldn't appreciate a daughter-in-law who can manage both the living room and the kitchen? Being diligent and capable is always a plus." While that may be true, Li Man thought it felt inappropriate for a first meeting to place such expectations on a girlfriend. However, she added, "This is your personal matter, and I don't want to impose my views. But I believe that regardless of circumstances, we should never undervalue ourselves. If we don't respect ourselves, how can we expect others to do so? It's important to make a good impression, but remember, you are a guest and should not feel obliged to do too much. Helping out a little or cooking a dish or two should suffice." Li Man felt fortunate that her husband, although a whirlwind marriage, had been considerate in these aspects. She thought that Guan Ningning's boyfriend was misguided. Asking her to cook on their first meeting was either a lack of understanding of etiquette or a sign of disrespect. "Of course, this is merely my personal opinion for your consideration," she added. "I understand. Thank you for sharing so much with me," Guan Ningning said sincerely. Then, shifting the topic, she curiously asked, "What does your husband do? If you prefer not to disclose, it's fine. I'm just curious what kind of man could marry someone as stunning as you." Li Man chuckled softly. "I'm not as remarkable as you say. My husband is just an ordinary person. He drives for a living, leading a simple life." Guan Ningning was taken aback to learn that she had married a driver. After a moment of surprise, she quickly replied, "Drivers can earn a decent wage. With your capabilities, I'm sure you'll manage well." "Yes," Li Man replied lightly, redirecting the conversation. "Let us focus on work. Your outfits are beautiful. I want to learn from you," Guan Ningning said. Li Man responded modestly, "We can learn from each other." Recently, Shen Muting had been busy with work and informed Li Man that he was on a business trip, having been away for several days. She wanted to inquire about his mother and sister's preferences, but had no opportunity and didn't dare to message him, fearing it would disrupt his work. She and her grandmother had been eating less lately and hadn't put much effort into cooking. The rental contract for the house they secured was signed, and the deposit along with 3 months' rent had been transferred to the landlord the previous day. Li Man, who worked late hours, first cleaned the house, and added some necessities before going to her job. Upon returning to the Cambridge Bay, she quickly prepared 2 bowls of noodles and a stir-fried dish. Having dinner with her grandmother before swiftly tidying up the table and placing the dishes in the sink without washing them. "Grandma, let us go. The house is ready and clean. We can move in tonight. Is the wedding about to begin?" Luo glanced at Li Man, and a flicker of light appeared in her dazed eyes. It wasn't a wedding. It was the completion of their new home, and they were moving in today. Li Man spoke, but her grandmother was lost in her own joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. Hurry to the hotel. Today is your grand day, and you mustn't be late." Li Man looked at her grandmother and smiled wryly. They often say that recovery from illness is like pulling threads. Her grandmother's ailment had not arisen overnight, and healing would require ample time. The days ahead were long, and she possessed both the patience and confidence needed. Her grandmother had few belongings, just a few sets of clothes and some toiletries. Lanxiang New Village was conveniently located just across an intersection from Cambridge Bay, making it easy to walk there. Originally a housing complex for the families of employees from the state-run Lanxiang factory in the 1980s, it had since fallen into disrepair, thus offering relatively affordable rent compared to other nearby complexes. The apartment Li Man rented was on the ground floor and even featured a small yard. After settling her grandmother in, she realized it was getting late. With Shen Muting still away on a business trip, Li Man decided to stay the night with her grandmother, who needed someone to look after her in this new environment. As she drifted off to sleep, Shen Muting had just concluded a multinational video conference. Due to the time difference and his role as a driver, it was inconvenient for him to handle work matters from Cambridge Bay, which was why he had to return home in several days. After work, he had been staying at the Shishan Villa. Buyuan and HGT Group had finally reached a cooperation agreement, aiming to merge land with finance in M country and embark on a new investment model. It was conservatively estimated that Buyuan could earn hundreds of billions in profit over the next 2 years. Once he finished his work, Shen Muting stood up from his wheelchair. Shen Luo immediately followed, asking, "Master Ji, shall we head to Cambridge Bay or return to Shishan Villa?" Chapter 24. Contrast at Cambridge Bay, Shen Muting settled into the car, leaning back against the seat with his eyes closed. He rubbed his brow thoughtfully. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, "What has she been busy with lately?" He hadn't returned home for several days, and that woman had never reached out to him. She truly had remarkable composure. Shen Luo promptly replied, "The young mistress has been going to and from work as usual. She signed a rental agreement yesterday." Shen Muting did not respond further, and the car soon arrived at Fuzhou Road. As usual, he exited the Rolls-Royce and entered a second-hand Volkswagen parked by the roadside. The contrast was striking. A young couple passing by with a golden retriever openly discussed the scene. From a Rolls-Royce to a Volkswagen, is he renting a luxury car to impress a girl? Shen Luo cautiously stole a glance at his boss. Through the lowered window, he observed Shen Muting's expression remained unchanged, his profile devoid of emotion. As he adeptly started the engine and accelerated away, as if performing the most natural of actions. With his status, Master Ji exuded an inherent elegance and confidence, requiring no luxury vehicle to assert his worth. Those who truly achieve great things are indifferent to idle gossip. In Shen Muting's hands, that second-hand Volkswagen radiated the aura of a Maserati. Upon returning to Cambridge Bay, Shen Muting stepped inside, only to be taken aback. The room had transformed. 2 yellow cushions adorned the gray sofa. The white dining table was covered with a red and white checker tablecloth, and a glass vase held an unkempt bouquet of unknown flowers, casually inserted without any meticulous arrangement, yet appearing far more fashionable than rigidly structured arrangements. Furthermore, several potted plants had appeared beside the TV cabinet and on the balcony. Was this truly his home? Had it not been for the familiar thermos on the coffee table and the slippers on the shoe rack, he might have doubted he had entered the right door. Though the style was not to his liking, he could not deny that the new decor imbued the space with a sense of life. Shen Muting assumed Li Man was already asleep. Fearing he might disturb her and his grandmother, he quietly retrieved his sleepwear from his room, showered, and then headed to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of water. Upon noticing the unwashed dishes in the sink, his good mood instantly evaporated, and his face darkened. Hadn't this woman always been diligent? Now that he was away, her true colors had finally shown. How foolish of him to have thought she had improved. Shen Muting, who had a penchant for cleanliness and a meticulous nature, was displeased and knocked on Li Man's door. However, there was no response. He knocked again, but still nothing. Frowning, he turned the doorknob, only to find it unlocked. With suspicion, he pushed the door open, only to discover the room completely empty. The bed was neatly made, the quilt folded into perfect squares. Who still folded their quilts like that? Did she think she was in military training? A sardonic smile crept onto Shen Muting's lips as he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message to Li Man. His WeChat name was simply Shen. "Shen, where are you?" No response came, and when he tried sending a voice message, it went unanswered. What on earth was she up to? Though anger bubbled within him, a deeper concern for her safety quickly took precedence. He promptly reached out to Shen Luo. Upon hearing the distinctive ringtone, Shen Luo answered immediately. "Master Ji? Find out where the young mistress is right now." "Yes." Shen Luo hesitated momentarily. What had happened? Could it be that the young mistress had run away from home? He swiftly gathered information. "Master Ji, Grandma Lu moved to the rented house today. It seems the young mistress is worried that her grandmother might not adapt well, and, thinking you wouldn't return today, decided to stay over at the rental." Shen Muting felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he replied tersely, "Understood." After hanging up, he darkly cleaned up the kitchen before finally returning to his room with his cup of water. The following day, Li Man woke naturally at dawn. The first thing she did was to grab her phone from the bedside table and check her social media. Upon unlocking her phone, she noticed a message from Mr. Shen and several missed voice calls, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly sat up and replied to Shen Muting. Man knows my heart. Did you return home last night?" Man knows my heart. I'm sorry. I thought you wouldn't be back. So I forgot to inform you that I stayed with my grandmother for the night. Man knows my heart. Will you be home tonight? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Tomorrow was Tuesday, the day she would meet his mother and sister, her future mother-in-law and sister-in-law, and she had many questions to ask him. Shen Muting did not reply, and Li Man hesitated to initiate a voice call, fearing it might interrupt his work. She chose not to wait around for a response and instead prepared breakfast for her grandmother, ensuring she took her medication before returning to their home. As usual, Shen Muting had already left for work. Slipping into her slippers, Li Man recalled the dishes from last night still needed washing, so she headed straight to the kitchen. Upon entering, she found the sink completely clean, the dishes washed and spotless. How unfortunate that on a rare occasion she had tea cleaned up in time, and he had seen it. What terrible luck she had. Her husband was fastidious, disciplined, and had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Li Man could vividly imagine how he must have looked when he discovered the unwashed dishes, prompting him to send her messages and make voice calls in the middle of the night. Yet, it was somewhat amusing that her negligence could provoke such a reaction from him. Although he excelled in many aspects, he often wore a stern expression and was taciturn, giving off a cold demeanor that kept people at bay. It was intriguing to think of the stark contrast in his behavior when angry. Li Man couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. With time still on her side, she prepared rice and stir-fried a dish, packing it into a lunchbox. Once she deemed it the right moment, she rode a shared bicycle to the store. Guan Ning had already arrived, engrossed in a conversation on her phone, her demeanor visibly excited. Not one to indulge in gossip, Li Man set her bag down and got to work. While organizing clothes, Guan Ning approached her. "Li Man, there is an opening ceremony at Jiangzhou City today. Let us go take a look. I heard Shen Muting will be there." "Shen Muting?" Li Man paused. Her movements momentarily halted. Guan Ning, seeing her interest, continued. "Besides him, there are several affluent young masters from Jiangzhou who have a close relationship with Shen Muting. Each of them is dashing and elegant. It will be a rare opportunity. Let us go take a look later." "Never mind, you go ahead. I want to join." Li Man replied. "If I were still single, I wouldn't miss this chance. But now that I'm married, I just want to live my life well. I need to establish my own footing before I can contend with Ning Shilon. Come on, just accompany me to broaden your horizons." Guan Ning pleaded, tugging at her arm. Li Man, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll go with you. But if you keep pulling, my arm might just fall off." "Hee, I knew you'd be the best." Guan Ning had already formulated a plan, saying, "Since everyone is at work today, the store won't be short-staffed. And I can make an excuse to step out to the restroom and just take a quick peek." "Fine, just a quick look," Li Man smiled, observing Guan Ning's eager expression, unable to bring herself to dampen her excitement. She had witnessed the grand spectacle surrounding Shen Muting when he was out, with layers of bodyguards protecting him, rendering even the back of his head invisible. Individuals like Shen Muting were from a different realm altogether. Even if they did catch a glimpse, what would it matter? He would still walk his own path while they traversed theirs. Since her failed attempt to cling to Shen Muting's coattails and obtaining a marriage certificate, Li Man had tucked away her unrealistic aspirations. Around 11 o'clock, Guan Ningning leaned closer to Li Man and winked. Li Man shook her head in amusement, setting down the clothes in her hands to address the store manager. Manager, I'm heading to the restroom. Sure, go ahead, the manager replied readily, trusting Li Man's diligent work ethic. A moment later, Guan Ningning pulled out a sanitary pad from her bag, saying, Manager, I'll also go to the restroom. All right, I understand. The manager assumed that Guan Ningning was dealing with her monthly cycle and said nothing further. As they slipped out of the store, Guan Ningning quickly spotted Li Man. Although they both donned professional attire, Li Man's figure and demeanor made her stand out as a striking beauty in the crowd, impossible to overlook. Let us go. Li Man expressed her concern. Do you think it's appropriate for us both to be out? Nothing to worry about, Guan Ningning insisted, pulling her toward the nearby Jiangzhou City. Jiangzhou City is Jiangzhou's largest and most opulent indoor shopping center, housing countless premier brands like Hermes, Cartier, and LV, all boasting flagship stores. This area is a haven for the affluent. As Guan Ningning led her inside, she excitedly exclaimed, I've heard many first-tier celebrities are attending. I wonder if we could get an autograph. It'd be even better if we could take a photo. Li Man quickly interrupted her daydream. We agreed to just take a quick look. We can't spend too much time out. Where's the event being held? This place is enormous. Jiangzhou City spans 6 floors and is divided into 3 sections, A, B, and C. Let us hurry to Section A, the atrium on the first floor. We need to move quickly. It'll take a while to get there. We should return to work promptly to avoid any trouble with the manager. As they spoke, Li Man quickened her pace. All right, I understand. Upon reaching Section A, they could see the crowd bustling from afar. Over there. Let us go. Guan Ningning pointed in the direction and dragged Li Man along. However, upon reaching the throng, they found themselves surrounded by towering bodyguards, blocking their view. There are too many people. We can't see anything. Maybe we should head back, Li Man suggested, feeling disheartened. This opportunity is too rare to miss. We've come all this way. It would be a pity not to look, Guan Ningning argued, glancing upward at the throngs on the upper floors, where fans were holding support signs. Let's go upstairs. We'll have a better view. Without waiting for Li Man's response, Guan Ningning pulled her to the second floor. Although the second and third floors were crowded, they finally squeezed into a spot by the railing on the third floor. Yet, their vantage point was poor, and the distance made it hard to see clearly. Just as they steadied themselves, the chattering crowd below quieted. The host announced, now, let us welcome Mr. Shen Muting, president of Bullied Group. He is coming. Li Man, look quick, Guan Ningning exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I see him, Li Man replied, focusing on the first floor. With bodyguards clearing a path, Shen Muting was seated in a wheelchair, followed closely by a cadre of elite executives, all impeccably dressed. Due to the angle, they could only catch a glimpse of his back, and his profile remained elusive. Yet, even seated in a wheelchair, his noble aura and commanding presence were undiminished, exuding an oppressive charisma that Li Man could feel even from the third floor. Unbelievable. His aura is truly extraordinary. Li Man murmured in disbelief. The host then introduced several individuals, and 3 young men took to the stage, each tall and elegant in black suits, embodying grace and prestige. They were likely the affluent young masters Guan Ningning had mentioned, friends of Shen Muting. After a few more company executives were introduced, the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. The symbolic scissors snipped through the red ribbon, and within 10 minutes, Shen Muting departed. Next were the performances. As a male celebrity took the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Guan Ningning joined in the excitement, cheering enthusiastically. If it weren't for her work attire, Li Man would almost suspect she was there for a concert. We should leave. We've already been out too long. Li Man tugged at Guan Ningning's arm. Reluctantly, Guan Ningning followed Li Man outside, bubbling with excitement as she remarked, Wow, that spectacle was exactly like something out of a CEO novel. They must have been born with a silver spoon, wealthy, powerful, handsome, and capable. You might not know this, but Shen Muting has millions of followers on Weibo. However, the unfortunate part is that he is ailing and has been in a wheelchair for years. They say he won't live past 30. Otherwise, he'd be even more popular. How can you say he is handsome from so far away? Have you seen his photos? He might be ugly in reality. Li Man retorted. Impossible. His friends are all rich and handsome, like a tracks like. He must be a great-looking guy, too. It's just that he prefers to keep a low profile, which makes him seem mysterious. Li Man replied, his participation in such commercial events is meant for promotional purposes. With media reporters and onlookers around, he'd have to know that photos would inevitably circulate. He must be hiding his appearance because he is unattractive. The contrast with the image people have of him is likely too stark. Between being ugly and maintaining an air of mystery, he chooses to remain enigmatic. Guan Ningning nodded. You make a valid point. But doesn't he matter if he is ugly? Being wealthy and powerful is what counts. Just looking at the grand display we saw earlier was enlightening. All his friends are tall and handsome, perfect models for suits. Guan Ningning glanced at Li Man, but the words she wanted to say remained unspoken. Li Man, noticing her hesitation, asked, what is on your mind? Chapter 26. A Chance Encounter Nothing. Guan Ningning quickly shook her head, linking her arm with Li Man's. Let's hurry back to the store. With Jiangzhou City being so lively today, our store's foot traffic should increase. I hope we can sell more merchandise. Li Man nodded in agreement. Since Guan Ningning didn't elaborate, she chose not to pry further, as she wasn't one to indulge in gossip or idle chatter. The two exited Jiangzhou City. Shen Muting had returned to the Shen family only after the passing of old Master Shen, and by then, Li Man had already encountered her own troubles. She likely had never met Shen Muting. Guan Ningning possesses a carefree demeanor, yet she is far from foolish, fully aware that certain matters are best left unspoken. Previously, Li Man had been deeply troubled by her criminal record, fearing the potential loss of her job, which underscores the significant impact that incident had on her. Fortunately, she managed to restrain her tongue just now. Otherwise, it would have been akin to rubbing salt in Li Man's wounds. At the entrance of Jiangzhou City, a row of luxury vehicles awaited. Guan Ningning paused momentarily. Li Man halted as well, looking at her with confusion. What are you staring at? Let us hurry. We've been out for quite a while. Look at that car, the sequential numbered Rolls Royce. It's said to be Shen Muting's personal vehicle. Guan Ningning raised her hand to indicate its direction. Li Man cast a fleeting glance and remarked, is that so? Being wealthy is truly enviable. Indeed, he is not merely wealthy, but possesses a fortune that could rival nations. Alas, it is rumored that he won't live past 30, and despite his feeble health, he works relentlessly. I wonder who will inherit such a legacy. Li Man chuckled softly. Well, it ultimately has no bearing on us. True, Guan Ningning mused. If only a mere fraction of his fortune could trickle down to someone like me, the corporate drone. Li Man smiled, but did not respond, instead urging Guan Ningning to quicken their pace. They had been out for too long, and she worried whether the store manager would reprimand them. After their departure, Shen Muting emerged from Jiangzhou City, surrounded by bodyguards following the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The wheelchair, initially heading toward the vehicle, abruptly halted. Shen Muting redirected his gaze to a familiar slender figure, his brows furrowing. Liman, isn't she supposed to be at work? What brings her here? Shen Luo and the bodyguards also stopped, respectfully awaiting his command. Shen Luo followed his line of sight, but perceived nothing amiss, tentatively inquiring, Ninth Master, is there an issue here? As Li Man's figure disappeared around the corner, Shen Muting withdrew his gaze and replied tersely, no, let us proceed. Perhaps he was overthinking. The entourage quickly fell in his step behind him, escorting him to the parked Rolls Royce. The sleek black vehicle glided smoothly along the thoroughfare. Shen Muting retrieved his phone. He was to meet his future daughter-in-law the next day. At that moment, Tang Wanin was indulging in a spa day with Shen Muyin when her phone rang. Upon seeing it was her son, she answered with a smile, Muting, what brings you to call at this hour? Are you reminding me about meeting your girlfriend tomorrow? Rest assured, I am well prepared to present myself in the best light. You need only bring your girlfriend home. Shen Muting replied, I am not busy today. I'll have dinner at the old residence. All right, I'll wait for you at home this afternoon. I have something to ask you as well. Tang Wanin did not elaborate further over the phone. She had long wished to inquire about the girlfriend's basic details, such as her dietary preferences or restrictions, to ensure she was adequately prepared for the visit. His return home in the afternoon was fortuitous. Discussing it over the phone was insufficient, as face-to-face communication was far more effective for gathering information. Shen Muting added, please ask my sister to come over as well. It has been ages since our family dined together. After hanging up, Shen Muting instructed Shen Luo, cancel any appointments after 5 p.m. that can be postponed, and do the same for tomorrow as scheduled. Understood, Ninth Master. Shen Muting then took out his phone and noticed a WeChat message from Li Man. He had two accounts, a work account managed by Shen Luo and a personal account that he rarely used, primarily for communication with his mother and sister via phone calls. He replied to Li Man, "Okay, see you tonight." Li Man's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw it was a message from Shen Muting. She promptly responded with an affirmative and sent a cute emoticon. Shen Muting glanced at his phone, subtly curving his lips upward before sending another message to Li Man. "Dinner will not be at home, so there is no need to wait for me." Li Man quickly replied, "All right, then I'll go directly to Grandma's after work and have dinner with her before heading home." "Okay." Shen Muting responded with a single word and put away his phone. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle arrived at the Shen family's old residence. This was not the same old house where Shen Muting had lived. Rather, it was a property that Shen Muting purchased for his mother after becoming the head of the family. The three-story, standalone villa, located in the heart of the city, backed onto Dongpa Park and was surrounded by 3 top-tier hospitals, making it an ideal location with excellent educational facilities and convenient transportation. Tang Wanyin had informed the housekeeper about Shen Muting's return for dinner, so upon hearing the commotion outside, the housekeeper hurried to open the door, beaming at the man who had been away for so long. "Young master, you've returned." Seated in his wheelchair, Shen Muting disembarked and politely nodded, "Zhang Ma. Madam and Miss are inside. It's warm out here. Please come in." Shen Muting acknowledged and maneuvered his wheelchair into the villa. Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Shen Muting, they immediately rose. Tang Wanyin said, "Dinner is ready. Let us go to the dining room, and we can chat while eating." "All right," Shen Muting replied calmly, accompanying them to the dining room. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, ample for the 3 of them. As they settled down, Tang Wanyin looked at Shen Muting and asked Muting, "You promised to bring your girlfriend to meet me tomorrow. You want tea back out, will you?" "No, that's good." Tang Wanyin's heart, previously tense, relaxed, and she smiled brightly at Shen Muting. "Let us eat. I had the kitchen prepare your favorites." Afterward, Tang Wanyin turned to the housekeeper. "You all may leave now. Please come back to clean up after we finish eating. Close the door. No one is allowed in without my permission." "Yes." The housekeeper led the servants away, leaving the expansive living room to just the 3 of them. Tang Wanyin intended to wait until after their meal to discuss his girlfriend, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't resist asking, "When are you going to get rid of that broken wheelchair? Does your girlfriend not mind you being in a wheelchair?" Shen Muting pressed his lips together tightly before responding. "She doesn't know I am Shen Muting. She thinks I am merely Shen Muting's driver." "What did you say?" Tang Wanyin looked at her son, somewhat bewildered. "What are you doing? Pretending to be sick wasn't enough. Now you're pretending to be poor and a driver? Do you have some peculiar inclination, like a penchant for role-playing or cosplay?" Before Shen Muting could reply, Tang Wanyin expressed her concern. "Muting, this isn't right. You're deceiving her. If she genuinely likes you for who you are and learns the truth one day, she may feel that you are insincere, testing her rather than truly loving her. It could break her heart. Tell me the truth. Is there something you're not saying? Did the accident 3 years ago leave you with issues?" Shen Muting's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" His mind drifted back to that night with Li Man. He was perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with you. But if there is, don't shoulder it alone. I won't pressure you. I can help find the best doctors for treatment. The current medical technology. Mom, Shen Muting interrupted, realizing that his mother's words were spiraling out of control. "I know my own body well. I am perfectly healthy." Tang Wanyin smiled knowingly and asked, "What you say doesn't matter. It's your girlfriend's opinion that counts." Shen Muting's expression turned serious, a rare blush creeping onto his stern features. "Mom understands. Tang Wanyin be met." Her smile nearly reaching her ears as she picked up her chopsticks. Let's say it. The food will get cold." Shen Muting, with his meticulous demeanor and adhering to the principle of silence during meals, did not speak until he had finished eating and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He then remarked, "Aside from dining with the family today, I wish to discuss my girlfriend's visit tomorrow." "Coincidentally, I have inquiries of my own," Tang Wanyin interjected. "As you may have noticed, I had the servants thoroughly clean and organize the house these past few days, but I still need to ask what your girlfriend enjoys eating, her favorite fruits, and if she has any dietary restrictions." Shen Muting replied, "There is no need for such trouble. She will not be visiting the house tomorrow." "It is no trouble at all," Tang Wanyin quickly countered. "She will come to familiarize herself with the place. Rest assured, I will ensure the kitchen prepares a meal that will rival any 5-star establishment." It is not a matter of the meal. I am currently pretending to be impoverished, and her presence here would reveal the truth, Shen Muting explained. Oh, I had forgotten that. Tang Wanyin retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. Why are you feigning poverty? Are you preparing to hone your acting skills for a career in the entertainment industry? No, Shen Muting stated emphatically. Please do not interfere. I have my reasons for this. Tang Wanyin rolled her eyes. Regardless of your reasons, this approach is rather unwise. Even if she is interested in your wealth, you're not lacking in funds. Finding someone to help you spend would be quite beneficial. At this moment, Shen Muting's sister, Shen Muyin, who had remained silent, spoke up. Mother, let's first hear what Muting has planned for tomorrow before we continue. Both mother and daughter turned their attention to Shen Muting. He explained, I will tell her that I am Shen Muting's driver, earning over $30,000 a month. I have purchased a 2-bedroom apartment in Cambridge Bay, financed by loan, and I drive a Volkswagen Bora, a modest vehicle. When the time comes, you can visit Cambridge Bay, I will cook, and you can meet her and chat. Mother, you should say you live in the countryside, tending to vegetables and flowers while my sister is married, and her husband is a small leader in a company, all to fit the identity of my driver. Tang Wanyi nodded in understanding. I see. You want us to assist in your charade of poverty. It is quite amusing when you put it that way. Shen Muting added, actually, you both know her. Tang Wanyin's eyes lit up. We know her. Which esteemed family's daughter is it? Could she be one of the matchmakers you were introduced to? No, she is the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Man. Shen Muting clarified. 3 years ago, she nearly married Shen Rue, but later was imprisoned on charges of killing her father. Today, he had come not only to inform his mother about his pretense of poverty, but also to prepare them for meeting the woman with whom he was involved, ensuring they would not react excessively or create any unpleasantness. Liman, how could it be her? Both Tang Wanyin and Shen Muyin exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity, questioning their own hearing. Recovering, Tang Wanyin asked, how could you be with her? Although she and Shen Rue did not marry, their relationship was known to all, especially with the wedding being common knowledge. After her imprisonment for the alleged murder of your father, the rumors surrounding her were rampant. She has only just been released. How could you be involved with her? While Tang Wanyin believed Li Man to be innocent, others did not care for the truth. Shen Muting refrained from disclosing the circumstances under which he and Li Man became involved and simply stated, it was a case of mistaken circumstances. I have given this matter considerable thought before introducing her to you. As for the true culprit behind my father's death, there is someone else responsible. And when the time is right, I will clear her name. Thus, you feign poverty to conceal your identity as Shen Muting, the uncle of Shen Rue. Tang Wanyin zilit. Shen Muyin looked at Tang Wanyin. Mother, is that the crux of the matter? How can it not be? This explains why Muting is hiding his identity and pretending to be impoverished. His brother's scheming indicates his seriousness, Tang Wanyin concluded, then turned to Shen Muting. In that case, I respect your choice. I am not an old-fashioned parent. As long as you are happy and she is sincere with you, I will not oppose your relationship. Thank you. Mother, Shen Muting replied, glancing at his sister Shen Muyin. Sister, do you not have a stance to share? Shen Muyin sighed. All right, mother's opinion is my own. Like her, my only wish is for you to find a caring partner and be happy. Shen Muting smiled appreciatively. Thank you, sister. In the company of his mother and sister, Shen Muting felt a rare sense of relaxation, no longer the cold figure he usually presented. However, Shen Muyin still harbored concerns. Muting, are you certain she is unaware of your true identity? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Sister, what are you implying? Nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking, she replied, shaking her head and refraining from elaborating. Some truths are better left unspoken. After all, it is said to encourage harmony rather than division. If they truly loved each other, her words would only serve to stir trouble. Thus, she chose to be subtle. Her brother managed a publicly traded company with thousands of employees. Surely he would not be easily deceived by a woman. After the meal, her husband, Lu Qingzhang, called, prompting Shen Muyin to leave. Shen Muting, knowing that Li Man worked late, stayed with Tang Wanyin to watch television for a while before departing around 9. On the way back to Cambridge Bay, Shen Muting leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the flickering neon lights, and suddenly asked Shen LV, how do couples typically interact? And how can one assess the quality of their relationship? This was his first foray into romance. He had believed he would remain single for life until Li Man unexpectedly entered his world. Shen LV, who had never dated, felt a mix of emotions but maintained a composed exterior as he responded, dating, dining, watching movies, and if time permits, short trips for hiking or camping. Camping has become quite popular. For holidays, thoughtful gifts are essential, and one can also surprise their partner with flowers or other tokens regularly. As for the quality of the relationship, the level of intimacy is a telling sign. After Shen LV finished, he glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. Shen Muting remained silent. He and Li Man were not intimate. In fact, they were rather distant. This would surely be apparent to his mother and sister. The sleek black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the road, soon arriving at Fuzhou Road. Shen Muting alighted, switched to his Volkswagen Bora, and drove back to Cambridge Bay. Li Man had not yet returned. The house was immaculately tidy, adorned with fresh flowers and greenery, exuding warmth. Shen Muting changed into casual home attire and headed to the bathroom. After work, Li Man first visited her grandmother, who was in better spirits, as the medication seemed effective. Returning home alone, she opted to cook for her grandmother and share a meal with her. After ensuring her grandmother had taken her medication and was settled for the night, she finally left. Upon reaching Cambridge Bay, she noticed the living room lights were on and the master bedroom door was ajar. A man was on the phone, seemingly discussing work-related matters, mentioning schedules for the following days. Hearing the commotion outside, Shen Muting ended the call and stepped out of the bedroom. Dressed casually, with tousled hair and a fresh appearance, he seemed less imposing than when clad in a suit. He asked in a low voice, "You mentioned you had something to ask me. What is it?" Holding a cup of tea, Shen Muting walked over to the sofa and seated himself. After changing into slippers, Li Man sat across from him. "I need to meet your mother and sister tomorrow, but I have yet to inquire about their professions, personalities, preferences, and what qualities your mother desires in a future daughter-in-law." Shen Muting observed her earnest demeanor and asked, "Are you nervous?" "Of course. How could I not be?" she replied. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dilemma has persisted through the ages, and maintaining a harmonious relationship with the sister-in-law is equally challenging. Li Man expressed her concern. "I have a criminal record. I fear they may not accept me." She reassured him, "My mother and sister are not as daunting as you imagine. My mother cultivates the land in the countryside, tending to flowers and feeding fish, while my sister, a housewife married for nearly 3 years, has yet to bear children. They harbor no expectations of you. As long as I am happy, and you are sincerely committed to our life together, that suffices. Regarding my past, I have already disclosed it to them, and they will not hold it against you." The old house's front yard was adorned with grass and flowers, while the backyard boasted an array of fruits and vegetables, along with a pond of koi that his mother lovingly tended, which essentially amounted to cultivating the earth and nurturing blooms. His sister, having wed into the affluent Liu family, embraced the life of a full-time socialite. Despite Shen Muting's reassurances, Li Man remained anxious. After all, few could accept a woman with a criminal record as their son's wife. Shen Muting added, "Your past was extensive, and I can only seek an opportunity to discuss this with President Shen later to see if he will thoroughly investigate the matter, both as a form of closure for the late Shen Dong and to eliminate those benefactors, thereby restoring your name. Thank you. I truly appreciate all that you have done for me." Li Man expressed her gratitude. "I am at peace with my conscience. If your family holds prejudice against me, I can understand. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my responsibilities." As night fell, she inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to say? If not, you should rest early. I have something very important to discuss with you," he replied. "What is it?" Li Man looked up, her gaze earnest as she regarded Shen Muting. "We are a couple, and tomorrow I need us to appear more affectionate, so my mother and sister will believe I truly have a girlfriend. Although my ID reads Shen Luo, I once went by Shen Muting. When the time comes, refer to me as Muting." Shen Muting observed her reaction closely as he spoke. Li Man was taken aback. "Shen Muting? Yes, what a coincidence. I share a name with our boss. I changed it to avoid any work-related complications." He explained his rationale sound. Given that Shen Muting was a frail figure confined to a wheelchair, Li Man refrained from probing further, simply nodding in agreement. Seeing her compliance, Shen Muting felt a twinge of concern, but knew he must remain composed. Li Man, discerning the underlying meaning in his words, could not resist teasing, "Mr. Shen, are you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Shen Muting maintained a stoic expression, his ears subtly reddening. Though he harbored such thoughts, he would not concede to them. "No." Li Man smiled, her eyes sparkling. "It is late. You should rest. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. Good night." "Good night," he responded, retreating to his room. Li Man donned her sleepwear, took a shower, and settled into bed, turning off the light. Despite her fatigue from a long day, the anticipation of meeting his family kept her wide awake. She tossed and turned until she finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours of the morning. The next day, she awoke earlier than usual. This was a familiar pattern. Whenever there was an event, excitement would keep her awake, leading to an early rise. With determination, she rose from her bed, noticing Shen Muting still asleep. She washed her face and brushed her teeth before knocking on the master bedroom door. "Mr. Shen, are you awake?" Shen Muting, roused from sleep, grumbled, "What is it? Aren't you cooking today? There is much to prepare. I'll accompany you to buy groceries and pick up some fruits your mother and sister enjoy." Shen Muting remained silent, having previously compiled a list and instructed Shen Luo to purchase the items, expecting only to make a quick trip downstairs. He was surprised by Li Man's enthusiasm. "Understood. I will get dressed shortly." After sending a message to Shen Luo to cancel the grocery order, he finally emerged from his room. Upon exiting, he found Li Man already prepared, clutching a large reusable bag along with her canvas tote. Once Shen Muting finished his morning routine, he followed Li Man out. The two exchanged no words as they made their way to the market. Standing before a vegetable stall, Li Man turned to Shen Muting. "What vegetables does your mother and sister enjoy?" Shen Muting, who had a penchant for cleanliness, found the bustling market overwhelming and listed a few vegetables without making a move to select any. Li Man followed his instructions, inquiring about prices, negotiating discounts when possible, and even persuading a vendor to throw in a bunch of green onions. Shen Muting watched her with interest, amused by her adeptness in the market, realizing there was much to learn about buying groceries. After purchasing the vegetables, Li Man guided Shen Muting to procure meat, fish, shrimp, ribs, and beef. "This should suffice. We don't need to overdo it," Shen Muting remarked. Li Man nodded in agreement. "Then let us buy some fruit." "Indeed," he replied, carrying bags with both hands while Li Man held only a coin purse. She offered to take one of his bags, but he declined, asserting it's manageable. "Very well, I shall carry the fruit," she declared, leading him to the fruit store while sharing insights about how vendors often adjusted their prices based on the buyer's gender. "Mr. Shen, I see you may not be adept at shopping. Do you truly know how to cook?" Shen Muting retorted, "Just because I can't shop doesn't mean I can't cook." Li Man turned to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. "That may be so. I look forward to savoring your culinary skills today." Seeing her exuberance, Shen Muting subtly smiled. It was merely a meal, yet it brought her such joy. After purchasing the fruit, they returned home. Li Man set the fruit down and asked, "Do you need my assistance in the kitchen?" "No, it's unnecessary." "All right, then I shall tidy up the house and arrange the fruit," she offered, and he simply nodded as he entered the kitchen with the vegetables. Before long, the doorbell rang. Although aware that Li Man was his future daughter-in-law, Tang Wanyin could hardly contain her eagerness to meet her, so she arrived early with Shen Muya. While Shen Muting busied himself in the kitchen, Li Man answered the door, greeting Tang Wanyin and Shen Muya with warmth. "Hello, Auntie and sister. Please come in. Muting is preparing lunch in the kitchen." "You must be Miss Li. You are truly beautiful," Tang Wanyin complimented, observing her closely yet subtly. Li Man met their gaze with confidence, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Dressed in a white dress that accentuated her slender figure, she exuded a natural grace and beauty, untouched by cosmetics, embodying an aura of serenity. "Please, just call me Man, and do come in." "Certainly," they replied as they entered. As they walked in, they discreetly surveyed the modest two-bedroom apartment, which, though small, was adorned with warmth. Clearly not the style of Shen Muting, but rather a reflection of Li Man's touch. Li Man poured them tea, feeling somewhat anxious. "Auntie, sister, please make yourselves comfortable. I will assist Muting in the kitchen. Lunch will be ready shortly." "Dan Wanyin smiking di. You need not cook. Sit with us and chat while Muting manages on his own." "All right, I shall not impose. I will inform him of your arrival, with the range hood on. He likely cannot hear us." "Very well, go ahead," they encouraged. Li Man rose and made her way to the kitchen. As I observed, Shen Muting donned an apron, transforming into a domestic chef, deftly wielding a spatula as he sought ingredients. His movements were swift and precise, yet there lingered an air of leisurely artistry, as if he were not merely cooking, but crafting exquisite masterpieces. On the adjacent gas stove, a pot of rib soup simmered, its aroma wafting through the air. "How did you come in?" Shen Muting turned to glance at Li Man. "Your mother and sister have arrived," Li Man replied. Shen Muting checked the time on his wrist. "Why so early?" You should keep them company for a while. Lunch will take some time. All right, Li Man responded, yet lingered, asking, aren't you going to greet them? I'll do so once this dish is ready. Li Man observed Shen Muting as he cooked, noting how he seemed quite adept, with 2 completed dishes already laid out, each appearing visually appealing and fragrant. She inquired, the other day when we discussed dividing household chores, why didn't you mention your culinary skills? Without lifting his gaze, Shen Muting replied, you didn't give me the chance to speak. Li Man pouted, withdrawing her gaze. She dared not linger in the kitchen, fearing his mother and sister might think she was avoiding them out of shyness. Returning to the living room, Li Man settled back onto the sofa, saying, Annie, sister, please enjoy some fruit. These are from the market that Muting and I visited together. I hope they suit your tastes. They are delightful. They're all our favorites, Tang Wanyin said with a smile, looking at Li Man. I initially intended to invite you to our home for a meal, but Muting thought you might not be comfortable in the countryside, and he didn't want to go to a restaurant, so he suggested we dine here instead. He is cooking himself today, and it's only because of you that I get to savor the dishes prepared by this rascal. Li Man felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I'm the one benefiting from your kindness, auntie and sister. It's my first time tasting his cooking. To be honest, I accompanied him to buy groceries today, and I was quite worried about his culinary abilities. You both went shopping for ingredients and fruits together? Tang Wanin's eyes sparkled, fixating on Li Man. Yes. Li Man nodded. Tang Wanin found it amusing to picture her usually aloof son, who had a penchant for cleanliness, personally visiting the market. She chuckled. You'll find out how good his cooking is once we eat. He often accompanies the boss on business trips and dines out at various establishments. I say this not out of maternal pride, but his dishes are better than most. However, he is busy and usually lives alone, so he rarely cooks. It's indeed true. Thanks to Annie and sister, I am in for a treat today. We are fortunate as well. Muting has found such a beautiful and gentle girlfriend in Miss Li. Tang Wanin pies. Andy, you can just call me Man Man. All right, Man Man is a lovely name. As Shen Muting emerged from the kitchen, he noticed them engaged in cheerful conversation. What are you discussing that brings such joy? He inquired. Clad in comfortable home attire and a beige checkered apron, his serious demeanor gave him an almost ethereal quality, as if he were a deity gracing the mundane world with his presence. Previously, Shen Muya had held negative opinion of Li Man, believing that someone who almost married Shen Rui and had a prison record, even if unjustly, was unworthy of her brother. However, witnessing his brother in such a domestic light was a revelation. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed he could create dishes for a woman. Her attitude towards Li Man shifted dramatically, transforming into admiration akin to a rushing river. Muting, Li Man affectionately called, her face adorned with a bashful smile. You've been busy all day. Come take a break. I can handle the remaining dishes, and you can sit with auntie and sister for a while. Her sweet voice stirred emotions within him. Shen Muting felt his ears betray him, turning a shade of red. Shen Muya, reveling in the moment, teased, Brother, why are you blushing? Flustered, Shen Muting replied, Stop with the nonsense. What are you looking at? I'm not blushing. How could he, Shen Muting, possibly blush at a woman calling his name? That would be undignified. Suppressing a laugh, Li Man approached him, gazing at him with tenderness. You've worked hard. Sit down and relax. Annie says you're a fantastic cook. I'll prepare a couple of dishes too, so auntie and sister can compare our culinary skills. With that, she naturally reached to untie the apron around his waist. Shen Muting murmured, You're the guest. I agreed to cook today. I know, and you've done so much for me, but I wish to contribute something in return. It's not merely to please your family. I'm a bit nervous facing them alone, so let me take a breather in the kitchen. Ultimately, Shen Muting relented. All right. Tang Wanin observed them, unable to hear their conversation, but their closeness spoke volumes, indicating a genuine connection rather than a mere pretense. Li Man turned to Tang Wanin and Shen Muya, saying, Annie, sister, please take a seat. Let Muting accompany you while I prepare a couple of dishes. Tang Wanin rose from the sofa, prompting Shen Muya to follow suit. You're the guest. How can I allow you to cook? I know you care for a Muting. Please sit. I'll handle the cooking. I initially wanted to invite you to my home to cook, but Muting, being considerate, wanted you to taste his culinary skills. Li Man looked to Shen Muting for support, her eyes shimmering with hope. Shen Muting, understanding her silent plea, spoke up, Mom, the dishes are nearly ready. Let her prepare a couple of items as well. It's her kind intention. But Tang Wanin still felt hesitant. Enough of this. If we keep being polite, the food will cool down and lose its flavor. Don't say my cooking is subpar later, Shen Muting asserted. Tang Wanyin regarded Li Man with kindness. Then we'll trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Annie, you all sit tight. It won't be long before we can eat. With that, Li Man removed Shen Muting's apron and headed into the kitchen. As soon as the kitchen door closed behind her, Shen Muya eagerly tugged at Shen Muting's arm. Curious, quick, tell me how you met my sister-in-law. Who pursued whom? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Sister-in-law already? I can't accept that. Shen Muya observed her brother with amusement. I've never seen you so down-to-earth, nor did I expect your icy facade to melt away. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen you like this. It seems you're enjoying this humble life, Tang Wanyin teased, then proudly added, look at my outfit. I borrowed it from the housekeeper to match your humble theme. It's quite fitting, Shen Muting replied earnestly. I had to pretend to be humble to assess her character. If she had flaws, I wouldn't have spared her. But if she proves herself worthy, then I'll build a life with her. Shen Muya inquired. So how did you two meet? An unexpected encounter, Shen Muting replied succinctly, deliberately omitting any mention of the water-sky incident. She happened to help me during a troublesome time. Shen Muya pressed further. Is it like those novels where a fallen heiress meets a domineering CEO? Not all. You should read fewer of those frivolous tales. I was in a bit of trouble recently, and she assisted me. Shen Muting explained briefly, then shifted the topic. In any case, until I've verified her character, don't get involved. Shen Muya nodded, understood. Life is already challenging enough. I just wanted to find a bit of sweetness in a book. Has your brother-in-law been bullying you? Or have your in-laws been making things difficult for you? Shen Muting's expression darkened, heavy with concern and an icy demeanor. No, not at all, Shen Muyin quickly denied. Shen Muting was preoccupied, dealing with the Shen family and managing the vast publicly listed company, Billionaire. She did not wish to burden him further. Over the years, she had gradually secured her position as the head of the family, and the Lu family, wary of him, had improved their attitude towards her. In a solemn tone, Shen Muting said, Sister, if the Lu family mistreats you, just let me know. I will see to it. I will not let them off easily. Enough. Today, we are here to discuss your matters. Why bring your sister into this? Tang Wanyin murmured. What do you intend to do? Bring about the ruin of the Lu family? Or force a divorce? That cannot be allowed. Shen Muting frowned and retorted. Why not? A man who cannot remain loyal in love, who cannot protect his own wife, is not a man at all. It is a disgrace to us. We will discuss your sister's matters later. Life requires compromise. What couple does not have conflicts? Why bring up such words so lightly? Is there no decorum? Tang Wanyin hastily shifted the topic, saying, I know how to handle matters with Li Man. In fact, when I heard yesterday that she's your girlfriend, I pondered much, losing sleep over my worries. However, after spending some time with her today, she has left a rather good impression, graceful, gentle, and composed. If her character is upright, your mother will not interfere with your relationship. You have always been decisive. Just handle your emotional matters well. Shen Muting nodded. Indeed, I will manage. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Muyin felt somewhat bored and spoke up, Mother, you and my brother can chat. I will check on things in the kitchen. All right, go ahead, Tang Wanyin replied with a nod. Shen Muyin cheerfully made her way to the kitchen, curious to see if Li Man could indeed cook and to observe what her brother, who rarely ventured into the kitchen yet possessed remarkable culinary skills, had prepared. As Shen Muyin entered the kitchen, Li Man was busy cooking and looked somewhat surprised. Why are you in the kitchen? I came to see what you were doing and to lend a hand, Shen Muyin said. Though she was a lady of high society, she bore no airs. Today, she was dressed quite simply. Li Man quickly replied, No need. The vegetables are already washed and chopped. Just put them in the pan. The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should sit in the living room. The meal will be ready shortly. Then I will take the cooked dishes to the dining table. Shen Muyin plated the dishes one by one. Before her marriage, she had never needed to cook. When she married into the Lu family, being able to cook was a prerequisite, and she had even taken time to learn culinary and baking skills. Being a rich wife appeared glamorous, but it was far from simple. Numerous considerations and constraints made it anything but free. It was only after her marriage that she understood her mother's choice of a hidden marriage. It was evident that Li Man was quite skilled in cooking, suggesting she had spent considerable time in the kitchen. The meal was prepared swiftly, and Li Man, removing her apron, emerged from the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Shen Muting immediately stood from the sofa and strode forward, taking the utensils from her hands. Let me handle that. All right, Li Man replied, not one to be polite, and handed everything over. Shen Muting retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet along with 4 elegant glasses, pouring a glass for each. As he handed a glass to Li Man, he inquired, can you drink? This is fruit-flavored red wine, with a low alcohol content. Shen Muting smiled, just have a little. I've heard red wine is good for the skin. All right, my tolerance is average, but a bit of red wine should be fine. Li Man accepted the glass. Shen Muting picked up his chopsticks and called to Tang Wanin, Mother, you should try the dishes I've made with Li Man and see who cooked better. The celery and lily dish and the steamed opium fish are made by Li Man. The other dishes are my creations. Excellent, Tang Wanin exclaimed, joy radiating from her as she sampled a piece of opium fish, praising, this opium fish is quite delicious, better than any restaurant. I didn't expect Man to be such a good cook. Our Muting will surely enjoy good meals in the future. Li Man shyly smiled, saying, Annie, do taste the dishes Muting made and see who is the better cook. Tang Wanin sampled Shen Muting's dish and nodded. Muting's skills are commendable, but yours are slightly superior. Impossible, mine must be better, Shen Muting asserted confidently. Li Man's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him, exclaiming, I was worried you wouldn't be able to cook. Who knew your culinary skills were so impressive? A man who can cook is particularly charming. What man does not relish praise or admiration from a woman? Shen Muting was no exception, feeling quite pleased, yet he quickly averted his gaze, wondering what tricks she was up to with such flattery. Shen Muting observed them, feeling a twinge of envy, genuinely happy for them. Cooking is not solely a woman's domain, nor is it exclusively a man's. Only those with a patriarchal mindset believe household chores are solely women's work, where women cook, clean, and care for children while men simply are living. In reality, couples should share household responsibilities. If both partners can cook and manage the home, understanding each other, they will undoubtedly lead a harmonious life. Many women today feel quite burdened. They either do not work and rely on men for support, or they work to maintain financial independence, only to return home to clean and cook. Despite their sacrifices, men often take it for granted, showing no gratitude or appreciation. This has led to a decline in women willing to marry. Reflecting on this, Shen Muting downed her glass of red wine in one go. Shen Muting noticed and cautioned, Sister, take it easy. You rarely drink, and downing it like that can easily lead to intoxication. Well, seeing you with such a wonderful girlfriend makes me happy for you. Li Man, who had been quite tense, relaxed considerably, perhaps due to the wine. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were indeed as easygoing as he had described. Unbeknownst to them, they had finished an entire bottle of wine. Tang Wanin glanced at the empty bottle and cheerfully remarked, What a joyful meal, eating and drinking happily, and we've polished off a whole bottle. Li Man felt quite elated, though a hint of worry crossed her face as she glanced at Shen Muting. He sensed her gaze and quietly asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling tipsy? No, I'm just concerned that if something arises at your company and you've been drinking, you won't be able to drive, which could affect your work. He was usually so busy, following Shen Muting's schedule. Don't worry, our boss has more than one driver. I took the day off today, and even if something happens at the company, other colleagues will step in. Tang Wanin watched them converse, each considering the other, and felt a swell of happiness. Li Man was quite a good match. Had it not been for her, she would never have witnessed her son shed his aloofness to live like an ordinary person. It was a pity, though, that such a fine girl had been so affected by the Lu family and Shen Rue. Mother, Shen Muting has had too much to drink, she suddenly interrupted, breaking Tang Wanin's train of thought. Tang Wanin immediately turned to her, asking what happened. Are you drunk? Seeing this, Shen Muting said, Mother, why don't you stay a while longer? I'll take my sister home. I will take a taxi to send her home. You all are busy with work, and it's rare for you to have a break. Why not go out this afternoon to explore and watch a movie? All right, just be careful on the road. Shen Muting did not insist on sending them, for he understood that they all had private cars and drivers. Claiming to take a taxi was merely a pretext. Tang Wanin stood up and instructed Shen Muting before leaving. Muting, you'll do the dishes and clean up afterward, understood? Got it, Shen Muting replied indifferently. Even if he chose not to do it, Li Man could not help either, although she had not drunk much. Her face was slightly flushed, her cheeks and ears tinged with red. Muting, please see them off, Li Man said. All right. Shen Muting stood up and extended his hand to assist Shen Muting. Mom, Shen Muting said, sitting on the chair and holding Tang Wannin's hand. I'm truly happy for my brother today. Yes, I am happy too. But you've had a bit too much to drink. Let us go. I'll take you home. Shen Muting, slightly inebriated, remarked, I drank a bit more today because I was happy. I don't want to go home. A home should be a place of relaxation and joy. But my home feels like a prison, too oppressive and stifling. My husband. Chapter 32. Genuine feelings, all right. You've had too much to drink. Let us head out and discuss this at home. Tang Wanning interjected, startled, her heart racing. She quickly interrupted Shen Muting, aware that family troubles should not be aired publicly. Today was the day to meet Muting's girlfriend, and such a scene might leave a negative impression, turning it into a source of ridicule. Moreover, should Shen Muting speak out of turn while intoxicated, the truth about Muting's financial struggles would be revealed. Mom, I don't want to return to that house. Can I come home with you? Shen Muting clung to Tang Wanning, whining and pouring out her grievances. My husband, always busy with work, never comes home. It's as if he doesn't exist. My in-laws do not treat me well. I have to cook and cater to them, living my life according to their whims. I wish to work, but they won't allow it. Shen Muting's expression visibly darkened. He knew his sister was struggling in the Luo household, but had not anticipated the extent of her torment. Muting, your sister is drunk. We need to consider this matter carefully. Assist me in taking her home. She is quite inebriated and doesn't know what she is saying. If she says something inappropriate, it could lead to trouble, Tang Wanning urged. Understood. Shen Muting, concerned about his sister's potential slip of the tongue, quickly helped Shen Muting and escorted her out. Liman, seeing this, stood to accompany them but prudently refrained from going downstairs, watching as the three of them enter the elevator. Leave the dishes there. I will clean them up later, Shen Muting told Liman before closing the elevator door. Inside the elevator, Shen Muting spoke solemnly. It is precisely because she is intoxicated that my sister may speak the truth. She has endured so much suffering. I carry significant responsibility for that. 3 years ago, when Shen Tsonglian passed away unexpectedly, the Shen family fell into chaos. At that time, Shen Muting had married into the Lu family for the sake of the Shen household, marrying Lu Qingzhong, though she genuinely liked him. Otherwise, even amidst the difficulties, Shen Muting would not have agreed to the marriage. However, Lu Qingzhong was notorious for his affairs and had not settled down after their marriage. Shen Muting's unhappiness within the Lu household had always been a thorn in Shen Muting's heart, a greater concern than the truth surrounding their father's death. Divorce is not a trivial matter. Tang Wanning expressed her concerns. The Lu family will not agree easily. I understand the importance of reconciliation over separation, but how can such a stifling marriage continue? Should we allow my sister to suffer indefinitely in a painful union, merely enduring until she is utterly exhausted? After careful consideration, I firmly believe that the prolonged torment of my sister and Lu Qingzhong's marriage should come to an end. Parting amicably is the most sensible choice. We cannot allow her to languish in suffering, squandering her youth and life. Life is fleeting. How many years do we truly have? Understand. Tang Wanning also felt compassion for her daughter, surprised to learn how difficult her life was in the Lu family. This issue required careful deliberation. A single misstep could undo the past 3 years of effort, leaving her sister still trapped in misery at the mercy of the Lu family. Shen Muting nodded. Rest assured, I know what to do. The driver was already waiting at the entrance of the community. You shouldn't show yourself. Hurry back. After today's encounter, Mom thinks Liman is quite good. If she proves to be considerate, you should build a life with her. All right, let me know when you get home. Understood. Upon arriving at the community entrance, the driver immediately opened a rear door upon seeing the mother and daughter. Tang Wanning assisted the inebriated Shen Muting into the car, which then headed to their villa located in the prime area of the city center. Returning home, Shen Muting found the dining table impeccably tidy, with Liman washing the dishes in the kitchen. He approached her, his expression still somber. Let me do it. I told you to leave it for me. No need. I've already started. It's just a few dishes after 4 people ate, Liman responded, then inquired, did Annie and your sister leave? Yes, they did. Concerned, Liman asked, is your sister all right? She asked fine. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Liman refrained from pressing further. If he didn't wish to discuss it, prying would be futile, and she certainly did not possess an overwhelming curiosity. When he chose to share, he would do so in his own time. If he preferred silence, asking would only irritate him. While Liman continued washing the dishes, Shen Muting took a mop and cleaned the tiles in the living room. By the time Li Man finished washing the dishes, the living room floor was spotless. Li Man brought him a cup of tea, noting his taciturn nature and serious demeanor. She felt compelled to initiate conversation. How did I perform today? Did your mom and sister say anything about me? They all said you were quite good. That's a relief, Li Man sighed. Shen Muting observed her reaction and remarked, you need not feel anxious. Meeting my family doesn't signify anything definitive. It won't change our situation. As we previously discussed, if you ever wish to divorce, you need not worry about my family. Li Man, not naive, discerned the implications of his words. Their marriage had been a hasty decision, and introducing her as his girlfriend to his family was likely a convenience for a future divorce. While he earnestly handed over his salary, claiming responsibility, he still harbored reservations, preventing her from accessing his belongings or entering his workplace, clearly signaling his desire for her to remain detached from his life. Feeling a flicker of indignation, Li Man replied, I understand your point. You approached our marriage with the mindset that if it doesn't work out, we can simply part ways. You're not genuinely committed to building a life together, are you? Rest assured, I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with you. I have merely resigned myself to this arrangement, drawn by your possession of a house and your willingness to share your salary card. I see your reliability and sincerity, which is why I agreed to marry you, to secure a stable life and share an ordinary existence. If you ever feel this life is unsustainable or encounter your destined partner, feel free to inform me, and I will gladly grant you a divorce, allowing you to pursue your happiness. Initially, it was not her intention to engage with him in such a manner. He had forcibly taken her innocence. He had claimed he would marry her, yet he remained guarded, anticipating a divorce. Li Man had never aimed to please or manipulate him. She merely sought a home and to fulfill her duties as a wife. Shen Muting frowned and replied earnestly, that's not what I meant. I merely fear placing undue pressure on you. What? Li Man exclaimed incredulously, her eyes widening in disbelief. Had she truly misinterpreted his intentions? She felt so awkward she wished to vanish into a crack in the floor. Li Man had said much, but Shen Muting latched onto two key points. She sought his property and was willing to manage his finances. Chapter 33. Quarrel. The mere thought that she coveted his wealth and property, wholly disregarding him as a person, caused Shen Muting's expression to visibly darken, a palpable tension rising within him, with the veins at his temples subtly pulsating. Could a modest two-bedroom apartment and a few $1,000s truly satiate her appetite? Was she truly content with a mundane existence after being wrongfully imprisoned? Places like Shui Tian Yi were havens for the affluent. If he, Shen Muting, had not been the one to rescue her, would she have pursued another man just the same? He had witnessed far too many women leveraging their connections with men to ascend the social ladder. The possibility that Li Man was a cunning woman could not be dismissed. You are so honest, merely desiring my house and salary, Shen Muting retorted sarcastically. If I had suggested putting your name on the property deed, why did you refuse? And when you spoke of sharing household expenses, were those just empty words? Li Man frowned. What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight? Do you think I'm so impoverished that marrying you would prove my sincerity? If that were the case, would I be left to endure your meager existence? I never asked for a lavish dowry or insisted on my name being added to the property. You proposed it yourself. If I had accepted, I would be accused of seeking your wealth. Is it wrong for me to desire a husband with a home, a stable job, and the means to secure my basic needs? Shen Muting found himself at a loss for words. Understand this. You sought me out, expressing a desire to marry. I am not clinging to you, wishing to wed. If I were merely after your meager inheritance, I could easily have pursued a relationship with that scoundrel Shen Rue, becoming his mistress for a house and car. Li Man's anger grew, her sense of injustice swelling as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I was wrongfully imprisoned, and upon my release, my reputation was tarnished. I consoled myself, considering it akin to being bitten by a dog. You were the one who sought me out, claiming you would be responsible for me, the one who proposed marriage, yet you're also the one who speaks of divorce so casually. If you truly wish to build a life together, why resort to insults? Shen Muting's demeanor softened as he realized the truth in her words. I apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way. Li Man, in the midst of her passionate outcry, was taken aback by his unexpected apology. She was not one to hold grudges. Since he was willing to acknowledge his fault, she would extend him the courtesy of forgiveness. Since I have married you, it is with genuine intent to build a life together. If you doubt me, I cannot change that. Sometimes, we may never fully understand a person, especially in such a short span as a month. Over time, a person's character and integrity reveal themselves. I'm not afraid of your scrutiny. We lack a foundation of affection, and both of us must exert effort to cultivate our lives. Shen Muting, burdened by guilt, could only manage, I understand. His tone was earnest. He had indeed prepared himself for the possibility of divorce when they registered their marriage, but whether they would part ways depended on her character, not on his own dissatisfaction or the allure of another woman. Unlike his father or brother-in-law, he vowed to remain loyal to his marriage, to shoulder familial responsibilities, and to bestow due respect and care upon his wife. In the future, feel free to express any thoughts you may have. Do not harbor suspicions or misunderstandings. I do not wish to navigate our lives while constantly guessing your feelings. Li Man felt her anger dissipate somewhat. Changing the subject, she inquired, "Do you have any plans this afternoon? What? Do you have something in mind? If you have no arrangements, I would like to take my grandmother for a follow-up appointment at the hospital. No plans? I will take you both." The earlier dispute seemed resolved, as they moved forward as if the quarrel had never occurred. Shen Muting, recognizing his shortcomings, appreciated that Li Man's willingness to argue was preferable to his usual stoic demeanor, which resembled an impenetrable iceberg. A quarrel could serve as a form of communication. If managed with care, it could uncover issues that warranted timely resolution. Just then, Li Man's phone rang. She retrieved it, glancing at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Pressing the answer button, she said, "Hello? Man, it's me, your mother. I should have contacted you earlier, but life in the Fu household has been challenging, and I never found an opportunity until now. I recently learned of your release." Li Man stiffened, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Oh really? So you're reaching out now that life at the Fu family has improved for you?" On the other end of the line, Jiangzhou detected the sarcasm but remained patient. "Your father has passed away, and the Li family cannot accommodate you. Why not come stay with your mother? Life with the Fu family has not been easy for me either. I had hoped to stabilize my situation before reaching out to you, but time has flown by, over 20 years. Jiangzhou recounted her hardships and the reasons for their separation. Li Man remained unmoved. "Aren't you worried I'll be a burden if I come to you?" Li Man chuckled dryly, her eyes cold. "You're alone in Jiangzhou, without family or resources. Come live with me. I've already spoken to your Uncle Fu, and he will accept you." Li Man's laughter turned scornful. "Madame Fu, during my childhood, I thought of you every day, especially at night when I needed your care the most. Now that I've grown up, I no longer require a mother. I cannot return to the Li family, and I have no desire to come to yours. I have my own family now. I'm married." "What? You're married?" Jiangzhou asked, incredulity evident in her voice. "You've just been released. Who would marry you? Don't joke around, man. Listen to your mother. You're still young and have already stumbled in relationships. Don't act impulsively. You're beautiful and have a good figure. Just come to the Fu family, and it will be easy to find a wealthy husband with their influence. From your tone, it seems you have already found me a suitor." "Indeed, the Meng family in Haicheng is among the top aristocratic families. How unfortunate, I am already married." "To whom?" Jiangzhou could hardly believe her ears. "You need not know. It is of no concern to you." With that, Li Man hung up, denying her mother any chance for further inquiry. She was no longer a child. Her past experiences had taught her that malice often outweighed kindness. She did not believe that anyone would offer her kindness without reason, not even the so-called selfless love of parents. In her mother's eyes, she, the daughter who had been imprisoned, was unworthy of discussing marriage or deserving of happiness. Her sudden attempt to reconnect was nothing more than a scheme to sell her off. Chapter 34. Complexity. Shen Muting stood nearby, having listened to her entire conversation. Noticing her poor demeanor, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "My mother suddenly remembered me, calling to ask me to live with her and go to the Fu family." Li Man scoffed, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Isn't your mother Ning Xiulan? What connection does she have with the Fu family?" Shen Muting inquired, puzzled. He was aware that Li Man was the eldest daughter of the Li family, who had nearly married his nephew Shen Rue before being imprisoned on charges of murder. The complexity of her family relations was evident, yet he was unaware of her mother's identity or her ties to the Fu family. "My biological mother abandoned her husband and daughter after my birth, leaving a divorce agreement behind to marry the affluent Fu Honyang, to become a mother to someone else. Despite being her flesh and blood, she chose to forsake me," Li Man said with a bitter smile. "Our family dynamics are tumultuous, Do you regret marrying me so hastily? Her voice carried an unfamiliar fragility. Shen Muting gazed at her, an inexplicable discomfort swelling within him, akin to a lump of damp cotton. He spoke in a low voice, "If you do not wish to go, then do not. You now have your own home." "Indeed, I have my own home now. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for providing me with a haven." Li Man forced a smile, striving not to dwell on Jiangzhou. This woman, her biological mother, had been absent from her life for over 20 years, and now suddenly reappeared, prompting Li Man to think of the adage, "Flattery without cause is either deceitful or malicious." As expected, Jiangzhou intended to exploit her. Li Man felt an overwhelming urge to ascertain the depths of her mother's cold, hard heart. She was a living, breathing individual, not a pawn to be manipulated. Merely birthing her without nurturing or loving her was one thing. Now, she sought to use her. It was said that even the most vicious of beasts do not harm their young. Yet here was her mother, shamelessly scheming. The thought of being so calculatedly betrayed by her own mother pierced Li Man's heart, rendering her breathless. "Are you all right?" Shen Muting had already retrieved his phone and car keys from the sideboard. "Let us depart. I shall take you and grandmother to the hospital." "All right." The mention of her grandmother slightly uplifted Li Man's spirits. As Shen Muting drove, he took her to the adjacent Lanxiang New Village. The old neighborhood was riddled with poor road conditions. The streetlights emitted a faint, antiquated glow, and the narrow roads flanked by dilapidated buildings caused him to furrow his brow. Is the environment here not rather subpar? This community may be a bit aged, but it is still acceptable. It is close to us, and the rent is relatively affordable. "Which is quite good," Li Man replied. "Ning Xiulan used to say I was a little burden, while my grandmother was an old burden. We even lived in a makeshift village for a time, and, compared to then, this place is already quite nice. Currently, I am spending your money, adding to your burdens. Once my income increases, I will find a better home for grandmother, and perhaps by then, I will be able to buy a house myself." Li Man felt content with her current life, yet she refused to settle for mediocrity. Dreams, after all, should be cherished. Who knows when they may come to fruition? As she envisioned a brighter future, a smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Shen Muting observed her, and inexplicably, his mood lightened as well. Together, they entered her grandmother's home. Luing sat on a wicker chair in the small courtyard, lost in thought. "Grandmother, have you had lunch?" Li Man approached and gently inquired. Luing shook her head. "I will not eat lunch. I am saving room for your banquet at the hotel later." As she spoke, Luing cast a wary glance at Shen Muting before opening her wardrobe and rummaging through a pile of old clothes to retrieve a plastic bag, which she carefully unwrapped to reveal a crimson savings book. "What is this?" Luing, her back turned to Shen Muting, lowered her voice. "This is the dowry I have saved up for you over the years. The password is your birthday. Take it." Li Man felt a surge of warmth in her eyes. "Quickly, put it away." Luing turned to scrutinize Shen Muting before looking back at Li Man. "Who is he?" "He is not my granddaughter's husband. Why have you brought him here?" "Where is Xiao?" After pondering for a moment, Li Man resolved to lay bare the truth to her grandmother, allowing her to gradually accept that she had parted ways with Shen Muting. Speaking of that scoundrel, she was relieved that he had not shown up recently. She had worried he might harass her again. If Lin Yueyin found out, she would surely unleash her jealousy, regardless of whether Shen Muting had approached her first, and would undoubtedly accuse Li Man of being the mistress. "Grandmother, I have broken up with Shen Muting. I will not marry him. There will be no wedding." Luing was perplexed. "But Xiao Ruwei is quite a fine young man. You were even discussing marriage. How can you simply part ways?" Li Man thought to herself. "Fine young man? Grandmother, do you truly know how despicable he is? He has caused us both great suffering. If it were not for Shen Muting and Lin Yueyin's malicious schemes, I would not have ended up in prison, and you would not have lost your sanity." Yet, she could not voice these thoughts until her grandmother was healed, fearing it would cause her distress. The doctor had advised that she needed a tranquil environment to recover. "He is far too wealthy, and somewhat handsome as well. Men who are both wealthy and attractive are often fickle, attracting attention from others. I wish to find someone more ordinary with whom to lead a simple life." Luing sighed. "Wasn't your father just an ordinary man without wealth? Look where that led your mother." "Grandmother, let us not discuss this," Li Man quickly interrupted. "First, let us eat something. Then I will accompany you to your follow-up appointment at the hospital." "All right, but I believe Xiao Ruwei is quite a good boy. He seems to have realized his mistakes. Perhaps you should forgive him." After all, you shared many years of love, and were even discussing marriage. With that, Luing turned her gaze to Shen Muting. He met her eyes and politely introduced himself. Hello, Grandma. My name is Shen Muting. Xiaoting, what a lovely name. Xiao Ting. Shen Muting's eyelids flickered. Li Man, suppressing a laugh, helped her grandmother sit at the dining table and heated the food. The elderly had small appetites, and Luing was soon full after consuming half a bowl of rice. Li Man placed the remaining food in the refrigerator, neglecting to wash the dishes, and left with Shen Muting and her grandmother for the hospital. Unable to tolerate her neglect of the dishes, Shen Muting furrowed his brow but chose not to comment. He drove them to the hospital, assisting Luing in registering for her appointment. After Li Man accompanied her grandmother through the consultation, she spotted Shen Muting still seated in the waiting area, his long legs awkwardly positioned, his expression serious, revealing no hint of impatience. Among the throngs of family members and patients, he stood out distinctly. Li Man? At that moment, a familiar male voice rang out from nearby. Li Man was all too familiar with that voice, and her brows knitted together in an instant. Shen Rue, with a broken leg and leaning on crutches, painfully approached her, his gaze lighting up upon seeing Luing. Grandma, it has been a long time. He then turned his attention to Li Man, feigning concern. Why are you at the hospital? Is Grandma unwell, or are you feeling ill? Li Man replied coldly, do not pretend to be sincere. We are not on speaking terms. Xiao Rue, what happened to your leg? Luing asked with concern. What is going on between you and Man? I heard from her that you have broken up. Did you two have a quarrel? Was it about the betrothal gifts? Grandma, I made her angry. I'm still trying to find ways to win her back. Girls need to be coaxed. You should help me. Man is not the type to hold grudges, Shen Rue said, feigning innocence. I will do my best, Grandma. And I hope you can speak well of me as well, he continued. Shen Rue, you are already married, and so am I. How you choose to live your life is your business, but do not provoke me, or the consequences will be dire. You're married? Sheng Hui incredulously replied. How is that possible? Who in Jiangzhou would dare marry you? The disgrace of the Shen family? My husband is right there, Li Man said, pointing to where Shen Muting had been sitting moments ago, only to be met with an empty space. Where's my husband? He was just here. Shen Rue followed her gesture, but only saw a couple with a child and a middle-aged woman accompanying her elderly mother for a checkup. Sheng Hui shuklet. Do not joke with me. You do not need to go to such lengths to make me give up. You are still the same, Li Man. You cannot lie. Li Man's expression darkened. Do not call me Li Man. I'm speaking the truth, whether you believe it or not. I do not wish to waste time with you. Grandma, we are leaving, Li Man declared, not wanting to be in the presence of that scoundrel any longer as she assisted her grandmother out. Today was inexplicably filled with provocations, and she found it ridiculous that they did not believe she was married. Did she need to broadcast her marriage to the world? Li Man felt a twinge of annoyance. Why had she bothered to explain herself to him? It was a waste of time. Luing turned to Li Man. I think Xiao Rue is quite a good boy. He seems to have recognized his mistakes. Perhaps you should forgive him. After all, you have shared many years together, and were even discussing marriage. Grandma, it is impossible for him and me to reconcile, and I assure you, I am indeed married. I will show you the marriage certificate when I return. Please refrain from mentioning Shen Rue, especially in front of Shen Muting, as I fear it may displease him. He is my husband now, and I wish to live happily with him. Grandma understands. She merely feels that your separation is a pity. Yet as long as you are happy, that is what matters. A pity? Not at all. It is rather a cause for celebration. I am somewhat relieved to have recognized Shen Rue's true nature before marriage. Had we wed, the complexities of divorce would have ensued, and I would have found myself in a second marriage, truly a loss beyond measure. Li Man retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, locating Shen Muting's number from the chat history and dialing it. The call connected swiftly. Where are you? She inquired. I stepped out for a smoke. Bring Grandma down. Do you know where the car is parked? Shen Muting fabricated a casual excuse. Yes, we'll come find you, Li Man replied, ending the call without further thought. Soon, she and Grandma located their vehicle, which was cooled by air conditioning, mingling with the crisp, woody scent of the man within, dispelling the summer heat and gradually calming her spirits. How did Grandma's examination go? Shen Muting glanced back at Li Man. She sat in the back seat with Grandma, responding, quite well. She just needs to continue her medication and attend regular checkups. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I ran into Shen Rue again and told him I'm married now. He is a member of the Shen family. I wonder if he will cause you any trouble. I fear no trouble, Shen Muting replied with a calm demeanor, dismissing Shen Rue entirely. If he seeks to create difficulties, he would be courting disaster. I carved my path to the position of head of the Shen family with ruthless determination. Such rumors are not unfounded. Should Shen Rue truly be foolish enough to provoke me, I would not hesitate to disregard his familial ties. Li Man smiled, feeling a profound sense of security. Upon returning to Lanxiang New Village, she settled Grandma and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. While she was occupied, Shen Muting received a phone call. His expression grave, suggesting something troubling had occurred. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Man asked, "Is something wrong? Something has happened with my sister. I must go to her." He replied tersely. Li Man turned off the tap and removed her gloves. "I'll accompany you." "You?" Shen Muting paused momentarily. "Are you reluctant for me to go alone, not wishing for you to know about my sister?" Li Man, perceiving the delicate situation, gracefully conceded, "Then you should go quickly. Both your mother and sister are women. They will need a man to shoulder the burden during such times. It is not that I wish to keep you in the dark. You rarely have a break. Spend time with Grandma. I can manage this alone and will inform you later." "Very well, go swiftly." With that, Shen Muting hurriedly departed. He drove a Volkswagen, cautious not to head directly to the Liu family's residence. While driving, he called Shen LV, "Bring the car to Jing'an Temple and wait for me. I am en route." Shen LV, sensing the urgency in his tone, promptly replied, "Understood." As Shen Muting arrived at Jing'an Temple, Shen LV was already there. Transitioning to a Rolls-Royce, Shen Muting ordered to the Liu family. Upon reaching the Liu residence, he found his mother already present. His sister sat beside her, looking utterly disheveled, her hair a mess, her face swollen, and a cut at the corner of her mouth. Liu Qingzhong was absent, but his in-laws, Zhou Yunjin and Liu Zhongjiu, were there. Seeing his sister in such a state ignited a fury within Shen Muting. He nearly rose from his wheelchair, radiating a chilling aura that made the atmosphere in the living room tense and stifling. Zhou Yunjin and Liu Zhongjiu were intimidated by Shen Muting, but they quickly straightened up. For despite his formidable presence, he was merely a frail figure, likely to perish at any moment. Zhou Yunjin forced a smile. "Muting, you're here. We have already reprimanded Chengzhong. Rest assured, we will ensure he apologizes to Mu Yin and writes a guarantee." "Apologize? Write a guarantee?" Shen Muting seethed, his gaze piercing as he glared at them. "This is domestic violence. Do I need to explain what domestic violence is to you? There's only a distinction between 0 instances and countless instances. There is 0 tolerance for domestic violence. I will not allow my sister to remain ensnared in the Liu family's quagmire." Zhou Yunjin quickly interjected, "We understand. He has never behaved this way before. He must have been drunk to commit such a despicable act. We will impose strict measures." Liu Qingzhong had previously been merely unfaithful, enamored with internet celebrities, neglecting his family. However, he had never resorted to violence against Shen Muting's sister. His actions were not only an affront to her, but a slap in the face to the Shen family. To Shen Muting himself, "I will have a lawyer contact you, Mrs. Liu. Any matters should be discussed with my lawyer." After stating this, Shen Muting turned to Tang Wanyin and Shen Mayan, his tone resolute. "Mother, take my sister home." "Understood." Given the circumstances, Tang Wanyin held no hope for the Liu family. Perhaps this was not the first instance of domestic violence. Otherwise, such a dignified person would not have lost composure and cried so bitterly after a night of drinking. "Muting," Liu Zhongjiu called out, halting Shen Muting, and asked solemnly, "Are you certain you want them to divorce?" Shen Muting paused mid-stride, turning to face Liu Zhongjiu, his eyes sharp as blades. "What other option remains? My sister's marriage was a union of convenience, not a forced arrangement with your family. I have witnessed the values and upbringing of the Liu family today." With that, Shen Muting departed with his mother and sister, leaving behind the sound of Zhou Yunjin's frustrated complaints. "What nonsense is this? Does Qingzhong truly have no other choice but Mu Yin? How dare he criticize our family's values when he is a bastard, disrespectful to his elders, as if his upbringing is any better?" "Enough," Liu Zhongjiu admonished. "This is hardly a commendable affair. Lower your voice and refrain from further comments." "Why should I lower my voice? Even if our family is at fault, does that absolve her Shen family of blame? He claims my son is inadequate. I could just as easily criticize his sister for being incapable after years of marriage, failing to bear even a single child, merely a hen that cannot lay eggs, incapable of retaining a man's heart, and yet she blames our family's values? Were it not for his sister, Shen Muting would have wanted to tear them to shreds. Once in the car, Shen Muting wept bitterly, stammering, "Mom, Muting, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've dragged you down with me. It is not your fault. Why do you keep apologizing and bowing your head? The more you do this, the more they will perceive you as easy prey. We are family. How can you be a burden? You must not treat us as strangers." Shen Muting's expression darkened, his tone sharp. He felt anguish for his sister, who had toiled endlessly within the Lu family, only to suffer such an outcome. "Your sister is already heartbroken. Do not berate her further," Tang Wanyin interjected. "I'm not berating her. Enough. Let us speak of this later. First, we must take her to the hospital for an examination. I have already gathered evidence of Lu Qingzhang's infidelity. The matter of divorce will not be difficult. My sister has endured much suffering during her years with him. She deserves every bit of what is rightfully hers. I shall strip Lu Qingzhang of everything." A fierce determination shone through Shen Muting's demeanor. Though he feigned frailty, he was not truly weak. He then turned to Shen Muting, reminding her, "Sister, no matter how the Lu family pleads or how Lu Qingzhang uses sweet words, do not relent. Any concession on your part will only encourage their arrogance and lead to further transgressions. I am aware that, having reached this point, I hold no more expectations or lingering affections for him. 3 years have passed, during which she has sacrificed her youth and dignity, only to be met with derision and scorn from her in-laws, neglect and domestic violence from her husband. She has demeaned herself, bringing shame and loss of honor upon her family as well." Tang Wanyin inquired, "What has transpired today? He called you back, claiming there was a matter to discuss. How did it escalate to this?" Although the outcome is now apparent, it is crucial to unravel the sequence of events without confusion. After leaving Cambridge Bay, upon seeing her intoxicated, Tang Wanyin took her back to the ancestral home, intending to wait until she sobered up before returning her to the Lu family. Later, Lu Qingzhang called, insisting she return home, stating there was something urgent. Shen Muting complied, and then the situation deteriorated. Shen Muting offered a bitter smile. The urgent matter he referred to was merely preparing lunch for his parents. He questioned why I wasn't home at noon to serve his parents, accusing me of neglecting them while he starved. Having had a few drinks and feeling wronged, I retorted, explaining I had matters to attend to at my own family home. Perhaps my long-standing acquiescence led to his inability to tolerate my sudden defiance, resulting in an outburst where he struck me again. Again, Shen Muting sharply noted the gravity of that word. "So today was indeed not his first instance of violence against you. Why did you not inform me earlier?" Shen Muting felt a mix of concern and anger. "Sister, you are not alone. You have your mother and me. I have feigned illness for too long. Do you truly think I am incapable of standing against the Lu family and protecting you? Lu Qingzhang is a scoundrel. I initially believed him to be simply a philanderer, enamored with internet celebrities, but never did I anticipate he would resort to violence against a woman, against his wife. That was not my intention," Shen Muting replied. "I still harbored a glimmer of hope that he would eventually recognize my worth, and we could lead a good life together. How foolish you are. You have clung to that fantasy for 3 years. You cannot continue to waste time like this. A woman has but a few 3-year spans in her life. You must divorce him, cut your losses, and sever ties with the Lu family decisively." As Shen Muting spoke, he suddenly recalled his own relationship with Li Man. If she were adept at concealing her true nature, she could not maintain that charade indefinitely. Shouldn't they establish a timeline? If by the agreed date, her character proves to be sound, and they cultivate feelings for one another, their marital union could persist, and he would ensure she became a rightful Mrs. Shen. Shen Muting nodded. "I understand. The remnants of my previous hopes have been shattered, awakened by his actions. If I were to continue in this manner, he would only look down upon me further, treating me as someone easy to bully, and our family likewise. That is good. I shall handle the remaining matters. As long as you let go, he will have no reservations about his actions, and naturally, he will not show leniency towards the Lu family or Lu Qingzhang." In front of their mother and sister, Shen Muting addressed Chanel, who was driving. "What progress has been made on the matter I asked you to investigate?" "It has been clarified," Chanel responded, glancing at the rearview mirror. "What have you discovered?" Upon Shen Muting's prompting, Chanel revealed his findings in front of Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting. The individual is named Li Jiahui, an internet celebrity who has been in a long-term relationship with Mr. Lu, during which he has spent considerable sums on her. A month ago, she discovered she was pregnant. I acquired footage of her hospital visit for prenatal checks and copied all related documents and reports. Pregnant a month ago, Shen Muting's pupils dilated in shock. No wonder Lu Qingzhang had returned home in a fury, even resorting to violence. The issue stemmed from this. Shen Muting pieced together his sister's previous words, concluding that Lu Qingzhang likely initiated the domestic violence around that time. Shen Muting coldly instructed Chanel, release this information to the public. Understood. Chanel promptly contacted the media, disseminating the scandal involving Lu Qingzhang and Li Jiahui, lavishly funding its promotion until it became common knowledge. Chapter 37. Resignation. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, Lu Zhongju remained oblivious to the scandal. With a stern expression, he spoke to Zhou Yunjin, call Qingzhang immediately and demand he return. Zhou Yunjin, unperturbed, replied, what purpose does it serve to bring him back? If divorce is to occur, what use is a hen that does not lay eggs? It is best to seize this opportunity for a separation. With Li Jiahui pregnant, she deserves a legitimate status. I am eagerly awaiting a grandchild. You are short-sighted, blinded by your own biases. How can an internet celebrity compare to Shen Muting's sister? Indeed, Shen Muting is formidable. But should we allow the Lu family to be left without heirs? Lu Zhongju retorted impatiently. Regardless, let that scoundrel return first. Zhou Yunjin, seeing his agitation, refrained from further comment and dialed Lu Qingzhang's number, speaking gently. Son, where are you? If you have no pressing matters, please return. Your father and I need to discuss something with you. It is not convenient to talk on the phone. We need to address this in person. After hanging up, Lu Zhongju's phone rang almost immediately. It was a call from his secretary, and he pressed the answer button, activating speaker mode. Mr. Lu, we have a situation. The secretary's voice crackled with urgency through the line. Lu Zhongju furrowed his brow. What has happened? The eldest son is trending on social media. His affair with an internet celebrity and her pregnancy have both been exposed. What did you say? Lu Zhongju felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, nearly losing consciousness. How could this happen? Immediately contact the public relations department. No matter the cost, suppress this information. We have tried, but it is uncontainable. Zhou Yunjin interjected. This is undoubtedly Shen Muting's doing. Lu Zhongju regained his composure and spoke solemnly. Call an emergency public relations meeting. We need to devise a strategy. I will arrive at the office in half an hour. After ending the call, Zhou Yunjin remarked, given the current situation, it cannot be suppressed. No matter how severe the scandal, time will eventually diminish its impact. The repercussions for the Lu family business will be temporary. Shen Muting's actions are merely aimed at securing the maximum possible divorce settlement for his sister. Indeed, Lu Zhongju nodded, then shifted the conversation. Call our son again. He must return immediately to discuss our course of action. Li Man, uninterested in the news or gossip, only learned about the situation when Guan Ningning mentioned it at work the following day. She discovered that Shen Muting's sister was embroiled in a divorce, her husband having an affair with an internet celebrity who was also pregnant. The Lu family had offended Shen Muting, and everyone was awaiting how he would retaliate against them. Shen Muting's sister remained a mysterious figure, her identity well guarded, likely due to their family's past as rumored illegitimate children upon their return to the Shen household. Guan Ningning speculated. Li Man offered no response. Pragmatic in nature, she had resigned herself to the reality that, since the night she clung to Shen Muting's leg upon his release from prison, she had lost interest in his affairs. That man belonged to an entirely different world. Little did she know that her hastily arranged husband was none other than Shen Muting. Guan Ningning, holding a newspaper, continued to gossip with Li Man. The eldest son of the Lu family is worth billions, most of which he possessed prior to marriage. Therefore, Shen Muting's sister stands to gain little in the divorce. Interestingly, just a day before they registered their marriage, the Lu board approved his compensation plan, wherein his annual salary for the next decade is a mere 1 yuan, indicating that Shen Muting's sister will have scant claim to marital assets. Li Man, if you were in her position, would you agree to sign a prenuptial agreement? I would, Li Man replied. If there is a significant disparity in premarital assets, it is reasonable to sign such an agreement. This can prevent conflicts arising from financial disputes should marital issues arise, thereby avoiding economic entanglements. I hold a different perspective from yours. I desire for my partner to possess a marital residence, with my name inscribed upon the property deed. This would serve as a testament to his genuine affection and trust in me, as well as his sincere intention to marry. Furthermore, it would foster our emotional bond. enhance mutual trust, and solidify our marital relationship. After articulating her thoughts, Guan Ningning curiously inquired, "Was your husband's house purchased before your marriage? Was it bought outright?" "Well, it should be a full payment," she responded. "Really? You haven't clarified this before marrying him?" Guan Ningning exclaimed. "If the house was bought with a mortgage, and you share the payments after marriage, it will be fine if your name is added to the deed. However, if it is not, according to the new marriage law, the property is considered his personal asset, and in the event of a divorce, you would receive nothing. I am not wishing for your divorce. After all, no one marries with the intention of separation, but one must not be careless. We had a whirlwind marriage. I did not dwell on such matters. I simply wanted a companion to share my life with." "A whirlwind marriage?" Guan Ningning gasped in disbelief. "Did you experience love at first sight?" "Not precisely love at first sight, yet he is undeniably handsome," she replied. Guan Ningning found it perplexing. Her previous partner, Shen Muting, a member of the elite, had moved on to marry another woman within 6 months after her incarceration due to an incident at their wedding. Having endured so much, how could she dare to enter a hasty marriage? Guan Ningning, filled with curiosity, asked, "I never would have imagined you would rush into marriage. What was it about him that captivated you?" "I perceive him as a responsible man, full of sincerity." "How did he convey his sincerity to the point of prompting your hasty union?" "He proactively handed me his salary card and suggested adding my name to the property deed. I accepted the salary card, yet I refrained from allowing him to add my name to the deed. I married him to secure a stable place to call home." Guan Ningning paused, her expression one of pity as she replied, "Are you foolish? He proposed adding your name to the deed, and you rejected it. Even if you're not motivated by his wealth, having your name on the deed is a form of security. As women, we manage household duties and bear children. It is a considerable burden. We agreed to share household responsibilities, and he will also participate in our children's education. Our hasty marriage lacks a foundation of affection, so we must strive diligently to build a fulfilling life together." As Li Man organized the storeroom, she responded to Guan Ningning in a calm tone. "Your husband seems quite good. I envy you," Guan Ningning remarked. "Compared to your husband, mine falls short. He does not even entertain the idea of adding my name to the deed, and post-marriage, he insists on financial independence. We each manage our finances individually, sharing household expenses. I understand he fears I might support my brother." Li Man paused her work and looked at Guan Ningning earnestly, saying, "Before marriage, you can assist your family as you see fit, but after marriage, you should focus on your small family, supporting one another, prioritize your household over extended family." "But they are my parents and my brother. How can I ignore them?" Guan Ningning protested, having been instilled with the notion of supporting her brother for years, a mindset that could not be easily altered. Li Man refrained from saying more, aware that excessive discussion might be unfavorable. She merely stated, "I am not suggesting you neglect them. I believe it is essential to maintain a balance after marriage and to take care of yourself." "I understand now. Thank you." "Li Man," Guan Ningning replied, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Li Man chuckled lightly. "Why are you thanking me? No one has ever advised me to take better care of myself. You are the first." Her parents always reminded her that she was the elder sister, and her brother would rely on her. Gradually, she became accustomed to supporting him, thinking it was her duty, as others did the same. It was only when she reached the age of marriage that she realized not everyone operated in such a manner. Her actions were labeled as sisterly magic, a pitfall men were advised to avoid. Yet, she found it difficult to harden her heart against her brother. Li Man understood Guan Ningning's predicament. Guan Ningning was straightforward, unable to hide her thoughts. Despite their lack of familiarity, she shared details about her boyfriend and her monthly earnings with Li Man. Guan Ningning earned a modest income of 5,000 to 6,000, residing in a shared rental where the rent was 400 a month. She rarely bought clothes or cosmetics, dedicating her earnings to her brother's education, keeping only 1,500 for herself and sending the remainder to her mother. Every family has its struggles, and Li Man chose to remain silent, not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. After work, Li Man returned to Cambridge Lanwan, where she found Shen Muting already home. The man sat on the sofa, his suit jacket draped over the armrest, tie loosened, and shirt collar open, revealing his sculpted collarbone. He appeared weary, eyes closed in repose. "You're back," he said, slowly opening his eyes upon hearing the door. Li Man changed into her slippers and approached the sofa, expressing concern. "Have you been busy these past few days? You look exhausted. Have you had dinner? If not, I can prepare another dish." When Shen Muting was home alone, If she did not join her grandmother for dinner, she typically prepared a simple meal, such as noodles or a stir-fry with steamed buns. Very frugal. Merely enough to fill her stomach. Shen Muting nodded. All right. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly, she replied, pouring him a cup of tea before heading to the kitchen. The sounds of her cooking eased some of the tension in Shen Muting's mind. Soon, dinner was served. 2 dishes and a soup, ample for their needs. After dining, Shen Muting stood up, instinctively clearing the dishes. Li Man quickly urged, "You don't look well. Go rest. I'll wash up." Shen Muting did not object. Li Man murmured, "He truly doesn't hold back." Shen Muting did not hear her clearly and turned to ask, "What did you say?" "Nothing. I merely said you should rest well," she replied, sticking out her tongue. Shen Muting did not return to the bedroom immediately. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea and settled back onto the sofa. Had it not been for her insistence on sharing household duties, he, the esteemed CEO of a multinational corporation, would not engage in such tasks. He regretted not having instructed Shen Luo to purchase a larger and better furnished home, preferably equipped with a dishwasher. After Li Man finished washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, she noticed he had not returned to the bedroom and inquired, "I saw the news about your boss's sister getting divorced today. Is there tension in your company lately? As his driver, you must be extra cautious." "My boss is not the type to let personal emotions interfere with work," Shen Muting replied sternly, giving her a piercing look. He was not an emotional person. Those lacking capability were the ones prone to outbursts. He managed a multinational corporation and the entire Shen family. He was not like those devoid of ability. Li Man pouted, surprised by his defense of his boss. After all, he had handled matters for Shen Muting previously, leading Li Man to reconsider her tendency to speak ill of him. Smiling, she leaned closer to apologize. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken poorly of your boss. I only heard rumors and am not a gossip. I was merely trying to find a topic to discuss with you." Shen Muting gazed at her exquisite face, her sincere, glimmering eyes, and suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. In the next moment, he quickly turned his head to avoid her gaze, stiffly replying, "No need to apologize. The external narrative is indeed as you described. Having seen the news of your boss's sister's divorce, do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Shen Muting inquired cautiously. "I have no particular thoughts. Do you?" Li Man retorted with a puzzled expression. "What relevance does your boss's sister's divorce have to me? What thoughts could I possibly have? I'm more curious if you have any thoughts on it." Pondered for a moment and said, "The boss's sister has been delayed by the Luo family for 3 years. I believe it is necessary to draft an agreement to provide you with some assurance. I have prepared a divorce agreement that I have already signed, with a duration of 1 year. If, after a year, we find that we are unsuitable for cohabitation or have not developed feelings for one another, you may sign for a divorce at your discretion. If a divorce occurs as compensation, I will give you this apartment, along with an additional sum of money. I have made a profit from my previous investments in the stock market, which amounts to nearly 1 million. Although this apartment is merely a 2-bedroom unit, its market value is considerable. Coupled with the 1 million in compensation for someone like Li Man, who is struggling and has a grandmother to care for, sacrificing a year of marriage is undoubtedly enticing." Li Man smiled. "If we were to divorce, you would be left with nothing. Aren't you afraid I would be waiting for that moment to take your house and money?" Unfazed, Shen Muting replied, "If you desire the money and the house now, I can provide it to you. I think that this amount pales in comparison to your integrity." He had not anticipated that she and Shen Rue had progressed to the point of wedding preparations while still maintaining her virtue. If she were to divorce immediately, it would indicate that she was not a woman imposed upon him by his relatives, and he need not devise further tests of her character. A worthless apartment and 1 million were trivial matters to him. Upon finishing, Shen Muting produced a document. Li Man accepted it. "All right, you have considered my interests. Thank you, Mr. Shen." This divorce agreement also served as a safeguard for her. She was not a materialistic woman blinded by wealth, but she was realistic. Not a naive and innocent girl. Since he was willing to offer it, she would not refuse. She would hold on to this agreement and continue to live her life with him. If, after a year, there was still no progress, they could part ways. The next day, Li Man arose as usual, clad in her pajamas, and emerged from the guest room. She unexpectedly encountered Shen Muting, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, showcasing his tall and slender figure. While she looked disheveled in her pajamas, their eyes met, and she found herself momentarily stunned by his deep, burning gaze. After a few seconds, she awkwardly inquired, "Why haven't you gone to work yet? Do you have a day off?" "I do not," Shen Muting replied in a low voice. Observing her, She wore a black silk nightgown that accentuated her slender figure, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, enhancing the porcelain quality of her skin. The length of the dress barely reached above her knees, revealing her long, straight legs, almost dazzlingly pale, resembling a little fairy who had strayed into the human realm. Shen Muting's gaze deepened, his throat tightening. When he spoke again, his tone was heavy, as if laden with water. Who permitted you to dress like that? What's wrong? Li Man responded, positive. This nightgown is not revealing. It's a popular item right now. Everyone wears it like this. Is there a problem with how I dress at home? Shen Muting averted his gaze, his perfectly sculpted features returning to an icy indifference, though upon closer inspection, one could see a faint blush on his ears. There was nothing wrong with wearing such attire at home. The nightgown was not revealing. However, the silk fabric was so thin and clingy, it was undeniably alluring. Li Man, accustomed to his frosty demeanor, sensed his silence, and, not knowing what else to discuss, made her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Outside, the rain poured heavily, pattering against the windows. It seemed she would need to take a taxi to the shop today. Given the inclement weather, she hoped she could get a ride. After freshening up and changing, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and lunchboxes. With the rain, she needed to leave earlier than usual. Any delay could jeopardize her full attendance. The leftover rice from the previous night could be fried into egg fried rice for lunch. Since Shen Muting was home, she prepared breakfast for both of them, 2 fried eggs, a plate of pan-fried dumplings, 2 sandwiches, and 2 glasses of milk. Once breakfast was ready, she knocked on a master bedroom door. Breakfast is ready. You can come out now. Okay, Shen Muting responded, emerging from his room. As they sat down, Li Man handed him a pair of chopsticks. You used to leave early every day. Did you eat breakfast outside? Breakfast outside is both expensive and unhygienic. You should not eat out anymore. I'll wake up early to prepare breakfast for you, she insisted. Shen Muting replied coolly, no need. I seldom eat breakfast. I lack an appetite if I wake too early. Since it's raining today, riding your electric bike is inconvenient, and it would be difficult to get a taxi. I will drive you to the shop. Li Man's eyes brightened. So you're going to work late today, just to take me to work? Hurry up and eat. I am pressed for time, he urged. Shen Muting did not deny her observation. He took a sip of milk, avoiding her gaze to mask his embarrassment. Given the torrential rain and the fact that there was only one car at home, taking her to work was simply a duty of a husband. After breakfast, Shen Muting rose to wash the dishes. Noticing this, Li Man quickly stepped in to clear the table before him. Thank you for taking me to work today. I'll wash the dishes. There's no need for such formality between us. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Li Man replied cheerfully, it's not about being formal. You're treating me so well. I want to reciprocate in any way I can. Shen Muting smirked slightly. There's only one car at home. The weather is poor, and there is little to do at the office this morning. Given the circumstances, it is only proper for a husband to take you to work. Unterstützt, Li Man smiled. Pleased. Was it so difficult to acknowledge kindness? In life, nurturing feelings should be this way. She believed that if things continued to develop like this, they would surely create a happy life together. After washing the dishes, Li Man grabbed the lunchboxes and followed Shen Muting to the car. The rain fell heavily, blurring the road ahead. The man leaned comfortably against the seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, exuding the demeanor of an experienced driver. Li Man thought to herself, he truly deserved the title of Shen Muting's chauffeur. He was indeed professional. The two sat in silence, the car enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Li Man broke the awkward silence. I forgot to mention earlier, skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. What time do you usually leave for work? I can help you prepare breakfast in the mornings. No need. I lack an appetite, and the company provides breakfast, he replied. Though her culinary skills were quite commendable, his breakfast was curated by nutritionists and top chefs, clearly of a different caliber. Li Man's eyes sparkled. But I'm your wife. How can my breakfast possibly compare to the company's? It is indeed different. Our company offers both Chinese and Western breakfasts prepared by 5-star hotel chefs, he remarked. As the traffic lights changed from red to green, Shen Muting chuckled softly, accelerating the car. This was the first time Li Man had seen him smile, and it was captivatingly charming. Ignoring his teasing, she responded, all right, I'll just assume you are being considerate, wanting me to get more sleep in the mornings. Shen Muting glanced at her. You certainly know how to flatter yourself. Li Man chuckled. I'm just helping you create the image of a perfect husband. Shen Muting. He truly could not fathom where she derived such convoluted reasoning. Unable to counter her, he fell silent. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Li Man grasped the lunchboxes in one hand and an umbrella in the other. Before exiting the car, she turned to Shen Muting and said, "Thank you for driving me to work today. Drive carefully in this heavy rain." Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. As soon as she exited the vehicle, he drove away. Li Man opened her umbrella and walked toward the shop when Guan Ningning suddenly sprinted over from behind, calling out, "Li Man." Li Man paused to wait for her. The two women, each holding an umbrella, walked together toward the shop. Guan Ningning curiously asked, "Was that your husband just now? Did he specifically drive you to work today?" "Yes," Li Man confirmed. Li Man smiled and nodded. The rain was pouring heavily today, making it difficult to hail a taxi. With only one car at home and her husband not busy at work, he kindly offered to drive her to the office. It seemed too coincidental. Perhaps he was merely reluctant to admit that he was doing this specifically for her. "Your husband is truly wonderful. Your relationship is a modern-day romance, akin to the stories of love that unfold after marriage," she thought. Li Man shook her head, chuckling softly. "You're getting increasingly absurd. It's merely a matter of cohabitation. You really should watch fewer Korean dramas." Meanwhile, after dropping off Li Man, Shen Muting drove into a neighboring street. Shen LV was already waiting with a Rolls-Royce. Upon seeing the familiar Volkswagen Bora, he immediately opened his umbrella and approached. As the car came to a halt, he opened the driver's door. Shen Muting exited his vehicle and settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. No sooner had he taken his seat than his phone began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, a rare hint of warmth flickered across his typically stoic face. It was his sister, Shen Muting. "What on earth is happening with the trending topic on Weibo?" she inquired, her voice laced with urgency. Shen Muting, who held strong familial values and was exceptionally kind to his family, sensed her irritation. He was perplexed by her anger and replied in a low voice, "It's exactly as you see it. I authorized the release of that information. Why publicize it online and purchase so many trending spots? Family disgrace should remain private. How will people perceive our family and me? I've lost all face. How will I ever face anyone again?" Shen Muyin lamented. Shen Muting furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure as he responded, "Sister, the Liu family has reached this point, and divorce is inevitable. Do you still hope for an amicable parting? Liu Qingzhong is worth billions, but most of that was acquired before your marriage, so your share is minimal despite 3 years of marriage. Coincidentally, just a day before your marriage certificate was issued, the Liu board approved his salary plan, which for the next decade is a mere 1 yuan a year. What do you do with that? You might as well let it drop on the street, and not a soul would pick it up. What kind of life have you been living in the Liu household? Are you content to have wasted 3 years, treated like a servant, only to leave with nothing?" Given the circumstances, Shen Muting would no longer refer to Liu Qingzhong as brother-in-law. "To be frank, the reason I have not acted against the Liu family all these years was out of respect for you," he stated, his voice low, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Now that divorce was on the horizon, he would settle old and new scores alike. The Liu family's good days were coming to an end. Shen Muyin felt a pang of reluctance. But what could she do? The situation had reached a critical point. She wished to handle the divorce quietly, to find peace, yet the matter had become a sensational topic of discussion, robbing her of any semblance of tranquility. "I don't care about your business dealings. The emotional aspect was my choice. I accept that I couldn't warm his heart over 3 years. This has become too public. It's disgraceful. I'll leave with nothing if that's the case. I just want to finalize the divorce as soon as possible." Liu Qingzhong was the one who strayed, and it was his family that should feel ashamed. Why should she be the one to leave empty-handed? Despite her protests, others would still whisper, claiming she was incapable of competing with a social media influencer. They would deride her, saying her wealthy and powerful family was of no use if she couldn't keep her husband faithful, that she lacked femininity and charm, all while she had never appeared in the media, remaining hidden and ridiculed. Shen Muyin felt a deep ache in her heart. The complexities of divorce were already daunting enough without public scrutiny. How could she face anyone in the future? Shen Muting, unable to grasp why his sister, the true victim, would sacrifice her own interest for the sake of a scoundrel and his mistress, recognized that her forbearance would not evoke guilt from the Liu family. In such situations, emotional decisions should be avoided. One must rationally secure their rightful share, minimizing losses and obtaining the maximum compensation possible. It would be wise to strip the Liu family of their assets. He understood his sister's character well, gentle and yielding. She had agreed to marry into the Lu family out of love for Lu Qingzhong, who had seen her as an amiable and easily manageable partner. Over the years, the Lu family had indeed taken full advantage of her kindness. Shen Muting sighed deeply, speaking patiently. Sister, disregard the vitriol spewed by online trolls. They are simply failures in their own lives, reveling in others' misfortunes like clowns. Paying attention to them is a waste of time. Leave the divorce proceedings to me. If you feel overwhelmed, I can arrange for you and Mom to take a month-long trip to Europe to unwind. No need. I would prefer to stay in case I'm needed, she replied. That's fine, Shen Muting conceded, knowing his sister's compassionate nature. He cautioned her, but remember, no matter how much Lu Qingzhong begs, do not relent. When he was with another woman, he never considered you for a moment, nor was he gentle when he was abusive. If you show weakness now, you only grant him another chance to hurt you. I understand, she assured him. Shen Muting ended the call, stowing his phone away. He turned to the driver, Shen LV, and inquired, what is the situation on the Lu family front? After the revelations, many shareholders have begun to sell off their stock in the Lu Group. The first day saw a decrease of 6.35, followed by a 12.13 drop the next day. The stock has been in a steady decline ever since. Lu Zhongju, unable to suppress the trending topic, is currently discussing countermeasures with Lu Qingzhong. He reported. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Muting instructed, please acquire a 4-bedroom house within a 5-kilometer radius of Cambridge Lanwan for my mother and sister. Given Lu Qingzhong's typical approach, he would likely first seek out Shen Muyin, knowing her soft-heartedness. However, he had already warned her against showing weakness. When Lu Qingzhong faced rejection, he would likely become aggressive and desperate. Since he had visited the Lu family estate, staying in a hotel would easily reveal his location. It would be better to buy a modest house, allowing for more opportunities to interact with Li Man and providing a perfect chance to evaluate her character. Shen LV executed Shen Muting's orders with utmost diligence. That same day, he found a well-decorated apartment and facilitated the move for Tang Wan-yin and Shen Muyin by the afternoon. Tang Wan-yin was perplexed by the situation. Why should we hide? Lu Qingzhong is the one who cheated. The disgrace belongs to the Lu family, she frowned. Shen LV explained respectfully. Ninth Master believes Lu Qingzhong will inevitably seek out the young lady for reconciliation, which may cause you distress. The young lady is kind-hearted and easily swayed. Moreover, there's another crucial point. He paused for effect. Tang Wan-yin, intrigued, pressed for clarification. What is it? It's not about hiding, it's about moving there, closer to Cambridge Lanwan, facilitating more opportunities for interaction with Miss Li. Having grasped Shen LV's earlier explanation, Tang Wan-yin was further enticed by this last point. Let us move right away, without mentioning the need to avoid Lu Qingzhong. She framed it as a way to assist Shen Muting in feigning poverty and to enable more interactions with Li Man. That day, they relocated to a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in Shermau, Champagne Lake. As the servants organized their belongings, Tang Wan-yin took out her phone and dialed Li Man's number. Having saved her contact from their previous dinner, she quickly reached her. Upon answering, Li Man, noting the store was not busy, walked briskly to the back room and pressed the answer button. Hello, Andy. Li Man, are you free to talk now? I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Of course, Andy. Is there something you need? Come over for dinner tonight. I'll call Muting and have him pick you up after work. Li Man quickly replied. Thank you for your kindness, Auntie, but I finished work too late. It will be well past dinner time. I wouldn't want to impose. There's no problem with a late work shift. Just come over for a late-night snack. It's settled then. You carry on with your tasks, and I will inform Muting. After Tang Wan-yin finished speaking, she did not give Li Man a chance to refuse and hung up the phone directly. Li Man, feeling helpless, dared not call Shen Muting hastily and could only send him a WeChat message for help. Annie called us to come over for dinner, but I finished work too late. Can we postpone it? Is it all right if I come when I'm off duty? Shortly after sending the message, Shen Muting called her back. Li Man quickly pressed the answer button. Did you see the WeChat I sent you? Yes, I saw it. Shen Muting replied in a calm voice. My mother rarely comes over. She usually stays at my sister's house. Since she has invited us, we should go. It's also a good opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the place. All right then. Li Man had no choice but to agree. Although their last meeting was pleasant, she still did not dare to be negligent. She sought out the store manager and requested a 4-hour leave. By 6 in the evening, the sky had darkened due to the rain. Shen Muting drove to pick her up from work. Li Man took her seat in the passenger side and collected her umbrella, intending to make a brief stop at the supermarket. What is the purpose of going to the supermarket? To buy a few items. It wouldn't be proper to arrive empty-handed on my first visit. Shen Muting glanced at her, but quickly returned his gaze to the road. There is no need to buy anything. My sister's house has everything. While fastening her seatbelt, Li Man replied, it's not about whether they lack anything. It's simply a matter of etiquette. I do not wish to be labeled as rude. Understood, Shen Muting acknowledged, and said no more as he drove her to the supermarket. Li Man purchased a set of skincare products along with some fruits. Shen Muting silently followed behind her, pushing the shopping cart. At the checkout, he quietly placed the items on the counter. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his well-tailored outfit accentuated his tall and slender frame. The cashier, a young girl, could not help but steal glances at him several times. Do you have a membership card? The girl asked, her cheeks flushing. Shen Muting lifted the last box of milk from the cart to the scanning station, about to say he did not have one, when Li Man interjected with a smile. I do. She then provided her phone number. Turning to Shen Muting with a smile to explain, it earns points that can be redeemed for items later. We shouldn't be wasted. Shen Muting said nothing, merely arching his thin lips into a slight smile. The cashier scanned all their items, totaling 685. How would you like to pay? I'll pay, Li Man replied, taking out her phone. Before she could open the payment code, Shen Muting leaned in from her side and presented his phone to the cashier, speaking in a low, deep voice. Use mine, WeChat. They were close enough that Li Man could feel his broad chest and the crisp scent of what lingered in the air, causing a blush to creep on her cheeks. It took her a few moments to regain her composure before putting her phone away. After settling the bill, she and Shen Muting carried their items toward the car parked outside the mall. The rain continued to fall, and Shen Muting, holding the items in one hand while shielding them with an umbrella in the other, was almost at the parking space when a male voice suddenly called out from a distance, laced with teasing. I was wondering why you hadn't been coming out lately. Turns out you've been busy shopping with your girlfriend. Li Man turned to the source of the voice and saw a young, handsome man sitting in a red Porsche sports car. His window rolled down as he smiled at them, compared to her husband's stern and icy demeanor. The man in the Porsche exuded a more carefree and elegant charm, his features softer and more refined. Li Man was not knowledgeable about cars, but she recognized that a Porsche was anything but cheap. It was a luxury that most could not afford. She observed him, and he subtly appraised her in return. Shen Muting held the umbrella over her, saying, you should go wait in the car. I'll be right over after a quick chat. All right. Li Man averted her gaze, following Shen Muting to the car. He opened the trunk to place the items inside, then gentlemanly opened the passenger door for her, closing it once she was seated. Holding the black umbrella, he approached the Porsche and looked down at Gu Huaishi seated inside. Gu Huaishi clicked his tongue and teased. What is this? You want to even let me look? No wonder you've been busy dating. It seems you've prioritized romance over friendship. Enough with the nonsense. Don't say anything reckless if you've seen her, Shen Muting warned, his gaze stern. Don't worry. My lips are sealed, Gu Huaishi assured, casting a knowing glance at the Volkswagen. Are you role-playing? Shouldn't you be driving a small car instead of a wheelchair? We can discuss this in detail another day. No need to wait. You've got a girlfriend, and you didn't even tell your buddies. If you don't clarify today, I'll be restless and unable to sleep tonight. Gu Huaishi was insatiably curious. Then suffer from insomnia. I have no time today. I have to accompany my mother and sister for dinner. Hence the shopping. You're taking your girlfriend along? Gu Huaishi was even more surprised, exclaiming, so, you've already introduced her to your family? Yes, Shen Muting, unwilling to engage in lengthy discussions, succinctly stated, I have many matters to attend to lately. Once the time is right, I will naturally introduce you. With that, he turned and walked away, holding the umbrella. Gu Huaishi took out his phone and recorded a video, watching Shen Muting drive away in the Volkswagen. The very person who had just claimed to have a tight-lipped demeanor. In the next moment, he sent the video to a WeChat group. Muting has a girlfriend. Am I the first to know? This WeChat group consisted of only 4 individuals, all close friends. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Once the news was sent, the usually quiet group suddenly buzzed with activity. Fu Zekin, you're drunk already? I'd rather believe in ghosts than accept that the billionaire Shen Muting would drive a small car for a date. Su Jingyan, I've heard of rich kids pretending to be poor for a fling, but not the other way around. If that is true, Shen Muting is being miserly. He has so much money, he could spend a lifetime without running out. What is wrong with spending a little on his girlfriend? Chapter 42. Considerate Gu Huaishi with a hint of gossip, sent a voice message. Really, I just feel that the woman looks somewhat familiar. As if I've seen her somewhere. Fu Zekin and Su Jing and S curiosity was piqued. Fu Zekin immediately asked, "Quickly tell me, what does she look like? Who is this goddess that could capture Shen Muting's heart?" Su Jingin, your video doesn't reveal much. No picture, no truth. Gu Huaishi. If you don't believe me, ask him. If I'm lying, I'll be a dog. With that, Gu Huaishi tagged Shen Muting and sent him a voice message. Shen Muting, driving with Li Man, headed to the Shermao Champagne Lake. The Shermao Champagne Lake is divided into two areas, the southern area for villas and the northern area for mid-rise buildings, making it one of the more upscale residential areas in Jiangzhou. Before arriving, Shen Muting had deliberately instructed Yan Luo to drive him around to familiarize himself with the area so that he would not get lost when bringing Li Man. After all, this was his sister's home, and it was not their first visit. Getting lost would be quite embarrassing. Shen Muting had put in considerable effort, thus smoothly steering the car into the community. Just then, his phone started buzzing incessantly. After parking, Shen Muting did not exit the car immediately. Instead, he took his phone and saw numerous unread messages from the WeChat group. Using facial recognition to unlock it, he opened WeChat and located the message that had tagged him. The next moment, a voice message echoed in the quiet car. After finishing dinner, they headed to the Water Sky restaurant. Fu Zekin had organized the gathering and had just asked about my recent circumstances. I replied that I was dating and accompanying my girlfriend on shopping trips, which he found hard to believe, declaring he would rather believe in ghosts than accept that. Li Man sat beside him in the passenger seat, recognizing the voice as that of the man they had just encountered after leaving the supermarket. Shen Muting glanced at her and said, "I'll drop you off first after dinner. I need to stop by Water Sky." "That's fine. You don't need to drive me. I could take a cab." Li Man replied. Given the rain, hailing a cab was inconvenient, and it was a good opportunity for him to take her home. "All right, thank you," she conceded, nodding graciously. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Was that person a friend of yours?" He seemed quite affluent. "Yes, I met him while working with President Shen." Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. "I see." Li Man sighed in relief. Shen Muting continued, raising an eyebrow. "What else would you expect? They are all second-generation rich. They wouldn't associate with someone like me unless it was for President Shen's sake." Li Man thought to herself. Perhaps having spent so much time by Shen Muting's side had subtly influenced her, as his distinguished aura and powerful presence were indeed striking. "If I hadn't lived with you for a while and knew you were just a driver, I might have suspected you were a runaway rich kid experiencing life in disguise." Shen Muting smirked slightly. "You've watched too many idol dramas. Let's go." "I haven't watched many idol dramas. When I was at the Li family, I had no opportunity. Later, I had to take care of my younger brother, manage household chores, and study, leaving no time for such pastimes." "You should be able to tell I'm not that naive and innocent," she replied. Shen Muting merely regarded her with a deep gaze. "Let us go. It's getting late." "Sure." Li Man did not indulge in self-pity over her past, nor did she desire his sympathy. The hardest days were behind her. She was content with her life now. Having a considerate gentleman for a husband, and her grandmother's health was improving. She felt grateful for her current life and optimistic about the future. Upon arriving at her sister's house, Shen Muting rang the doorbell. "Man is here, come in." The door was opened by Shen Mayan, who was still wearing an apron. Warmly welcoming Li Man inside, Tang Wanin also appeared, and upon seeing Li Man and Shen Muting carrying items, she cheerfully remarked, "It's great that you're here. Why did you buy so much? Come in and sit down." Li Man stood at the door, smiling softly. "Hello, Annie." "Hello, sister." Tang Wanin, beaming with delight, pulled Li Man to the sofa. However, her enthusiasm did not ease Li Man's nervousness, and she sat tensely beside Tang Wanin. The Shermao Champagne Lake was the pinnacle of the area, with the smallest unit being 140 square meters. And her sister's home was likely close to 200 square meters, truly spacious and grand. Tang Wanin commented, "Muting is such a workaholic, always wearing a stern face. Being with him must be tough for you." Li Man quickly replied, "Not at all, Annie. His work is important. Even the busiest man should make time for his girlfriend. Relationships need nurturing. If I hadn't called you today, who knows when he would have arranged this visit. There's no time like the present. We should get to know each other better and visit often." "Goodness, I didn't realize your sister lived so close." "Yes, when Muting bought the house. He aimed for one near his sister's for convenience, ensuring mutual support. Even though we all have cars, proximity is still preferable." Just as Tang Wanyin was about to say more, Shen Muting's voice echoed from the dining room. Dinner's ready. Let us eat while we chat, Tang Wanyin said, standing up from the sofa. All right, Li Man responded, following Tang Wanyin to the dining table. Before marrying into the Lu family, Shen Muting had studied culinary arts but had rarely cooked. However, since joining the Lu family, she prepared meals daily, and her skills had significantly improved. Li Man gazed at the beautifully presented dishes and remarked, I used to think my cooking was decent, but compared to my sisters, I realize how lacking I am. Shen Muting, seated to Tang Wanyin's left, humbly replied, You're too kind. These are just home-cooked dishes. Please enjoy. Shen Muting poured freshly squeezed orange juice into a glass for Li Man, saying, This is made from fresh oranges, all natural and additive-free. It won't make you gain weight and provides a boost of vitamin C for your skin. Here, a glass for you. His demeanor was naturally gentle and thoughtful. Had it not been for this act, Li Man might have forgotten they needed to feign intimacy. You should serve auntie and sister first, she said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she averted her gaze. Tang Wanyin watched their interaction with delight, turning to her daughter beside her. Due to her tumultuous divorce proceedings with Lu Qingzhong, she had been forcing a smile since Li Man's arrival. Now, with Li Man and Shen Muting focused on each other, her expression returned to one of worry. Chapter 43. Misunderstanding. Tang Wanyin subtly kicked her daughter beneath the table to remind her to be mindful. Shen Muting quickly masked her emotions. After pouring the juice, Shen Muting presented it to Li Man. She instinctively reached for it, and whether intentional or not, her hand brushed against his. A spark of electricity coursed through them, and Li Man froze momentarily. Shen Muting looked at her, his dark gaze meeting her fluttering eyelashes, and he chuckled softly, his low voice saying, Hold it steady. Oh, Li Man blushed, forcing herself to relax. Although Shen Muting maintained his usual seriousness and expressionless demeanor, he was quite compliant in front of his mother and sister, initiating conversations about work and life, even discussing their relationship, how they met, and how he pursued her. Li Man could hardly believe it, casting incredulous glances at the man beside her who was spinning tales. She wondered when he had concocted these stories without even consulting her, fearing he might slip up. Tang Wanyin was delighted. Her appetite significantly improved, and she ate more than usual. The dinner was not as torturous for Li Man as she had anticipated. Shen Muting primarily engaged in conversation, allowing her to contribute occasionally, which meant she spent most of her time enjoying the delicious food, inadvertently overindulging. She glanced at Shen Muting, her eyes pleading for assistance. Noticing her gaze, he set down his chopsticks, handed her a napkin, and gently asked, Are you full? Yes. Li Man nodded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Shen Muting then stated, Mom, sister, we should head back. We have plans with friends. Tang Wanyin checked the time. It's still early. Why not stay a little longer? I have so much more to discuss and many questions to ask. Li Man glanced at the dining table, suggesting, Why don't you stay with Annie for a bit? I can help tidy up. Tang Wanyin quickly replied, No need for you to clean. You're our guest today. How can we make you work? If you're not in a hurry, stay a bit longer. We haven't finished chatting yet, she added. Shen Muting looked at his sister, a helpless expression on his face, seemingly seeking assistance. Shen Muting smiled and said, I'll help clean up later. We live nearby. My husband is often away, and sometimes I feel lonely in such a large house. Now that we've met, I hope you all come by often. I enjoy having company. Upon finishing her words, she turned to Tang Wanyin, Mom, since Muting mentioned he has plans with friends, let's not occupy their time. There will be plenty of opportunities to converse later. Tang Wanyin suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, biting her lip with a smile. Yes, I was being foolish. I won't disturb your youthful affairs. If you have plans with friends, you should hurry along. Muting, aware that his mother had misconstrued the situation, chose not to elaborate further and left with a blushing Li Man. Once outside, Li Man shot him a glare. Why didn't you clarify? Auntie seems to have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Muting feigned ignorance. She seems to think that your plans with friends are merely an excuse, assuming we. She hesitated, unable to utter the words about their intimate world, fearing he might misinterpret her longing for such a connection. Muting gazed at her, his dark eyes growing increasingly profound, seemingly still immersed in the moment, his expression laced with an enigmatic allure. Li Man felt her cheeks heat up further and lowered her voice, murmuring, With such acting skills and looks, it's truly a pity you're just a driver. If you entered the entertainment industry, even if you didn't achieve stardom, you could certainly carve out a niche. Noticing her murmuring, Muting suspected she was speaking ill of him and asked in a low tone, "What are you saying?" Li Man chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing. Let us hurry along." She quickly pressed the elevator button. Just then, Muting's phone chimed. Answering the call, Gu Huaishi's voice resonated from the receiver. "Have you finished eating? Are you coming or not? Just give me a word." Muting didn't respond immediately as he strode into the elevator. On the other end, Gu Huaishi, noticing the silence, complained, "Seriously? It's just a date. Is it really that hard to come out? If you get married, will you stop associating with us? It's been days since we gathered. We're just concerned for you. It won't take much of your time. You wouldn't prioritize romance over friendship to that extent, would you? All right, just drop her off and come over," Muting replied in a low voice. Gu Huaishi immediately retorted, "No way. It's troublesome to run back and forth in the rain. Since she is your chosen one, you'll have to introduce her to us sooner or later. Just bring her along." Muting glanced at Li Man, realizing he was pretending to be financially constrained, but his friends were unaware, making it easy to slip up. As he hesitated to refuse, Li Man, misinterpreting his reluctance as shyness, spoke up, "I can go with you. So you want to have to make multiple trips just to drop me off? If it's inconvenient, you can stop at the bus station ahead. I can easily take the bus back." After a moment's thought, Muting replied, "All right, let us go together. Since you've already met my family, meeting my friends is not a big deal. It will happen sooner or later." A lull fell over them, the car descending into silence once more. Suddenly, Muting asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Li Man nodded, "Yes, why?" "Then I'll pull over and you can take the wheel." "Are you sure you want me to drive?" Li Man felt a surge of anxiety about her driving skills. "I only got my license in college and passed the practical tests on the first try, but I haven't driven much since, well, I ended up in prison." Her voice dwindled, lacking confidence, compared to his professional driving prowess. She felt inadequate. Muting sighed, "Then I'll drive. I'll just stop on the side of the road to send a text." "Okay." Li Man secretly exhaled in relief. Upon reaching a suitable area, Muting parked the car, activated the hazard lights, and took out his phone, opening WeChat to message Gu Huaishi and the others. "She doesn't know I'm Muting. She thinks I'm Shen Luo, just a driver. So don't let it slip." Su Jingyan quickly replied with a playful emoji. "Seriously? You're such a miser. Even in love, you're worried she'll be after your money? Or was this some kind of role-playing fun?" Chapter 44. Brother-in-law, Gu Huaishi chimed in. "See? I wasn't lying. That old clunker really belongs to him." Fu Zekin sent a meme of a disapproving face. Shortly after, he added, "You're a tycoon. Even if your girlfriend is materialistic, you have enough wealth that she couldn't possibly spend it all, no matter how lavishly. I'm more curious about what kind of enchanting woman she is. What does she see in you? Your looks and physique? But good looks and a fine figure can't sustain a meal. Today's women are incredibly pragmatic, their standards soaring. They rarely consider impoverished suitors unless it's a casual fling without thoughts of marriage." Muting, disinterested in their banter, responded curtly, arriving in 10 minutes. Before putting his phone away, 10 minutes later, Li Man accompanied Muting to the water sky color, her second visit. The first time, she had desired to cling to Muting's support. Now returning, she couldn't help but reflect on the twists of fate. Despite the unexpected nature of her marriage, she was fortunate that her husband was a decent man. Even in the depths of a wealthy family, living a simple and ordinary life had its merits. Following Muting, Li Man observed her surroundings, a stark contrast to her previous visit when anxiety had clouded her ability to appreciate the lavish interior. This time, she took in the opulence, realizing why it was dubbed a haven for the affluent. The extravagant decor surely came with exorbitant costs. Curiously, she inquired, "Do you come here often?" Muting replied nonchalantly, "Rarely. I only come when Mr. Shen invites me or when friends call me. Even the inexpensive drinks here cost an entire half-month as salary. It's not a place for someone like me." "That expensive?" she responded, noting the extravagant ambience. As they spoke, Muting led her to a private room on the second floor. The moment they entered, all eyes turned to them. Inside sat 3 handsome men. Li Man recognized only Gu Huaishi, having bumped into him earlier that evening at the supermarket. The others were strangers. As she followed Muting inside, she took a seat beside him, poised yet tinged with a hint of bashfulness. The men were of similar age to Muting, exuding charm and sophistication. Clearly individuals of status. Su Jingyan and the others regarded Li Man with friendly, polite glances, understanding she was Muting's partner. Yet, she did indeed appear somewhat familiar. As Gu Huaishi had noted, Su Jingyan, with a sharp memory, quickly recognized her. They were all aware of Shen Rui's marriage. Years ago, she had wed Shen Rui, celebrated with a wedding. Yet on the day of the ceremony, she had committed a heinous act against the elder Shen, resulting in a 3-year prison sentence. Now, she re-emerged as Muting's girlfriend, Shen Rui's former aunt. What was the story here? Given her current status as Muting's girlfriend, Su Jingyan concealed any signs of surprise. Gu Huaishi, ever the extrovert, greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Gu Huaishi. This is Su Jingyan, and that is Fu Zekin. We're all good friends with Lu Gu. With a broad smile, Gu Huaishi then turned to Muting, playing along. Lu Gu, your sister-in-law, is truly beautiful. Hello. Li Man greeted them warmly, instinctively explaining, I'm Li Man. Just call me by my name. No need to call me sister-in-law. I'm merely his. Before she could finish the words girlfriend, Muting interjected, my wife is, of course, beautiful. His casual remark left everyone momentarily speechless. Wife. Gu Huaishi could hardly believe his ears. So, you two have already registered your marriage? Muting nodded, reclining comfortably on the sofa. The room fell silent, as if time itself had paused at that moment. Staring at him in disbelief, Gu Huaishi and the others were astonished, and even Li Man wore an expression of shock. He concealed the fact of their marriage from his family, merely introducing her as his girlfriend, yet he claimed to his friends that they were wed. Was it necessary for him to maintain the facade of being married in front of his peers? The expressions of Gu Huaishi and his companions as they regarded Li Man were instantly more complex. Surprise, disbelief, but predominantly admiration. This Li Man was indeed remarkable. After her release from prison, she had managed to marry Shen Muting. Although she was unaware that her husband was Shen Muting, the younger uncle of Shen Rui, her ability to win his affection was a testament to her prowess, and a significant one at that. Countless socialites in Jiangzhou City had endeavored to secure his hand, but had failed. When they eventually learned that they had been outmatched by such a rival, their reactions would be intriguing to behold. Gu Huaishi sighed, you're not being very brotherly. You've already registered the marriage, and we didn't even know when you started dating. Your secrecy is impeccable. Had I not run into you today, I would still be in the dark. Su Jingyan jested, enough of this, you big softy. I thought you were heartbroken. Your wife must be having a good laugh at your expense. After saying this, Su Jingyan slid a glass towards him. What would your wife like to drink? Gu Huaishi recalled that Shen Muting was currently employed as a driver and, following Su Jingyan's lead, replied, indeed, let us have a drink. After all, you have a bodyguard and driver with you. Li Man glanced at the array of alcoholic beverages on the coffee table, instinctively casting a glance at Shen Muting. Sensing her gaze, he shot a warning look at Su Jing and Gu Huaishi, stating coolly, if you wish to drink, do so. If not, there is no need to appease them. A man who pressures a woman to drink is either a scoundrel or a wastrel. Su Jing and Gu Huaishi exchanged silent glances, communicating wordlessly. Observing his protective demeanor, Li Man pondered whether he had truly fallen for her. If that were the case, why pretend to be impoverished and usurp Shen Liu's name? Li Man felt a flicker of bewilderment, increasingly unable to discern the true nature of the man beside her. Was he merely a driver? Although he was Shen Muting's driver, he was still just a driver. Yet Gu Huaishi and his friends, clearly affluent, addressed him as brother, while his presence exuded an undeniable strength, rivaling that of the wealthy man. His tone regal and commanding. Shen Muting noticed her intent gaze and inquired, what is the matter? Is there something troubling you? Coming back to her senses, Li Man shook her head. No, not at all. My tolerance for alcohol is rather low. Do you have something with a lower alcohol content that is less likely to intoxicate? Su Jing and picked up a bottle of clear liquor. Then let us go with this. It's fruity and has a low alcohol percentage, akin to a soft drink. As he poured her a glass, she thanked him and took small sips. Shen Muting engaged in conversation with them about business matters, which Li Man found incomprehensible and uninteresting. Although no one urged her to drink, she inadvertently finished her glass. I'm going to the restroom, she informed Shen Muting before rising from the sofa. There's a restroom over there. He gestured. No need. I'll just step outside for some fresh air. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She felt awkward about using the restroom in a space dominated by men. The thought made her uncomfortable. Shen Muting, concerned for her safety, stood up. You're unfamiliar with this place. I'll accompany you. Really, you all continue your conversation. I'll be back shortly. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, but still expressed his concern. All right. Call me if you need anything. Okay, Li Man replied as she stepped toward the door, overhearing Gu Huai, she, and the others teasing Shen Muting behind her. Look how tightly he is watching her. No wonder he didn't come out earlier. Come on, while you're out having fun, don't just stick to your wife. What trouble could there be in the restroom? Relax. It's not like we're in some chaotic bar where anyone can waltz in. Flushed and flustered, Li Man hurriedly exited the room. What was this man's deal? Was he so engrossed in his act that he couldn't reveal the truth? His earlier reluctance to emerge wasn't due to her. He was simply busy with work, whether it be overtime or business trips. He never explained himself, allowing them to misinterpret his intentions. She couldn't decide whether he was simply taciturn or deliberately misleading. Once outside the room, she quickly located the restroom, following the signs. The restroom at Shui Tian Ise was surprisingly luxurious. As she approached, she overheard a man on the phone, his tone laced with desperation. Even if we're getting divorced, we should meet and discuss things properly. Shouldn't we? There are many things that can't be conveyed over the phone. Don't use your busy schedule as an excuse. You don't have a job. How can you be busier than me, the CEO of a conglomerate, that you can't find time to meet? After hearing the other person's response, the man's patience seemed to wear thin and his facade crumbled, his expression turning increasingly hostile. Enough. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're just after the assets. Let me make this clear. You want to get a dime. Even if I cheated, you want to receive a penny in settlement. If you're smart, you'll leave empty-handed. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. My mother was right. You're like a hen that doesn't lay eggs, always sulking as if everyone owes you money. It's infuriating. When you married me, or rather, when we entered this union, you were sold to me. How foolish of you to serve your family while they sold you off. You've benefited from us for years. Do you know what that makes you? A parasite. If you don't comply with the divorce, we'll see how this plays out. After hurling his threats, the man ended the call. As the man passed by, she cast a curious glance at him. Lu Changzhong, furious, hung up the phone, tugging at his tie in frustration. He had restrained himself from throwing his phone. A brand new iPhone, worth over 10,000. Though the Lu family was wealthy, it hardly seemed worth it to lose a phone over a woman who brought nothing to the table. Due to the recent gossip, he had been the subject of scorn wherever he went, and his anger had been simmering. Seeing Li Man stare at him only intensified his rage, and with cold, lifeless eyes, he snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a divorce drama before?" Li Man averted her gaze, disdainfully pursing her lips as she entered the women's restroom. Moments later, as she exited a stall, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Yuyan, who was standing by the sink applying lipstick. What an unfortunate coincidence. Upon seeing Li Man, Lin Yuyan raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing here?" Before Li Man could respond, she added sarcastically, "Looks like you're down on your luck, dragging around an ailing old woman. Has life gotten so tough that you've resorted to working at Shui Tiani Say? If a Rue knows many wealthy gentlemen, should I ask him to introduce you to some suitable clients? While it may not elevate you to marrying into wealth, at least the clients won't have any peculiar habits, sparing you from some distress." Li Man retorted with a cold smile. "Instead of wasting your time being sarcastic with me, why not keep an eye on your husband? After all, if he could be swayed by you once, there's no guarantee he won't be tempted by another woman in the future. I've heard he has been in trouble for flirting with the wrong crowd and ended up with several broken ribs, spending over a month in the hospital. You've worked so hard to marry him, but it seems your life as a wealthy wife isn't all that glamorous after all." "What did you just say?" Lin Yuyan exclaimed, her face falling. Shen Rue had told her that he had encountered a group of drunken troublemakers after leaving a nightclub and had been unjustly assaulted. She had no idea that such a thing could happen. No wonder he was beaten. He never pursued accountability, as it seemed he was too afraid to confront the truth, too ashamed to seek redress. The embarrassment of having her husband cavorting with other women, only to be exposed in front of her, left Lin Yuyan feeling utterly humiliated, especially since the person who revealed this was Li Man. The humiliation and indignation surged within her. She must have taken pleasure in Lin Yuyan's misfortune, as she recalled how Lin Yuyan had stolen her fiancé years ago, only to now find her life in disarray. How laughable, how fitting. Lin Yuyan was so enraged that she struggled to find the words to express her feelings, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Li Man observed her changing expressions with a sense of satisfaction. Without further ado, Li Man washed her hands and turned to leave, but just as she did, Lin Yuyan seized her arm. Li Man paused, turned back, and frowned at the sullen-faced Lin Yuyan, coldly asking, "What do you want? Clarify your words. Which woman did he provoke to end up like this? If you don't explain yourself today, I will accuse you of jealousy and slander. I will ruin the bond between my husband and me." Jealousy? Not at all. I genuinely take pleasure in your misfortune, Li Man retorted with a smirk. Are you sure you want to hear my words? Wouldn't that make you feel even more humiliated? Do you really believe what I say? With a wave of impatience, Li Man forcefully shook off Lin Yueyan's grip. Stop deceiving yourself. It would be better if you directly asked Shen Rue. Her strength far surpassed that of Lin Yueyan, who, wearing high heels, stumbled back a few steps, barely steadying herself against the sink. What happened? Why haven't you returned yet? At that moment, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Chapter 46. Beautiful Li Man and Lin Yueyan simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the voice. Shen Muting appeared in a white shirt and black trousers, his sleeves slightly rolled up, holding a cigarette between his long fingers, with a spark of fire illuminating the dimness. The man's brow furrowed, his dark eyes deep as twilight, his expression serious and exuding a palpable displeasure. Upon seeing Shen Muting, Lin Yueyan's eyes flickered with astonishment, but she quickly averted her gaze, continuing to press Li Man, "You must clarify today. If you don't, you won't be leaving. Do you believe I can ruin your career with just a word? You won't be able to survive in Jiangzhou City." Ah, Shen Muting chuckled coldly, narrowing his eyes. Lin Yueyan frowned, directing her gaze at him. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Rue is from the second branch of the Shen family. Shen's grandfather's second wife, Song Wanfong, died in childbirth after giving birth to Shen Yan. Shen Yan is the sixth child, Shen Rue's father, who is also Shen Muting's sixth brother. After the grandfather's death, the Shen family feared and resented Shen Muting. He feigned illness and, being busy managing the vast Shen family and Buyuan group, avoided unnecessary social interactions. Not only had Lin Yueyan not seen Shen Muting in 3 years of marriage, but even Shen Rue had no opportunity to meet him. Therefore, Lin Yueyan had no idea that the man before her was Shen Muting. She should have referred to him as ninth uncle. Unbeknownst to her, the dynamics in Jiangzhou City had shifted, allowing anyone to brazenly declare that his wife could not survive there. Shen Muting's voice was calm, yet authoritative. Lin Yueyan widened her eyes in disbelief. "What did you say? Who are you referring to as anyone? And is she your wife? Are you two married?" Shen Muting did not spare Lin Yueyan a glance. His deep, dark eyes were fixed on Li Man as he spoke in a low voice. "Aren't you coming over?" Li Man quickly approached him, her eyes shining like a crescent moon. "Darling, what brings you here? I was worried since you had been out for a while, so I came to check on you. Didn't I tell you to call me if anything happened?" Shen Muting turned to her, his tone softer than usual. Feeling his concern and attention warmed her heart, even if she was unsure if it was an act. Li Man smiled. "I can handle it myself. If I couldn't, I would have called you." Lin Yueyan, feeling ignored, did not express anger, but instead scrutinized Shen Muting. She never expected that Li Man could marry such a handsome man. His attire did not reveal any brand, but he seemed capable, and his aura was not that of an ordinary person. Though Lin Yueyan felt overlooked, she could not help but be curious and probed. "Li Man, why don't you introduce your husband to me? What does he do?" "We're not on terms where introductions are necessary. His profession is none of your concern," Li Man replied bluntly before turning with Shen Muting to leave. On the way back to the private room, Shen Muting ventured, "Why didn't you mention what I do? Do you think being a driver would embarrass you?" "Of course not. What do you take me for?" Li Man explained, "I couldn't be bothered to deal with Lin Yueyan. The more she wanted to know, the less I would tell her. Besides, I worried she might find out you're Shen Muting's driver. It wouldn't sound as prestigious as her marrying into wealth. I feared she might influence Shen Rue, and if he discovered your true identity, he could make things difficult for you at work, which would be troublesome." "Yes, your reasoning is sound," Shen Muting acknowledged, sensing her sincerity, and chose not to pursue the matter further. They returned to the private room, where Shen Muting showed no intention of sitting down. Standing at the door, he addressed Gu Huaishi and the others. "Continue enjoying yourselves. We will take our leave." Gu Huaishi immediately protested. "It's still early. Why are you leaving? If you find this place boring, we can switch venues." Fu Zekin looked at Gu Huaishi as if he were foolish. "No wonder you're still single." Realizing the newlyweds would find it unbearable with 3 light bulbs around, Gu Huaishi quickly caught on. "Indeed, it is getting late. You should head back. We'll be leaving soon as well." Shen Muting led Li Man away. Upon reaching Jianxiao Lanwan, they returned to their respective rooms. Just as if timed perfectly, Shen Muting's phone suddenly rang. He opened his wardrobe, not even glancing at it, and as he put on his pajamas, he answered, "Hello? Are you home? Is it a good time to talk?" Came Su Jingyan's voice from the other end. "Of course, what is it? I know you're not one to act on impulse, but please don't hold it against me for being overly cautious. I'm worried you might find yourself in a difficult situation due to a beautiful woman." Su Jingyan's tone was careful. "Just speak plainly. Since you insist, I will be direct. Have you investigated your wife's identity and background?" "I know a bit," Shen Muting replied with a light laugh. "Isn't my knowledge of my wife greater than yours? So you know she almost married Shen Rue, that they were engaged and even held a wedding, and that she served 3 years in prison for murder. Killing your father?" "Yes, I'm aware of all that," Shen Muting responded nonchalantly. Su Jingyan was taken aback, his calm demeanor shattered. "Wait, if you want to marry, there are countless women to choose from. Why her? What do you see in her? True, your wife is beautiful, but there are many beautiful women." "She is the most beautiful," Shen Muting remarked, half-jokingly. While Li Man was indeed stunning with a unique aura, Su Jingyan rolled his eyes. "I never thought you were so superficial. Are you infatuated?" "Not yet. Rest assured. I know my boundaries." "Really? Given how you were just now, your intense gaze, how can you say you're not infatuated?" Su Jingyan was indeed filled with skepticism. Although Shen Muting understood that he meant well, he still lacked patience. He was not one to indulge in lengthy explanations or justifications. Impatiently, he remarked, "If you do not believe me, then why call? If there's nothing else, just hang up." "Wait." Su Jingyan interjected hastily. "I still have something to say." It was reasonable to assume that Shen Muting was not a man driven by impulse. He contemplated everything carefully. The act of using Shen Lu's name to obtain a marriage certificate must have had its purpose. Shen Muting, who was typically succinct with his words, urged, "Speak." Chapter 47. Identity given your demeanor. It seems the Shen family is still unaware of your marriage. When you plan to reveal the truth, you have assumed the identity of Shen Lu's driver. Be cautious to avoid future complications. What complications could arise? Shen Muting dismissed the concern with confidence. The one who harmed the elder is not her. I will restore her reputation in due time. There is no need for worry on that front. I will not get involved until I am certain of her character. If she proves to be of good standing, I will cherish our life together, allowing her to proudly assume the role of my wife. Do you think emotions flow like water? Simply turn on a tap, and it will flow. Turn it off, and it ceases. I worry that if she feels the weight of the aristocracy, she may yearn for a simpler life. She loves Shen Lu, the driver, not the powerful figure of Shen Muting. Shen Muting scoffed. What nonsense! Who would resent their husband for being wealthy and influential? Once she passes the test, she will become the matriarch of the Shen family. Shen Rue will eventually call her aunt, and the satisfaction of such a moment will be unparalleled. Shouldn't she be thrilled to ascend to such heights? Indeed, that possibility cannot be dismissed. However, the female heart is a labyrinth. You must tread carefully. Rest assured, I know my boundaries. Very well. Another day, we shall take your sister-in-law out for a gathering. Now that you are married, if we had known earlier, we would have prepared a gift for you today. I can wait. With that, Shen Muting ended the call. On the other end, Lin Yueyin observed Li Man following the tall, handsome man as they departed. Though she longed to confront Li Man for clarity, she hesitated, uncertain of the man's identity and aware of his commanding presence. Lin Yueyin sent a message to her friends, informing them that she had to leave early, and subsequently departed from the venue. It was not too late, so Lin Yueyin drove to the store where Li Man worked, directly approaching Guan Ningning. "Is Li Man here?" "Li Man is off today. If you need to speak with her, you can call her." "No worries, I was just passing by and thought I would check in." Noticing Lin Yueyin's opulent attire, with a Hermes bag worth several $100,000, Guan Ningning could not help but inquire, "May I ask what your relationship with Li Man is?" "My aunt is her stepmother, so we are indeed related. I should address her as cousin. 3 years ago, she was imprisoned for murder, which brought shame upon the entire Li family. My uncle was so distraught he ended up in critical condition and could not be saved, perhaps out of guilt. She has distanced herself from the family. I happened to see her working here, so I came to support her business." As Lin Yueyin spoke, she observed Guan Ningning's reaction. Her voice was not low, and even a store manager could hear. While it seemed she was being kind to Li Man, she was actually probing to see if the store was aware of Li Man's criminal record. However, after Lin Yueyin finished speaking, neither Guan Ningning nor Xiet Yi reacted. Were they daft? Shouldn't they be horrified to learn they were working alongside a murderer? Why did they seem unperturbed? When silence ensued, Lin Yueyin felt a moment of awkwardness and discreetly asked, I only learned today at the venue that she got married. How could she not tell us such significant news? I happen to be near your store, so I thought to bring her a red envelope as a wedding gift. At the venue? Are you certain it was there? What of it? Is there a problem? Lin Yueyin's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting Guan Ningming's response. Impossible, Guan Ningming quickly declared. Why is it impossible? I truly saw him at the venue. Guan Ningming replied. Her husband is a driver. How could he possibly be at such a place? Perhaps he was merely driving his boss and happened to be seen, leading to a misunderstanding. What did you say? Her husband is a driver? Are you certain? Lin Yueyin's expression brightened. Yes, she explicitly mentioned that her husband is a driver, an ordinary person who would not frequent such establishments. I have even seen him drop Li Man off at work, driving a Volkswagen Bora worth around 100,000. That day, when I saw Li Man emerge from a car, I did not recognize it first, but I knew the Volkswagen emblem. Out of curiosity, I later searched online and discovered it was a Volkswagen Bora, valued at around 100,000, quite affordable. This confirmed Li Man's claim. Her husband is indeed an ordinary man. Upon learning that Li Man's husband was merely a driver, Lin Yueyin was elated, her eyes sparkling with delight as she murmured, This is splendid. He is just a driver. For a woman with a prison record, marrying a driver is quite an achievement, especially since he is tall and handsome. What a stroke of luck for her. Guan Ningning, noticing Lin Yueyin's murmurs, asked, What are you saying? Nothing. You are right. There is indeed that possibility. Her husband must have been driving for his boss, which is why he appeared at the venue. Look at me, almost causing a scene. Lin Yueyin, in high spirits, smiled and continued. As long as he is not her husband, I worry that after 3 years in prison, she might be out of touch with society and susceptible to being deceived by men. It is a relief. Please do not mention my visit to her. I am merely concerned for her. Guan Ningming nodded in agreement. Understood. You can rest easy. Lin Yueyin chuckled lightly. You are quite astute. Are there any new arrivals at your store? Yes, we just received a new batch of summer clothing and bags. The items on this rack just arrived yesterday. Lin Yueyin approached the display, examining the new attire. I will look at a couple of pieces. While selecting clothes, she inquired, You seem quite familiar with my sister. You even know what my brother-in-law does. I will rely on you to take good care of my sister. Here's my business card. As she spoke, Lin Yueyin paused in her selection and handed Guan Ningming a card. With both hands, Guan Ningming received it, listening as Lin Yueyin continued, If any issues arise, please do not hesitate to call me. My sister tends to share good news only, bearing her burdens alone. Although my aunt and I are not blood relatives, we have lived together for many years, creating a bond. Even though my uncle has left the family fortune to my cousin, she will not lack for sustenance. She is simply too proud and insists on forging her own path. Chapter 48. Inheritance. Guan Ningning, unaware of the Li family's troubles, refrained from asking further questions despite her curiosity. Having heard Lin Yueyin's words, she was not entirely convinced but had adopted a degree of belief. Very well. I understand what to do now. Then I shall thank you in advance. Please wrap these 2 dresses for me. I will take them. Lin Yueyin casually pointed at 2 dresses and handed Guan Ningning a black card. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Guan Ningning, pleased with her newfound sales, eagerly took the black card to the cash register. After purchasing some clothes, Lin Yueyin did not return home, but instead went to the Li family residence. Ning Xiaolan was preparing to rest when she heard the sound of a car engine in the courtyard, mistakenly believing it was her son returning home. She quickly put on a coat and came out to greet her. Yueyin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Lin Yueyin got straight to the point. Aunt, do you know that Li Man has gotten married? Married? Ning Xiaolan's expression was one of disbelief. Hasn't she just recently been released from prison? Who would be willing to marry a woman with a criminal record? Don't be ridiculous. You must be mistaken. I'm not mistaken. It seems she really has married. I saw them tonight at Shui Tianyi. The man is quite handsome and possesses an extraordinary temperament, but he is just a driver, hardly a formidable match. Ning Tiulan snorted coldly. She is currently destitute and clinging to that old man, so she is desperate to find a place to live. If that man is truly as handsome and charming as you say, there must be some hidden flaw, either a serious illness or he is seeking a woman to marry for the sake of concealing his own orientation. Ning Xiaolan then devised a plan. The next day, while Li Man was at work, her phone, which she had tucked in her pocket, suddenly vibrated. The store was not busy, so she took out a check. Upon seeing the flashing number on the screen, She recognized it instantly, even though it wasn't tea saved in her contacts. Li Man's expression darkened as she answered, her tone icy. Hello? Man, it's me, your Aunt Ning. I know. Did you call me for something? Li Man's response was curt and frosty. Noticing Li Man's unfriendly tone, Ning Xiaolan took a deep breath to suppress her rising anger and said, I heard from Yue Yan that you got married. Why didn't you inform me? If you have time, you should bring your husband over to visit. A woman needs to establish her foothold in her husband's family and must have her own family as a support. Support? Li Man scoffed, disdain evident in her voice. I fear that a support system might turn into a burden. I prefer to rely on myself. Not all women need their family backing to thrive after marriage. Not long ago, you warned me to keep my distance from you, and now you want me to bring my husband home? Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. My husband is just an ordinary driver, a simple office worker. There's nothing for you to exploit. Ning Tiulan persisted. You've served time. Your situation is unique. I am merely trying to help. Don't mistake my good intentions for something sinister. If you truly cared, you would ensure that the portion of the inheritance that rightfully belongs to Grandma is given to her. She is elderly, and you've taken her share, leaving her to fend for herself. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Feigning ignorance, Ning Xiaolan replied, What are you talking about? When everything fell apart in the family. If I hadn't managed things from the inside out, this family would have crumbled long ago. After handling your father's funeral, I did attempt to locate the old lady, but she was nowhere to be found. How can we divide the inheritance if she's not around? Look at you twisting the truth, Li Man retorted. You never even try to find Grandma. Lin Yueyin has informed me that you did locate her, so don't pretend otherwise. I've already found Grandma, and you can now give her the portion that belongs to her. You found Grandma? Ning Tiulan fake net surprise. What did you manage that? You should have informed the family about such significant matters. Now that you've found her, you should bring her back. You just got married. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep her around for too long. It's manageable for a few days, but over time, your husband and in-laws will certainly have objections. She is elderly and likely to be confused. Entrusting her with finances might not be wise. You can bring her back with peace of mind. Our home is spacious, and with servants to care for her, I will ensure she is well-fed and taken care of. When Dad was alive, you found it troublesome to live with Grandma, sending her away and secretly withholding her living expenses. Now that Dad is gone, you expect me to believe you would care for her properly? Liman countat. If you're unwilling to give her what she deserves, then at the very least, provide her with a monthly allowance to secure her basic needs, including food, shelter, and medical care. Grandma's health has been poor recently. She has been visiting the hospital often, and the doctor said she needs medication and regular checkups. I estimate that a conservative monthly budget would be around 7,000. I'll provide you with a bank account number, and you can transfer the funds promptly each month. 7,000 a month? You must be joking. How can an elderly woman possibly spend that much? It sounds like you're trying to embezzle her money under the guise of caring for her, Ning Xiaolan exclaimed. Stop with the nonsense. Just return Grandma to me. That way, you save on rent, and feeding her would simply mean adding another place setting at the table. It would cost much at all. As for her medication and doctor visits, I will follow the doctor's advice. Ultimately, Ning Xiaolan was unwilling to part with the money and still wanted Grandma to stay with the Li family, using her as leverage. Li Man suppressed her fury and coldly stated, The truth is, you simply don't want to give anything. You see, I've been quite clear. It's not that I don't want to give. It's that Grandma is too old to manage such a large sum. She could easily be taken advantage of by the myriad of con artists out there. I'm just looking out for her. Before Li Man could respond, Ning Xiaolan continued, And don't think you can manage her finances. You've married a driver, and if you're struggling financially, are you really planning to take advantage of Grandma? Li Man, having anticipated the difficulties of securing Grandma's pension, was not surprised by Ning Xiaolan's arguments. There will be plenty of time to address this issue later. I'm at work now. This conversation is over, she said, terminating the call before Ning Xiaolan could say another word. On the other end, Ning Xiaolan was taken aback for a moment before her anger flared. That ungrateful girl, daring to hang up on me. She is clearly lacking manners and upbringing. Meanwhile, Lin Yueyin, observing the exchange, curiously inquired, Aunt, what did Li Man say? It seems she truly has married. Ning Xiaolan replied with a cold smirk. She is foolish to contend with me. I've experienced far more than she has. She thinks she can claim a share of the inheritance? Not a chance. I'm eager to see how she manages her life married to a poor driver while taking care of an elderly woman. I predict a swift divorce. I knew she married a driver. Lin Yueyin sighed with relief. A woman who had been imprisoned and married a poor driver posed no threat to her own marriage. Aunt, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Ning Xiaolan nodded. Yes, go ahead. I want to keep you for dinner, but do visit more often. All right. Goodbye, Aunt. Lin Yueyin departed. Ning Xiaolan watched her niece leave, her gaze lingering on the Hermes bag she carried, a pang of jealousy swelling within her. If it weren't for her aunt bringing her to Jiangzhou, Lin Yueyin might have dropped out of school to work in a factory by now. How could she have risen to such heights, marrying into wealth and becoming a lady of leisure, now that she was enjoying a good life? She didn't even think to bring back a small gift for her aunt. Fortunately, she didn't linger for lunch, even if she had wanted to. Ning Xiaolan would not have entertained her. As Lin Yueyin stepped into the courtyard, she spotted Li Jinghao returning in a red Porsche convertible. Upon seeing Lin Yueyin, he called out, "Cousin." Lin Yueyin caught a whiff of alcohol on him. "Have you been drinking?" "Just a little," Li Jinghao replied nonchalantly. "Don't drive after drinking. Call for a designated driver. Drink less. Alcohol is not a good thing." Li Jinghao alighted from the car, keys in hand, and with a hint of impatience remarked, "I understand, being married is indeed different. Have you been influenced by my mother? You've become increasingly nagging. Be careful, your brother-in-law can't stand you. Men dislike women who nag. Young man, I'm doing this for your own good. You're still so young, just graduated from high school. What do you know about adults drinking?" Lin Yueyin said, reaching to tousle Li Jinghao's hair. He deftly avoided her hand, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I'm already over 18. I'm no longer a child." Yes, you've grown up. Your aunt waited for you last night until very late. I'm leaving now. You should hurry inside and not keep her worrying." Li Jinghao pouted. "I was just hanging out with friends. I'm not a child. There is nothing to worry about." "You little rascal. Even at 18, you are still a child in your mother's eyes." Ning Xiaolan emerged, glaring at Li Jinghao, yet her eyes were filled with affection, lacking any real intimidation. "Mom, I'm hungry and my head hurts. Let yourself starve then. You still drink when your head hurts. You deserve the pain." Though Ning Xiaolan spoke harshly, she immediately turned to instruct the servant to bring out the food warming in the kitchen and to prepare a bowl of hangover soup for the young master. Lin Yueyin, feeling a moment of envy, returned to her home at Jiangzhou City, where she lived with Shen Muting. Upon entering, she found Shen Muting sitting in a wheelchair, his expression cold as he questioned, "As a stay-at-home wife with servants at home, why are you so busy coming and going? You seem busier than I am." With a smile, Lin Yueyin hurried to explain, "I'm sorry, I forgot to inform you. I heard my cousin got married and was concerned she might be out of touch with society after coming out of prison, worried she might be deceived by a man. So I took a bit longer to return." She watched Shen Muting's reaction closely. His pupils contracted slightly, and he furrowed his brow, nearly interrogating her. "What did you say?" Seeing his reaction, Lin Yueyin gritted her teeth in frustration, her eyes reddening. "I said my cousin got married. Why are you being so harsh? It's not like I arranged your marriage." "What do you mean by that? Are you regretting marrying me and still have thoughts about my cousin?" Realizing he had overreacted, Shen Muting softened his tone. "You misunderstood. That is not what I meant. I'm just surprised. Who would want to marry a woman who has been in prison? Especially one that I rejected? Really?" Lin Yueyin teased. "Indeed, more genuine than diamonds. If you don't believe me, I can swear it." Lin Yueyin shrugged. "No need for swearing. My cousin's husband is a driver. I just don't know for whom he drives. I've heard he treats my cousin quite well. But their marriage is impulsive, lacking a foundation. They barely know each other before tying the knot. It's reckless and dangerous. Perhaps you should investigate?" Sheng Hui maintoned a sois demianor. He had previously doubted that Li Man was truly married, thinking it was merely a ploy to deceive him. Now, it appeared she had indeed wed. A sense of emptiness filled him, akin to losing something that once belonged to him, as he envisioned her blissfully happy with another man. Jealousy surged within him, yet he refrained from displaying it in Lin Yueyin's presence. What is there to investigate? Her impulsive marriage has nothing to do with us. Her happiness is her own affair. Are you not at all concerned? Lin Yueyin persisted, probing. What is there to worry about? Sheng Hui's muted, lifting her chin and caressing it gently, speaking tenderly. Darling, you are the one I love. Whether she is married or to whom, it bears no significance to me. His endearment pleased Lin Yueyin, who playfully punched his chest. Stop it. I'm discussing something serious here. Shen Muting pulled her into his embrace. Why mention her? Let us attend to something much more serious. Time passed, and Lin Yueyin fell asleep. Shen Muting retrieved a cigarette from his pack. taking a leisurely puff before flicking the ash and dialing a number on his phone. Help me look into someone, Li Man, who works at the Elo's clothing store on Huaihai Road. I need information about her husband. You have 2 days. Chapter 50, Surveillance Beside Him. Lin Yueyin slowly opened her eyes, fury igniting within her as she seethed through gritted teeth. All of this was due to that wretched Li Man. Only her demise would end this turmoil. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yueyin's gaze. Due to Typhoon Meihua number 18, Jiangzhou had been beset by wind and rain. Shen Muting had been driving Li Man to and from work these past few days. As she fastened her seatbelt, she joked, "You're becoming my personal chauffeur. Is that really all right? Won't it interfere with your work? There are others driving for Mr. Shen. I've been on business trips recently, and now it's another colleague's turn to accompany him. Business trips have allowances, so while they can be tiring, they are lucrative. It's not always me. We rotate. Is that so?" Li Man relaxed against the backrest, reassured, though her husband appeared cold and serious. He was quite considerate in caring for others. He was handsome and had a good income. She often wondered why he lacked a girlfriend. Content with their respectful cohabitation, she mused that perhaps she had struck gold. With a smile gracing her lips, she chuckled softly. Shen Muting, steering with one hand, glanced at her and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing," she replied, momentarily embarrassed before suppressing her smile. Shen Muting dropped her off at Elo's and drove away. Once she exited the car, his demeanor shifted instantly, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the rearview mirror. A Nissan had been tailing him since Jianzhou Lanwan, following him all the way to the store. The Shen family was entangled with various underworld figures, prompting Shen Muting to remain vigilant, safeguarding his privacy and security. He had never allowed his mother or sister to appear in the media, ensuring their protection. Typically, he was accompanied by bodyguards, but being in the role of a driver made that impractical. Nonetheless, protection was always present, albeit in the shadows rather than in plain sight. As he rejoined the main road, Shen Muting grabbed his phone, dialing a number. The call connected swiftly, and Shen Luo's respectful voice greeted him, "Ninth Master." Shen Muting, his expression stern, commanded, "I'm being followed by a black Nissan, license plate Jiangdk 7Y35. I am heading onto the elevated road towards Palm Road. Arrange for someone to deal with it immediately and uncover the identity of the pursuer." "Understood." Shen Lu frowned, questioning which fool dared to follow the Ninth Master. Instead of switching from his Volkswagen to a Rolls-Royce, as was customary, Shen Muting adhered to his earlier instructions, driving onto the elevated road towards the less congested Palm Road. The black Nissan maintained a steady distance behind him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shen Muting exited the elevated road onto Palm Road. As he turned right, several cars surrounded the black Nissan, swiftly forcing it to a stop at the roadside. Shen Muting retracted his gaze, and at the next intersection, he turned right, spotting his own vehicle. Shen Lu had also seen him, promptly exiting the Rolls-Royce to respectfully open the rear door. Shen Muting smoothly parked his Volkswagen behind the Rolls-Royce and entered. Shen Lu immediately started the engine, and the Rolls-Royce, flanked by a convoy of Mercedes, proceeded towards Buyuan Group. Without waiting for Shen Muting to ask, Shen Lu opened his mouth to report, "Ninth Master. We have found out that it was arranged by Shen Rue. His intention is to investigate the identity of the young mistress's husband, which is to uncover your identity." "Huh? Investigate me?" The man's eyes, dark and narrow like ink, shimmered with a ruthless glint, truly overestimating his own abilities. This fool. It seems that breaking a few of his ribs was still too lenient. It did not teach him a lesson. Shen Lu thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Shen Rue had dabbled in many affairs and could never have imagined that the consequences of his provocations stemmed from the young mistress. After all, he was a member of the Shen family. Shen Muting showed him some mercy, refraining from inflicting fatal harm. Had it been anyone else, they would have long ceased to see the light of day, and certainly would not have continued to provoke. This Shen Rue, still unrepentant, was utterly oblivious to the danger he was in. Shen Lu expressed his concern. "Ninth Master, although he does not know that the young mistress's husband is you, he will soon realize that the identity of a young mistress's husband is not simple. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before his identity is exposed. Since he is aware that my identity is not to be trifled with, I do not mind making a deeper impression on him. Pain can indeed serve as a teacher. Call him and instruct him to come to the old residence tomorrow night." Shen Lu nodded, understood. On the other side, Li Man put away her umbrella and entered the store. Guan Ningning had already arrived and immediately approached Li Man, pulling her into the storeroom. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Li Man inquired, "What is it? Is something the matter?" Guan Ningning had pondered a great deal the previous night and felt it was best to inform Li Man about Lin Yueyin's visit to the store. As colleagues and friends, she believed honesty was essential. "Your cousin came to the store last night and asked me if you were married. I told her that you were married and that your husband is a driver, which shouldn't cause you any trouble," Guan Ningning said cautiously. Lin Yueyin had indeed visited the store last night. It seemed she did not fully trust what Li Man had said at Shui Tianyi say, prompting her to come to the store for confirmation. Li Man chuckled lightly. "It won't bring me any trouble. What you said is the truth. I have also informed her that I am married." Clearly, she does not believe it, which is why she sought verification. "Had you claimed I was unmarried, it would have contradicted my own words." "That is good to hear." Guan Ningning sighed with relief, then curiously asked, "She mentioned that your family is unaware of your marriage, and that you have no contact with the Li family?" "There is no way to maintain contact. I am currently destitute and have a criminal record. To them, I hold no value. They expel me from their home simply out of fear of associating with someone like me, lest I become a burden on them." Guan Ningning expressed confusion. "But your cousin said that your hasty marriage was reckless. What if you encounter the wrong person? She seems genuinely concerned for you." "Concerned for me?" Li Man smirked. "You are the only one who would believe that. You do not know her true nature. She merely wishes to ascertain what my husband does. If she knows I married someone of lesser status than her, she would feel relieved." Guan Ningning was taken aback. "Is that so?" It seems that even the wealthy harbor such sentiments, wishing for their relatives and friends to fare worse than themselves, despite their affluence. Indeed, Li Man replied with a hint of resignation. "Jealousy arises among those of similar standing. We do not envy Shen Muting, as he is in an entirely different realm beyond comparison. Yet, given my current plight, I am in no position to threaten her. I had not anticipated her to care so much." Chapter 51. The uncle let us not waste time discussing her. Li Man wished to move past Lin Yueyin and shifted the topic. "A multitude of new arrivals came today. Let us commence our work." "Oh, certainly." Guan Ningning noticed Li Man's reluctance to delve deeper into the matter. Though curious, she refrained from pressing further. Every household has its own struggles. The wealthy possess their own worries. However, no matter how burdensome their troubles, they pale in comparison to my dire financial plight. Wealth could resolve all my issues. My greatest dilemma is the lack thereof. The following day, after Shen Muting finished dealing with company matters, night had already fallen. Shen Luo entered respectfully, reporting, "Ninth Master. As per your instructions, the Shun family members have all arrived." "Very well, let us proceed." Half an hour later, Shen Muting appeared at the Shun family residence in a wheelchair. The family had gathered 3 uncles, 2 aunts, and their respective children, along with members from the first, second, and third households. By virtue of seniority, Shen Rui had no right to a seat, especially since his mother had passed away early, leading to his diminished presence within the Shun family. The 3 uncles sat beside their wives, and the aunts and uncles were also present, accompanied by their attendants. Shen Rui sat in the wheelchair, obstructed from view. After 3 years, he finally had the opportunity to see his uncle, yet he could discern nothing. He wondered what urgent matter had compelled everyone to gather. The last time such a scene had occurred was at their grandfather's funeral. After waiting for half an hour, the elders wore grim expressions, their faces darkened with displeasure. They were the elders. Although Shen Muting was the head of the family, he was still a junior, and keeping them waiting for so long was rather disrespectful. The eldest uncle, Shen Songqing, spoke sternly. "Muting, you summoned everyone here suddenly. Is there something of great importance?" Seated at the head of the table, Shen Muting took his time before responding. "Well, this matter is neither trivial nor significant. It pertains to the members of the Shun family. I felt it necessary to gather everyone to avoid misjudgments in handling the situation, lest I seem too harsh on my own kin." His tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable weight. Even seated in a wheelchair, his penetrating gaze was as sharp as a blade. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to contemplate their actions over the past few years, reflecting on whether they had left any incriminating evidence or crossed any lines. The Shen family was vast, and the Buyuan group had numerous subsidiaries. They worked across various companies and departments, often resorting to questionable methods to garner more profit. A risk taken could lead to dire consequences, regardless of the approach. "Shen Songyu," the third uncle straightforwardly asked, Muting, if there is something to discuss, please be direct. It is already late, so there is no need for theatrics. Then I shall be direct, Shen Muting replied. Although Shen Rue is married, he has not refrained from engaging in extramarital affairs over the years. His mother passed away early, and he was raised by several uncles and aunts. It is natural for a man to have a wandering heart, as long as it does not cross the line. It is not a serious offense. However, he has sent people to follow Gu Huaishi's associates simply because he has taken a fancy to the wife of Gu Huaishi's driver. She is a married woman, and yet he persistently harasses her. Gu Huaishi came to me, venting his frustrations. It is truly disgraceful. He may be shameless, but the Shen family still has its pride. The Shen and Gu families are to become in-laws, and such a scandal cannot be tolerated. Is that really the case? This cannot be true. Our Rue is merely playful, but he would not pursue a married woman. Indeed, we have watched our Rue grow up. The members of the Shen family began to murmur among themselves. Shen Muting narrowed his sharp black eyes dangerously. He understood Shen Rue better than anyone else. Sheng Hui, he called out firmly. Shen Rue, in his wheelchair, flinched in fear. Uncle, he stammered, his voice trembling. Come here and tell them what you have done, Shen Muting commanded. Shen Rue lowered his head, unable to meet Shen Muting's gaze. Observing his cowardly demeanor, which lacked accountability, Shen Muting felt increasingly irritated, especially upon remembering how closely Man had come to marrying him. Her judgment in choosing men was truly poor. Shen Muting scoffed. You have only suffered a few broken ribs. It is not as if you have been rendered disabled. Why do you need to sit in a wheelchair? Shen Rui, frightened, immediately stood up from his wheelchair, stuttering. I. Shen Songqing spoke gravely. Arue, what is there to fear? Your uncle will not harm you. Boldly speaking, if it were not for your actions, no one could frame you unjustly. Shen Rue, resolute, lowered his head, intending to deny any wrongdoing, claiming ignorance of any married woman and asserting he had not employed anyone to follow Gu Shao. Uncle, could there be some misunderstanding here? Shen Muting, lack patience, commanded Shen L to bring someone in. Shortly thereafter, Shen L entered with a middle-aged man, instructing him to clarify how Shen Rue had bribed him to follow. The man, a private investigator devoid of professional ethics, promptly revealed that Shen Rue had paid him to investigate Li Man's husband, and with evidence of the money transfer. It became evident that Shen Rue had indeed commissioned the surveillance. However, the Shen family was more intrigued by the mention of Li Man. That woman has been released from prison. She married into Gu Shao's circle? Remarkable to have ascended so high, Shen Songqing remarked, expressing his disdain for Li Man while revealing his affection for her cousin, Lin Yuyan, his legal wife. The accusations of stalking a married woman are nonsensical. Since the truth is out, let us disperse. Meng Jinxiu, reveling in the Shen family's turmoil, interjected, Indeed, Muting, we know you and Gu Shao are close. Yet one cannot allow baseless allegations to slander your own nephew and tarnish the Shen family's reputation. Without evidence, I would not have summoned you here. Shen Muting signaled Shen L, who promptly activated a projector to display surveillance footage. In the expansive living room, Li Man's voice echoed, Shen Rue, what do you truly want? 3 years ago, I had something to say to you, but now, I have nothing left to discuss. Shen Rue grasped Li Man's arm. You know you resent me for not aiding you back then, but I had my reasons. I was struggling in the Shen family and needed to marry someone who could support me. Although Lin Yuyan is merely the niece of Ning Xiulan, she holds influence within your family, unlike you, who lacks any familial support. Li Man retorted, If I am so unworthy, why do you persist in pursuing me? Sheng Hui, what is your intention today? Chapter 52. Kneeling in the ancestral hall, Shen Rue remarked, which wealthy heir does not indulge in extramarital affairs? Many, even when married, pursue their own pleasures. You once cherished me. Why not follow me? I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. I'll provide you with a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, a car, and a substantial monthly allowance. Though I cannot grant you the title of Mrs. Shen, we can live as an ordinary couple. I promise. Should you choose to be with me, I will refrain from engaging with other women. Realistically, properties in Jiangzhou are quite expensive. Many toil for a lifetime, yet cannot afford even one. The video abruptly ceased, revealing Shen Rue's pale visage, exposed before all. His uncle, Shen Songqing, expressed his disappointment. Rue, how could you commit such a foolish act? You have been spoiled over the years. His aunt, Shen Muting, added indeed. How could it be Li Man of all people? She is the very one who harmed your grandfather. She may be free now, but your grandfather shall never return. You have truly let us down. Shen Muting, head bowed, resembled a wilted flower. Acknowledging his folly, I was momentarily blinded. I merely wished to test Li Man and humiliate her. Shen Muting, his expression darkened, abruptly interrupted. Enough. Shen Muting trembled at the sudden command. Shen Muting continued. Now that the situation is clear, the Shen family is not solely governed by my will. Uncles and aunts, how do you propose we handle this matter? All present exchanged glances, assessing Shen Muting, who stood before them, a mere shadow of himself, accompanied by a standard wheelchair, devoid of the luxury associated with Shen Muting's. Shen Muting took a deep breath and declared, since the truth is revealed, let her Muting go and offer a proper apology, ensuring such absurdities do not recur. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied with the suggestion of mere apologies. What else do you propose? Shen Muting, asserting his elder status, expressed discontent with Shen Muting's perceived disrespect. A Muting is one of us. The other party is merely Gu Huai, Shi's driver. An apology from a young master suffices, and anything more would be a disgrace to the Shen family. It is his flirtations and stalking that truly disgrace us, is it not? Since Gu Huai Shi has personally addressed this matter, it cannot be resolved with a simple apology. Meng Jinxiu, eager to escalate the drama, queried. Muting, what do you think should be done? Shen Muting, being from the second household, warranted correction. Banishing him from the Shen family would eliminate a contender for inheritance. Meng Jinxiu hoped for chaos within the Shen family. Shen Muting cast a meaningful glance at Meng Jinxiu. Despite her elder status, she felt a twinge of fear towards him, feigning calmness as she averted her gaze. Shen Muting, growing impatient, said, if you oppose my suggestion, then present your own ideas. Do not always feign soliciting opinions only to reject them. Shen Muting insinuated that Shen Muting was autocratic, yet regardless of the truth, they had no recourse against him. Shen Muting stated, without rules, there can be no order. If we let this matter pass without consequence, it will set a precedent for future transgressions. Not only will outsiders gossip, but the Shen family will decline. The ancestral hall is not merely for show. The family rules and teachings have been passed down through generations to govern our conduct. Shen Muting frowned. For such a trivial matter, you wish to resort to the ancestral hall and invoke family laws? The Shen family ancestral hall, steeped in centuries of history, exuded an air of solemnity. Yes, Shen Muting's tone brooked no contradiction, his wounded demeanor suggesting that a mere beating would suffice. Thus, the punishment would be kneeling for a night and copying the family rules 5 times, a minor penalty to instill a lesson. Upon hearing of the punishment, Shen Muting hastily pleaded, Uncle, I truly erred. I shall never act so foolishly again. I genuinely regret my actions. Shen Muting retorted impatiently. Recognizing your error does not exempt you from punishment. Even a 3-year-old understands the need for accountability. Should you find the penalty insufficient, I am more than willing to extend your kneeling and increase the number of copies to ensure you remember this lesson. Shen Muting found himself at a loss for words, swallowing the protests that threatened to escape his lips. Additionally, Shen Muting coldly added, Uncle is simply uncle, drop the little. Yes, 9th uncle, Shen Muting promptly complied. Shen Muting surveyed the assembly. If there are no objections, then let it be settled thus. He then instructed Chanel, assign someone to monitor him. Ensure he kneels the designated time and that his writing is neat. Tomorrow, Lin Yuyan will come to fetch him. Understood. Chanel arranged for 2 bodyguards to escort Shen Muting to the Shen family ancestral hall. With the persistent rain, the hall felt damp and chilly. Shen Muting spent the night kneeling while copying the family rules. By dawn, he was in a wheelchair, pushed away from the Shen residence by Lin Yuyan. The couple bore somber expressions, remaining silent on their journey back to Jiangzhou City. Lin Yuyan coldly commanded the servant, serve breakfast. The servant, perceptive of the tense atmosphere, swiftly prepared the meal and retreated to the kitchen, fearing for their safety. Lin Yuyan lacked an appetite, consuming only a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Since the night before last, a tempest of rage had been brewing within her. The mere thought of her husband harboring feelings for Li Man drove her to the brink of insanity. She was so incensed that she could barely eat. Shen Hui, fully aware of his culpability, was also seething with anger after being punished by kneeling for an entire night. With a stony expression, he chose to ignore Lin Yueyin. Her frustration grew as he continued to disregard her. Don't you have anything to say? No. Shen Hui replied irritably. Lin Yueyin took a deep breath and confronted him. Are you still thinking about her? You say you won't investigate, yet you turn around and slap me in the face. I tolerated your past indiscretions, but this time you've gone too far. Anyone can do as they please, but not her, Li Man. Now the whole family knows, and you, a scion of the Shen family, are outshone even by a mere driver of Gu Huaishi. Her husband was lesser than a driver, and she felt inferior to Li Man. Slam! Shen Rue slammed his chopsticks onto the dining table. What are you doing? Lin Yueyin's eyes widened. You're bold here, but where's your bravado in the Shen family? Shen Rue, humiliated in his own household and now enduring the ire of his wife, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Have you said enough? No, 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 Lin Yueyin cried out. Why are you glaring like that? Are you going to eat me alive? Do I really need to remind you of your own misdeeds? What gives you the right to be angry with me? You need to clarify your relationship with Li Man. If you don't explain, this isn't over. I have nothing to do with her. I merely wanted to test her, to humiliate her. If you don't believe me like the others do, then fine. Consider it as though I never said anything. Shen Rue's face was a mask of irritation. Am I not entitled to question you about your infidelity? What kind of attitude is this? Lin Yueyin was dissatisfied with his dismissive response. I already answered you. I'm warning you. I'm not the only one feeling upset. I am too, so don't provoke me. You weren't like this before. What happened to you? I must tell you, I detest women who cry and create a ruckus. Lin Yueyin, on the brink of collapse, shouted, Shen Rue, I've become this way because of you. If you hadn't strayed, would I have changed? Don't pin your faults on me. Perhaps this is who you truly are, and you merely pretended to be gentle and submissive before. Now that I am not favored in the Shen family, your true colors are showing. Shen Rue was visibly impatient. Enough. I'm done eating. He stood abruptly, turning to leave. Lin Yueyin grasped his arm, demanding, where do you think you're going? I need some peace. Shen Rue shook off her grip, coldly stating, this is who I am. If you wish to remain Mrs. Shen, you better be sensible. If you continue this, we might as well end it. What do you mean by that? Lin Yueyin gazed at him, her tears blurring her vision. Shen Rue replied icily, if you don't want to continue, I want to hold you back. We could divorce. Think it over and call me when you've made up your mind. With that, Shen Rue, enduring the pain of his nearly kneeling legs, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The sound startled Lin Yueyin, and she burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Slamming the door is nothing. If you have the guts, don't come back. It's not my fault you suffered and had to kneel. Why take it out on me? I'm the one who feels wronged. My dignity is in tatters. You never mentioned you were this kind of person when you married me. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. If only Shen Rue had acknowledged his mistakes and soothed her, she wouldn't be in such despair. The servants dared not approach until she retreated to her room, after which they began to clear the table. Lin Yueyin locked herself away, her eyes swollen from crying, and didn't emerge until nightfall. Madam, dinner is ready, a servant cautiously announced. Forget it. This household is falling apart. Do I look like I'm in the mood to eat? The more she pondered, the more resentful she became. Gritting her teeth, she declared, no, I must confront Li Man and get to the bottom of this. Madam, perhaps it's best not to. If the serf finds out, he might not take it well, the servant kindly advised. Not take it well? I'm the one who is displeased. Lin Yueyin, resolute in her decision, commanded, fetch me a hot towel and an ice pack. My eyes are swollen and need to be reduced quickly. The servant complied, bringing the requested items. Lin Yueyin first applied the hot towel to her eyes, alternating with the ice pack until the swelling diminished. After applying heavy makeup, she drove to the shop where Li Man worked. The day had begun with a light rain, but it had since ceased. Li Man had just finished her shift and was heading towards the bike-sharing station, carrying her lunchbox. Lin Yueyin parked by the roadside, her anger boiling over as she called out, Li Man. Li Man paused, turning to face Lin Yueyin. What do you want? Do you know Gu Huaishi? Is your husband his driver? Li Man, unsure of the reason behind the inquiry, chose not to reveal that her husband was Shen Muting's driver to avoid trouble. Instead, she neither confirmed nor denied, simply asking, what is it to you? Lin Yueyin took her silence as an admission and retorted sarcastically, just a driver, merely a worker. Why did Gu Huaishi stand up for you and personally instruct Shen Muting to discipline Shen Rue by punishing him to kneel? Li Man's eyes widened in surprise. Shen Rue was punished to kneel? To her astonishment, Shen Muting proved to be quite principled, refusing to show favoritism simply because Shen Rue belonged to the Shen family. Are you pleased now? Lin Yuan's fury matched Li Man's delight. I underestimated you. You must be having an affair with Gu Huaishi. Whispering sweet nothings in his ear for him to slap. Before Lin Yuan could finish, Li Man struck her hard across the face, silencing her with a forceful blow. Dazed, Lin Yuan touched her stinging cheek. Disbelief etched on her face as she glared at Li Man. You dare hit me? Your mouth is filthy. That slap was well-deserved. Who do you think you are, you shameless wretch? How dare you strike me? You're no match for me. Don't flatter yourself. You think marrying Shen Rue, a man with no standing in the Shen family, gives you the right to talk down to others? Not far away, a black Rolls-Royce was parked at the roadside. Shen Muting sat inside, observing the scene through the window. Chanel was taken aback. What on earth did Lin Yuan say? I can't believe the young madam actually struck her. Shen Muting had no doubt that Lin Yuan must have said something deserving of punishment. My wife cannot be trifled with, nor does she need to be overly kind. She must possess a fierce spirit. She was nothing like his sister, who was soft and easily bullied. Shen Muting calmly withdrew his gaze and instructed Chanel, have someone bring the Volkswagen over. Understood. Soon, Shen Muting switched to the Volkswagen and drove over to Li Man. What's going on here? Lin Yuan's heart sank, and she immediately seized the opportunity to complain. You arrived just in time. I wanted to ask about last night. If it truly was my husband's fault, I would apologize on his behalf. But just as I opened my mouth, she slapped me without any reason. Look at my face. Shen Muting replied nonchalantly. You look like a pig. Lin Yuan, bewildered, frowned. Your wife is being unreasonable, bullying me. And this is your reaction? Shen Muting replied coolly. My wife is gentle and virtuous. If she struck you, it's your own doing, indicating you certainly deserved it. After finishing his words, Shen Muting turned to Li Man, his tone gentle with concern. Does your hand hurt? Chapter 54. Soft-hearted Li Man was taken aback, shaking her head, not really. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, Lin Yuan could hardly believe it. She stared wide-eyed. What is your reaction? Hitting someone is a behavior of a shrew. If this gets out, it would bring disgrace upon you. Shen Muting, unfazed, replied. Go ahead and spread it. Your husband is harassing my wife, and instead of managing your husband, you come to trouble my wife. If this gets out, you should know better than anyone how people will talk. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words, huffing angrily while covering half her burning face, and stormed off. Shen Muting opened the passenger door, speaking in a calm tone. Let us go, get in the car. Li Man settled into the vehicle and fastened her seatbelt, glancing at Shen Muting as he started the engine. Noticing her gaze, he looked back at her. What's wrong? I'm not as gentle and virtuous as you think. I know your temper. Last time you were angry, you called me a dog. You're not a soft persimmon to be squeezed and molded without a reaction. Everyone has their own temper and boundaries. Are you worried I might think poorly of you? Did I ever curse at you? I don't remember, Li Man said with an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject. Lin Yuan mentioned that Shen Rue was punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall. Do you know what happened? Also, why did Lin Yuan say you're Gu Huaishi's driver? Yes, I know, Shen Muting replied while deftly maneuvering the car. It was President Shen's instruction to label me as Mr. Gu's driver, then hold Shen Rue accountable for harassing you, punishing him to kneel in the ancestral hall for the entire night while copying family laws. So that's how it is. The streetlights filtered through the car window, illuminating Li Man's eyes, sparkling like rippling waves. You are completely different from the rumors about President Shen outside. No wonder you defended him so ardently. He is truly a remarkable boss. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? Do you wish to meet President Shen? Shen Muting inquired cautiously. Not particularly. I just want to thank him for all the help. Shen Muting glanced at her, noting her sincerity. He's not doing this solely for your sake. I'm merely a driver. Even if President Shen empathizes with employees, he wouldn't expend so much energy on our matters. Primarily, it's about the Shen family's reputation. And this incident has provided a convenient opportunity to address it. I see now. I must have been overly sentimental. Li Man nodded, feeling reassured. Regardless of Shen Muting's initial intentions, his actions had indeed benefited her. The car fell silent. just as Li Man contemplated a topic to break the stillness. Shen Muting's phone abruptly rang. He retrieved his phone and answered. Li Man wanted to caution him against driving while on the phone, but fearing it might be an important call, she held her tongue. Hey, calling me so late is. Before Shen Muting could finish, his sister Shen Muting's panicked voice came through. Muting, hurry over. It's urgent. Someone might die. Calm down. Speak slowly and clearly. What happened? Shen Muting's voice trembled, almost in tears. Muting, come quickly. Chengzhong. He is going to jump off the building. Jump off. Shen Muting's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his tone turning cold and detached. If he wants to jump, let him. Why are you calling me? I don't have time to hand him a chair. You should help him move one. No, it's too complicated to explain over the phone. Just come to the Platinum Bay residence immediately. After hanging up, Shen Muting's expression darkened noticeably. Is something wrong? Just drop me off, and I'll take a taxi back. You should handle this. Li Man's tone was cautious. She knew about her sister's unhappy marriage from their previous dinner together. The situation seemed serious. All right, soon. Shen Muting pulled over. Once Li Man exited the car, he sped away. Li Man was concerned for her sister, hoping nothing severe had occurred. Shen Muting's lips pressed into a thin line, his strong features taut. His sister's personality was soft and easily swayed, making her vulnerable and overly sentimental. The Lu family had taken advantage of this. Despite having told her not to associate with Lu Qingzhong and arranging for her and their mother to stay at Jiangzhou City, it seemed she had fallen for Lu Qingzhong's sweet words again at Platinum Bay. Platinum Bay was their marital home, one of the few luxury Riverview residences in Jiangzhou. Shen Muting rushed over at breakneck speed, heading straight for his sister's house. Muting, you must help me persuade him to come down. We can sit down and talk things over. As soon as he entered, Shen Muting's words were interrupted by Shen Muting's stern voice. Sister, there is nothing to discuss about divorce. Don't say you want to forgive him and give him another chance. If he truly wanted to jump, he wouldn't be waiting for me. If he had the guts to jump, I'd at least respect him as a man. But he isn't. Despite having loved him once, Shen Muting didn't want anything to happen to him. With a soft heart, she said at a time like this, you shouldn't provoke him further. Sister, if he wants to commit suicide or harm himself, that is his choice. After all, it's his house. If someone dies, it becomes a haunted property, his loss. You're not a saint. Why bother worrying about it? After so many years of marriage, he didn't cherish you. Now, when it's time for divorce, he puts on a show of desperation to manipulate you. He thinks you're soft-hearted enough to be coerced by such tactics. With that, Shen Muting grasped his sister's wrist firmly. Shen Muting gasped, Muting, what are you doing? Let us go home. He insisted, trying to pull her away from Platinum Bay. But Shen Muting stood her ground. Shen Muting was deeply emotional, yet he lacked patience, particularly when his sister was indecisive about the divorce. His expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he coldly remarked, Sister, do you even know what you're doing? He doesn't deserve your compassion. By being soft-hearted, you're handing him a knife, giving him a chance to hurt you. On the windowsill, a strong wind blew as Lu Qingzhong clutched the railing, his entire being tense. Just as their mother had predicted, Shen Muting was wavering. Lu Qingzhong shouted into the house, Yinner, believe me, I will change. I swear. Chapter 55. Conspiracy, shut your mouth. One more word, and you won't see tomorrow's sun. Shen Muting, sitting in his wheelchair, radiated an air of authority, brimming with lethal intent, ready to kick Lu Qingzhong off the building. Lu Qingzhong, fearing Shen Muting's wrath, wisely silenced himself. Shen Muting took a deep breath, trying to remain patient with his sister. Come back with me. If oaths were effective, we wouldn't need the law. Only foolish women believe in men's promises. But Shen Muting cast a worried glance at Lu Qingzhong. Shen Muting chuckled in frustration. If he truly wanted to end his life, would he hold out this long? This is merely a performance meant to tug at your heartstrings, a last-ditch effort to salvage the Lu family's reputation. Come with me, and don't be swayed by his empty promises. Once he gets his way, he'll revert to his old self and blame you for trying to change him. Shen Muting looked at Shen Muting, who raised an eyebrow. Don't you trust what I'm saying? As a man, I understand men better than you do. Shen Muting gradually regained her composure. She had been startled by Lu Qingzhong's leap from the building, leaving her unable to think clearly. Now, Shen Muting's words had awakened her. Yinner, Lu Qingzhong called out as she turned to leave. I truly realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance. I will certainly show you my sincerity. Really, He nearly blurted out a vow, but swallowed the words instead. Think it over. I genuinely wish to start anew with you. Can we begin again? Lu Chengzhang gazed at Shen Muting with utmost sincerity. Let us go. Shen Muting could no longer bear his sister's hesitance. Her compassion was a malady that needed remedy. He pulled Shen Muting away from Platinum Bay. Once in the car, Shen Liu promptly started the engine. After they had driven a short distance, Shen Muting broke the silence. Do you think I am utterly disgraceful? It is not merely a matter of pride. Kindness is commendable, yet must be assessed within context. Many men speak more sweetly than they act, but women must maintain calmness and rationally discern what is genuine and trustworthy from what is false. Never be easily swayed. Shen Muting, seated in the back, glanced at his sister beside him. Out of concern for her, he refrained from harsh words. Events were unfolding according to his anticipated plan. Following the scandal's revelation, the stock price of the Lu Group plummeted. Although the Buyuan Group experienced a slight impact, it paled in comparison to the losses suffered by the Lu Group. After Shen Muting and Shen Muting departed from Platinum Bay, Lu Chengzhang immediately stepped down from the windowsill and shut the window. The wind was brisk, and having stood there for too long, made his legs feel weak. After a moment of calm, Lu Chengzhang took out his phone and dialed his father, Lu Zhongju. Chengzhang, has the matter been resolved? Lu Zhongju inquired anxiously. Frustrated, Lu Chengzhang replied, not yet. I was close to succeeding, but Shen Muting intervened and took her away. This sickly wretch has little time left. Why meddle so? Father, can't we find someone to eliminate him? You are not alone in such thoughts. Many wish to see him gone. If it were so simple, he wouldn't have held the position of head of the Shen family for so many years. I've heard he may not live past 30. Must we simply endure until his demise? He appears quite vigorous. It seems he has more life left in him. Even if we can withstand this, the Lu Group cannot endure much longer. If you had been more prudent, matters would not have escalated to this point. The only way forward is through Shen Muting. If one attempt fails, try again. If that fails, try thrice or even 5 times. She is soft-hearted, and with genuine intent, she will surely relent. Understood. I will devise a plan. What about Li Jiaohui's issue? Lu Zhongju asked. I will have her terminate the pregnancy and compensate her handsomely. Lu Zhongju nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness and ruthlessness. It is wise to make such a decision. A woman like that will do anything to rise. The child in her womb may not even be yours. Once you reconcile with Mayan, ensure she bears you a child to bind her to you. Even if the marriage is unhappy, she will compromise for the sake of the child. All right, father, I understand. Shen Muting returned Shen Muting to Jiangzhou City. How did you both come back together? Tang Wanyin asked, observing them. We encountered each other along the way. It was quite late, and I feared for my sister's safety. So I offered her a ride. Shen Muting casually fabricated an excuse. Due to his mother's poor health, he chose not to disclose tonight's events. Tang Wanyin inquired, did you just finish work? Have you eaten? If not, I can cook you some noodles. I have eaten. It is late. You should all rest early. I must take my leave. Shen Muting departed without delay. Tang Wanyin, watching her son's hurried figure, couldn't help but chuckle. I have never seen him so eager to return home. Love certainly changes a person. Shen Liu drove Shen Muting to Cambridge Bay. The bodyguard returned his Volkswagen to the community parking space for tomorrow's convenience. The security guard, previously drowsy in the kiosk, was suddenly alert upon seeing the Rolls-Royce. Our community has truly hidden talents. Such a high-end luxury car. Upon arriving home, the living room was illuminated by 2 rows of warm yellow lights, creating a cozy atmosphere. Li Man heard the door open and hurried out of her room. Having bathed, her hair was half dry and cascading down her back, dressed in a floral sleep set. Is everything settled? Is your sister all right? Shen Muting replied nonchalantly, it's fine now. Everything has been taken care of. You should get some rest. His icy demeanor revealed no trace of emotion, leaving her unable to decipher his feelings. That is good, Li Man smiled. You should also rest early. Good night. With that, she turned back to her room. Shen Muting, noticing her floral sleepwear, felt an unexpected surge of restlessness. Li Man enjoyed scrolling through her phone before bed. After browsing Weibo and watching Douyin, just as she was about to put her phone down for the night, a call came through. It was an invitation to a university classmate's birthday party. Xinyu Lu, though not a close friend, was acquainted due to business ties between their families. She would often greet Li Man when they met. Having not married Chen Rui and having spent 3 years in prison, Li Man found no necessity to maintain contact with Xinyu Lu. Without hesitation, she declined the invitation. Thank you for inviting me, but I finish work at 10 and need to return home to care for my ill grandmother. I want to be able to make it. Enjoy yourselves. Don't be like that. It's been years since we graduated, and this is a rare opportunity to gather. Although it's a birthday party, it's also a class reunion. We'll party all night. I'll send the address to your phone. We'll wait for you, no matter how late. Shen Luo hung up before Li Man could refuse. Feeling helpless, Li Man reluctantly prepared to attend the birthday party, which also doubled as a reunion. She could wear an outfit she had previously purchased, but she needed to prepare a suitable gift. With no money on hand, the thought of an unexpected expense weighed heavily on her, deepening her gloom. As she stepped out of her room, she looked up to see Shen Muting emerging from the bathroom, clad in a black bathrobe held together solely by a belt, the collar wide open, revealing his chiseled physique. Li Man instinctively covered her eyes, thinking, "You criticize my attire. You're far worse. Knowing there are others in the house, how can you dress so carelessly?" Despite having lived together for some time, it was the first time Li Man had seen him in such disarray. Shen Muting seemed taken aback by her sudden appearance, but upon noticing her covering her eyes, he leisurely adjusted his robe, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why cover your eyes? You are quite familiar with my body." Li Man was speechless. Men truly have thicker skins than women, capable of uttering such remarks. Shen Muting, having rearranged his robe, asked, "Why are you still awake? Is something the matter?" Li Man lowered her hand and, blushing, replied, "I have to attend a classmate's birthday party tomorrow. I initially planned to decline, but couldn't. I need to find a gift that suits her status, which will cost at least 1,000. However, I currently have no funds. I want to let you know that I'll use the card you gave me and repay you once I receive my salary." "All right," Shen Muting readily agreed. He was indifferent to the money, neither insisting on repayment nor dwelling on it. If she wished to return it, she could, but if not, it was of no consequence. The next day, Li Man rose as usual and stepped out of her room, only to find Shen Muting present as well. The man seemed to have just finished jogging, clad in athletic attire, his tall, long legs exuding vigor and strength. It was no wonder he maintained such a fine physique. He was disciplined with his diet and committed to exercise. After freshening up, Li Man returned to her room. As she emerged, Shen Muting, seated on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper, glanced up and was struck by her appearance in a simple dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her hair was styled into soft waves, framing her delicate face, which appeared even more porcelain-like and translucent. Shen Muting was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, but quickly regained his composure, glancing at his watch to suppress the rising agitation within him, and coldly remarked, "Now that you're dressed, shall we prepare breakfast?" Li Man had not anticipated that he was waiting for breakfast and hurried to the kitchen. As she retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, she chatted with him. "I apologize. I thought you wouldn't be having breakfast at home. I'll prepare it right away. It's all ready to heat up, so it won't take long." She heated 3 shumai, fried 2 eggs, and warmed milk in 2 cups, completing the breakfast in no time. Observing the breakfast laid out before him, Shen Muting felt little appetite but began to eat slowly. Seeing his elegant demeanor, Li Man felt a bit self-conscious and refrained from devouring her food hastily, opting to eat at a more measured pace instead. They shared a silent breakfast, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Just as Li Man was about to break the silence, Shen Muting spoke first. "Are you close with your classmate whose birthday it is? We've known each other for quite some time, but I haven't seen her socializing much with friends," she replied. "Just average," she continued. "Today is not only a birthday celebration, but also a class reunion. I initially declined, but couldn't back out, so I'll go. Everyone knows about my situation, and I'm indifferent to their opinions. I'll give a gift, say hello, and leave. I'm not afraid to face my old classmates. It's just that I'm concerned about the expense. I'm in a difficult position now, and we are not on the same level. To give a respectable gift would require a considerable amount of money, so I'll just give something that, while somewhat luxurious for me now, is still within reason. After all, it's the thought that counts." Li Man's demeanor was remarkably candid. Shen Muting responded with a faint HM, then asked, "There will be many male classmates attending as well, right?" "Yes," she nodded, not thinking much of it. Shen Muting furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Shen Rue and Lin Yueyin would likely be there too. "Are you worried that they might bully me?" Li Man asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shen Muting cast her a sidelong glance and replied indifferently, "Not at all. I simply admire your courage to put so much effort into your appearance this morning." "Do I look pretty?" Li Man asked, her confidence in her beauty evident. "I just tidied myself up a bit. It's basic social etiquette and a form of respect for myself and others. Shen Muting regarded her self-assured demeanor and smirked slightly. Hurry and eat. I'm going to be late. Oh, I forgot you're in a hurry. Let us eat quickly. After breakfast, even though the rain had ceased, Shen Muting insisted on driving her to the store, citing her dress as impractical for riding a bike. Upon seeing Li Man, Guan Ningning exclaimed, "Wow, you look stunning. Do you have an important date tonight?" "No, I'm attending a classmate's birthday party, which coincidentally is also a reunion," Li Man succinctly explained without elaboration. Guan Ningning, upon hearing it was a reunion, ceased her inquiries. During the lunch break, Li Man visited the nearby Vientiane City. With a limited budget, she ultimately selected an Armani rose gold-silver star bracelet adorned with diamonds, its minimalist design featuring delicate star shapes that imparted an air of sweetness and grace. After work, she took a taxi to the address Shen Luo provided, Junyu Hotel. As she entered the hotel private room, all eyes turned toward her. Li Man was accustomed to being scrutinized, but tonight's attention felt particularly piercing. She felt slightly uncomfortable, yet concealed any signs of disdain or nervousness, wearing a gentle smile as she approached Shen Luo. "Happy birthday. I'm sorry for being a bit late," she offered, presenting her gift. Shen Luo accepted the present with a radiant smile. "Not late at all. It's a reunion, and your presence is what matters. What gift you brought is truly generous. Is it an Armani piece? Perhaps a high-end quartz watch worth over 10,000? Someone speculated. Isn't gifting a clock on a birthday considered unlucky? It could be a bracelet, perfume, or lipstick, another chimed in. "Yulu, hurry and open it," urged the crowd, their voices overlapping. Li Man, unsure whether their curiosity was solely directed at her gift or at others as well, maintained a composed smile and said, "Open it. It's a bracelet. Though it's not an extravagant item, I hope you like it." This was her first purchase made with her husband's card. A touch bittersweet as it was a gift for another woman. She resolved to repay the amount once she was financially stable. It felt ill-fated to use her husband's money for gifts to others. As Shen Luo unwrapped the gift, onlookers praised Li Man's taste, declaring the bracelet beautiful. Suddenly, a discordant voice pierced through the atmosphere, laced with sarcasm. "Oh, who would have thought you still had the leisure to buy such things? Your income from selling clothes can't be high, right? You're renting a place and taking care of an elderly, ailing grandmother. Is your salary even enough to cover that? I wonder if this bracelet is authentic. It looks quite pretty, but could just be a well-made imitation." It was Min Jiaxi, a university classmate and close friend of Lin Yueyan. Shen Luo momentarily felt awkward and quickly intervened to ease the tension. "The gift isn't what matters. It's the opportunity to gather old classmates after more than 3 years. Whether selling clothes or doing any job is unimportant. I truly admire her for earning her living and for putting thought into my gift." "Thank you, Li Man. Please help yourself to some food." "Certainly," Li Man replied with a smile, then turned to Min Jiaxi, matter-of-factly stating, "The bracelet is from Vientiane City. It cost just over 1,000. Currently, I truly can't afford such luxuries, which is why I charged it to my husband's card. While I'm not obligated to prove my truth, I would mind if you took the receipt to verify it at the Armani store in Vientiane City." Min Jiaxi was taken aback by Li Man's retort in front of so many people, her smug expression gradually replaced by a mixture of disbelief and indignation. "You're married? How could you possibly marry so soon after being released from prison? Everyone knows about your past. Who would dare to marry you?" Just as Li Man was about to respond, she suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon her. Frowning, she turned her head to find Shen Rui staring intently at her from a distance, while Lin Yueyan, draped in a shimmering white gown, stood beside him, exuding elegance and grace as a perfect pair. Li Man averted her gaze and calmly said, "My husband is just an ordinary salaryman." She then greeted Shen Luo and turned toward the food area, taking a plate and settling into a corner to eat. She was indeed hungry. At this hour, she would usually be home eating a bowl of noodles or preparing dumplings. "You really married the driver of Gu Huaishi?" The inquiry came with an overly familiar tone, as if they were well acquainted. Li Man swallowed her food and smirked coldly. "Why should I report to you about whom I marry? Master Shen, don't you think you're meddling a bit too much? Is your knee no longer sore, and you think you are capable again?" Shen Rui's face was filled with embarrassment. Li Man picked up her plate and stood up to leave. What a turn-off. Not far away, Lin Yueyan watched the scene, her teeth nearly grinding with resentment. Li Man was the murderer of her grandfather, and they had once been on the verge of marriage. Their relationship was far from a light-hearted one. They were all classmates, and everyone knew how Shen Rue had pursued Li Man during their school days. How could he casually flirt with her in front of everyone, completely oblivious to the awkwardness it caused her? Li Man moved to another spot to continue her meal, intending to fill her stomach before heading home. As she finished the contents of her plate and walked to the food area for a refill, Lin Yueyin approached her. Cousin. Li Man glanced at Lin Yueyin coldly. There's no one else here. You need tea, put on an act. Lin Yueyin chuckled mockingly. You're truly dull. Do you realize how much you annoy people? Perhaps this is why Shen Rue never liked you. Having him like you for a moment isn't a skill. The real skill is making him love you for a lifetime. What did you say? Lin Yueyin's expression changed dramatically, as if she had stepped on a cat's tail. Are you hard of hearing at such a young age? Li Man shot her a cold glare. If you find me annoying, then go pursue someone you fancy. It's no great feat to win Shen Rue's affection. The real challenge is to make him love you eternally. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to kneel in the ancestral hall later. What did you just say? Exactly what you heard in the literal sense. With that, Li Man prepared to leave. She had nearly finished eating. Just as she took a couple of steps, Lin Yueyin suddenly shoved her. Li Man lost her balance and instinctively grabbed the table, but only managed to catch the tablecloth, sending the exquisite dishes crashing to the floor. Crash! The plate shattered, and food splattered all over her, leaving her in a disheveled state. A shard of porcelain cut her leg, leaving a long, bloody gash that looked alarming and stung painfully. The instigator, Lin Yueyin, feigned concern. Cousin, are you all right? How clumsy of you. Have you not worn high heels in a while? Your leg is hurt. Let me help you up and take you to the hospital. With that, Lin Yueyin reached out to assist Li Man. Li Man shoved her away in anger. Lin Yueyin, get away from me. However, before she could push Lin Yueyin aside, a strong arm suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed her away. Demon, what do you think you're doing? The deep, cold voice carried a note of anger, piercing through Li Man like a knife. All eyes turned toward them. Chapter 58. Intentions. Shen Rue's strength was considerable. Li Man was thrown aside, her hands instinctively bracing against the ground, unfortunately landing on the shards of porcelain. The sharp edges cut into her palm, sending waves of pain through her, causing her to gasp. Lin Yueyin, sheltered in Shen Rue's embrace, smirked at Li Man's predicament, reveling in her misfortune. In front of so many people, Shen Rue had the sense to protect her, knowing that she was his wife otherwise. Both their faces would be lost. Li Man raised her hand and pulled out the shard embedded in her palm. Just the sight of it was painful. For a fleeting moment, Shen Rue instinctively reached out to help her, but Lin Yueyin, ever vigilant, swiftly blocked him. Shen Rue turned his gaze to Lin Yueyin. She warned him in a low voice, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Shen Rue quickly retracted his hand and his gaze, an unusual emotion flickering in his eyes, which he shut tightly, his posture stiffening. Lin Yueyin observed all of this with gritted teeth. Li Man stood up from the ground. Yan Luo, who had organized the gathering, rushed over, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital." Li Man forced a smile, shaking her head to feign nonchalance. "I'm fine. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. It's getting late, and I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I'll head back now." Hadn't she claimed to be married? Why was she still causing trouble for Yueyin? Who knew? After all, it was her actions that led to the cancellation of the wedding. How could Master Shen possibly marry a murderer of his own grandfather? But Lin Yueyin was Li Man's cousin, so it would be quite strange for him to pursue Lin Yueyin. Perhaps there was some hidden agenda. Whispers filled the air, yet Li Man remained composed, straightening her back without a hint of guilt. She cast a meaningful glance at Shen Rue and Lin Yueyin before turning to leave. The crowd dispersed, returning to their conversations, some eating, while others sang or danced, discussing work, salaries, and relationships, engaging in a comparison of their lives. In the past, many boys had admired her, sending love letters and gifts. But now that she was down on her luck, their gazes were filled with a complex blend of emotions. Li Man understood that previously, they had revered her status as the eldest daughter of the Li family, deeming her out of reach. Now, they felt she was closer, even inferior to them, which led to their lewd glances. Shen Rue and Lin Yueyin distanced themselves, his face cold as he questioned, "Do you even know what you're doing? Have you now succeeded in your foolishness? Why are you being so harsh? Are you upset? If you're concerned, go protect her, comfort her, care for her. You're simply making a scene. I can't be bothered with you." After Shen Rue's stern words, he angrily stepped aside to drink in solitude. Li Man endured the pain and left the Junhua Hotel. This hotel was somewhat secluded, making it challenging to hail a cab. She took out her phone to summon a ride, but even with a generous tip, no driver accepted the request. The weather was stifling, devoid of a breeze, and the street lights cast long shadows of her figure as she walked despondently towards a busier area. After an indeterminate time, a black Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped beside her. Shen Liu was the first to exit the vehicle, followed closely by Shen Muting. Both were clad in black suits, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. Shen Muting's expression was cool and serious, exuding an air of noble elegance, while Shen Liu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, bore a warm smile, more approachable, like a friendly neighbor. Miss Li, Shen Liu greeted her politely. Shen Muting's expression remained stern as he inquired, "What are you doing here?" Li Man instinctively hid her injured hand behind her back. Feigning nonchalance, "I just finished attending a class reunion and was heading home. I didn't anticipate the difficulty in hailing a cab, so I was walking towards a busier area. It's tough to get a cab here. I intended to create a chance encounter when you came out, to pretend to run into you and take you home." Shen Liu thought to himself, never imagining that the typically aloof ninth master would show such consideration for a woman, carefully concealing his true feelings. He wouldn't believe it himself had he not witnessed it firsthand. Li Man glanced at the luxurious Rolls-Royce, feeling a bit apprehensive. "Is President Shen in the car? Are you busy?" "You don't need to worry about me. Work is more important. I'll manage to get a cab soon." "President Shen isn't in the car," Shen Muting replied. "We just finished with work. Get in and return with me." Ah. The thought of her injury, dirtying the luxurious car, made her nervous. She couldn't afford the cleaning fees. Would this be inappropriate? As the car owner, Shen Muting fixed his gaze upon her. He had already opened the door to the passenger seat and commanded in a somewhat forceful tone, "It's fine, get in." "Oh, then I shall not be shy. It is my first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle." Li Man cautiously settled into the car. Shen Liu intended to take the wheel, but just as his hand touched the door to the driver's seat, Shen Muting approached and said in a deep voice, "You sit in the back, I will drive." Considering he was impersonating her identity as the driver, Shen Liu kept his gaze steady, remaining respectful, and replied, "Understood." Li Man found herself alone in the back seat, while Shen Muting drove swiftly towards the city center. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as none of them spoke. Li Man could not decipher her boss's thoughts and dared not utter much. Clearing her throat, Li Man broke the oppressive silence. "This place is quite far from the Shen residence. I didn't expect to encounter you both." Shen Muting, focused on driving, seemed oblivious to her words. Shen Liu, feeling the need to respond, politely inquired, "Indeed, what a coincidence. How was the reunion?" "Not much to speak of. The conversation revolves around cars, houses, money, and women." Li Man replied, her gaze cast downward. University was no longer the simple ivory tower it once was, especially after 3 years of harsh realities in society. Shen Muting remained silent. Shen Liu had been by his side even before returning to the Shen residence, though he could not fully fathom his thoughts. It was evident that he was angry, very angry. Had he spoken out of turn? Such was society, perfectly ordinary. Shen Liu offered a casual response and refrained from further conversation. Li Man, nursing a painful injury and feeling quite distressed, chose silence as well. The sleek black Rolls-Royce sped along, soon reaching a bustling stretch of road lined with shops. Suddenly, Shen Muting slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Startled, Li Man gripped her seatbelt and looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing? What's wrong?" "Wait in the car. I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes," Shen Muting replied tersely before exiting the vehicle. Li Man hesitated to move, fearing the blood on her legs might inadvertently stain the interior. Observing this, Shen Liu quickly interjected, "Miss Li, please wait here. I will also go buy a pack of cigarettes." "All right." Li Man did not overthink it, though she was anxious to return and tend to her wound. Worried about soiling Shen Muting's car, which could lead to trouble for her husband, Shen Liu exited the car and hurried to catch up with Shen Muting, ninth master. "What's the matter? Do you want to smoke? I can go get it for you." He rarely smoked and had no addiction. Noticing the stormy expression on Shen Muting's face, he realized he was on the brink of fury but was holding back. "Go buy medicine," Shen Muting commanded, his voice low. Shen Liu paused for a moment. The interior of the Rolls-Royce was filled with a woody fragrance, the scent that belonged to the ninth master. However, since the young mistress entered the car, a metallic scent of blood had mingled in the air, noticeable even from the back seat. Shen Luo could ascertain that the source of the blood was neither him nor Shen Muting, but rather the young mistress. Yet, Shen Luo hesitated to broach the topic due to uncertainty about their relationship dynamics. I will go by the medicine, Shen Luo offered. As his assistant, such tasks typically fell to him. No, you go by cigarettes. I will get the medicine myself. Understood. Shen Luo was taken aback, his expression revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The ninth master had changed significantly since the whirlwind marriage. Could it be a fa of poverty? Not far from the pharmacy was a convenience store. Shen Muting purchased the medicine along with cotton swabs and gauze for dressing the wound. He placed the basket on the counter. The cashier, previously drowsy, perked up upon seeing the handsome man, but as she noticed his cold demeanor, her flirtation froze, and she cautiously asked, "Do you have a membership card?" "No," Shen Muting replied impatiently, then handed over a black card. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees as the cashier quickly scanned the card. Shen Muting took his items and left. Shen Luo, having bought the cigarettes, astutely remarked, "Ninth master, I shall not intrude any longer. I will take a taxi back. Later, I will drive the Rolls-Royce to Jiangzhou and bring the Volkswagen along." "All right," Shen Muting responded succinctly, carrying the medicine as he strode towards the parked Rolls-Royce, which still had its hazard lights blinking. Li Man leaned against the seat, resting her eyes when Shen Muting suddenly pulled open the door to the passenger seat, startling her. From his elevated position, Shen Muting regarded her with a less than pleasant expression and coldly inquired, "Where are you injured?" "What?" Li Man momentarily blanked, unable to respond. "Do not make me repeat myself," Shen Muting said, his voice tinged with irritation. Li Man quickly extended her hands, revealing her palms smeared with blood, and then cautiously showed her leg, stating, "I accidentally cut it on some glass." Shen Muting's pupils dilated, and he asked in a deep voice, "How did this happen?" "In the process of going downstairs, I encountered workers moving glass. It broke and accidentally cut me." Li Man fabricated a reason. Shen Muting scrutinized her, doubtful of her explanation. Yet seeing her reluctance to divulge the truth, he refrained from probing further. "Get out and tend to it. Do not stay in the car." As Li Man exited the car, the movement jarred her injured leg, causing her to gasp in pain. She instinctively reached for the car for support, but stumbled into a broad chest. "I am here to assist you with your wound. Yet there is no need for such gratitude." Shen Muting's teasing voice resonated above her, low and charged with emotion, hinting at his annoyance. Li Man, unsure of the reason behind his anger, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she straightened up, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, and I've dirtied your suit. I will clean it properly when we return." Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, observing her anxiety, and softened his tone slightly. "Is sorry your catchphrase?" "No." Li Man shook her head, then refrained from overusing it. With that, Shen Muting knelt to clean her leg's wound and blood. His long, elegant fingers meticulously worked, and as the alcohol brushed over her injury, Li Man winced, her face paling as she gritted her teeth. It was evident this was the first time he had assisted someone with a wound. Li Man dared not complain or cry out in pain. To do so would be quite ungrateful. Shen Muting focused intently on her injury, cleaning the blood around the wound before noticing her discomfort. "Does it hurt?" The distinguished gentleman's dark eyes bore into hers, deep as ancient pools, capable of ensnaring anyone who gazed too long. "Is it painful?" This question left Li Man uncertain on how to respond. Initially, it was tolerable, but as he applied the alcohol-soaked cotton swab, the pain intensified. She could tell he was mindful of the pressure. Had he not shown a degree of seriousness, she might have suspected it was intentional. "Mr. Shen, perhaps I should handle this myself," Li Man said politely, swiftly taking the medicine and cotton swabs from his grasp. Noticing her pale expression as she endured the pain, Shen Muting decided against insisting on continuing to assist her. He was indeed unskilled at treating wounds, and as a man, he struggled to gauge the appropriate touch. Li Man tended to her leg while Shen Muting provided a simple bandage, explaining, "You will need to shower when we return. It will need to be removed. A temporary dressing will suffice." Watching the man carefully bandaging her injury, Li Man noticed his neatly cropped black hair and broad shoulders, which offered her a sense of security. After bandaging his leg, Shen Muting stood up and noticed her gaze fixed upon him, her palm stained with blood. "Do you require assistance with your injury?" "It would be quite inconvenient to manage with just one hand," he inquired. Li Man instinctively hid her injured hand behind her back at the thought as handling her wound, hastily replying, No, I can manage on my own. Very well. Shen Muting conceded without further insistence. Once Li Man tended to her injury, Shen Muting wrapped her hand with a couple of layers of gauze before driving her back to Cambridge Lawn 1. He parked the car downstairs and unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit alongside Li Man. Observing this, she expressed her concern. Aren't you supposed to return the car to the company? And what about your colleague? Why isn't he with us? He lives nearby. After we settle in, we can return the car to the company, he replied. Settle in? That's unnecessary. I'm not a child. Shen Muting exited the vehicle, turned to her, and with a hint of a smile on his otherwise stern face, remarked, Your wound must not come into contact with water. How will you bathe? Chapter 60. Bathing what? Li Man's face flushed crimson as she glanced at the man on the other side of the car. What's the matter? Shen Muting maintained his composure, as if his previous statement were the most mundane of remarks. We are married. Your injury requires my care. As far as I know, you have no friends available to assist you at this moment. If you wish to trouble your grandmother, that is an option as well. Li Man was momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that she had few friends, and bathing would indeed be quite challenging for her. With the weather being hot, and after a long walk, she was in desperate need of a shower to avoid feeling unclean. However, caring for one another as spouses was one thing. Assisting with bathing was an entirely different matter, especially considering their relative unfamiliarity. The thought of the typically stoic man aiding her in such a personal task made her feel overwhelmingly embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into the floor. Demon. Her name flowed from Shen Muting's thin lips, low and resonant. We have arrived. The elevator doors had been open for some time when Shen Muting interrupted her train of thought. Oh, Li Man replied, her cheeks still flushed as she hurriedly followed him out of the elevator, mumbling, You needn't help me bathe. You should return the car to the company. At that moment, her phone suddenly chimed multiple times. Seizing the opportunity to mask her embarrassment, Li Man glanced at her phone. It was messages from several male classmates who had added her on WeChat the previous day, making her suspect they were merely teasing her. Shen Muting, perhaps due to his height or curiosity, caught sight of the screen and remarked, It seems you are quite popular among your classmates. I was fortunate to bring you back. It appears I have interrupted your reunion with them. Even without my presence, there must have been plenty of people to escort you home. Detecting a hint of jealousy in his tone, Li Man suppressed a smile. Mr. Shen, are you feeling jealous? How could I possibly be jealous? I will prepare the bath for you. It would be unwise to shower right now. A bath would be more suitable. With an impassive expression, Shen Muting turned and walked toward the master bedroom, which was equipped with an en-suite bathroom featuring both a shower and a bathtub. Watching him retreat, Li Man bit her lip and muttered, How could that be? You claim to fetch cigarettes, yet return with only medicine, clearly showing concern for me. Shen Muting paused mid-step, turning to regard her with his deep, emotionless gaze. You are my wife. Caring for you is a responsibility. Concern does not equate to jealousy. I am not the jealous type, and I hardly believe any of your classmates surpass me in merit. Perhaps a few may earn more, but none can rival my looks. Shen Muting spoke with an inherent confidence in his physique and appearance, and after making this declaration, he proceeded to run the bathwater. Li Man rolled her eyes slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. He indeed possessed the confidence to back up such claims. His assertiveness did not come off as arrogance. It was simply a statement of fact. Among her classmates, no one could compare to him in terms of looks, despite being merely 3 years post-graduation. Even the so-called school heartthrob, Shen Rue, paled in comparison. With the master bedroom door ajar, the sound of running water from the bathroom interrupted her thoughts. Preoccupied with the pressing issue of bathing, Li Man retrieved her floral nightgown and hesitated before stepping out of the room. Her heart raced as she unexpectedly collided with Shen Muting emerging from the opposite room, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Shen Muting spoke calmly. The hot water is ready. You may bathe now. I will be in the living room. Call for me if you require assistance. Thank you, but I can manage. Li Man replied, I have waterproof gloves. I can manage my arms and raise one leg easily. She explained as she headed toward the master bedroom. Shen Muting, watching her, suddenly called out, Wait a moment. What is it? She halted, eyeing him warily. Shen Muting smirked slightly. Is it necessary to act as though I have never seen your body? I merely wish to offer my help in drying your hair after your bath. Oh, Li Man's cheeks flushed once more, visibly relieved. After carefully showering, she emerged from the bathroom in her nightgown, hairdryer in hand. Shen Muting took the dryer from her. His movements somewhat clumsy yet gentle, indicating this was likely his first experience helping a woman with her hair. As he finished drying her hair, he solemnly advised, "In the future, if such gatherings arise, prioritize your well-being over social obligations. It is not worth the trouble of spending money on gifts and risking injury." Understood. I did not expect Lin Yueyin and Shen Rue to behave in such a manner publicly. Li Man inadvertently let slip. Lin Yueyin and Shen Rue? Shen Muting's expression darkened. Did they cause your injury? Why did you not mention this when I asked earlier? Li Man, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "They both shoved me, and I fell onto some broken pottery. It was not a significant issue. They are part of the Shen family. Informing you would only cause you unnecessary distress. Hence I kept it to myself. I will be more cautious in the future and will not attend such gatherings again." After drying her hair, Shen Muting examined her bandaged hand and leg. Noting that they had not gotten wet and did not require rewrapping, he concluded, "Let it be. It is too hot to wrap heavily, which would be detrimental to your wounds." "Thank you, Mr. Shen," Li Man said appreciatively. Not one to be overly delicate, she dismissed the injury, recalling her time in prison when she often faced unprovoked aggression from other inmates, resulting in bruises and even broken bones. Shen Muting simply stated, "Rest early." Li Man smiled at him, "You too. Good night." The following day, Li Man awoke later than usual. After changing her clothes, she stepped out of her bedroom and was surprised to find Shen Muting seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, his expression neutral. "Why are you still at home? Are you off today?" she asked, bewildered. "If I go to work, what will you do?" Shen Muting set the newspaper aside and rose to head to the kitchen, emerging shortly thereafter with a plate of breakfast. "Breakfast is ready. You can eat after brushing your teeth and washing your face." "Why didn't you wake me?" Li Man questioned as she headed to the bathroom. "Did you plan to wait indefinitely for me to rise?" Shen Muting replied, "Had you not awoken within half an hour, I would have called for you." After breakfast, Shen Muting escorted Li Man to Elo's. From a short distance away, Shen Rue observed as Shen Muting, the epitome of a gentleman, opened the car door for Li Man, engaging her in a familiar conversation before she entered the store with a smile. The scene was quite striking. Chapter 61. Suspicions. Shen Muting drove the public car to Fuzhou Road and switched to a Rolls-Royce to head to Billionaire Group. As soon as he appeared on the top floor of the company, his secretary approached him with a grave expression. "President, Shen San Yi has arrived in the reception room." Shen Muting's office was not a place where just anyone could enter. He raised an eyebrow. What does he want? Shen San Yi was not alone. He had brought along the second Miss Qiao. Shen Muting realized immediately what was happening. In order to placate his uncle, he had previously gone through the motions of a blind date with Qiao Xinyan, making it clear that he felt nothing for her and had no intention of marrying, especially given his condition. "All right, I understand. Please bring me a cup of coffee." "Yes." The secretary, dressed in a black professional suit, responded respectfully and went to prepare the coffee. Shen Muting, sitting in his wheelchair, entered the reception room. "What's the time? Still not at work?" "Truly leisurely. I foresee the Shen family will eventually be ruined by him." Shen Songyu glanced at his watch, growing increasingly impatient. As Shen Muting pushed open the door, he overheard the latter half of Shen Songyu's words. With an expressionless face, he replied, "As you said, Uncle, my mobility as a disabled person is not the same as that of a normal person. It is somewhat inconvenient. If you had informed me earlier, I would have left home sooner." Hearing this, Shen Songyu felt somewhat relieved. After all, his physical condition was indeed special. Muting, brother. Qiao Xinyan gazed at his handsome profile, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Shen Muting glanced at her. "Did your uncle send you?" "Yao Xinyan's weekly deplayed." "No. Uncle said he would come to the company today, and I begged him to take me along." Shen Muting quickly returned his gaze, uninterested in looking at her any longer. "Do not call me brother. I have made my feelings clear. I am not interested in you. My patience is limited, and if you irritate me, I will not be courteous. The one embarrassed will be you. Others will merely say, I am cold-hearted and indifferent to women, trite phrases at best." Qiao Xinyan observed his icy demeanor. His lack of regard for her only fueled her resolve. "I like you, even if you do not like me. That cannot stop me from pursuing you. There are plenty of wildflowers in the Greenbelt, but I prefer a rare and aloof flower like you." Shen Muting lazily lifted his eyelids, focusing on Shen Songyu. He knew what would follow, merely warnings of refusal. After all, Qiao Xinyan shared a familial bond with him. Shen Muting did not dare to act too harshly. Shen Songyu spoke first, helplessly stating, "You see, I have no choice. I am married, a man with a wife. and I have no intention of seeking a mistress. You wouldn't insist on becoming one, would you? What do you mean? You're married? Shen Muting exclaimed in surprise. Who did you marry? Such a significant matter, and we were unaware. Which family's daughter? Did you do a prenuptial agreement? The Shen family was large and prosperous, with Shen Muting now at the helm, his wealth in the billions. Without a prenuptial agreement, should anything unforeseen arise, the losses could be substantial. Xiao Xinyan, skeptical, said, You made up this clumsy excuse to get rid of me. I won't believe it. Shen Muting added, Indeed, marriage is not a trivial matter. No need to fabricate such a story to frighten your uncle. You truly scared me. Shen Muting stated firmly, I am not lying. I am indeed married. Shen Muting doubted his words, but chose not to pursue the topic further, saying, While love and marriage are free, you are not an ordinary person. Such a significant matter as marriage should be communicated to the family. She is to be the mistress of the Shen family, a matter of great importance. If you're already registered, arrange a time to bring her home to meet the family. When the time is right, I will introduce her to you. Being registered indicates she is your chosen one. What are you waiting for? Shen Muting insisted, adopting a senior's tone. If you lack time, I will contact your second aunt to have your mother arrange this. Shen Muting Goldiscove. No. What do you mean no? She is your legal wife, the mistress of the Shen family. We are not ashamed of her. Is she unworthy or merely a fabrication to deceive us? If you do not bring her to meet us, your words alone are insufficient. That would imply it is false. Uncle, I am not swayed by provocations. The Shen family is well aware of its standing. She does not yet know I am Shen Muting. She is just an ordinary girl without any family background. And she is innocent. I fear bringing her back to the Shen family will intimidate her, and I worry you may bully her. Shen Muting, dissatisfied, retorted, The Shen family is a prominent family, but it is not a den of tigers and dragons. As long as you are happy, we will accept her. We do not need to marry someone of equal status. After all, at your current stature, you do not require a woman to enhance your life. Finding someone you genuinely like is perfectly normal. Shen Muting took a sip of his black coffee, then checked the time on his wrist, coldly issuing a dismissal. When the time is right, I will arrange it. I have an upcoming international video conference. Uncle, please take your leave. Yes. Shen Luo immediately took the lead, gesturing for them to leave. Third Master, Miss Qiao, please. Shen Muting took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he left. Xiao Xinyan, reluctant to part, looked at Shen Muting. Muting, I will come see you again. If you are truly married, I will bless you. But if you are deceiving me, I will continue to pursue you. I will not give up easily. Shen Muting frowned, his voice laced with indifference. There are many women eager to throw themselves at me. Xiao Xinyan, you are merely one among them and do not hold any special significance due to your familial connection. In fact, you fall short compared to them. With that, he turned and returned to his office, leaving her with a cold, resolute figure. Shen Luo followed him inside, noting his evident agitation. His uncle would certainly send someone to investigate. They believed he would not live beyond 30, and once he was gone, the immense fortune would revert to them. If he married, the situation would change drastically. Should he have children, not only would he bequeath the Shen family to his son, it would also lead to potential division of assets. Any such possibility was not what the Shen family desired. Shen Luo spoke up, Ninth Master. It appears the young mistress is not a spy placed beside you by Third Master. He is quite loose-lipped and will inform Shen Muting at the first opportunity, thereby clearing the young mistress of any suspicion of being affiliated with them. Chapter 62. The competition perhaps. Shen Muting instructed. They believe Li Man is the wife of Gu Huaishi's driver, never imagining I married her. Thus, they will not investigate her for now. They will likely target me, my mother, and my sister, sending people to follow us. Arrange for any suspicious individuals to be dealt with directly. Understood. If someone were to follow him, he would have to feign illness and lameness, making it easy to expose any flaws. However, over the years, the Shen family had sent numerous people to tail him. He had managed to maintain the FA of illness for 3 years, and he could similarly disguise a hidden marriage. If he did not reveal himself, no one would uncover a thing about him. Guan Ningning finished her tasks and went to find Li Man, noticing her hand was wrapped in bandages. What happened to your hand? Did you get injured? It looks serious. Can you still work? It's nothing. I accidentally cut myself while cooking. Just need a couple of days to heal. Li Man replied, while tidying her clothes, relieved that the injury did not hinder her work, or it would have been troublesome. Don't worry about that. I have finished my tasks and will help you organize. Guan Ningning eagerly offered her assistance. Li Man smiled at her, saying, "Thank you. This minor injury is of no consequence. It won't hinder my work." Just then, the store manager, Xie Yi, approached. Guan Ningning quickly urged, "You should go. I'll handle the remaining tasks." "Thank you. I'm unsure why the manager called me, but I'll go check," replied Li Man. Guan Ningning blinked and speculated. "Perhaps it's because your performance has been commendable, and she's considering promoting you early." Li Man felt a flicker of anticipation as she followed the manager out of the storeroom. Xie Yi, in her 30s, had a slender figure and well-maintained skin, dressed impeccably in a black professional suit and a white blouse. Her hair was neatly styled in a bun, and her makeup was subtle, exuding elegance and competence. Li Man gazed at her, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "Manager, did you call for me?" "Yes, the outfits you've coordinated have sold quite well. The company will host a fashion matching competition next month, and I intend to nominate you. Here are the competition guidelines. There's a theme for you to explore in your designs. This is the registration form along with the competition overview and scoring criteria. The top 3 will receive cash prizes, 2,000 for first place, 1,000 for second, and 600 for third. Prepare well." Li Man, who relished fashion design, was eager to participate, and the prospect of a monetary reward only sweetened the deal. "All right, I understand. Thank you, manager." With the documents in hand, she returned to the storeroom, her spirits lifted. Guan Ningning had nearly finished organizing. Upon seeing her return, she eagerly inquired, "What did the manager want?" "The company is holding a fashion matching competition next month, and the manager is considering me for participation. You have a keen eye and excellent taste. The outfits you styled have increased sales on the models. I'm sure you'll secure a top spot." Guan Ningning expressed her admiration without a trace of jealousy towards Li Man's talents. Li Man humbly replied, "I'm not certain about winning, but gaining experience in competitions is valuable." "True, but I believe you'll achieve an impressive rank." After a moment, Guan Ningning shifted the topic. "You're different from me with your talent. You shouldn't limit yourself to being a sales associate in a clothing store. Do you have any plans or career aspirations?" "I aspire to be a designer, but given my current situation, entering that field is quite challenging. I've recently started exploring social media. I've created accounts on Douyin, Xiaohongshu, Weibo, and Tushio, where I share design sketches, outfit ideas, and articles, as well as videos." Guan Ningning immediately pulled out her phone. "I also use Douyin and Xiaohongshu. What's your username? I'll follow you." "It's Fashion Man." Li Man generously shared her account name, feeling no need for secrecy. Guan Ningning promptly searched and followed her. Although Li Man had only recently begun her social media journey with limited content and a small number of followers, she maintained a positive outlook, recognizing that every endeavor has its challenges and that one cannot expect to achieve greatness overnight. Li Man recalled Guan Ningning mentioning her plans to meet her in-laws. "By the way, didn't you say you were going to see your in-laws? How's that progressing?" "Don't mention it. My sister-in-law joined us that day. The atmosphere was pleasant until we discussed buying a house. My sister-in-law asked about her thoughts. Zhang Tao and I had discussed that with his current savings and a bit of help from his parents, we could afford a down payment on a small 3-bedroom apartment, which would suffice if we planned to have a second child later on. However, right after Zhang Tao mentioned this, my future mother-in-law chastised us, insisting that for just the 2 of us, a 50 to 60 square meter apartment would be sufficient. She argued that new homes are too expensive, especially given the economic downturn from the pandemic. What if there were job changes and we couldn't keep up with the mortgage? She suggested we settle in an older community for now and upgrade later when our circumstances improve. I dared not interject, fearing they might think these ideas were mine. My family situation is poor, and I lack the means. My only path is marriage, finding a man who can provide me with a home in Jiangzhou." Guan Ningning sighed. "What size is your apartment?" "Huh?" Li Man was still processing her words and was taken aback when the topic shifted back to her. After a moment, she replied, "It's a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, over 90 square meters. The layout isn't particularly great, but it's sufficient for the 2 of us. When one door closes, another opens. You've endured hardships, yet now you find some relief. I wonder when I'll emerge from my struggles." Li Man sincerely remarked, "You're such a wonderful person. You will surely find happiness." As closing time approached, Li Man and Guan Ningning scanned their fingerprints and exited the store together. They headed towards the bike-sharing station, oblivious to Shen Muting, who had just parked his Volkswagen by the roadside. Upon spotting Li Man, he recognized her instantly. She was clad in a black bodycon skirt and a white blouse, her slender figure perfectly accentuated. Shen Muting rolled down the window and called out, Li Man. Turning at the sound, her eyes brightened. What brings you here? I'm here to pick you up from work. Your hand is still injured, making it inconvenient to ride. Shen Muting leaned over to open the passenger door. Guan Ningning nudged her, urging, What are you waiting for? Your husband is here to pick you up. Get in the car. See you tomorrow. Li Man hesitated, glancing at Guan Ningning. You could take our car back. No need. I'll ride back. It's a good opportunity for some exercise. Hurry and get in. It's not ideal to park for too long. Guan Ningning, perceptive, didn't want to intrude on their moment. All right, see you tomorrow. Li Man settled into the car and fastened her seatbelt as Shen Muting pressed the gas pedal, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. Instead of heading directly to Jiangzhou Lanwan, he took her to an upscale Chinese restaurant. As they arrived in the parking lot, a security guard promptly assisted with parking, providing excellent service. Why did you bring me here? Did you arrange a dinner with friends? Li Man unbuckled her seatbelt, following him with a hint of suspicion, suspecting he might know some affluent friends like Gu Huaishi. Shen Muting replied nonchalantly, Your hand is injured. I thought you might enjoy a nice meal. This place is quite expensive, Li Man remarked, leading the way inside. After a few steps, noticing Shen Muting had not followed, she gently urged, Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? Hurry up, I'm hungry. Shen Muting smirked slightly and guided her to a private dining room. The server presented 2 menus. As Shen Muting perused the menu, he remarked, Did you say this place was expensive? I thought you might hesitate to spend on this meal. Mr. Shen is treating, so I have no reason to hold back. This is my first visit to such a high-end restaurant. Rongji is a Michelin-starred Chinese restaurant, reputedly designed by the same designer behind Amphion, featuring opulent decor and impressively priced dishes. Shen Muting expertly ordered signature dishes, such as clay pot fish head, crispy pigeon, and Rongji yellow fish soup, displaying the demeanor of a regular patron. He then looked at Li Man, Order a few dishes you enjoy. Li Man, biting her luscious lips, was perusing the dessert section. However, upon hearing his suggestion, she closed the menu. Just the 2 of us, 3 dishes will suffice. Seeing her evident fondness for desserts, but her restraint, Shen Muting added a serving of osmanthus chestnut ice cream. It was Li Man's first time dining in such an upscale restaurant. Although Shen Rui belonged to the Shen family, he had a low profile within the family, and thus lacked wealth. During their previous dates, they had never visited such a high-class establishment. Li Man, breaking her previous habit of devouring her meals, savored each bite. The food was exquisite, particularly the final osmanthus chestnut ice cream, which was cool, delicate, and sweet. After slowly finishing her scoop of ice cream, she contentedly licked her lips. Shen Muting observed her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, a storm brewing in his gaze. Was it delicious? His voice was slightly husky. Li Man nodded, very delicious. Do you enjoy sweets? Yes, I adore them. As a child, my brother would always have a large 3-tier birthday cake for his celebrations. While no one remembered my own birthday, though I am undeniably a lady of high standing, I find myself toiling away with household chores akin to a mere servant, causing me to feel that life is quite arduous. Gradually, I have developed a fondness for sweet delicacies. When reminiscing about past events, Li Man displays little emotional variance, even managing a smile. Shen Muting, a man of discerning judgment, finds her somewhat inscrutable. She is merely a 24-year-old young woman, yet perhaps due to her past incarceration, her gaze is imbued with a profound depth, as if she has seen through the very fabric of existence, rendering her impervious to the caprices of people or events. She hardly resembles a youthful maiden. Noticing his silence, Li Man rose from her chair. I will visit the restroom. Would you mind waiting for me downstairs? Very well. Let us proceed, Shen Muting replied as he donned his suit jacket and accompanied her out of the private room. The man descended the stairs while Li Man ventured alone to the restroom. Emerging from her stall, she approached the sink to wash her hands, oblivious to the comings and goings of others. Zhong Shuriwei stood before the mirror, applying makeup, when a familiar face unexpectedly entered her line of sight. Despite her efforts to suppress her surprise, her eyes brightened, reminiscent of a predator spotting its prey. She had been pondering how to contact Li Man, and now fate had presented her with an opportunity. Indeed, she was her cherished daughter. As Zhong Shuriwei tucked her lipstick away, she prepared to leave, only to feign a fainting spell. Li Man, quick to react, caught her. Are you all right, Aunt? Zhong Shuriwei pretended to be dizzy, weakly responding, I am fine, just a bit lightheaded. I have low blood sugar. There are benches outside. Let me assist you there, Li Man offered, helping Zhong Shuriwei to a white bench outside the restroom. Years prior, Zhong Shuriwei had abandoned her husband and daughter, resulting in Li Shurong discarding all remnants of her existence. After remarrying, any mention of her was deemed unacceptable. At such a tender age, Li Man had no memory of her mother, and her grandmother never spoke of her. Curiosity and hope regarding her mother had once filled Li Man's heart, yet life gradually eroded those expectations, culminating in a disheartening phone call just days prior. Her biological mother did not love her and had plotted against her. Such a maternal figure might as well not exist. Zhong Shuriwei appeared youthful, her makeup impeccable, exuding an aura of elegance that belied her years, showcasing the refinement that accompanied a life of privilege. Thus, it was improbable for Li Man to recognize her. Having investigated Li Man, Zhong Shuriwei now found her even more striking in person than in photographs. Beauty, after all, is a woman's greatest asset. "Aunt, do you feel any better?" Li Man inquired, interrupting Zhong Shuriwei's thoughts. "I'm still a bit dizzy. Could you kindly fetch a piece of chocolate from my bag?" "Of course," Li Man replied, opening the Hermes handbag and swiftly retrieving a piece of chocolate adorned in golden foil, simple yet luxurious. Zhong Shuriwei consumed a piece, her face reflecting gratitude. "Thank you, dear. If it weren't for you, I might have faced a dire situation. At my age, a fall in the restroom could have had catastrophic consequences. You must be here for a late-night snack. Allow me to treat you." "No, Aunt, I'm quite full." Li Man declined it. "Then let me cover the bill," Zhong Shuriwei insisted. "There is no need. I've already settled it." "Then please, leave me your number. I would like to invite you out for a meal to express my gratitude," Zhong Shuriwei insisted. "It was merely a small favor," Li Man replied politely. "How can that be? We seem to have a connection. At least let me have your number," Zhong Shuriwei persisted. Li Man thought it harmless to share her number and complied. After dialing, Zhong Shuriwei hung up once Li Man's phone rang. "Please save my number. My surname is Sure." "Certainly, Aunt Sure," Li Man acknowledged, though she never envisioned meeting her again. Noticing her prolonged absence, Shen Muting ascended the stairs in search of her, only to find her engaged in a familiar manner with a woman exuding the sophistication of high society. Upon seeing Shen Muting, Li Man promptly bid farewell to Zhong Shuriwei and rose to leave. As they walked side by side, he quipped, "What took you so long? I thought you had fallen into the restroom." He then inquired, "Do you know that woman?" Li Man shook her head. "I do not know her. She nearly fainted due to low blood sugar, and I assisted her, which caused the delay." Chapter 64. Aiding hand, Li Man busied herself with preparations for an upcoming competition and managing her social media accounts, leaving her little time to dwell on the restroom encounter, which she swiftly dismissed from her mind. On Tuesday, her day off, while Shen Muting was at work, Li Man was on the balcony hanging clothes when the doorbell rang. Who could be at this hour? She set down her laundry and rushed to the door, peering through the peephole to discover her mother-in-law, Tang Wanin, and sister-in-law. Shen Muting. Startled, she paused for a moment before hastily reaching for her phone to contact Shen Muting. Lacking his phone number, she opted for a voice call. Shen Muting, during a meeting, reclined comfortably in his chair, the black phone resting on the long table before him, as documents were being presented. The executives were intensely focused, akin to students called to the blackboard for an impromptu recitation. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and a WeChat call request appeared on the large screen, displaying the name wife. In that instant, all present were taken aback, their disbelief palpable as they stared at the screen. The realization dawned that their boss not only had a woman in his life, but was also married. Among the attendees was Shen Songyu, who had been investigating Shen Muting's marital status, yet found nothing. He now began to question whether Shen Muting had orchestrated this scenario to dispel his doubts. Shen Muting picked up the phone, casting a casual glance at the screen. Knowing it was Li Man, he anticipated her call was due to something important. "Are you busy?" came her gentle voice through the speaker. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, his tone transforming from authoritative to warm and inviting. "My mother and sister are at home. If you're not occupied, could you return for a family meal?" Li Man's voice took on a soft, pleading quality akin to a feather brushing against one's heart. The onlookers, save for Chanel, were wide-eyed, perceiving Shen Muting in a new light, especially Shen Songyu, whose jaw dropped in astonishment. Shen Muting, realizing he could not refuse, sighed. "I am in a meeting and uncertain when it will conclude. Please eat without me." Li Man, feeling apprehensive about facing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law alone, implored. They would certainly prefer your presence. If you can come back, it would mean a lot to us. Reluctantly, he agreed. All right, I shall return shortly. Do not cook at home. We shall dine out. Wonderful, dutifully, she replied, her voice tinged with delight. Upon ending the call, Shen Muting turned to find a room full of inquisitive gazes. Meeting adjourned. We shall reconvene at 2, he declared before wheeling away. His assistant, Shen L, followed suit, leaving the others in a state of astonished speculation about their boss's newfound marital status and the fortunate woman who had captured his heart. Outside, there was little else to gossip about, and one by one, they filed out, returning to their respective offices. In less than 10 minutes, the news of Shen Muting's marriage spread throughout the entire Buyuan group. However, some remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere gossip, uncertain of its authenticity. The doorbell rang incessantly, each chime identical in volume. Yet Li Man felt as though each one urged her to open the door more urgently. She hurried over and opened it. Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting appeared before her, their faces adorned with smiles, as they surveyed the room's decor, particularly Tang Wanyin, whose keen eyes meticulously scanned every corner of the house. The greenery was well maintained, and the ambience was warm and inviting, not much different from her last visit. Shen Muting had no time for nurturing plants. Even cacti fell victim to his carelessness. The cushions and tablecloths retained their previous colors, eschewing the cold monochrome aesthetic he favored. Clearly, this was the work of Li Man observing their pleasant life together. Tang Wanyin finally felt a sense of relief. Shen Muting shyly remarked, "Did we surprise you by coming unannounced? My mother insisted on a surprise visit to grasp the reality of your lives." Tang Wanyin cast a glance at her daughter, teasingly questioning her loyalty. "Have you already betrayed me so quickly?" Upon noticing the bandaged hand of Li Man, she inquired, "What happened to your hand? Are you injured?" "I accidentally cut myself, but it's almost healed," Li Man explained. "Why didn't you mention it if you're hurt? You can't get it wet. Do you order takeout for every meal?" "I have lunch with colleagues at work, and for breakfast and dinner, Muting takes me out," Li Man clarified obediently. Tang Wanying's expression turned skeptical. "You don't need to defend him. I know him well. He is all about work, 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 and always wears that stern expression. At times, I wonder if I mistakenly held the wrong baby in the hospital." Li Man chuckled. "It's true." Tang Wanyin, with a knowing look, then asked, "Do you have any plans later? If not, let us go out for dinner and perhaps do some shopping." "Yes, since you're injured and can't do much. It would be a shame to stay cooped up at home," Shen Muting agreed. Li Man quickly responded, "Muting is on his way back. Let us wait for him to go together. It's more convenient if he drives." Upon hearing this, Tang Wanyin suggested, "Let us take a taxi first. You can call him and tell him to meet us at Rongji." Reluctantly, Li Man followed Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting out, taking a taxi and messaging Shen Muting. "Muting, Mom and my sister are taking a taxi ahead. You don't need to come back to pick us up. Just meet us at Rongji." "Okay," Shen Muting replied almost instantly. When Shen Muting arrived, Tang Wanyin was already engaged in ordering dishes with Li Man. She glanced up from the menu, playfully teasing him. "You look rather anxious. Are you worried I might take her away?" Li Man's cheeks flushed crimson. "No," Shen Muting replied, his handsome face settling next to Li Man. Tang Wanyin quipped, "You used to have no time even for meals, but now you are taking a leisurely break from work. Seems like you're not as busy as you claim." The implication was clear. He cared deeply for Li Man. Shen Muting remained non-committal, calmly asking, "Have you ordered everything?" "We ordered a few dishes. Check and see if you'd like to add anything." Tang Wanyin handed him the iPad. After reviewing the selections, Shen Muting added 2 more dishes and chose a dessert, opting for a different one this time, blueberry snow mountain. Once the orders were placed, Li Man seized the moment while Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting chatted, leaning closer to Shen Muting and whispering, "I'm not being stingy. It's just that we've been dining out for 2 days in a row. Is it too extravagant? I wish I hadn't come yesterday." "It's nothing," Shen Muting replied, his gaze steady on her. "I just received a half-year bonus. 2 meals, 1 tea, bankrupt your husband." His deep, resonant voice was particularly appealing. The term husband, though seemingly ordinary, carried a profound intimacy when spoken by him. Li Man gazed at him, warmth creeping from her cheeks to her ears. She had no doubts about his words and felt a wave of relief wash over her. As they neared the end of their meal, Shen Muting signaled the waiter to bring out the dessert, placing it before Li Man. "Here, your favorite dessert." Li Man pushed it towards Tang Wanyin, saying, "Annie, you and my sister enjoy it. I'm full." Tang Wanyin waved her hand, insisting, I don't particularly like sweets. This was specially ordered by Muting for you. When dining as a family, there's no need for formality. Eat your fill. It'll melt if you wait. Shen Muting chimed in. I'm on a diet, so I can't indulge in sweets either. You should eat up. Li Man savored the dessert, thoroughly enjoying it, though she ended up quite stuffed. After their meal, Shen Muting had to return to the office, while Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting planned to take Li Man shopping. Before leaving, as Li Man and Shen Muting headed to the restroom, Shen Muting took the opportunity to remind his mother, don't forget we're pretending to be poor. Shopping is fine, but don't buy too much. It doesn't align with our impoverished persona. The charade would inevitably unravel. Tang Wanyin shot him a disapproving glance. This is a form of deception. If you're going to maintain this pretense, you might as well come clean soon to avoid complications. Since you like her and she treats you well, focus on building your life together. My days are limited, and my sole wish is to witness your marriage and the birth of your children. Shen Muting nodded. I understand. I will seriously consider your advice. With that, he prepared to leave for the office, citing an important meeting in the afternoon. Just then, Li Man and Shen Muting returned from the restroom. Shen Muting reminded her to take care of her mother and to call him if anything arose before he departed. Due to Shen Muting's insistence on maintaining their facade of poverty, Tang Wanyin lost interest in shopping, as browsing without buying seemed pointless. She purchased 2 outfits for Li Man, but decided against further shopping. The three then took a taxi to drop Li Man off at Cambridge Lanwan before Tang Wanyin and Shen Muting returned to Jiangzhou City. Just as Li Man hung up her clothes, her phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, she answered, Hello, is this Miss Li? A gentle voice inquired from the other end. We met yesterday in the restroom at Rongji. You saved my life. Annie, sure, you flatter me. I hardly did anything. Just a small act of kindness. I'd like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Zhong Shiyue's tone was sincere. Li Man declined it. There's really no need, Annie, sure. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. She had preparations for a competition, video editing, and a myriad of tasks awaiting her attention. Wait, Zhong Shiyue interrupted her. It's not just to express my thanks. I'm in Jiangzhou for tourism, and I have no relatives or friends here. Consider it as keeping me company for a meal, would you? Li Man hesitated. But Zhong Shiyue didn't allow her to refuse. Where do you live? I can pick you up, or we can dine near your home. It won't take much of your time. With no other option, Li Man reluctantly shared the name of the restaurant, Doshi Tianli. Although it wasn't a high-end establishment, it boasted a charming ambience, delectable dishes, and, importantly, it was conveniently close to Cambridge Lanwan. She refrained from mentioning the name of her community. At 5 in the evening, Li Man arrived at Doshi Tianli. The private room was decorated in a style reminiscent of Jiangnan, exuding an antique charm. Zhong Shiyue had already arrived, having ordered the dishes in advance. Upon seeing Li Man enter, she stood up enthusiastically. Miss Li, please take a seat. Annie, sure, no need for such formality. Li Man replied, settling down beside her. I casually ordered several dishes, uncertain if they would suit your taste. If there is something you prefer that I neglected to order, please feel free to add it. Li Man surveyed the table laden with food. It was just the two of us, and there was no way we could consume such an abundance. And sure, you are too generous. I am merely passing through on a trip and wish to indulge in the local specialties. However, I find that 2 dishes are excessive for one person, especially when dining alone, where appetite is limited. I sincerely appreciate your company, as it allows me to enjoy more. Zhong Shiyue said, pouring 2 glasses of orange juice, handing one to Li Man. Shortly after, Li Man's phone rang. She pulled out her phone and glanced at it. The number was unfamiliar, a sequence typically used by the affluent. And sure, I will take this call. Go ahead. Li Man took her phone, exchanged a brief farewell with Zhong Shiyue, and stepped out of the private room before answering. Hello? As soon as she exited, Zhong Shiyue parted the screen and saw a group of imposing men resembling bodyguards in the adjacent room. She instructed, the effects of the drug may strike at any moment. You all follow her and keep watch. Li Man walked toward the end of the corridor, where a deep male voice emanated from the receiver. Are you not at home? What is it? I ordered dinner for you. The delivery man arrived, but there was no one home, so he called me. I instructed him to leave the meal hanging on your doorknob for you to collect upon your return. All right, I will return after dinner. I will put it in the fridge to take to the shop tomorrow. Shen Muting, curious about her social circle, inquired, Are you with friends now? They're not friends. Just an aunt I assisted yesterday. She insisted on treating me to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, and I could not refuse. Li Man replied candidly. Shen Muting frowned, cautioning her. Not knowing how to refuse others can lead to trouble. Take care of yourself. Understood. Li Man responded obediently. After hanging up, she tucked her phone away and turned to return to the room when she suddenly felt unwell. Chapter 66. A call for help. Her body felt weak. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. A foreboding sensation arose within her. The food she had consumed might be problematic. She never imagined that her kindness would lead to her own entrapment. Struggling to maintain her composure and conceal any signs of distress, she staggered towards the women's restroom, determined to appear unaffected. Once inside, she quickly locked the door and instinctively reached for her phone, her immediate thought being to call Shen Muting. She herself was surprised at how much she relied on him. As she fumbled for her phone, her senses began to fade. She painstakingly entered her password to unlock the screen, and the first contact was Shen Muting's WeChat. Gripping her phone as if it were a lifeline, she tried repeatedly to make the call. The silence around her amplified her labored breathing. Brother, should we rush in? Leaning against the restroom stall door, she anxiously awaited the call to connect, yet Shen Muting did not answer. Her palms began to sweat, and she bit her lip, striving to remain alert. She dared not place all her hopes on Shen Muting. If he did not answer, she would have to find a way to save herself. Suddenly, loud banging echoed from outside, disrupting her thoughts. Miss Li, we know you are inside. Come out quickly. Do not refuse our hospitality. If you do not exit, we will force our way in. As the men continued to pound on the door, Li Man prepared to put her phone away when the call finally connected. Li Man? A deep voice resonated from the phone. In that instant, her resolve nearly crumbled, and she fought back tears, urgently replying, Mr. Shen, help me. I am at the dutifully. Please come quickly. Shen Muting, observing the delicate visage on his screen, flushed and glistening with perspiration, immediately grasped the situation. His expression darkened as he commanded, Hold on. I will be there shortly. Okay. Li Man ended the call. The urgency outside intensified as the men banged louder on the door. Clutching her phone, she hid in the stall. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. Shen Muting was engaged in a social gathering that evening. In this realm, there seemed to be endless gatherings and functions, where everyone was astute, each meal served with intent, and every drink consumed carried a purpose. As he observed the sycophantic faces around him, clinking glasses, his interest waned, and he found himself reminiscing about Cambridge Bay, a modest two-bedroom apartment, cozier than his villa in Shishan, yet imbued with warmth and authenticity. Suppressing the rising restlessness within him, he retrieved a cigarette from his pack. Ning Shixin, noticing, rushed to light it for him. Ninth Master. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, glancing at the unfamiliar face. And you are? Ning Shixin promptly extended a business card. I am Ning Chuang's general manager, Ning Shixin. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Mr. Shen. Shen Muting took a leisurely drag of his cigarette, replying nonchalantly, Ning Chuang, a new company? Ning Shixin's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly recovered. Not a new company. It was formerly known as Li Group, rebranded and reorganized 3 years ago. Li Man was the perpetrator behind Shan Solian's demise, and as her uncle, Ning Shixin feared association. Now, as the general manager of Ning Chuang, he held a respectable position and sought to avoid embarrassment before Shen Muting. He added, My niece, Lin Yueyin, is married into your Shen family, wed to Shen Rue. Regardless of the circumstances, they shared a familial bond, and the Ning family had reaped benefits from this relationship over the years. Ning Shixin sought to establish rapport with Shen Muting. As Ning Chuang faced complications in participating in the Yuting project, troubles for the Ning family, but easily resolved for Shen Muting with a mere word. At that moment, Shen Muting's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a video call from Li Man, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What does this mean? A check-in? With a smirk that suggested Ning Shixin was inconsequential, he remarked, Continue your meal. I must take this call. With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the private room. Ning Shixin stood there, his expression shifting between shades of distress. The others, keenly aware of the situation, began to offer him an out. Ning, allow me to toast to you. Despite the embarrassment, Ning Shixin returned to his seat, smiling as he raised his glass, continuing to engage in conversation. Once outside the room, Shen Muting pressed the answer button. The screen revealed Li Man's delicate face. Help! I am a Dushi Tianli. Please come quickly. Her voice conveyed a sense of desperation, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Shen Muting, realizing the gravity of her situation, responded, "Hold on. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Shen Muting instructed Shen Luo to contact those secretly guarding Li Man and added, "I will handle her rescue myself. You manage the guests in the room." Understood, Ninth Master. Shen Muting departed the establishment, while Shen Luo returned to the private room to deal with the disappointed guests. Upon seeing Shen Luo return alone, someone jested, "Assistant Shen, why have you come back alone? Where is young Master Jiao?" Young Master Jiao had matters to attend to and asked me to stay behind to accompany you all. He has left? The disappointment on Ning Shixin's face was evident. He had hoped to take this opportunity to discuss the Yuting project with Shen Muting. Opportunities are fleeting. Who knows when he would next see him, and by then, it might be too late. Curiosity sparked among the others. Who possesses such influence that they could summon young Master Jiao away with a mere phone call? Others chimed in, having heard that young Master Jiao was married. It must be that esteemed lady, surely. Oh, is it a case of checking in? They laughed, amused to think that the powerful Shen Muting was under the thumb of his wife. Nearby, the protectors of Li Man were on high alert, having underestimated the situation, believing the young lady would merely enjoy a thank-you dinner without incident. They had not kept a vigilant watch. Upon receiving Shen Lu's call, several men in casual attire hurried to the restroom on the second floor. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene that awaited them. Chapter 67. Innocents' tables lay overturned, chairs splintered, and the restroom door had been forcefully kicked down. 3 ruffians cowered on the floor, groaning in pain from the beating they had received. It was evident that Li Man had exercised restraint in her strikes, non-lethal but incapacitating. Leaning against the table, she held a broken chair leg, her hands bandaged and stained with blood, her white t-shirt marred with crimson, a striking contrast to her delicate frame, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. The onlookers were both astonished and filled with admiration. They had never imagined that the young lady possessed such formidable skills. Regaining their composure, they approached with respect. The words young mistress were on the tip of their tongues, but remembering her concealed marriage to young Master Jiao, they quickly amended their address to Miss Li. The leader among them inquired, "Miss Li, are you all right?" The crystal chandelier above cast a dim white light, and Li Man's vision blurred as the effects of the drug intensified, leaving her increasingly disoriented. She could barely stand, her strength waning. Sensing a figure approaching, she swung the chair leg fiercely, warning, "Stay back. If you come any closer, I want to hold back." The leader quickly clarified, "Miss Li, do not be afraid. We were sent by Mr. Shen to protect you. Then do not approach. I do not trust you. He said he would come soon. If you are truly his men, keep watch from a distance until he arrives." Understood, Miss Li. The men halted, maintaining their distance, unsure if they were friend or foe. At that moment, Li Man could trust no one but Shen Muting. Meanwhile, in the private room, Zhong Shuriwei checked the time. Believing her hired assistants had succeeded, she ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the staircase, she noticed 2 individuals guarding the entrance, with more still upstairs. Assuming these were her paid hires, ensuring success, she cheerfully asked, "Has the task been completed?" "Indeed it has," one man closest to her replied, but in the next moment he seized her wrist, twisting her arm behind her. "We've been waiting for you. What are you doing? Have you betrayed me?" Zhong Shuriwei was nearly driven to fury, but managed to contain it. "All right, tell me how much she offered you. I will pay double. You should realize I have more wealth. She just got out of prison and has no money. Whatever price she offers is just an empty promise." These money-driven individuals, whatever sum they demanded, she would agree to, planning to reclaim it once the job was done. Zhong Shuriwei was calculating her next move with precision. Li Man, still leaning against the table, struggled to speak. "Why? I have no grievances with you. I even helped you. Why do you wish to harm me?" Zhong Shuriwei retorted, "First, have him release me." "I will let them go as you say," Li Man replied. Zhong Shuriwei smirked with curiosity. "I wonder how you managed to turn them against each other after years in prison. You indeed are my daughter." "What did you say?" Li Man gasped, her heart sinking. Zhong Shuriwei continued, "I had no intention of treating you this way. Blame your own attitude during our last phone call. Since no amount of flattery could sway you, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. Don't blame me. I am your mother. I wouldn't harm you. I only want what's best for you." The Meng family is a prestigious clan that many aspire to join. You are fortunate that Meng Qingfeng has taken an interest in you, regardless of your past. Such an opportunity is rare. How twisted is this reasoning? Li Man stared incredulously at her own mother, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. You abandoned me, and now wish to sell me off? This is for my own good? Zhong Shuriwei sighed, feigning helplessness. Why can't you understand my good intentions? I anticipated this reaction, which is why I had to use certain tactics. Now that everything is clear, please have them release me. Seeing that the men were not aiding Zhong Shuriwei, Li Man concluded that perhaps they were genuinely sent by Shen Muting to rescue her. She commanded, "Let her go." "Yes, Miss Li." Zhong Shuriwei winced as her arm was released. "How much did she offer you?" "I will pay you triple." The two men beside her remained unmoved. Zhong Shuriwei scoffed. "I didn't realize you had such high expectations." "Fine, 3 times, but you must know when to be satisfied. Do not ask for too much." They ignored her. Zhong Shuriwei was exasperated. "What is your intention? Have you been bewitched by her? What do you lack when money is at your disposal? With wealth, you can have any woman you desire." Finally, one man turned his head to regard Zhong Shuriwei. She felt a surge of hope. This was the reaction she sought. Women age and fade in beauty. Money is the only constant. Even if you offer us 10 times the amount, we would not harm Miss Li. If it were not for you being her mother, after that remark, we would have silenced you. Everyone loves money, but when faced with the choice of ill-gotten gains or incurring the wrath of young Master Jiao, they chose the latter. Even if they chose the former, they might not live to spend it. Zhong Shuriwei was nearly driven to madness. "What is wrong with you all? Are you not those I hired? Those 3 fools on the ground are." "Madame Fu, you have finally realized." Li Man's pale face bore a cold indifference. "Leave. I will not pursue what happened today, but I do not wish to see you again. Should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee what I might do." "You dare threaten me? I've consumed more salt than you've walked roads. Do you think I can be intimidated? I am your mother, even if I did not raise you. I carried you for 10 months. Your life is mine to give. Your blood flows from me. What will you do to me next? Beat me, as you did them? Look at yourself. Do you possess even a semblance of a girl-esque grace?" Li Man's anger surged. She forced herself to respond calmly. "Madame Fu, does Fu Honyang know of your actions? You criticize my femininity, yet what of yours? Do you exhibit any of the grace and dignity expected of a woman of high society? Do you embody the essence of a mother?" Such sharp words. "I advise you not to be so obstinate. Come with me. You're under the influence of drugs. Once I leave, do you truly believe they will not take advantage of you?" Chapter 68. The pain of indecision. Li Man was uncertain, yet she could not accompany Zhong Shuriwei. "There is no need. You may leave," she asserted, her tone weighted with firmness, though the words emerged softly. As the moment of triumph approached, Zhong Shuriwei was unwilling to retreat empty-handed. Instead, she straightened her attire, lifted her chin with an air of superiority, and gazed down at the man barring her path, extending his arms. "What benefits have we conferred upon you? You thrive in this world, yet you would not pursue wealth? If you are unmoved by monetary gain, does that imply you have consented to your allure?" Zhong Shuriwei continued. "Very well. Once you are finished with her, return her to me, and I shall compensate you handsomely. I merely desire the girl. Even if she were a faded beauty, her former allure could still leave men captivated. Perhaps she was already a shadow of her former self. A little more deterioration mattered not." Li Man leaned against the table, absorbing the venomous words of her own mother. Though devoid of affection and expectation, the moment still pierced her heart. With red-rimmed eyes, she approached Zhong Shuriwei and, gritting her teeth, demanded, "Even a tiger does not consume its young. Is this how you treat me and still consider yourself human? I am acting in your best interest. If you are willing to consort with these lowly beings, why feign superiority? What is wrong with following Meng Chengfeng, reaping wealth and privilege?" Zhong Shuriwei responded with a tone of feigned concern. Li Man was left speechless, her anger rendering her momentarily mute. After a pause, she weakly instructed, "Throw her out. I no longer wish to see her." "Yes, Miss Li." The bodyguards escorted Zhong Shuriwei away, preparing to bind her and confine her in a vehicle, awaiting Shen Muting's orders. As they reached the doorway, Shen Muting arrived, exuding an aura of menace, his expression dark as storm clouds. "Master Shen, this woman attempted to harm Miss Li. We have detained her. Miss Li is upstairs. Please, go and see." "Understood. Thank you." Zhong Shuriwei scrutinized Shen Muting, sensing an extraordinary presence about him. "Who is he? Why do you all refer to him as master?" she inquired. Shen Muting had exchanged pleasantries with the guards, instructing them to present him as merely a chauffeur if questioned further, specifically as Gu Huaishi's driver. easily dismissing any inquiries. Before she could utter another word, Zhong Shuriwei was unceremoniously bound and thrown into the vehicle. Upon ascending the stairs, Shen Muting found his men standing at a distance, unable to meet Li Man's gaze. "My apologies, Ninth Master. It was our oversight." Several of the ineffectual subordinates greeted him cautiously. Shen Muting's expression hardened, and he barked, "Get out!" "Yes." They hurriedly retreated. Shen Muting strode toward Li Man, and before he could speak or act, she rushed into his embrace. As she faltered, he instinctively caught her. The crisp scent of cedar emanating from him was intoxicating, prompting Li Man to rise on her toes, her lips drawn near to his. Shen Muting leaned back slightly, avoiding her kiss, which unexpectedly landed on his neck, igniting a fiery warmth. "Do you know who I am, to seek refuge in my arms?" he murmured. "Husband, you're my husband." At her words, Shen Muting's expression softened. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders before lifting her effortlessly. His voice low, "Come, let us leave this place." His oversized jacket concealed her allure, and, as she nestled against him, her arms flung around his neck. She kissed him haphazardly. Shen Muting, disregarding the need to switch vehicles, drove the Rolls-Royce directly. He settled Li Man in the back seat, fearing her restlessness in the front might distract him while driving, potentially leading to an accident, an event that would not only make headlines but also dominate the financial and entertainment sections. Shen Muting swiftly started the car, heading toward the hospital, while dialing Fu Zekin's number. The call connected promptly. "I am en route to your hospital. Please prepare for her. She has been drugged." Fu Zekin replied with a hint of malice. "Why come to our hospital? The Buyuan Group has its own medical facilities. A little drugging is a trivial matter. Just help her out without needing to come here. Don't pretend to be virtuous. Are you incapable?" "I am not jesting," Shen Muting insisted. Fu Zekin retorted earnestly. "Neither am I joking. Trust me from personal experience. The drug's effects are already at play. Your visit to the hospital is futile. Do not think cold water will remedy it. It's all a ruse." Shen Muting's expression darkened as he ended the call. With no choice but to avoid the hospital, he refrained from driving his conspicuous Rolls-Royce around town, mindful of unwanted attention. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Li Man, who was fidgeting in the back seat. With a resolute decision, he swiftly changed lanes at the next intersection and turned the vehicle around, racing back. 10 minutes later, they returned to the Jiangzhou Lanwan residence. Shen Muting parked the car, opened the back door, and leaned in to scoop her up. "Get up, we are home." Li Man clutched his shirt, pulling him closer. Shen Muting's dark eyes narrowed as he urged, "Li Man, awaken. We have arrived home." Chapter 69. No regrets. Li Man felt as though she were made of jelly, a beguiling little sprite that would test any man's resolve. Shen Muting exhaled sharply, suppressing the fire she ignited within him, and carried her directly to the master bathroom. With one arm securing Li Man, he freed a hand to turn on the faucet. As the bathtub filled with cold water, he gently released her from his embrace and unceremoniously tossed her into the tub. Though summer had arrived, the sudden plunge into cold water caught Li Man off guard, prompting a cry and frantic attempts to escape. Yet, as she began to rise, his firm hand pressed her down, leaving only her head above the surface. "Stop squirming. I fear you might regret this later, claiming you were bitten by a dog." Li Man bit her lip, her mind muddled and slow, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she pouted, gripping the damp fabric of his shirt and murmuring, "Did I ever say such a thing? Then let this time be your turn to be bitten by a dog. I am but a little pup." With that, she playfully barked. Shen Muting, seated at the edge of the tub, chuckled at her antics, a smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Li Man pulled him in, sealing his lips with hers. His gaze darkened, voice gravelly as he warned, "Li Man, you asked for this. Do not regret it afterward, for I will not be the one taking advantage of you." Li Man replied, "No regrets." In the next instant, his handsome face descended upon hers, and she felt like a small boat adrift on the ocean, bobbing with the waves. Afterward, Shen Muting cleaned her up, lifting her and placing her gently on the bed in the guest room. He retrieved iodine and cotton swabs, carefully applying it to her previous wounds. Relieved to find they had nearly healed, Li Man, in a state between slumber and consciousness, appeared particularly docile. Shen Muting observed her for a few moments before softly stating, "I will take a shower. You should rest." Li Man opened her eyes slightly, the room dimly lit by a bedside lamp. In her hazy state, she could not discern his expression. As he prepared to leave, she grasped his hand, her voice soft. "Do not go. I do not wish to be alone. Will you stay with me tonight?" She resembled a child clinging to her mother, devoid of security. "Very well." Shen Muting's gaze softened, and he nodded. "I will shower first and return, all right?" He was somewhat fastidious. Having helped her clean up, he had yet to attend to his own needs. "No," Li Man said, holding on tightly and looking at him with a sense of grievance. "All right." After a brief pause, Shen Muting gazed solemnly at her and ultimately acquiesced, lifting the cool blanket and lying down beside her. Li Man nestled into his embrace, feeling the warmth of his sturdy chest, which provided an immense sense of security. She was acutely aware that their marriage was precarious, yet tonight she craved that warmth, even if just for a fleeting moment. Burying her head in the crook of his neck, she inhaled the crisp, woody scent that enveloped him. In a soft, almost whispering tone, she murmured, "Mr. Shen, can I trust you? Will you deceive and hurt me like they did?" Exhausted, Li Man spoke her mind and, without waiting for Shen Muting's response, drifted off to sleep. In her hazy state, she thought she heard him say no. Shen Muting lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag and exhaling a thin wisp of smoke, his expression earnest. Li Man found it hard to believe his words. Even if they were mere comforts, they were soothing to her heart. She said nothing, managing a faint smile before succumbing to sleep. The next morning, when Li Man awoke, daylight had already flooded the room. She opened her eyes to the familiar ceiling light, and memories of the previous day flowed through her mind like a gentle stream. Quickly turning her head, she noticed the space beside her was empty. Shen Muting was gone. A sigh of relief escaped her. It was better that he was not there, for otherwise, the embarrassment would have doubled. Shen Muting had an early work schedule. To avoid any awkwardness, Li Man lingered in bed, delaying her rise. Only when the time was nearly upon her did she finally get up, expecting him to have left for work. She stepped out of the bedroom only to find him still at home, sitting on the sofa, diligently handling work matters. A laptop and several documents were spread out on the coffee table. The glow of the computer screen illuminated his face, making the focused man appear exceptionally handsome and captivating. Hard to look away from. Hearing her move, Shen Muting shut his laptop with a decisive snap, standing up. "Let's eat. Breakfast is ready." As Li Man racked her brain for something to say, he spoke first. "Oh." Shen Muting did not bring up the events of the previous night, and neither did she. It felt as natural as any other married couple. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness belongs to him. However, unlike the man's refreshed demeanor, Li Man felt achy all over. It hardly seemed fair. She focused on her breakfast, her thoughts far from the meal. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Muting broke the silence. Noticing her distraction, Li Man quickly shook her head. "Nothing. If you're not feeling well, take a day off to rest at home," Shen Muting said with a significant tone. Li Man's face flushed bright red. "No, I don't need to take a day off." Shen Muting's dark eyes bore into her. "If there is nothing, why are you blushing?" "It's nothing. I'm full. If there is nothing else, I'll go to work." Li Man hastily set down her bowl, preparing to push her chair back and stand. "Wait." Shen Muting called out to her. "What are you planning to do about Jiangzhou City? She is your biological mother. Are you just going to let it go?" Li Man lowered her gaze, forcing a smile of resignation. "She is my biological mother. What else can I do? Should I treat her as she treated me? Never mind. Let her go." Thinking of Jiangzhou City reminded Li Man of the individuals who had protected her last night. Were those people who protected me last night arranged by Shen Muting? "Yes," Shen Muting replied, following her train of thought. "If you need help dealing with anything, don't hesitate to tell me. Don't bottle things up. Next time, I might not be able to save you as I did yesterday." "Okay, thank you," Li Man said, warmth spreading in her heart. "I understand you're just a driver, and your capabilities are limited. I'm not looking down on you. It's just that Jiangzhou City may not be so easily dealt with. I told you before, she abandoned her family for a wealthy man." "Yes, you mentioned she married Fu Hongyang, a powerful figure in Haicheng," Shen Muting replied, his voice steady and devoid of any tenderness that might have come from their previous intimacy. He seemed to embody a blend of coldness and warmth. Li Man continued, "She has wealth and influence. We cannot afford to offend her. It's unreasonable to trouble your boss every time. If you were a member of the Shen family, it would be different, but you're not. You're merely an employee. If you misjudge the situation, you could lose your job. Your boss doesn't appear to be particularly warm-hearted. Rumors suggest he is ruthless and has never shown mercy to the Shen family. Shen Muting took a bite of his food, glancing at Li Man briefly before returning his gaze to his plate. I understand. I will be careful. Li Man found their conversation limited and struggled to think of another topic. Rumor has it he won't live past 30. It's not long now. Is he married? With so much wealth, he must need an heir. Shen Muting did not respond immediately. Noticing his silence, Li Man joked, I know. It's your boss's private matter, and you can't discuss it. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Just as she was about to change the subject, Shen Muting replied slowly, it's fine to tell you. Shen Zong is married. With that, he raised an eyebrow, gauging Li Man's reaction. She was taken aback, but soon found it reasonable. I guess correctly. The Shen family has a legacy that spans centuries. It's time for him to marry. Otherwise, all his hard work would benefit others. She added, he seems to care deeply about your matters. He must treat his wife well, too. However, I am curious about one thing. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. What are you curious about? Since he attends business events where many can see him, why is there no news about him? Not even a photograph. Why is that? Shen Muting replied, cryptically, I don't know. The thoughts of the wealthy are inscrutable. Is he handsome? He wouldn't be particularly ugly, would he? Perhaps he dislikes being photographed because ugly pictures become black history. Shen Muting's lips pressed into a tight line, his expression serious. Li Man had grown accustomed to his stoic demeanor and did not expect any change in his temperament due to their recent intimacy. Noticing his silence, she assumed he was tacitly agreeing with her. Shen Muting was a man of few words. Suddenly, Li Man was struck by an idea and involuntarily laughed. What are you laughing about? He asked in a low voice. I was just thinking about your serious demeanor. Is your boss the same? Like master, like servant, right? Li Man's smile lit up her face, her skin glowing like a rose nourished by rain. So? Shen Muting asked, what is so funny about that? I saw it online. Someone commented that your boss is aloof and that when the lights go out, women must take the initiative. Shen Muting's expression darkened as he stared at her, his eyes probing. Stop reading such nonsense. What do you come across these ridiculous things? Why are you so interested in our boss? Do you wish to connect with him through me? Li Man was taken aback. What? You were at Shui Tian Isei that day. It couldn't have been coincidence. I know you were there for Shen Zong. I'm not sure if you marry me partly because I'm Shen Zong's driver. Shen Muting's tone remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. But there was an underlying intimidation. Li Man met his gaze. What are you implying? Are you suggesting I want to use you to get close to Shen Muting? The explanation she had prepared faltered on her lips, replaced by a sense of powerlessness. She chose not to respond. He harbored doubts about her genuine desire to lead a simple and steady life with him. Since he was skeptical, any explanations from her would be futile, only serving to evoke further suspicion. So be it. Let him think what he wishes. She held no lofty aspirations for marriage. As long as the man did not indulge in egregious vices, gambling, drugs, or other immoralities, she felt they could manage life together. That was sufficient for her. She had nothing to lose. Shen Muting noticed her hesitation to speak, pondering why she had fallen silent. Li Man met his dark, profound gaze and set down her chopsticks, stating earnestly, yes, that day I indeed approached you, Shen Muting. I entered prison bearing the accusation of having killed old Master Shen. As the current head of the Shen family, you are one of the few who might seek the truth and prevent old Master Shen from dying wrongfully. Thus, I thought I might take a chance. However, I never anticipated the twist of fate that would lead to our intersection. I cannot predict how things will evolve in the future, but at least for now, you are genuinely a decent person. You are quite handsome, possess a house and a car, and have a stable job with a respectable income. Sometimes, I feel as though I've stumbled upon a treasure. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I truly wish to live well with you, without delving into emotions. Maintaining the status quo seems quite agreeable. As for your insinuation that I am using you to get close to Shen Muting, you overestimate my worth. Even if I desired to pursue that, do you think a man as powerful and wealthy as Shen Muting lacks access to women of his choosing? Would he ever notice me? Perhaps it is my appearance that has captivated this fortunate man before me. Shen Muting's expression softened slightly. The initial negative impression from their encounter at Shui Tian Isei led him to harbor biases against her. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Throughout history, many have employed unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Since obtaining their marriage license, she had not behaved in any outrageous manner. She had been rather conventional, surpassing his expectations. Thus far, Shen Muting found himself relatively satisfied with her. Yet it was impossible for him to trust her or open his heart to her in such a short span of time. Chapter 71. Discussion. Let's eat. I will take you to the store afterward. Shen Muting's gaze softened slightly, his familiar deep voice seemingly laced with a hint of humor. Though a keen observer would discern the warmth was merely superficial, concealing a lingering distance. All right, thank you, Li Man replied politely, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, they lacked topics of conversation. It was wiser to eat in silence and avoid missteps. The man appeared to favor Western cuisine. He had prepared steak and fried eggs for breakfast, along with sandwiches, which were neatly packed in her lunchbox, evidently for her to take to work. Setting aside his unpredictable moods, this man still possessed admirable qualities. Li Man began to comprehend that he disliked her mentioning other men, particularly Shen Muting, and it was imperative not to speak ill of him. As a subordinate, his loyalty to Shen Muting was unwavering. Nevertheless, Shen Muting had exceeded her expectations, assisting them on several occasions. She resolved to express her gratitude to him whenever the opportunity arose. After finishing their meal, Li Man took the initiative to wash the dishes. And Shen Muting said nothing, busily organizing the documents and computer on the coffee table. Once Li Man had tidied the kitchen, he too had finished packing, and they both proceeded to the underground garage. Shen Luo had already taken the Rolls-Royce, leaving behind a second-hand Volkswagen in the parking space. Just as Shen Muting started the car, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Fu Zekin and answered, "Is there something you need?" Fu Zekin, sounding worried, replied, "Why didn't you come to the hospital last night? I had someone waiting for you all night. How did you handle it? Is everything all right?" Shen Muting responded tersely, "Didn't you say going to the hospital was pointless?" Please don't get upset with my next statement. I was actually deceiving you. I saw you were finally interested in a woman dating a girlfriend. In this day and age, still playing the innocent card? If you, a grown man, are with a girlfriend and do not engage in any form of intimacy, I assure you she will undoubtedly question your masculinity. No matter how handsome you are, it will be of no avail, and she will surely leave you. Shen Muting remained silent. After a brief pause, Fu Zekin cautiously inquired, "Are you angry?" With an impassive expression, Shen Muting retorted, "Enough of this chatter. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." "Wait, I do have something to discuss. Let us gather tonight." Fu Zekin's voice brimmed with excitement. "We shall see. I'll join you once I finish my work." "All right, just let me know in advance if you're coming." After ending the call, Shen Muting drove out of the community. The two of them remained silent throughout the journey, quickly arriving at the store. As Li Man approached the shop, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure and called out a couple of times, but Shen Muxian seemed oblivious. Showing no response, she noticed Shen Muxian linking arms with a man clad in a white shirt and black trousers, possessing a broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, and upright posture. Li Man observed, feeling that the man's face appeared somewhat familiar. He was likely her brother-in-law. Meeting him on the street seemed inappropriate. She decided to wait for a more suitable occasion to arrange an introduction. With this thought, she withdrew her gaze and entered the store. After Shen Muting had dealt with the mountain of paperwork cluttering his desk, he glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. At that moment, his phone on the desk chimed with notifications, the sound of incoming WeChat messages. A group chat with his childhood friends, including Gu Huaishi, had sprung to life, with Fu Zekin having shared details of last night's events, leading to a lively discussion among them. Shen Muting had just finished his work and was in good spirits. He picked up his phone, reclined lazily in his chair, unlocked the screen, and typed a message into the group chat. "Have you all gone bankrupt? Why are you so idle?" Fu Zekin replied, "Have you finished?" Gu Huaishi chimed in, "We're all at Shui Tian Say. You're the only one missing." "Hurry up." Su Jinggan added, "If you're too tired from last night, it's okay not to come. You should rest well." The moment Su Jinggan's message was sent, the chat was flooded with laughter and emojis. Shen Muting had no desire to return home so early, as he feared she might misinterpret his absence as a sign of newfound domesticity after their night together. Choosing not to respond, he dialed the internal line, instructing Shen Luo to prepare the car for their trip to Shui Tian Say. Understood. Shen Luo drove Shen Muting to Shui Tian Say. Along the way, his phone continued to buzz with notifications. Gu Huaishi and the others were enjoying a lively chat. Gu Huaishi teased, "Old Su, what's wrong with you? You know Muting is sensitive about that." Su Jinggan sent a surprised emoji, exclaiming, "Sensitive? He is a sly fox. What is he pretending for?" Fu Zekin cautioned, "Tread carefully." Be wary of Muting. He may turn the tables on you. 20 minutes later, the sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a stop at the VIP entrance of Shui Tianyi. Shen Muting exited the vehicle, with Shen Luo following closely behind. Shui Tianyi was the premier private club in Jiangzhou, boasting a membership-only policy and exceptional privacy. To ensure his convenience, Shen Muting had emphasized the security of their private room, as he and Gu Huaishi were among the club's hidden proprietors. The corridor leading to the private room was exclusive. Once the staff had retreated, Shen Muting stood from his wheelchair, striding with steady steps toward their room. He pushed open the door and walked toward the sofa, loosening his tie and unfastening the top buttons of his shirt. Ah, since you started dating, it's been a challenge to get you to grace us with your presence. I propose a toast. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate Muting's newfound indulgence. One of them said, "What happened to your chin? And has your neck turned into a strawberry patch? We know you're flourishing in love, but there's no need to flaunt it so brazenly, especially by deliberately unbuttoning your shirt for our benefit." The private room was spacious, with dim lighting that set a vibrant atmosphere. As Shen Muting approached, Gu Huaishi and the others finally noticed the marks on his chin, 2 rows of faint impressions, starkly visible against his pale skin. Gu Huaishi glanced at Shen Luo, inquiring whether Shen Luo had indeed spent an entire day working at the company. "Yes, young Master Gu," Shen Luo replied respectfully. "What was the reaction of your colleagues?" Shen Luo hesitated, contemplating whether to speak the truth. Speak freely. What is there to fear? He has already gone to the company. Does he still care about others' opinions? Gu Huaishi mused. Shen Muting, with his proud and arrogant demeanor, was indifferent to public perception, yet they were curious. Shen Luo observed Shen Muting, who lounged lazily on the sofa, legs draped over the coffee table, cigarette in hand, but unlit, seemingly intrigued by the gossip that might circulate about him. "Actually, it's not much," Shen Luo continued. "During the high-level meeting at the company the day before yesterday, Ninth Master received a call from the young mistress, and soon the entire company knew he was married. His appearance today merely confirmed what was said then. People are now saying the young mistress must have saved the galaxy in her past life to marry Ninth Master, who dotes on her, thus earning a reputation as a devoted husband." As Shen Luo spoke, he carefully watched Shen Muting's expression. Noticing only a barely perceptible smirk, he felt a sense of relief. Fu Zaiqin jested. "How could he not dote on her? He didn't even inform us of such a significant event as marriage. Now, he is acting all coy. Who knew he was so family-oriented?" Gu Huaishi remarked. "This shows how formidable the young mistress is." Fu Zaiqin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is impressive." Su Jing'an chimed in. "She's quite commanding." Gu Huaishi turned to Shen Muting, adopting a serious tone. "Muting, although you and the young mistress are in a concealed marriage, surely you owe us some wedding treats? I thought you would be the last to enter a relationship, yet you surprised us all by marrying so suddenly." Shen Muting smiled slightly. "Have the red envelopes been prepared?" "They're ready, but they're not simply a matter of your word. To play along with your pretense of poverty, we've managed to save quite a bit on them." Su Jing quipped, taking a sip of whiskey. "Now that you're married, are you planning to stop pretending to be the sickly one? The Shen family is eagerly awaiting your downfall, expecting to reap the benefits. If they knew you were not only healthy but robust as an ox, who knows what they might do?" Shen Muting narrowed his sharp, dark eyes dangerously, stating coolly, "Back then, under such circumstances, I carved a bloody path to seize the position of head of the Shen family. Now that I am securely seated in this position, there is even less reason to let them rebel." Su Jing'an remained somewhat concerned. "Do not be careless. Your sister is seeking a divorce from Lu Chengzhang. The Lu family is nearing desperation and will likely ally with the Shen family." "I am aware," Shen Muting replied, inhaling from a cigarette and exhaling a ring of faint white smoke, his gaze fierce yet self-assured. After finishing a few bottles of liquor, Gu Huaishi suggested changing venues. Shen Muting rose from the sofa, casually picking up his discarded suit jacket from the armrest. "You all enjoy yourselves. I'm heading home." Gu Huaishi immediately interjected. "What is the rush? Is the young mistress imposing a curfew?" "No, it's just too noisy. I have a headache," Shen Muting replied. "For grown men, drinking is rather dull. Let us do something fun," Gu Huaishi insisted, always the playful one. Su Jing'an shook his head helplessly. "Fine. But you think he is like us, a lazy heir? If he doesn't enjoy it, let him be. He should go home to his wife. Although their marriage is hidden, they are newlyweds after all. We should not intrude." Gu Huaishi conceded, realizing the wisdom in Su Jing's words. Next time, let us invite the young mistress out for a meal. Our last meeting was too abrupt. We were unprepared and might have left a bad impression. Let us discuss it later, Shen Muting replied, turning to leave. The others followed suit, making their way out. As Shen Muting headed home, they shifted venues. He went directly to the underground parking lot, while Shen Luo went to retrieve the car. Sitting in his wheelchair, he waited expressionlessly for Shen Luo. As Gu Huaishi and the others changed locations, the neon lights outside flickered to life, signaling the onset of nightlife in Jiangzhou. A few steps later, Su Jing suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Muting's sister? Where? Gu Huaishi doubted. Following Su Jing and gaze while teasing. No way. How could she be here? You've only had a few drinks, and your eyesight is already failing? Following Su Jing's line of sight, Gu Huaishi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, it really is her. Fu Zeichen's expression turned serious. Isn't that Lu Chengzhang beside her? Aren't they embroiled in a divorce? They seem awfully close, looking nothing like a couple on the verge of separation. Shen Muting leaned against Lu Chengzhang, nestled into his embrace, while he wrapped an arm around her waist. They appeared to be in jovial spirits, exuding the warmth of a couple in love, not two people in the midst of a divorce. Gu Huaishi glanced at Su Jing on his left, and then at Fu Zeichen on his right, uncertain if he should inform Muting. Fu Zeichen, this isn't trivial. It's better to let him know. Gu Huaishi urged, then you call him. Fu Zeichen scoffed, I'll call. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Gu Huaishi smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. It's not cowardice. Even if I call, Muting wouldn't believe me. Do you even have the audacity to say that? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Fu Zeichen shot him a glare, pulling out his phone to dial Shen Muting's number. The call connected swiftly. What's the matter? Shen Muting's voice came through. Is your sister still getting divorced from Lu Chengzhang, or have they reconciled? Fu Zeichen asked in a low tone. Shen Muting frowned. Why do you ask? Did you see or hear something? Fu Zeichen's tone was cautious. He had made a significant stir to ensure his sister could break free from the Lu family and secure her rightful divorce settlement. We saw your sister with Lu Chengzhang, looking quite intimate. Should you come over personally? Fu Zeichen carefully chose his words. They just entered mix. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Without another word, Shen Muting ended the call. 5 minutes later, Shen Muting arrived at Mix, an exclusive and luxurious bar. He rolled his wheelchair into the private room without bringing Shen Luo, wary of witnessing anything inappropriate that might embarrass his sister. The next moment, a sharp reprimand echoed in the quiet room. Get out. What is wrong with you, Mix? Do you not understand etiquette? I didn't summon any service. Do not disturb us. The wheelchair made no sound against the carpet. Lu Chengzhang glanced up and, upon seeing Shen Muting, recoiled in shock, hastily withdrawing his arm from around Shen Muting. In his panic, he knocked over the glass he was holding, soaking his trousers with a cold, wet splash. Stammering, he barely managed to utter, Shen Muting? Disturbing you? What do you mean? Shen Muting half closed his eyes, regarding Lu Chengzhang's flustered demeanor with a piercing gaze. Shen Muting hurriedly straightened her posture, feeling exceedingly awkward and tense, akin to a high school student caught in a secret romance by the homeroom teacher. Shen Muting suppressed his anger and questioned in a low voice, Sister, what on earth is happening? Lu Chengzhang, sensing the tension, immediately interjected, Muting, it's like this. Don't blame your sister. Please listen to me. Silence. Shen Muting rudely interrupted Lu Chengzhang. I have no interest in your nonsense. This is a conversation between my sister and me, and there is no room for your vile self to intrude. Lu Chengzhang was taken aback by Shen Muting's blatant disregard for him. Though he was a few years older, and despite lacking the wealth and power of Shen Muting, he was still a distinguished individual, accustomed to being flattered and adored. No one had ever treated him with such blatant disrespect, causing his complexion to shift between shades of anger and humiliation. Shen Muting dismissed him entirely, pondering what sweet nothings Lu Chengzhang had whispered to his sister, which seemed to have lulled her into contemplating a reconciliation with him. A man like Lu Chengzhang would go to any lengths to achieve his goals, regardless of the consequences. Shen Muting, aware of her brother's genuine anger, cautiously said, Muting, I wish to give him another chance. The situation has been clarified. That child is not his. What about the domestic violence? Shen Muting was nearly beside himself with rage, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on his sister. They were twins, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Shen Muting was assertive and unyielding. He managed the entire Shen family and oversaw the vast Bian group with a steely resolve. He has promised never to lay a hand on me again and has even drafted a guarantee agreement. Should he dare to harm me again, he would transfer all his shares in the Lu group to me as compensation. Lu Chengzhong, standing firm against Shen Muting's authority, replied, "Indeed, I assure you I will not disappoint Mu Yan again. I will cherish our life together, and should I ever harm her again, I will abide by the agreement and relinquish all my Lu group shares to her." "Huh!" Shen Muting scoffed disdainfully. "Such an agreement may fool my sister. But once the threat to the Lu family is lifted, you could easily transfer those shares to your parents and return to your old ways, continuing to mistreat my sister." "I would never do that. If I did, you could once again target the Lu group. The outcome would be the same," Lu Chengzhong hastily asserted. Shen Muyan, witnessing his apparent sincerity and his commendable behavior over the past few days, felt her heart reignite with affection for him. She realized she still loved this man. Whether it was softness or foolishness, she yearned to give them another chance. Shen Muting turned to his sister, warning her, "Sister, let me say this one last time. Giving money to a man invites a lifetime of misfortune. Being soft-hearted and sympathetic to a man can lead to 3 lifetimes of trouble. You must consider whether you truly wish to be with him again." Shen Muyan gazed at him earnestly, nodding softly. "Muting, I wish to try once more." Shen Muting had said all he could, and his blood boiled upon hearing her response. They had vowed never to follow their father's path and to remain loyal in love. One man for one woman. But this was bound by principles and boundaries. It did not mean they had to suffer endlessly. Shen Muting's dark eyes blazed with fury as he asked, "Sister, are you certain you want to jump back into the fire of the Lu family?" Matters of the heart were personal to her, and if she had truly made her decision, he could only respect it. However, he resolved to disengage from the situation henceforth. Shen Muting deliberately made his stance clear, probing to see if his sister was resolute. Shen Muyan hesitated at his firm demeanor. Lu Chengzhong, sensing her uncertainty, quickly exclaimed, "Muyan, trust me. This time, I will not let you down. If I do, may I go bankrupt and live in misery." His vows fell flat. Shen Muting coldly retorted, "If oaths held any value, why will we need the law?" Lu Chengzhong insisted, "I have signed an agreement to legally protect Mu Yan's rights." "Muting, I genuinely repent. They say a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. I hope you can support us. I've heard you are married. Surely, you and T want to see your sister divorced?" "Of course, I wouldn't want to witness my sister's divorce, but only if she marries a worthy man, not a scoundrel. I will change. I will rectify my past shortcomings and love your sister well," Lu Chengzhong proclaimed earnestly. Yet, Shen Muting did not believe a word, doubting even the punctuation of his statements. He sneered at Lu Chengzhong, thinking, "You believe I can be swayed by mere words? I'm not a child." Lu Chengzhong recognized Shen Muting's obstinacy and anticipated resistance to their reunion. He turned his attention to Shen Muyan, knowing her heart was tender, and sought to sway her, if she insisted on giving him another chance. Even Shen Muting could not unilaterally dismantle their relationship. Thus, Lu Chengzhong aimed to win over Shen Muyan, believing that once he had her, Shen Muting's disapproval would be inconsequential. "Muyan," he said, "I genuinely repent. What would it take for you to believe me and grant us a fresh start? Whatever your demands, I will comply." Shen Muting interjected, "Sister, do not listen to his empty promises. The more he pleads, the more ulterior motives he has. His flattery is insincere. He is seeking to exploit the Lu family as plight." With that, he attempted to escort Shen Muyan away. "Sister, let us leave." He grasped her arm, yet Shen Muyan stood her ground. Shen Muting halted abruptly, raising his deep, dark eyes to her. "Sister, we are leaving." Shen Muyan withdrew from his grip, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, clutching the hem of her garment. Yet, her eyes reflected determination. "Muting, I do not wish for it to end like this. I want to try again." Chapter 74. Accompaniment. Shen Muting was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Were she not his own sister, he would not bother. However, being family, he felt compelled to intervene. Taking a deep breath to temper his anger, he spoke with restraint. "What more is there to try? Do you genuinely believe he can change? You are making a grave error. Just as you begin to escape the fire, you leap back into it. All our previous efforts would be in vain." Shen Muyan, Man's eyes reddened with unshed tears, shimmering with emotion. But this is my marriage, and I refuse to accept defeat. If he is willing to change, I want to give it another chance. Muting, I understand you're looking out for me. But cannot you respect my decision? Shen Muting gazed at his sister, inwardly troubled. He understood that no matter what he said, he could not alter her feelings. Lu Chengzhong was indeed despicable and cunning. He had already settled Shen Muyin and their mother in a safe place, yet he still managed to manipulate the situation. Unable to sway Shen Muyin, Shen Muting contemplated uttering a harsh remark, vowing to never again concern himself with her affairs. However, he refrained, knowing this would only embolden the Lu family. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, leaving with a dark expression. Lu Chengzhong felt a surge of triumph. If the siblings' relationship soured, Shen Muyin would lose her support, making her less likely to mention divorce and easier to control. Lu Chengzhong secretly rejoiced within, yet his expression remained exceedingly solemn. He gently pulled Shen Muyin into his embrace and tenderly reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. Your brother is merely unable to accept this at the moment and is understandably upset. As long as we lead a good life moving forward, he will find peace and cease his complaints." Shen Muyin found solace in his words, leaning against him, and nodded in agreement. After finishing her tasks, Li Man went to a nearby pharmacy to purchase a box of medication. She chose the same brand as last time, and the pharmacist assured her of its safety, stating it had minimal side effects. At this moment, she was not ready for children, particularly not one born unexpectedly and unwelcomed by her parents, perpetuating her own tragedy. Upon returning to the shop, Li Man opened the medication box, took out the white tablets, and swallowed them with water. Just as she finished, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at it, and, though the number was not saved in her contacts, it was one she could recite by heart. Ning Xiaolon. Li Man had nothing to say to her, and promptly hung up. However, Ning Xiaolon called again the very next moment. Li Man hesitated to turn off her phone, fearing her grandmother might be trying to reach her, and reluctantly answered the call. On the other end, Ning Xiaolon, having been hung up on repeatedly, sounded irate. "Li Man, I am your elder. Although I am not your biological mother, legally, I am. So you have grown wings, have you? How dare you ignore my calls? I truly wonder how you managed to survive in prison. Did they not teach you manners?" Li Man replied coldly. "Is there something you need to discuss?" "Of course. I have something to discuss. Why else would I be calling you?" "I am not frivolous with my phone bill," Ning Xiaolon retorted. "What is it?" Li Man asked. "On guard. Guess where I am right now?" Ning Xiaolon said already. Li Man, feeling impatient, responded, "I am at work and do not have time for riddles. If there is nothing urgent, I will hang up." As she spoke, she prepared to end the call. "Wait," Ning Xiaolon interrupted, not wishing to keep her in suspense any longer. "I am at Lanxiang New Village. How could you leave the old lady in such a chaotic and dilapidated community? I have brought her back to the Li family. You should come over after work." Li Man was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Ning Xiaolon rolled her eyes. "With the old lady's birthday approaching, I thought to bring her here and plan a proper celebration. Since you are married now, you should come with your husband. We can sit down and discuss the banquet together." Suppressing her rising anger, wary of provoking Ning Xiaolon, Li Man turned to vent her frustration on her grandmother. Ning Xiaolon had frequently engaged in such antics before. She was all too familiar with the woman's methods. "It's settled then. Goodbye." Without waiting for Li Man's response, Ning Xiaolon hung up. Li Man held her phone, her expression grave. The Li family was a den of wolves. She had no desire to return, let alone drag her husband into the fray. They were just an ordinary couple wishing to live a simple life. Engaging with the Li family felt akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile and reckless, only serving to increase familial strife. After some contemplation, Li Man resolved to return to the Li family alone. Her hastily arranged marriage had already drawn enough from her husband. The banquet was her responsibility, and she must not entangle him further in the Li family's turmoil. Should they discover he was Shen Muting's driver, who knows what trouble might ensue, potentially jeopardizing his livelihood. Li Man opened WeChat and sent a message to Shen Muting. "No need to pick me up for work tonight. I must return to the Li family to handle some matters." After sending the message, she noticed he had not replied, which she interpreted as tacit acknowledgement. As the workday ended, the neon lights illuminated the bustling nightscape of Jiangzhou. Just as Li Man was about to hail a cab to the Li family, Shen Muting pulled up in a Volkswagen, parking directly in front of her. He unfastened his seatbelt, leaned over to open the passenger door, and gestured for her to enter. His tone was calm, yet left no room for refusal. Li Man climbed into the car, closed the door, and fastened her seatbelt as she inquired, "What brings you here? Did you not see my WeChat message?" "I did see it. Did your family not mention that you should bring your husband along?" Shen Muting replied, casting a swift glance her way. Li Man was puzzled. "How did you know?" "It's a deduction. They are aware of your marriage, and although they harbor no feelings for you, they seem quite curious about me as their son-in-law." Li Man chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, they did ask me to bring you along, but the Li family is a den of wolves, where they devour without remorse. I fear you would only suffer if I brought you with me. It is inevitable that you must face them, and I will accompany you." Shen Muting's expression remained unfazed, exuding confidence. Li Man assumed he was simply unaware of the Li family's nature and thought nothing more of it. Little did she know, Shen Muting was fully aware and did not regard the Li family with any trepidation. Earlier that day, upon receiving her message, he had instructed Shen Luo to arrange a dinner or gathering. Whatever it took to ensure Ning Shixin, Shen Rui, and Lin Yueyan would all be present, and to keep them out past 11 o'clock that night. Chapter 75. The unveiling. He had encountered Ning Shixin at a previous dinner, and, in order to conceal his true identity, he needed to ensure he was kept away. As for Shen Rui and Lin Yueyan, although they believed him to be Gu Huaixie's driver, he had no desire to see them, so he arranged for them to be with Ning Shixin, thereby avoiding their presence in the Li family home. A warm current flowed through Li Man as she glanced at him. Shen Muting sat languidly behind the wheel, his hands resting on the steering wheel, his gaze focused ahead, observing the road. The neon and street lights cast a dappled glow on his profile, highlighting its refined contours, creating an enchanting and captivating visage. The car proceeded steadily toward the Li family home. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, the members awaited Xiao Shunyan's arrival. Li Jinghao sat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, visibly impatient as the clock approached 10:30. "Mom, it's almost 10:30. Do you think that woman will come? If she truly cared about Grandma, she would have arrived by now. There is no reason to keep us waiting. Why are we even calling for her? This is not her home. She has a criminal past and is impoverished. What benefit does she bring to us?" Since childhood, Ning Xiaolan had instilled in him the belief that all of the Li family's wealth belonged to him, and that there would be no inheritance for Li Man. Thus, Li Jinghao gradually developed the notion that Li Man was not family and cultivated a desire to distance himself from her, viewing her with suspicion. Over the years, this conviction had become deeply entrenched. Ning Xiaolan checked the time and thought it should take Li Man from her workplace to their location. Could she really dare not to show up and disregard that old woman's well-being? Her face darkened with irritation as she prepared to call Li Man. "I will call her and inquire whether she is coming. That ungrateful girl is growing more uncultured with age. If she does not come, she should at least inform us. How can we possibly like her if she behaves this way? It is no wonder we hold her in such disdain. With your uncle and cousin absent, it is just the two of us. Remember what I told you. We must assert our authority over her." Just as she was about to dial, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper, Wu Ma, promptly answered the door and was greeted by the sight of Li Man standing alongside a tall, handsome man, causing her to brighten instantly. "Miss, sir, you have finally arrived. Please come in quickly. Madam and young master have been waiting for you for quite some time." "Wu Ma," Li Man greeted politely. "Greetings, Wu Ma," Shen Muting echoed, following Li Man inside. Wu Ma was taken aback, her plump face beaming with a smile that nearly squinted her eyes into slits. "All right, quickly come in. It's hot outside, and the mosquitoes are quite bothersome in this weather." Li Man and Shen Muting walked side by side into the villa. Ning Xiaolan was aware that Li Man had married a driver, but she never imagined he would be such a handsome one, graceful and composed, with an elegance that rivaled any wealthy young man from Jiangzhou she had ever known. Ning Xiaolan wondered, could such poise and presence truly belong to a mere driver? "Where's my grandmother?" Li Man asked directly, scanning the expansive living room but finding no sign of her grandmother. Ning Xiaolan's expression darkened slightly. However, despite her disdain for Li Man, she was aware of the importance of maintaining appearances. She forced a smile and stepped aside to let them enter. "Don't you see what time it is? Your grandmother has long gone to bed," Ning Xiaolan remarked. Li Man knew her grandmother often retired early, especially after taking her medication, which induced drowsiness, resulting in longer sleep hours than most seniors. Shen Muting looked at Li Man, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Perhaps you should check on your grandmother first. I'll stay here and chat with Annie. All right, we can discuss the birthday banquet when I return. Li Man turned to Ning Xiulan and inquired, which room is grandmother in? At the end of the first floor, the first room on the right. Ning Qiu Lan ansveret reatiri. Li Man tiptoed down the hallway and gently pushed the door open, bathed in the glow of the corridor light. She saw that her grandmother was indeed asleep, and she let out a sigh of relief. She returned to the living room, where Ning Xiulan was conversing with Shen Muting. I heard you and Man have registered your marriage, she said. Although you haven't formally addressed me yet, since you are married, it seems inappropriate to still call me Annie. Man may not be my biological daughter, but I'm her legal mother, so you should call me Mom. Understood, Shen Muting replied, a gentle smile gracing his face, though a closer look revealed that his smile did not reach his eyes, appearing cold and distant instead. You have an impressive demeanor. What does your family do? Ning Xiulan inquired curiously. My father passed away 3 years ago. My mother grows some vegetables and flowers in the countryside, he responded. Do you have any siblings? Ning Xiulan pressed on. I have an elder sister who is married to an executive and is currently a stay-at-home wife. Shen Muting answered patiently, responding to each inquiry. Do you own a house and a car in Jiangzhou? What's your job and salary? Ning Xiulan continued her questioning. Before Shen Muting could respond, Li Man interjected, what are you discussing? She naturally settled beside Shen Muting. Ning Xiulan chuckled, you child, should have informed us about such a significant event as your marriage. I had to resort to this method to invite my son-in-law over. Since you didn't tell me, as your mother, I must inquire a little more. I asked him about his housing and job situation. Ning Xiulan believed he was unaware of Li Man's circumstances in this family, so she feigned maternal concern while discreetly probing into his background. Shen Muting replied nonchalantly, I have a 2-bedroom apartment and a vehicle for commuting. I work as a driver, and with overtime and allowances, I earn about $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Earning $20,000 to $30,000 a month is quite good for a worker, yet he remains just a driver. Ning Xiulan felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that Li Man had indeed married a poor driver, as he held no power or influence, presenting no threat to her. Li Man observed Ning Xiulan's insincere fade and, while feeling angered, refrained from taking it out on Shen Muting. She spoke gently to him. She is not my real mother. She has always treated me harshly, lacking any maternal warmth. You need not be courteous to them, nor should you entertain thoughts of honoring them. Chapter 76 challenges. Ning Xiulan had anticipated that Li Man would merely put on a facade, but she was taken aback when Li Man publicly undermined her, causing her expression to shift dramatically, nearly contorting with rage. However, she quickly regained her composure, striving to maintain her image as a cultured and graceful lady. With an awkward smile, she turned to Shen Muting, saying, Xiao Shun, don't mind what this child says. She's just joking without considering the occasion. At that moment, the servant brought in several cups of tea. Li Man glanced over, arching her brows and stating earnestly, I am not joking. I know, Shen Muting replied with a smile and a nod, embodying the ideal husband who dutifully obeys his wife. Li Man, do you have no manners? How can you speak to my mother like that? Li Jing'ao, unable to tolerate it any longer, threw down his phone and glared fiercely at Li Man unperturbed. Li Man retorted, I lack parental guidance and have grown up in a wild manner. Even if I am lacking in decorum, it is not your place to criticize me. I am your sister. If you choose not to address me, that is one thing, but to name me and scold me, does that indicate good upbringing? You are no better than I am, so it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut. Let us not provoke one another. Li Jinghao was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Having always been the favored one, with Ning Xiulan doting on him, he had never experienced such a confrontation. Li Man would not indulge his arrogant behavior. Perhaps for the first time, being retorted left him at a loss for words, and his face flushed crimson. You, he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Ning Xiulan, unfazed by her own embarrassment, could not bear to see her precious son suffer and immediately darkened her expression, abandoning pretense. Enough. I didn't bring you here for you to make a scene and flaunt your wild upbringing. You are married now, even if a Li family has no shame. Must you also disregard your image in front of your husband? Acting like a shrew is hardly appropriate. Li Man replied coolly, that is not for you to worry about. You need not feign concern. If anyone wishes for my divorce, it would undoubtedly be you. You. Ning Xiulan was so enraged she nearly fainted. The old Li Man would endure everything, allowing her to manipulate her at will. After 3 years of hardship, she had emerged transformed, akin to a hedgehog, prickling with defensiveness, ready to confront anyone. Ning Xiaolan coldly stated, I have seen the house you arranged for the elderly lady. Given her current health condition, it is unsafe for her to reside in that filthy, chaotic neighborhood. She needs someone to look after her. Therefore, I have personally come to bring her here. From now on, she will live in our home, and I will arrange for a servant to care for her. I called you here to clarify this in person. Additionally, the elderly lady will turn 70 during the new year, and according to Jiangzhou customs, we celebrate the 70th birthday at 69, commonly referred to as the whole birthday. The Li family has faced difficulties in recent years, and I wish to properly organize this birthday banquet, inviting family and friends for a lively meal. You will be so kind. Li Man expressed skepticism. She did not trust Ning Xiaolan, stating, a birthday banquet can be arranged, but I will take my grandmother away. She has been living there for nearly a month, has adapted well, and there is no need for concern. When my father was alive, you could hardly tolerate her. Now that he is gone, how could you possibly wish to care for her? Previously, you called her an old burden. While I am unsure of your intentions, I advise you to be kind. You are a mother too. Your treatment of my grandmother today will be observed by your children. Your manner of dealing with others constantly influences your son. What goes around comes around. You two will grow old someday, so be cautious of retribution. Li Jinghao, filled with indignation, retorted, do not presume to project your sordid thoughts onto me. I shall indeed honor my mother in due time. There is no need for you to sow discord between us. Filial piety is not merely a matter of words. He asserted, the time has not yet come. When it does, I shall naturally demonstrate my intentions through actions. Ning Xiaolan pondered for a moment before inquiring, are you certain you do not wish for the elderly lady to reside here? Surely, you have observed that the conditions here far surpass those at your place. Yes, I intend to take my grandmother back. My intentions are sincere. For material comforts are merely cold, lifeless entities. Li Jinghao replied. Ning Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you are resolute, I shall proceed as you suggest. Now, let us discuss the birthday banquet. I have calculated that we will need approximately 25 tables for relatives and friends. To be safe, we should reserve an additional one. These are all prominent individuals, and the standards cannot be too low. Each table of food costs $3,999, and with drinks. The expense for each table will range from $5,000 to $6,000. We must also order a cake, invitations, and favors, each of which incurs costs. Now that you are married and so dutiful to your grandmother, you ought to contribute at least something. How much do you intend to offer? Li Man estimated the total would amount to at least $200,000. The celebration for her grandmother's longevity was a joyous occasion, allowing the world to acknowledge that her grandmother was still alive. While Ning Xiaolan might treat her harshly, the elderly must be treated with respect. However, she also wished to financially confront Ning Xiaolan and reclaim her rightful share of the family fortune. Yet she found herself unable to do so at present. A single penny could thwart even the most capable individual. Although she had been working for nearly a month, she had only received last month's salary, having worked merely 10 days. Expenses for her grandmother's rent, medical bills, and daily necessities all required funds, mostly drawn from the man's card. It was impossible to use his money for her grandmother's birthday, and that too was no small sum. Ning Xiaolan glanced at Shen Muting, who sat beside Li Man, her gaze laden with meaning. She deliberately posed a dilemma for the couple. Having just emerged from prison, she sought a man to marry, not merely for companionship, but for support. In this situation, a poor driver with a dilapidated Volkswagen would likely be powerless, forced to watch his wife become anxious and overwhelmed. What man could endure being married to a woman like Li Man? Ning Xiaolan relished in her misfortune, determined to complicate her life. The silent dog is often the most vicious. Her presence here was inherently a threat. The Li family was not a small, inconsequential household, garnering much attention. She could not directly harm Li Man, but sought ways to force her out of Jiangzhou, to rid herself of the unsightly presence beneath her nose. I am currently, Li Man began, but was interrupted by Shen Muting, who replied, certainly. His tone was nonchalant, betraying little seriousness, yet it was not a casual agreement. Leaving others in doubt, for your grandmother's birthday, it is only right that we contribute something as a token of our regard. Since we are here as a couple, let's take this opportunity to settle the matter so that we may return home and prepare accordingly. Please share how much the Li family can afford. Chapter 77. Sentimentally Man was momentarily taken aback and subtly nudged Shen Muting with her arm. Nonetheless, Shen Muting disregarded her gesture, his gaze sharply focused on Ning Xiulan, seated across from him. Ning Xiulan sensed the shift in his demeanor and felt a twinge of apprehension. She had intended to make things difficult for Li Man, hoping to render her life in Jiangzhou unbearable. Yet she had not anticipated that this man would stand up for her, shifting the burden back onto her. The Li family, while not among the top echelons, was still a respectable household. It was inconceivable for Li Man to bear the brunt of the expenses for the birthday banquet. Li Man, astute as she was, quickly grasped Shen Muting's intent and graciously responded, "Aunt, you understand my current circumstances. Having just been released from prison a month ago, I am working in a clothing store, earning merely 3,000 to 4,000 a month, making it challenging to maintain a basic standard of living. My husband is a driver, just an employee, and together our income is quite limited. I told you they were completely broke. You should steer clear of her. Yet you called her over? What could come from that?" Li Jinghao grumbled while playing a game. Ning Xiulan, already troubled, glared at her ungrateful son, exclaiming, "Be quiet." Li Jinghao rolled his eyes. "It's not like I asked for this. Why take it out on me? If you're annoyed, I don't want to listen to your nagging either. My friends are calling. I'm leaving." Ning Xiulan's head throbbed. It was late, and she questioned, "What on earth are you going out for?" "Honestly, it's tedious. My friends invited me to hang out." With that, Li Jinghao stood and left, the sound of a sports car's engine soon echoing through the yard. With Li Man and Shen Muting present, Ning Xiulan refrained from saying much. However, her face was undeniably flushed with embarrassment as Li Man witnessed the spectacle. Ning Xiulan took it, concealing her discomfort. "Let him go. Let us continue discussing the birthday banquet." "Indeed," Shen Muting resumed. "The banquet meals are 3,999 per table, each table requiring a premium beverage. Given the Li family standing, we ought to serve high-quality liquor like Wuliangye or Matai, and we will need to invite quite a few people from the upper echelons of society. The standards cannot be low, or it would reflect poorly." Ning Xiulan, caught in a corner, could only nod, "Yes, you are right." Estimating the costs, Shen Muting remarked, "We will need a budget of at least 200,000. Such a sum was scarcely sufficient to purchase a Hermes bag, yet the thought of spending it on that elderly woman pained Ning Xiulan. She could only attempt to squeeze more from Li Man and her husband, ensuring that this expense would be attributed to Li Man. It was clear that the Li family would bear the brunt of the costs. How much could the couple truly contribute? Ning Xiulan inquired, masking her intentions. Shen Muting contemplated before responding, "We do not have much savings. Our salaries are modest. We could perhaps contribute around 30,000. Shen Muting offered a conservative figure. He had wealth. Whether the sum was 200,000 or 2 million mattered little to him. Although Li Man was not yet officially recognized as Mrs. Shen, she was still his wife, and he would not permit her to be bullied. Observing her predicament within the Li family, he felt both sympathy and recognition of his sister's situation within the Liu family. Therefore, even in a hasty marriage, he was determined to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband, safeguarding his wife from external mistreatment. Money was trivial, and he had contemplated using it to confront Ning Xiulan, allowing his wife to stand tall among her family. However, he detested Ning Xiulan's demeanor and her feigned poverty. Thus, he devised a plan to compel her to spend more. The Li family possessed wealth, and this amount was insignificant. Yet, when allocated towards the elderly lady, she would undoubtedly hesitate, wishing to avoid harming herself in the process. Li Man had initially considered suggesting a sum of 10 or 8,000. After all, the family fortune belonged to both her and her grandmother, and it was only fair that Ning Xiulan bore the costs. However, given that this was her grandmother's birthday celebration, she genuinely wished to contribute as a token of her affection. 3,000 was considerable for a couple like them, who lived modestly. This man seemed to lack a sense of financial restraint. While his intentions were noble, focused on her grandmother's celebration, he failed to consider their actual economic situation and capabilities, merely seeking to uphold appearances. Though Li Man held these thoughts internally, she refrained from voicing them, feeling grateful that he chose to stand by her side at such a moment. Ning Xiulan, however, was far from satisfied. "Only 30,000? What can that even cover? I understand you're newly married and facing challenges. Normally, a groom is expected to provide a dowry. Since you're already married, let's set that aside. Considering Li Man has just been released from prison and you are merely a driver, you may contribute a little less, but 30,000 is indeed too little." 5,000 should be the minimum. That is excessive. I do not earn even 5,000 a year, Li Man interjected hastily. Ning Xiaolan fixed her with a sardonic glance, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. You are a graduate of Jiangzhou University, yet you earn less than 5,000 a year. Shouldn't you reflect on your own shortcomings? How can you still take pride in that? Moreover, haven't you always been dutiful to your grandmother? Are you really unwilling to part with 50,000? It's not that I am unwilling, Shen Muting reached out, grasping Li Man's hand. The warmth from his palm sent a shiver through her, and she paused mid-sentence, glancing at the man beside her in confusion. What's wrong? 50,000 will cover it. Shen Muting replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. He turned to Li Man, his handsome features softened by a gentle smile, evoking a sense of being cherished. If it weren't for their hasty marriage and the mere month they had spent together, Li Man might have believed that this man truly loved her. Ning Xiaolan, sensing Li Man's discontent, hurriedly interjected, All right, then it's settled. Very well, Shen Muting agreed, taking Li Man's hand and rising from the sofa. It's getting late. Unless there is anything else, we should be on our way. How will you pay me? Cash or transfer? Ning Xiaolan quickly inquired, anxious about any potential changes. Shen Muting retrieved his phone. I'll scan your WeChat payment code and transfer it to you right now. Ning Xiaolan promptly took out her phone, smiling. Then I'll add you on WeChat. She wished to connect with him, hoping to catch glimpses of his life through his moments shared online, should any disturbances arise. No need, Shen Muting straightforwardly declined. I'll just scan your payment code. All right then, Ning Xiaolan replied with an awkward smile. Opening her WeChat payment code and presenting it to Shen Muting, fearful that he and Li Man might reconsider. Although organizing a birthday banquet would cost her over 100,000, a significant sum, 5,000 was still considerable for Li Man and her husband. Chapter 78. Shen Muting opened WeChat, scanned the payment code, and transferred 50,000 to Ning Xiaolan. He tucked his phone away and gazed tenderly at Li Man. Let us go. Oh. Li Man followed him out of the Li residence. Once outside the villa, she turned to the man towering over her, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much for today. I will repay you for this money in the future, along with the rent. I'll write you an IOU when I get back. No need for that, he replied. You are right. Traditionally, a bride does require a dowry, and we didn't hold a formal wedding, which might have been unfair to you. That is beside the point. You have already assisted my grandmother and me immensely. Without your help, I might still be searching for her. I cannot allow you to incur unnecessary expenses, Li Man insisted. Shen Muting, observing her determination, simply said, Do as you wish. He had no expectations of her repayment, yet if she truly did repay him, it would prove she was not mercenary in nature, not driven by greed. As they conversed, they climbed into the car. Li Man fastened her seatbelt, while Shen Muting started the engine. She stole a glance at him. Noticing her gaze, he raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? Do you have a loose concept of money? Do you tend to spend freely? Li Man cautiously inquired, studying his expression. Shen Muting chuckled lightly. What makes you say that? Well, when you help my grandmother with the rent, 2,008 per month isn't a trivial amount. And today you offered 50,000 for the birthday banquet. It seems you have a rather cavalier attitude towards finances, perhaps due to your affluent background and high salary. This generosity is all because of me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. You have already thanked me, Shen Muting said meaningfully. Oh, have I? Indeed. You have offered yourself in return, he replied, his deep voice lingering on the words, imparting an unspoken intimacy. Li Man felt her cheeks flush as she recalled those 2 nights, biting her lip and turning to gaze out the window. The two remained silent as they returned to the Cambridge Bay. Upon entering, Li Man changed into her slippers and hesitated before approaching Shen Muting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Mr. Shen, may I use your computer? Still working at this hour? Shen Muting, now in his slippers, approached the dining table, pouring 2 glasses of water, one of which he handed to her. Li Man accepted it gratefully, sipping and nodding in appreciation. I studied fashion design in college, and the store thinks my clothing combinations are quite popular with customers. The company is hosting a fashion matching competition next month, and the manager wants me to participate. I've prepared my designs and would like to use your computer to submit them. All right, wait a moment. I'll get my computer for you. Shen Muting turned ahead to his room, but suddenly paused. Li Man wondered if he had changed his mind. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? No. The computer is on my desk. You can go use it directly. There's no login password, he stated plainly, his expression inscrutable. Okay, thank you. Li Man, feeling unreserved, walked into his room, and began working on the computer. Using the computer proved far more convenient than her phone. After thoroughly checking her work, she logged into her email and submitted her designs within about 20 minutes. Shen Muting still hadn't returned from his shower. Li Man surveyed his room, noting several books on the desk, ranging from business management to finance, autobiographies, and a novel titled The Ferryman. She was taken aback by the variety of his reading material, realizing none directly related to his profession as a driver. Curiosity sparked, she picked up the novel, recalling that she had read it but couldn't remember the details. Only the general plot. This thought made her chuckle softly. What is so funny? A cool, deep voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Turning around, she saw Shen Muting clad in a black silk short-sleeve shirt and matching trousers, his tall figure striking. His short black hair was still damp, droplets of water glistening on his face, and his striking features exuded a different charm than when he wore formal attire. Li Man raised the book. I didn't expect you to read novels. I've read this one too, but have forgotten most of it. I occasionally read novels to relax my mind, he replied. Li Man smiled. Your method of relaxation is quite unique, and your choice of reading material is rather eclectic. You still haven't answered my question. What made you laugh? Do you find it odd that I read novels? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing her like a bottomless abyss. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at myself for reading so haphazardly, often forgetting the beginning after reaching the end. Just like this book, I've read it but can hardly recall anything. Have you finished your work? Shen Muting shifted the topic, choosing not to pursue the conversation about books. His expression remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Their relationship seemed unchanged. Yes, Li Man nodded. I've completed everything. Thank you for letting me use your computer. It's much more convenient than my phone. Shen Muting approached the bed, speaking naturally. I'm getting ready for bed now. Are you going to your room or staying here? I'll go to my own room. I've already taken up too much of your time today. It's quite late. You should rest. I'll go take a shower. Good night. Li Man hurriedly finished her sentence and swiftly exited the master bedroom. Shen Muting gazed at her fleeing slender silhouette, a slight smile gracing his lips. Li Man closed the door behind her. Shen Muting took a seat at his desk and powered on his computer. His device recorded usage traces, and, just to be cautious, he decided to check. Li Man had only utilized the image viewer, photo editor, and email. Nothing else had been touched. Was she genuinely disinterested in him? Or had she merely restrained herself? If it were the latter, then she truly was a master of the hunt, adept at remaining concealed. Chapter 79. Displaying affection suddenly. Shen Muting felt a wave of agitation wash over him. It was unacceptable that a mere woman could stir such emotions within him. This was not a promising sign. In this matter, she seemed remarkably carefree, in stark contrast to his evident concern, which felt unmanly. He was a normal man, never intending to lead a life of celibacy. Indeed, that was the truth. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to care for Li Man more than he realized. The following day, Shen Muting rose early, determined not to accompany Li Man to her shop. At this hour, she would still be asleep, allowing him to avoid unnecessary conversation. Moreover, he had no fondness for her breakfast, which was rich in carbohydrates and lacking in nutrition. He had no desire to indulge himself and become a corpulent figure after marriage. As he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by Li Man, who approached him with a smile, saying, "You're awake. I made breakfast. Let us eat before you head to work." I consulted a doctor who advised that skipping breakfast is detrimental to the stomach and can lead to gallstones. Your habit of foregoing breakfast is quite unhealthy. It must change. I will wake up earlier to prepare breakfast for you from now on. Shen Muting paused momentarily, then glanced at the breakfast spread on the table. Sandwiches, poached eggs, and warm milk. The fried eggs were made to his specifications, perfectly runny, indicating her effort to cater to his preferences. Though the words of refusal lingered on his tongue, he swallowed them down, maintaining a stoic expression as he nodded. All right. After breakfast, Shen Muting glanced at his watch. Observing his strong wrist adorned with a replica Vacheron Constantine watch, Li Man inquired, "Is time running short? I still have plenty of time for work. You need not escort me. I'll wash the dishes and tidy up before heading to the shop." At that moment, Shen Muting's phone rang unexpectedly. Li Man assumed it was a work-related call and said nothing further, rising to clear the table and retreating to the kitchen. Shen Muting, noticing this, merely pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear as he returned to his room. "Hello." It was Gu Huaishi on the line, his voice slightly slurred from a night of revelry. I heard from Shen Luo that you've been waking up early and having breakfast alone. I happen to be near Buyuan. Have you arrived? Let us have breakfast together. Shen Muting retrieved his suit jacket from the hanger and replied coolly, You go ahead. I've already eaten. Gu Huaishi expressed disbelief. What time is it? You've already had breakfast? She made breakfast, sandwiches, and milk, a Western-style meal. I couldn't eat refuse, as it was apparent she had put thought into it to suit my taste. So, I ate a little. Gu Huaishi clucked his tongue. What do you mean you couldn't refuse? If you didn't want it, not even with someone pushing your head would you eat. You're gradually succumbing, falling for her, and preparing to settle down with her. No, Shen Muting denied, then added helplessly, You're just playing around with women, not married yet. How would you know the thoughts of a woman after marriage? Perhaps she believes that by presenting herself as virtuous and capturing a man's stomach, she can win his heart. She often asks if I'm home for dinner, exhausting herself to prepare meals. They fail to realize that a man's heart and stomach are entirely different matters. Merely cooking at home, one tea guarantee a man's return. What a foolish woman. A wife's excessive virtue can be a burden, and I am currently experiencing just that. Shen Muting, enough already. Bragging to me, a single dog, about your domestic bliss early in the morning. How inconsiderate. Haven't you heard? Those who flaunt their love tend to meet a swift demise. Gu Huaishi, suspecting Shen Muting was merely boasting, hung up in frustration. Shen Muting, left holding the phone, wore a perplexed expression. He dismissed it from his mind, donned his jacket, and exited his room. Li Man, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen. Shen Muting glanced at her, asking, Is there something you need? Nothing. Li Man replied with a gentle smile. I just wanted to see you off. Seeing her attentiveness brought a tinge of pride to Shen Muting's heart. He had known his masculine charm would win her over. However, he maintained an aloof demeanor, responding coolly, You need not go to such lengths. As he bent down to retrieve his shoes, Li Man attempted to assist him. Their hands brushed against each other, and he felt the warmth and smoothness of her touch. A small electric jolt coursing through him. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand and scrutinized her, asking, What are you doing? Perceiving his reaction, she pouted playfully. I didn't mean to touch your hand. It was an accident. Why do you react so strongly? Is there static electricity? Shen Muting, captivated by her lively, smiling eyes, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation rise within him. He suddenly realized that he was not averse to her touch. Rather, their hastily arranged marriage was galloping in an unforeseen direction. She appeared to adapt to the role of a wife more readily than he, making him seem overly sensitive and hesitant. I'm off to work. With that, he departed. Li Man watched him leave, suppressing a smile, waving goodbye to his retreating figure. Hubby, goodbye. Drive safely and return early. Shen Muting fought the urge to turn around and glare at her. He couldn't look back. That would be childish. Transitioning from a Volkswagen to a Rolls-Royce, Shen Muting settled into the back seat and leaned against the chair, inquiring of Shen Luo. What is the progress with the Luo group? As Shen Luo started the car, he reported, Sir, following your plan, everything is proceeding smoothly. We have grasped the Luo group's vital points. Only a final push is required, and Jiangzhou will no longer have a Luo group. Chapter 80. Pleading. Shen Luo glanced at Shen Muting through the rearview mirror, seeking guidance. Sir, should we eliminate the Luo group now? Typically decisive and ruthless. Shen Muting hesitated at this crucial moment, replying, Let us wait a while. Understood. Shen Luo complied, though puzzled by his boss's sudden leniency. Nonetheless, he remained committed to executing orders, casting another bewildered glance in the rearview mirror. Shen Muting lazily reclined in his seat, closing his eyes and pinching his nostrils. Soon, they arrived at Buyuan Group. The man in the wheelchair took a private elevator directly to the executive office on the top floor. Upon entering the office, Shen Muyen, seated on the sofa, stood up, muting, surprised to see his sister. Shen Muting stammered, Sister, what are you doing here? Shen Muyen hurriedly explained. I want to speak with you in person. The receptionist wouldn't let me in, but I encountered our uncle, and he brought me in. Don't worry. The staff doesn't know I'm your sister. Shen Muting sighed in resignation. There's no need to be anxious. I'm not worried about others knowing you're my sister. That is not something to be ashamed of. I just want to protect you and Mother. The fewer people who know about you, the lower the risk. As his sister, Shen Muting felt powerless. He could not apply his usual tactics against her. What he desired above all was her happiness. His previous words about not caring were merely said in anger. He would never truly disregard her. I understand. Shen Muyen replied softly. Herr Tonegentler. Please let us talk inside. Shen Muting ushered his sister into his office. Shen Muting greeted him promptly and followed him inside. The tall man's long strides compelled Shen Muting to quicken her pace to keep up with him. Upon entering the office, Shen Muting poured a cup of tea for her, saying, "Take a sip, and we can discuss whatever's on your mind." "I'm not busy today." Shen Muting accepted the tea, taking a cautious sip while studying his expression. "You see, the last time we spoke, I mentioned wanting to give your brother-in-law another chance." "Really?" Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "So, you've come to inform me that he hasn't changed and that you can't continue your lives together?" Shen Muting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "No, it's not like that. We're doing well. He must be genuinely remorseful." Shen Muting scoffed. "It's only been a few days, and you can tell he is sincere. They say time reveals a person's true nature, but it seems you're easily swayed by love's illusions." He initially intended to label her as infatuated, but fearing his sister might take offense, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. "What is it that you need from me?" Shen Muting hesitated, steeling herself before speaking. "The Liu family is in quite a difficult situation right now. I came to see if you could let them off the hook. I may not understand business matters, but since you've previously chosen not to act against the Liu family, it seems that it is not an absolute necessity. Can you not reconsider?" Shen Muting had anticipated her plea for leniency, which was why he refrained from annihilating the Liu family when they were in the car. However, he hadn't expected her to come to their defense so quickly. An intense anger surged within him, wondering what kind of nonsense Liu Qingzhong had fed his sister. Although Shen Muting was adept at concealing his emotions, he could not hide his irritation from Shen Muting, who instantly sensed his displeasure. She dared not breathe too loudly, feeling a mix of respect and fear for her younger brother. The atmosphere in the spacious office grew tense and quiet. After a moment of silence, Shen Muting, gathering her courage, spoke softly. "Muting, is that possible?" Her tone was filled with entreaty. Shen Muting looked at his sister's earnestness and felt a pang of sympathy for her. How could Liu Qingzhong, unworthy as he was, fail to appreciate such a wonderful partner? Still, Shen Muting was unwilling to easily pardon the Liu family. They might escape the death penalty, yet they would not evade punishment entirely. He would not obliterate them, but this matter would not be resolved without consequences. Pain would serve as a lesson. Even if he did not eradicate the Liu family, they would still have to pay a price, a warning for them to understand their own limitations. His sister was gentle and easily swayed, but with the backing of the Shen family, as long as Shen Muting held power, no one would dare to oppress her. "Understood. I will consider it carefully," Shen Muting replied, neither confirming nor denying her request. Shen Muting could sense his displeasure, but could not fathom her brother's thoughts. People often claimed he had a heart as cold as hell, yet Shen Muting knew he was not that kind of person. He simply had a heart in his heart to survive in his position. Shen Muting dared not press for a definitive answer, finished her tea, and as she left, reminded him once more, the Liu family is on the brink of collapse. "Muting, please give it serious thought and don't let it drag on too long." Shen Muting lifted his gaze to her. Shen Muting, unable to meet his eyes, hurriedly departed. He found himself both amused and exasperated. Was he truly that fearsome? Despite being ruthless with others, he was protective of his family. Watching his sister leave in such a state, he couldn't help but think of his relationship with Li Man, and suddenly remembered that she had yet to write him an IOU. While he didn't care about the few tens of thousands of yuan or expect her to repay him, her failure to follow through on her word was another matter entirely. She was, without a doubt, a person of broken promises, a deceiver. Meanwhile, at Ningchuan Group, the company had long been preparing to engage in the Yuting project, but encountered some difficulties. Upon receiving a call from Billionaire Group yesterday, Ning Shixin was taken aback to learn that Shen Muting had instructed him to bring along Shen Ruo and Lin Yueyin for discussions. He quickly gathered them. Initially expecting to meet Shen Muting, they soon discovered that the individual they would converse with was merely one of the project's managers. Although his authority was not comparable to Shen Muting's, Ning Shixin was nonetheless astonished to have such an opportunity. They discussed a great deal over a pleasant meal, and Ning Shixin laid out his company's ideas and strategies. Now, they awaited news from Boyan. With Shen Muting's backing, he believed the collaboration would surely come to fruition. Lin Yueyin also held a position at Ningchuan, serving as the head of the design department in the clothing division. Upon arriving at the office, Ning Shixin instructed his secretary to summon Director Lin. Chapter 81. Taboo's Lin Yueyin arrived promptly at Ning Shixin's office upon receiving the call. Ning Zong, you summoned me? Ning Shixin smiled. There's no one else here, so just call me uncle as I'm family. I must thank you for speaking on behalf of Ning Chuang in front of the son-in-law yesterday. Otherwise, Shen Muting would not have opened his mouth. Initially, Ning Chuang didn't even have the chance to meet with the project manager, and it was your capability that made this possible. If this business deal succeeds, you will be an indispensable contributor, a true hero of Ning Chuang. Lin Yueyin forced a smile. Uncle is being overly gracious. I am part of the Ning family, so it is only natural for me to assist. Ning Shixin felt a twinge of worry. With a project worth hundreds of billions at stake, it was no trivial matter, requiring careful consideration from all angles. However, he couldn't press for updates over the phone either. He had to wait. He was not greedy. He would be satisfied as long as Ning Chuang could secure a share from Billionaire Group. Lin Yueyin was equally perplexed by yesterday's dinner. She and Shen Muting had been summoned without much explanation. Shen Muting had recently reprimanded Shen Muting, even punishing him to kneel at the ancestral hall. Yet now he seemed intent on pursuing a project with the Li family. What was he planning? Was it a case of giving a slap followed by a treat? Lin Yueyin dismissed the thought, knowing she could not decipher Shen Muting's intentions. Lin Yueyin smiled and asked, Uncle, did you call me over just to discuss this matter? If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Ning Shixin hesitated. Lin Yueyin observed him. Uncle, if there is something to say, please speak freely. We are family, and being overly polite seems distant. Ning Shixin chuckled. Then I'll be straightforward. I have a small request. Could you contact your son-in-law and see if he can find out the likelihood of Ning Chuang securing the Yuting project? I see. Lin Yueyin replied, her tone indifferent. I'll mention it when I have a chance. Please treat this matter with urgency. It's a significant project, and while I understand it's not easy to press for updates, idly waiting isn't a solution either. Luckily, your son-in-law is from the Shen family. If any issues arise, we can address them in advance. Lin Yueyin felt a wave of impatience. Understood, but I have work to handle. I'll inform you promptly if I hear anything. Thank you for your assistance with your son-in-law. Returning to her office, Lin Yueyin called Shen Muting. He had already started his workday at a subsidiary of Billionaire Group, where he held a minor leadership role. When his phone rang and he saw it was Lin Yueyin calling, his expression soured. He answered the call, his tone curt. What is it? Lin Yueyin bristled at his tone. What's wrong? Can I call you if there's nothing going on? Shen Muting, feeling impatient, remarked. If you're calling to argue, I have a meeting and no time for disputes. I'm hanging up. Wait. Lin Yueyin hurriedly interjected. I didn't call to quarrel. Why did someone from Billionaire suddenly summon us in the middle of the night to discuss the Yuting project without any prior notice? Don't you find last night's dinner somewhat suspicious? Indeed, it is rather peculiar, Shen Muting acknowledged, sensing the issue at hand. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Though I belong to the Shen family, my uncle has always been fair, never favoring the Li family due to familial ties. But even if there is a problem, we cannot discern what it is. I must return to my meeting. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. It's unnecessary to waste time and energy on confusion. Can't you inquire a bit? Lin Yueyin pressed, unwilling to relent. Internally, she berated Shen Muting for his lack of initiative. Once believing him to be admirable, she now found him increasingly inadequate in their married life. Though a member of the Shen family, he seemed no different from a transparent figure, devoid of real power or capability. His reluctance to even investigate last night's events struck her as cowardly and ineffectual, rendering him contemptible in her eyes. No wonder he couldn't measure up even to Li Man's impoverished husband. How could she have married such a feeble man? It was truly a moment of poor judgment. I understand. I will find a way to inquire. I will inform you if I receive any news. That's all for now. I have a lot of work to handle. Shen Muting concluded, annoyed by Lin Yueyin's voice and her incessant chatter. He hung up, intrigued about last night's events and uncertain of Shen Muting's intentions. He turned his attention to the mountain of documents that had accumulated due to his injury, but decided instead to call the project manager, whose business card he had received the previous night. The call was quickly connected. Zhao, it's me, Shen Muting. He introduced himself directly. Zhao Ruixing responded respectfully, Young Master Muting. How may I assist you? Shen Muting cut to the chase. Mr. Zhao, I will be straightforward. I am calling regarding last night's dinner. It is uncharacteristic of Billionaire to arrange a dinner at such an hour without prior notice. Is there something I am unaware of? Zhao Ruixing had prepared his words in advance. We should have informed you and General Ning beforehand. However, we need to finalize the cooperation on the Yuting project today. Mr. Shen likely mentioned Ning Chuang to you as a courtesy, considering your relationship. Yet, Mr. Shen also stated that while he wishes to offer you another opportunity, the outcome depends on Ning Chuang's capabilities. I have submitted their proposal, and results should be forthcoming soon. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Let us have a meal together sometime. Sheng Hui responded courteously. Sure, Zhao Ruixing replied, recognizing the remark as mere politeness and not taking it to heart. There was no business connection between Shen Rue and Zhao Ruixing, making it difficult to cultivate a relationship. Although Shen Rue belonged to the Shen family, he wielded little power, and frequent interactions could lead to suspicions of factionalism, something Buyuan group detested. Shen Rue didn't uncover any new information. Despite his concerns, he chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. Whether Ning Chuang could secure the Yuting project was of no consequence to him. After all, the profits would not enrich his own pockets. Frankly, the Li family regarded him merely as a tool, attempting to bask in the Shen family's glory, and he had yet to experience any of that glory himself to justify their intentions. After lunch, while washing her lunchbox, Li Man suddenly remembered she had not yet sent Shen Muting an IOU. Once she finished cleaning the dishes, she quickly pulled out her phone and messaged him, Mr. Shen. I apologize. I was so focused on the competition last night that I forgot to write the IOU. I will send it to you after work. In Chapter 82, titled Compliments, Gu Huaishi was surprised to see Shen Muting engrossed in his phone. Curiosity piqued. He leaned over to catch a glimpse and was incredulous. An IOU? Has Buyuan nearly gone bankrupt that you've stooped to having your wife write an IOU for a little money? Shen Muting's face darkened. It's not as you imagine. I didn't ask her to write it. She insisted on doing so. Gu Huaishi scoffed. Why would she want to write it if not for your miserly ways? Even as your wife, she doesn't feel comfortable enough to confide in you and instead keeps her accounts clear. Are you done? Shen Muting shot a cold glare at Gu Huaishi. Once you've finished, you may leave. What? I haven't said anything wrong. Gu Huaishi replied nonchalantly, reclining against the back of the sofa. You stood me up for breakfast, and now you want even offer me a cup of tea? Shen Muting explained in a low voice. I'm not stingy with her. I pay for her grandmother's medical expenses and rent. Yesterday, Ning Xiulan deliberately made things difficult for her, claiming she wanted to celebrate her grandmother's 70th birthday. I stepped in to support her and contributed 50,000 for the celebration. She chose to write me an IOU. I never expected her to repay me. Suppressing a laugh, Gu Huaishi observed Shen Muting with amusement. How rare. The taciturn ninth master is speaking so much today. Have you fallen for her? Not at all. I am merely being pragmatic, Shen Muting replied sternly. She's my wife. No one should dare to bully her. Even in the role of a driver, as a man, I cannot stand by while my wife is mistreated. If a man reaches such a point, it is utterly useless and pitiful. Gu Huaishi rolled his eyes, unconvinced. You're just deceiving yourself. The Shuns must know you're married. They wouldn't overlook your wife's identity. How long do you plan to keep her hidden? Now is not the time. Shen Muting stated firmly. You're right. She is still burdened with the accusation of murdering the old master. If the Shun family discovers this, it could jeopardize your position as head of the family. They might slander you both, claiming you conspired together, and you'd find it impossible to clear your name. Gu Huaishi took a sip of tea and added thoughtfully, Rong Sierra is returning. Are you aware of this? It's a class group created by university classmates for easier communication. He left on the same day he was added, likely feeling awkward about being in the same group as Rong Sierra. Afterward, he returned to the Shun family and became the head of the household. Uninformed, Shen Muting replied disinterestedly, lacking any enthusiasm. Seeing his lack of reaction, Gu Huaishi felt relieved, realizing he had truly moved on. Good. It seems you have genuinely let go. The class representative organized a reunion this Saturday evening. I would like to invite you. What do you think? I, along with Jing and Zai Chun, will be going. It would be nice to catch up. After all, we were classmates for 4 years, and it's been years since we last met. I have no time or interest. Shen Muting declined decisively. Come on, let us get together. Since you moved on, what is holding you back? The classmates think you're still heartbroken. If you don't attend, it will only reinforce their misunderstandings. Shen Muting snorted coldly, casting a dangerous glance at Gu Huaishi. Don't pull that with me. Do you think I care about how others perceive me? I have no interest in such gatherings, especially when I have to sit in a wheelchair and endure them. I'm already exhausted pretending to be ill. During my downtime, I just want to rest at home. Indeed, those who are married are different. Unlike me, a single dog, alone at home, it feels so desolate. I didn't realize you, despite your aloof demeanor, are actually so clingy. Clingy? Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, questioning the term. Complimenting you, noting your clinginess, since you are not permitted to attend the class reunion. I shall convey to everyone that you are occupied accompanying your sister-in-law, and thus unable to join the gathering. I shall take my leave now. Gu Huaishi stood up, preparing to exit, when Shen Muting suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Gu Huaishi turned his head to look at him. "Is there anything else?" Shen Muting, seated in his wheelchair, looked up and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone. "Please send me the specific time and location of the reunion. I will attend if I have the opportunity." Understood. Gu Huaishi's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laden with meaning as he responded. Then elegantly hooked his fingers around his suit jacket and departed from Shen Muting's office. Passing by the secretarial area, he exchanged a few playful remarks with the secretaries, charming them into laughter with his wit. This was not his first visit to Buyuan Group. Shen Muting had remarked that he flitted about like a butterfly. Upon returning to Jiangzhou City, Shen Muyan's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Qingzhang. As soon as the call connected, Lu Qingzhang eagerly inquired, "So, what did your brother say?" After asking, he seemed to realize that his intentions were too evident and quickly added, "Are you well? Did he scold or reprimand you?" "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, dear, for putting you through this." Muting did not say anything about my actions. At the mention of her brother, Shen Muyan's eyes sparkled with joy, radiating happiness and security. Lu Qingzhang immediately pressed. Did he agree to let the Lu family off the hook? He said he would consider it. Shen Muting replied truthfully. "Consider? Are you certain he merely said consider, and not that he would spare the Lu family?" Lu Qingzhang's impatience flared, but needing something from her, he suppressed his frustration and gently said, "This matter is not trivial and truly requires careful thought. I should not pressure you, but the Lu group cannot afford further losses." Shen Muting felt helpless, responding, "I have said everything that needed to be said and done what I could. Don't worry. Muting knows how to handle things appropriately." Indeed, Lu Qingzhang felt he could say no more. He had already revealed too much. Fortunately, Shen Muting, in her innocence, did not suspect him. "Where are you?" "I shall come to pick you up for lunch." Shen Muting had just returned to Jiangzhou City. This apartment was purchased by her brother, both to provide a place for her and their mother and to maintain the fade of modesty. Though small, it offers serene environment, making it feel more like home than a villa. After a moment's thought, Shen Muting replied, "No need. I will have lunch at home with mother." She could not allow Lu Qingzhang to discover her whereabouts, lest it jeopardize her brother's plans. Lu Qingzhang then asked, "Shall we have dinner together and watch a movie tonight?" "All right." Shen Muting agreed without further refusal. Chapter 83. Rationality. Lu Qingzhang cheerfully stated, "I happen to have some matters to discuss with you that cannot be conveyed over the phone. Let's meet tonight." "Okay," Shen Muting responded before hanging up. Turning around, she noticed Tang Wan-yin sitting on the sofa, observing her. Tang Wan-yin frowned and asked, "Was that a call from Lu Qingzhang?" "Yes. He invited me to dinner and a movie tonight." Shen Muting changed in her slippers and sat beside Tang Wan-yin. Though it is often said that one should dismantle a temple rather than a marriage, mother does not approve of him, nor does she support your reconciliation with him. If the Lu family had not been driven to the brink, he likely would not have come to you seeking forgiveness, and his intentions may not be genuine. Tang Wan-yin studied Shen Muting, seeing her face clouded with concern. With a sigh, she asked, "Do you truly wish to give him another chance?" "Mother, do you think I am utterly useless?" Shen Muting lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. With a light laugh, Tang Wan-yin took Shen Muting's hand, gently patting the back of it. "Silly child, that is not my intent. I merely fear that returning to the Lu family may bring you suffering. If you are unwilling and wish to try again, I shall not hinder you. Ideally, if you can rebuild your life together, it would be wonderful, but if not, do not compromise your own happiness. Muting and I will always be your safety net. Understand?" "Thank you, mother." Shen Muting felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded earnestly. After lunch, Shen Muting spent some time chatting with Tang Wan-yin. As her mother had a habit of napping, Shen Muting ensured her mother was settled before taking a taxi to the old residence. In the evening, Lu Qingzhang arrived at the old residence to take her out for dinner. At a high-end restaurant, Under the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the food glimmered invitingly, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Lu Qingzhong poured her another glass of red wine, subtly encouraging her to drink more. Shen Muting, with a low tolerance for alcohol, soon found herself quite tipsy. Once he deemed she had had enough, he settled the bill and took her back to his apartment. His residence was conveniently close to the Lu group, where he occasionally stayed when work demanded it. Lu Qingzhong had not forgotten his desire for Shen Muting to bear him a child, intending to bind her to him through motherhood. Therefore, he took decisive action, taking advantage of her inebriation to consummate their relationship. Outside, the night was thick and dark, perhaps due to her intoxication or the prolonged solitude. Shen Muting succumbed to the allure of the moment. Lu Qingzhong, having done extensive research to enhance her chances of conception, exerted considerable effort that night. The following morning, Shen Muting was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Dang Wan Yin, Uno, had gone to bed early and only realized in the morning that Shen Muting had not returned home. She quickly dialed her daughter's number. After several rings, just as Tang Wanyin was about to hang up, the call connected. Mother? Shen Muting's voice was hoarse. Immediately, Tang Wanyin understood. You spent the entire night with Lu Qingzhong? Yes. Shen Muting had not anticipated this turn of events. She had drunk too much and now felt a pounding headache, her body aching as if it had been reassembled, every muscle protesting. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Lu Qingzhong, clad in an apron, embodying the image of the perfect homemaker. He leaned in close to Shen Muting, who was still on the phone, and said, "You're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Tang Wanyin, having heard Lu Qingzhang's voice, refrained from further questioning. After hanging up, Lu Qingzhong continued to dote on Shen Muting. She felt a touch of embarrassment, wrapping herself tighter in the blanket, revealing only her flushed face. "I understand. You go ahead and eat. I'll get dressed and join you shortly." Lu Qingzhong handed her a white shirt. "What for?" Shen Muting looked at him in confusion. "You cannot wear your own clothes. Put mine on for now. I have already called my secretary, who will be bringing clothes over shortly." "Oh." Shen Muting's face reddened even further. Once Lu Qingzhong left, she hurriedly put on the shirt. It was oversized, reaching her thighs. While casually glancing at the bedside table, she noticed a brightly colored box lying on the nightstand, completely empty. Shen Muting breathed a sigh of relief, warmth flooding her cheeks. With precautions taken, she need not rely on medication, having heard it could be harmful to her health. Dressed in a man's white shirt, she stepped out, capturing Lu Qingzhang's immediate attention. Previously, he had found her somewhat delicate and uninteresting, but today he discovered her figure to be quite alluring. Perhaps it was the wine, but she had transformed into a captivating enchantress the previous night. "What is wrong?" Shen Muting felt his gaze upon her, nervously fidgeting with her feet. Snapping back to reality, Lu Qingzhong quickly assured her, "Nothing. I just find my wife to be truly beautiful. It is my fortune to have married you. I was foolish not to cherish you before, but rest assured, I will treat you well from now on, and we shall live happily together." As dinner neared its conclusion, Lu Qingzhong proposed that she move back in with him, to live together separately from his parents, embarking on their own romantic life. "All right," Shen Muting replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. That very day, she moved in with Lu Qingzhong. As the younger brother, Shen Muting was the last to learn of the matter. Although it was anticipated, he still did not expect the situation to escalate so swiftly. The thought of his sister being infatuated and the sweet words of Lu Qingzhong filled him with anger. Despite being twins, their personalities and approaches to life were utterly divergent, almost to the point of being polar opposites. He was not one to easily trust others, nor to easily love. That afternoon, Shen Muting's demeanor was colder than ever, radiating an aura of fury akin to the chill emanating from an iceberg. The entire office was cautious, careful not to cross his path. Shen Lu did not comprehend the cause of his brother's distress and dared not inquire. The atmosphere in the office was tense, and they all awaited the end of the workday with bated breath. As usual, Shen Muting left in a Rolls-Royce, later switching to his own Volkswagen, and returned to the Cambridge Bay. Li Man had yet to return, and the house was enveloped in darkness. Shen Muting suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, perhaps because Li Man typically arrived home first, leaving the lights on. She would prepare a steaming midnight snack and cheerfully ask if he wanted to join her. Although he would always decline, she would continue to ask the following days, appearing considerate yet maintaining a sense of propriety. She was a remarkably rational person. feeling agitated. Shen Muting took a shower and lacked the motivation to attend to his work. He picked up an unfinished novel from his desk, forcing himself to calm his mind, and read. When Li Man returned home and saw Shen Muting was back, she headed straight for the master bedroom. Chapter 84, Narcissism. The door to the master bedroom was ajar. Li Man knocked gently and peered in, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Shen, you're back. I prepared the loan note at the shop for you." She pulled the note from her pocket and handed it to Shen Muting. "All right, pass it over," he replied softly. Li Man entered the room confidently, placed the note on the desk, and asked with a smile, "Have you had dinner? If not, I can quickly make you a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles." She merely asked out of politeness, knowing he would refuse a late-night snack. However, contrary to his usual aversion to late-night meals, citing health concerns and weight gain, he nodded, "All right." Li Man was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded to cook 2 bowls of vegetable and egg noodles. As it was late, the portions were modest, enough to satisfy 6 or 7/10 of hunger. Shen Muting's bowl contained a perfectly runny egg. After dinner, he scrutinized Li Man, making her feel somewhat shy. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "No," Li Man pouted. "What a mood killer. You should say, I look a bit pretty today." Shen Muting smiled faintly. "Narcissism. There's nothing wrong with a little self-love," she replied, unperturbed by the label of narcissism, as long as it did not veer into arrogance. She resembled a sunflower, seemingly radiating all the brightness of the world. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What makes you say that? I used to be extremely insecure, abandoned by my biological mother at birth, and, under Ning Xiulan's instigation, my relationship with my father was abysmal. I often felt superfluous, unsure of my purpose. I was overly sensitive to the gazes of others, convinced they were scrutinizing and gossiping about me. I was overly concerned with others' opinions, hesitant in my actions, always feeling inferior." Shen Muting's gaze softened as he said gently, "When did you become so self-assured?" "After entering prison, I gradually learned to confront myself. One must not be overly concerned with appearances. Sometimes, shedding shame allows one to live better. If I remained as sensitive to others' judgments as before, I doubt I would have endured prison. Even if I were to be released smoothly, I could never face the rumors and the peculiar looks from the outside world. I forced myself to develop a thicker skin, to refuse when necessary, and to be resolute about what belongs to me." Li Man's clear, apricot eyes reflected resilience. Shen Muting nodded. "I see." Li Man blinked. "Mr. Shen, does my image in your eyes diminish?" Shen Muting glanced at her, a slight smile curving his lips. "Not at all. If you emerged from prison and remained as naive as before, I would actually think you were pretending. It's easy to put on an act for a moment, but difficult to maintain it for a lifetime. It's best to be oneself." "Indeed." Li Man sighed with relief, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "It's getting late. You should shower first and rest early. I'll handle the dishes." "All right," Shen Muting replied indifferently, rising to fetch his pajamas from the bedroom before heading to the bathroom. Li Man was very clear about what she wanted and was quite self-aware. If only his sister possessed even a fraction of her insight, she might not have fallen prey to Lu Qingzhang's deceitful charms. After a quick shower, Shen Muting returned to the bedroom and pulled out his phone to call Shen Luo. Shen Luo was indulging in takeout while watching a variety show. Upon hearing the distinct ringtone of his boss, he immediately answered. "Ninth Master, cease your involvement with the Lu family," Shen Muting instructed in a low tone. Shen Luo paused, unsure of the situation but quickly understood. Before long, Saturday arrived. Li Man was working, so Shen Muting returned to the Shishan villa. He let the Lu family off the hook, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Lu Qingzhang and Shen Muting came to express their gratitude, although they were aware it was the Lu family's initiative and understood their ulterior motives. Shen Muting still granted them face for his sister's sake. This was Lu Qingzhang's first visit to the Shishan villa, a pinnacle of private luxury. Every aspect of the villa was meticulously curated, balancing simplicity with opulence. Lu Qingzhang had always considered the Lu family to be top tier. However, in comparison to the Shen family, they were still vastly inferior. 3 years ago, the Lu family could barely hold their ground against the Shen family, but since Shen Muting's rise to prominence, the Shen family had ascended even further, leaving the Lu family struggling to keep pace, barely surviving under the pressure. After this incident, the Lu family had come to a sobering realization. Upon seeing Shen Muting and Lu Qingzhang, the butler promptly greeted them. Mr. Lu, The master is waiting for you in the living room. Qin Ant. Shen Muting politely acknowledged the butler, and Lu Qingzhong, shedding his usual aloof demeanor, followed suit. Qin Ant was Shen Lu's mother, and both she and her son were individuals that Shen Muting trusted and valued. Hurry in. Today I've specially prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs and squirrel salmon, Qin Ant urged. As the couple entered the living room, they spotted Shen Muting seated in a wheelchair. Despite being in a wheelchair, he sat upright, exuding a powerful presence that commanded respect. Lu Qingzhong, who feared nothing, felt as intimidated as a mouse before a catapon encountering Shen Muting. He could not understand why he felt this way towards someone he perceived as a mere invalid. Thankfully, he had heard that Shen Muting would not live past 30, and with just over a year left, he would no longer need to fear once Shen Muting had given birth and Shen Muting was gone. Shen Muting nudged Lu Qingzhong with her elbow, and he understood immediately, placing the gifts they had brought, a selection of premium tea, 2 bottles of imported red wine, and 2 packs of cigarettes, on the coffee table. Muting, this is a small token from me and your sister. I hope you accept it, Lu Qingzhong said, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Shen Muting's expression darkened at the sight, his displeasure evident. Lu Qingzhong felt embarrassed, and Shen Muting, noticing, quickly interjected to ease the tension. Muting, where's Mom? Has she not arrived yet? Shen Muting's expression softened slightly, yet his tone remained grave. I sent Shen Lu to fetch her. She should be here soon. As they conversed, the sound of an engine echoed from the courtyard. It was Tang Wannin's arrival. With lunch prepared, Qin Ant announced that they could begin the meal, and they moved to the dining room. Lu Qingzhong, feeling a sense of trepidation, followed Shen Muting to the table. For the sake of Shen Muting, neither Shen Muting nor Tang Wannin made things difficult for Lu Qingzhong. They preferred to avoid lecturing or moralizing during meals. After dinner, Shen Muting turned to Lu Qingzhong and said in a serious tone, now that you have decided to be happy again, I hope you will treat my sister well in the future. I can spare the Lu family this time, but should a similar situation arise again, I can ensure that the Lu family will be erased from Jiangzhou City. Lu Qingzhong felt a chill in his heart and quickly vowed, rest assured, I will take good care of Muting and cherish our life together. Chapter 85. The Gathering Well. Shen Muting replied coldly. Living well is not merely a matter of words. It will depend on your future actions. Lu Qingzhong nodded earnestly. I understand. I will do my best and never let Muting down. Mother is unwell and needs to rest, so if you have no other matters, you may leave. I will not see you off, Shen Muting instructed the housekeeper. Aunt Chi, please escort them out. Certainly, sir, Aunt Chi replied respectfully. Turning to Lu Qingzhong and Shen Muting, young master and young miss, please. Lu Qingzhong stood up, maintaining a polite smile. Mother Muting, we will take our leave now and will come to visit you another day. Tang Wannin not that, Anzai. Shen Muting stood beside Lu Qingzhong, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful young wife. The two departed the Shishan villa. Tang Wannin looked at Shen Muting and said, even if Lu Qingzhong was not a good person before, since your sister has decided to give him another chance, should we not be mindful of our attitude? If he feels displeased, it will be your sister who suffers the consequences. Mother, do not worry, I know how to handle this, Shen Muting assured. Given his mother's frail health, Shen Muting refrained from discussing much further to avoid causing her distress. Tang Wannin did not press the matter, rising to her feet instead. Shen Muting stepped forward to support her gently, saying, I will accompany you for a stroll in the garden to help you digest. The Shishan villa, with its lush greenery, provided a delightful place for a leisurely walk, warm in winter and cool in summer. Tang Wannin gazed at the verdant grass in the courtyard, expressing her concerns. Muting, there's only a little over a year left. How prepared are you? My time is limited, and my only wish is for you and your sister to be happy. If you find the burden of the Shen family too heavy, consider withdrawing by 30 and living the life you desire. The consultation with the overseas experts is progressing well. Do not speak of time running short. I will not let anything happen to you, Shen Muting replied with conviction. Tang Wannin, however, viewed life and death with indifference, suggesting playfully, forget about those useless matters. Marry man and have a child, and perhaps my illness will miraculously heal. Shen Muting responded gently. If having a child were truly effective, I would have done so long ago. 1 or even 10 would be no trouble. Tang Wannin pouted. Let us have one in my lifetime, regardless of whether it's a boy or girl. Since you are certain about her, go get the marriage certificate first, and then plan the wedding. As one ages, How many more hopes can one hold? I wish to see you married. Shen Muting looked at his mother earnestly. Actually, we have already obtained the marriage certificate, albeit under the name Shen Luo. I did not tell you earlier because I feared you would think poorly of her. Already married? Tang Wanin's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly asked, when you plan to hold the wedding? Before that, you must reveal your true identity. Have you planned everything? Not yet. I'm still in the assessment phase. Unless I am completely certain of her character, I will not disclose my true identity to avoid unnecessary complications. What if she harbors ulterior motives? What if she is a spy arranged by my uncles? Having reached his current position, he had encountered many who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Trusting too easily could cost him dearly. Tang Wanin understood this was a result of past experiences that had shaped his cautious nature. She smiled. I know you are prudent. Just take care of yourself. Now, let us head back. I'm a bit tired and wish to lie down. All right, I will assist you back to rest. After ensuring Tang Wanin was settled, Shen Muting retreated to his study. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Shen Muting answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Gu Huaishi got straight to the point. Their SA class reunion tonight at 5:30 at the Hyatt Hotel. Don't forget to be there on time. Yes, I haven't forgotten, Shen Muting replied in a flat tone, lacking enthusiasm. Gu Huaishi was accustomed to his indifference and aloofness, knowing he rarely showed interest in anything. However, that did not matter. As long as he attended, that was sufficient. Though the reunion began at 5:30, Shen Muting planned to make a brief appearance before leaving. Hence, he leisurely dined with his mother before having Shen Luo drive her back to Jiangzhou, and only then did he proceed to the Hyatt. The Hyatt featured various private rooms suitable for birthday parties and gatherings. The large room reserved for today had a relatively simple color scheme, perfectly complemented by the silver-themed decor of the reunion. Many classmates came from affluent backgrounds and had previously been good friends with Gu Huaishi. As Shen Muting took his time arriving, some began to shake their glasses and question Gu Huaishi. Why hasn't Shen Muting arrived yet? Did he really promise to come? Stop being so nagging like a woman. If he says he will come, he will definitely be here, Gu Huaishi replied coolly. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and all eyes turned to Shen Muting, who entered in a wheelchair. Gu Huaishi quickly called out, You're finally here? We saved a spot just for you. Sorry for being late. Shen Muting replied politely as he took a seat beside Gu Huaishi. Not late, not late. The classmates chimed in unison, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The classmates, who had been singing just moments before, froze, holding microphones in shock, regaining their composure only after several seconds. The transformations among the classmates were striking. Some had gone bald while others had become quite plump. In contrast, Gu Huaishi, Shen Muting, and their close friends appeared as refined gentlemen, handsome and elegant, standing out among the crowd. Many in the class initially intended to curry favor with Shen Muting, but his aura of aloofness made them hesitant to approach him. Just then, someone murmured, Why hasn't Tixier arrived yet? Today's reunion is actually to welcome her back to the country. It's a reception in her honor. At that moment, Rong Xier walked in, her beige waist-cinched dress adorned with the classic LV pattern accentuating her slender figure, radiating beauty. Sorry, I was caught in traffic. I'm late, she said with a charming smile and a soft voice, walking directly to Shen Muting's side. Shen Muting, it's been a while. Yes, it has, Shen Muting replied coldly. Then, Rong Xier took a seat next to him, pleased to note his lack of aversion. Chapter 86. First love. It was said that he had kept a distance from women over the years. Sitting beside him, Rong Xier felt uniquely positioned compared to other women. Shen Muting maintained his usual stern expression, devoid of any emotion or sign of disdain. Yet he offered her no warmth either. Gu Huaishi, Fu Zekin, Su Jingyan, and the others were also present, sitting nearby, drinking and enjoying the unfolding drama. They had known each other since childhood, attending the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and even university, although they had only studied for 2 years at Jiangzhou University before heading abroad together. This time, the class monitor contacted Gu Huaishi to arrange the reunion, coinciding with Rong Xier's return. Gu Huaishi believed that Jiangzhou was not particularly vast. They did not need to ingratiate themselves with anyone, for they were the elite in their circle. However, given their shared history as classmates, he agreed to include Shen Muting and Su Jing in their gathering. Rong Xier, the belle of their class and the campus, was pursued by many suitors, Yet her affections were inexplicably directed towards the aloof Shen Muting. At that time, no one was aware of his lineage. He rarely bestowed a kind glance upon Rong Xier, who seemed to have grown accustomed to his frosty demeanor. Gradually, their peers accepted their peculiar dynamic, tacitly acknowledging them as a couple. Neither proactive nor dismissive, neither responsible nor committed. Gu Huaishi often thought Shen Muting to be rather callous. In the second semester of their sophomore year, Rong Xier abruptly turned to a wealthy patron, leaving everyone bewildered. Many speculated that her feelings for Shen Muting were genuine, but in this world, wealth reigned supreme. Subsequently, Shen Muting accompanied them abroad for further studies. Gu Huaishi inquired about the status of Shen Muting and Rong Xier, but the latter merely replied coldly, "I don't know." Whether he was truly unaware or simply reluctant to discuss a painful past was uncertain. Yet Gu Huaishi, recognizing the sensitivity of the matter, refrained from pressing further. Over the next few years, Shen Muting remained solitary. In Gu Huaishi perceived the significant impact Rong Xier had on him. Shen Muting was taciturn, resembling a chilling machine. He languidly sat in silence, his thoughts inscrutable. Rong Xier, unable to fathom his mind, cheerfully approached him. "Shen Muting, it's been a while. How have you been these years? I heard you returned to the Shen family after studying abroad. I never imagined you belonged to them." Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. "A man confined to a wheelchair, unlikely to see 30. How do you suppose I fared?" Rong Xier was momentarily taken aback, her complexion shifting as she felt the sting of his words. His temperament remained as it had been during their school days, often punctuated by acerbic remarks, as if he were an empty vessel, inaccessible to anyone. Despite her efforts over nearly 2 years to bridge the distance between them, even after she consented to date a wealthy businessman, her attempts were met with indifference from Shen Muting. Gu Huaishi, recalling past grievances, purposefully offered Rong Xier a glass of wine to ease the atmosphere. "Try this cocktail. The flavor is quite delightful." I was surprised by the bartender's skill. Shen Muting accepted the drink, took a sip, and remarked, "Indeed, the flavor is commendable." Though Rong Xier attracted numerous admirers, she continually faced rejection from Shen Muting. She raised a glass, taking a sip to mask her embarrassment. As her roommates approached to greet her, she discreetly excused herself to catch up with them. Gu Huaishi leaned in. "What was that about earlier?" Shen Muting looked perplexed. "What do you mean? Why were you so brusque with her? Are you harboring resentment?" Shen Muting shot him a pointed look. "Which of your eyes perceived any resentment? I suggest you consult an ophthalmologist." Gu Huaishi awkwardly rubbed his nose. "If there isn't, then why the strong reaction? It only draws attention to it. Relax and enjoy. This wine is quite good, and it's rare for you to unwind." Despite consuming the drink, Shen Muting maintained his distant demeanor. Among their classmates, only a few bold souls dared to approach him, while most refrained from provoking his ire. In a secluded corner, Rong Xier conversed quietly with her university roommates. "When did you return? It's quite inconsiderate not to inform us. How do you find life holding an American green card?" Rong Xier smiled. "I just arrived today. The class president mentioned a gathering, so I thought I would join." "Are you planning to develop your career back home? Did your husband return with you?" "I'm divorced. Preparing to return for my career," she stated calmly, as though discussing the weather. "What? You divorced?" Her roommates exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of surprise and concern. One remarked, "Shen Muting has not been involved with women these past years. His heart must still belong to you." "Ah, the first love is indeed unforgettable." Another chimed in. "He seems so cold, yet remains so devoted. From school uniforms to wedding gowns. How romantic," added another, echoing the sentiment. Though Rong Xier shared similar thoughts, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly interjected, "That's enough about this. Let us drink." Later, Li Man returned home to Jiangzhou Longwan, only to find Shen Muting yet to arrive. At that moment, her phone rang, revealing a call from her mother-in-law. "Tang Wan Yin." Surprised by the late hour, Li Man answered, "Hello, Annie?" Tang Wan Yin, in high spirits, replied, "I suppose I should be addressed as mother now?" Li Man was momentarily caught off guard. "I learned today that you two have registered your marriage. I'm not one to adhere to antiquated customs. As long as you young people are happy, even a marriage of necessity is acceptable to me. My son is quite busy and admittedly inexperienced regarding marriage etiquette. We owe you an apology for the lack of formalities before the registration. Please let me know when you both are available. We should uphold some traditions." "Mother, the formalities don't concern me. Life is lived for oneself, not for others' approval. As long as our relationship flourishes, that is all that matters, Li Man reassured her. Chapter 87. Lip print, though she spoke thus. Marriage was a significant commitment that warranted careful consideration. Tang Wanyin said, I will discuss this with him and see how we can arrange things. My time is limited, with only a little over a year left. I don't expect to cradle a grandchild, but witnessing your marriage would bring me joy. Tang Wanyin sighed, and Li Man, realizing the gravity of her mother-in-law's health, felt a pang of concern. Mother, you will be fine, I'm sure of it. Just focus on regaining your strength. We'll need your help with the children once our careers get busy. Hearing Li Man call her mother brought a smile to Tang Wanyin's face. What did you just call me? Li Man paused, suddenly aware that she had unconsciously addressed her as mother. With a smile, she clarified, I've long intended to call you that, but as your son's girlfriend, I feared you might think me frivolous. I never found the right moment to change my address. Wonderful. Tang Wanyin beamed with joy. Given that, I shall speak plainly. My son is rather like an iceberg, clumsy in matters of the heart. You must be patient and take the initiative. Find opportunities to win him over. Once your feelings deepen, a child will surely follow. Li Man chuckled. Win him over? I wouldn't dare. I fear being frozen in place. Tang Wanyin, having few confidants, cherished her conversations with Li Man. As the hours passed, she felt increasingly fond of her, yet hesitant to monopolize her time. It's getting late. I want to intrude on your private moments any longer. Rest well. I await your good news. With that, Tang Wanyin joyfully ended the call. Li Man shook her head and laughed softly. After finishing her shower, updating her social media account, she noticed that Shen Muting had yet to return. Not daring to contact him, fearing she might disturb his driving, she sent him a brief WeChat message and returned to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Hyatt Hotel, Shen Muting sat beside Gu Huai, holding a glass of wine and observing their former classmates, now tarnished by society, with little interest. This is dull. I think I'll leave, he remarked, setting down his glass and preparing to rise. Gu Huai quickly interjected, Wait, you're not even settled yet. Is your wife keeping you on a tight schedule? Shen Muting replied coldly, No, it's just too noisy in here. Gu Huai was aware of his aversion to loud environments, but pressed on, If that's the case, just stay a little longer. You claim you haven't fallen for her, yet your heart seems to have taken flight. With a dark expression, Shen Muting shot a warning glance at Gu Huai, while Fu Zaichun and Su Jing exchanged amused looks. The three of them excused themselves to play billiards. Shen Muting, uninterested in the game, remained on the sofa, sipping his drink when his phone buzzed. He promptly set down his glass and retrieved his phone from his trousers pocket, finding a message from Li Man. Are you on a business trip or working late? Please be safe and remember to eat on time. Those simple words, so unadorned, struck a chord within him. At the pinnacle of his career, he often felt an overwhelming loneliness. In the past, such a message would have elicited nothing more than a scoff from him. Yet today, he found himself smiling. A warmth spreading across his features, a softness in his gaze that was almost enticing under the dim lighting. Yang Xi'er, standing a distance away, observed this interaction, having never witnessed such tenderness from him before. Could it be that she was his girlfriend? As long as they weren't married, she still had a chance. Gathering her courage, she approached Shen Muting with a glass in hand and sat beside him. With her attractive figure and stunning looks, she felt deserving of him. Despite his status as the head of the Shen family and his wheelchair-bound condition, she believed he bore some responsibility for her current state. This thought emboldened her further, especially after a few drinks. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Shen Muting with an infatuated look. Even in his current condition, her heart raced at the sight of him. Muting, why are you drinking alone? Let me keep you company, she suggested eagerly. That is unnecessary. Shen Muting replied curtly, putting away his phone. Yang Xi'er, surprised by his cold demeanor, couldn't help but feel hurt. Why do you have to treat me this way? The reason I agreed to marry that man was because of you, she lamented. He turned to her, frowning. What you choose to do with your life has nothing to do with me. I never forced you to marry him. His icy demeanor pushed her further away. Yang Xi'er pouted, feigning annoyance. How could it not? I want to make you jealous to see if you cared for me. I pursued you for nearly 2 years. How can you remain indifferent? Shen Muting found her amusing and chuckled, albeit mockingly. If that is your intention, I have no control over it. I never promised you anything or gave you any hope. In her drunken state, Yang Xi'er clenched her fists and playfully hit his chest, I've liked you for so long, and I still do. Is your heart made of stone? You've had too much to drink, he replied, seizing her wrist and gently pushing her back onto the sofa. The room was filled with a mingled sense of smoke, alcohol, and perfume, accompanied by the clamor of conversation and karaoke, which gave him a headache. He had no desire to linger and prepared to leave. Don't go. Yong Xier suddenly lunged at him. Shen Muting instinctively dodged, but could not completely evade her. She landed against him, her lips brushing against the white fabric of his shirt. His expression darkened. Before he could respond, Gu Huaishi and the others rushed over to separate them. Muting, are you all right? Shen Muting glanced at the lipstick mark on his shirt, his face darkening further. Mifine. You all carry on. I'll be leaving now. Seeing his anger, Gu Huaishi and the others dared not stop him, and the rest of the party felt too intimidated to intervene. Shen Muting left the Hyatt, opting for a Rolls-Royce instead of driving himself due to his inebriation, and returned to Cambridge Lawn Bay. Chapter 88. Intoxicated Shen Muting had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. As Shen Lu drove him home, he expressed concern. Ninth Master, do you want me to escort you upstairs? No need, just head back, he replied, ascending the stairs alone. He had been living there for nearly a month and was confident he wouldn't lose his way. Upon reaching his door, he fished out his key, but the lock-S design was faulty, and he struggled to insert the key. After several attempts, he grew impatient and began banging on the door, loudly. Knock, 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 knock. Li Man, in the midst of a deep slumber, was awakened by the noise. Who is this inconsiderate person disturbing my sleep at this hour? She grumbled. Approaching the door, she peered through the peephole and was startled to find her husband on the other side. Quickly opening the door, she was hit by the strong scent of alcohol. Have you drunk so much? Shen Muting, though not entirely intoxicated, had certainly overindulged in cocktails that evening. He glanced at her as he entered, holding his suit jacket. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Don't you have to drive? Why drink so much? Li Man asked, heading to the kitchen to prepare a glass of honey water for him. It was then that she noticed the lipstick mark on his white shirt. Shen Muting lowered his gaze at her, yet she showed little reaction, quickly averting her gaze and coolly stating, drink this honey water. It'll help with the hangover. All right. He accepted the drink, savoring its perfect warmth and sweetness. Is there anything you wish to discuss? I have nothing to say. It's getting late, so you should rest early to avoid affecting your work tomorrow. Li Man shook her head, sensing he was in a mood, perhaps suffering from a hangover, and kindly suggested he rest, turning to head back to her room. Wait, Shen Muting called out, his voice low and commanding. Li Man turned back. Is there something else? Seeing the lipstick mark on my shirt, don't you have anything to ask or say? His gaze bore into her with an intensity that made her feel the pressure even from a distance. What is there to ask? What is there to say? Li Man replied, perplexed, her eyes eventually landing on the mark. Even a fool would recognize it was left by a woman. She assumed he was waiting for her to initiate a divorce, and after a moment as thought, said, have you met someone you like? Do you want me to sign the divorce papers? You previously claimed I was insincere in our marriage. Yet you've also tossed around the idea of divorce. Shen Muting retorted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As his wife, shouldn't she have questioned him about the lipstick mark? Shouldn't she feel jealous? Her indifference indicated a complete lack of concern for him as a husband. Shen Muting was perplexed by his own emotions. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes nearly ablaze with frustration. Li Man, confused. Wonder what she had done to provoke him. That is not what I meant. You're reading too much into this. You've had too much to drink, and it's late. You should rest, and we can talk in the morning when you're sober. She smiled, unwilling to argue with a drunken man. She surprisingly managed to smile, which only fueled Shen Muting's anger. Coldly, he remarked, you see the lipstick mark on my shirt and have nothing to ask or say. Li Man wanted to inquire, but the thought of the agreement and his inebriated state made clear communication impossible. Taking a deep breath, she patiently explained to him, Mr. Shen, it's not that I don't wish to ask, but the agreement states clearly that we owe each other loyalty as spouses, yet we cannot interfere in each other's feelings. If either of us develops genuine affection for another, our marriage will automatically dissolve. Is there such a provision in the agreement? Shen Muting paused in surprise. Yes, there is, she affirmed. It's getting late. You should rest early. Good night. He retorted stubbornly, regardless. As my wife, you should at least ask about the situation out of decency. Li Man gazed intently at him for a while, making him feel somewhat bashful. Why are you staring at me? Mr. Shen, are you intoxicated and acting irrationally? Or are you attempting to gauge my response to see if I will adhere to the agreement? Will I let you go? Or will I continue to rely on you for shelter, spend your earnings, and burden you with supporting my grandmother, treating you merely as my financial provider? Li Man expressed a torrent of thoughts, yet none resonated with Shen Muting. His frustration boiled over as he questioned, "Do you see nothing in me beyond my house and money?" Li Man was momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasping his implication. "Are you suggesting that my lack of jealousy or inquiry about the lipstick mark means I do not care for you? That I do not genuinely wish to build a life together?" Uncertain if it was the alcohol dulling his senses, Shen Muting remained silent. Li Man interpreted his silence as acquiescence and continued, "I do not enjoy feeling jealous, Mr. Shen. If you truly cared for my feelings, you would at least wear a jacket to conceal the mark, rather than flaunting it before me. If you disregard my feelings, does it really matter whether I am jealous or confrontational? My attempts to confront you would merely make me appear unreasonable, akin to a shrew. You do not strike me as someone who appreciates such behavior, do you?" Shen Muting was left speechless, unable to counter her words. "You start work earlier than I do. If you have no other matters, you should retire for the night. Good night." Before Li Man could return to her room, Shen Muting hastily entered the master bedroom, slamming the door with a force that startled her. Confused, she thought, why was he angry with her? The lipstick mark on his shirt was not her doing. If he wished to end their relationship, he could simply say so. She would not obstruct his pursuit of happiness. Fuming, Li Man retreated to her room, unable to sleep until late into the night. With such unpredictable moods, who would dare to approach him? If she did, he might suspect her motives were ulterior. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Shen Muting lay awake, taking out his phone to ask Gu Huaishi and the others in their WeChat group, "What does it mean if a wife sees a lipstick mark on her husband's shirt and remains indifferent?" Gu Huaishi replied, "Is your wife giving you the cold shoulder?" "Not really. She even made me honey water," he responded. If it were cold treatment, he wouldn't feel so troubled. He found Li Man perplexing, a seemingly hollow person who nonetheless stirred his emotions, which irritated him greatly. Su Jing and quickly messaged, "It means you haven't won her over yet, but you have already fallen for her?" Shen Muting immediately refuted, "I have not fallen for her." Gu Huaishi sent a meme, suggesting he almost believed Shen Muting. "I mean it," Shen Muting insisted, his face darkening. "Gu Huaishi," he enunciated each word, nearing the point of exasperation. Gu Huaishi quickly complied, "All right, I believe you haven't fallen for her. But who would have thought you could be so dramatic?" Shen Muting retorted, "What do you mean? Isn't it true? You return home drunk and throw a tantrum at your wife like a wronged little bride. If that isn't dramatic, what is?" Gu Huaishi mused. "Who would have imagined you had such a side? No wonder you rarely come out anymore. When you do, you seem eager to return home. It seems your life together is quite delightful." Shen Muting, irritated, tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. The next day, he was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. It was his sister, Shen Muyen, asking him to take Li Man out for lunch next Tuesday when she is off work. As Li Man was enjoying breakfast, she greeted him with her usual smile as he emerged from the bedroom. After a quick wash, he sat down at the table and awkwardly apologized. "I was wrong yesterday. I drank too much. Please don't take it to heart." Li Man chuckled while eating a meat bun. "I won't hold it against someone who is drunk. Let's just eat." "All right," he replied, taking a meat bun and pairing it with soy milk. In the past, he would never have touched such carbohydrate-rich foods, opting instead for meticulously prepared, expensive Western cuisine. Yet, after living with her for so long, his palate had gradually adapted to these humble dishes. After breakfast, Shen Muting asked, "Are you off next Tuesday?" "Yes, why?" "Our sister invited us for lunch. If you have no other plans, would you join me?" he inquired. Li Man was taken aback by his unexpectedly pleasant demeanor, so different from his usual cold and serious self. She gazed at him, and he met her gaze, asking, "What are you staring at? Is there a problem?" "No problem. I just think your tone is gentler today. It seems last night's events left you feeling somewhat guilty." Shen Muting felt a twinge of embarrassment, but did not deny it. After breakfast, he stood to wash the dishes, accidentally shattering a bowl. "Did your hand slip again?" Li Man heard the noise and walked over, laughing. "You aren't trying to avoid washing dishes, are you? Don't think of clever ways to shirk household chores. If you break something, I'll just buy a new set with your money." Shen Muting shot her an exasperated glance and replied, "I didn't do it on purpose." Li Man shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, if you say it wasn't intentional, then it wasn't." She grabbed a broom and dustpan to clean up the shards. Shen Muting, scowling, continued washing the dishes. It seemed she was still upset about last night, and her tone was laced with sarcasm. He regretted pretending to be a struggling driver. Maintaining that facade was exhausting. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have to toil over household chores every day. If he had known, he would have had Shen Luo buy a larger house with a dishwasher. Shen Muting drove Li Man to her workplace. Guan Ningning had already arrived, and, upon seeing Li Man step out of the car, felt a pang of envy. Your husband is quite nice. He often drives you to work lately. Don't mention it. We just had an argument yesterday. He probably feels a bit guilty for acting drunk and throwing a fit, which is why he's driving me today. Originally, he was perceived as a distant and ethereal figure, but to her surprise, he too indulged in revelry until the late hours, leaving traces of a woman's lipstick on his white shirt. Indeed, this man gradually unveiled his true self. The more Li Man contemplated, the angrier she became. She reassured herself that it was not jealousy she felt, for she was above such trivial emotions. Rather, she was incensed by the lack of commitment to their marital agreement. It was undeniably his fault, yet he had the audacity to take his frustrations out on her while intoxicated. Guan Ningning's knowing laughter echoed in her ears, suggesting that arguments could indeed serve a purpose. Sometimes, feelings were forged through conflict. Many men, she noted, were overly concerned with their pride, refusing to admit their mistakes. However, his acknowledgement of fault indicated that he cared for her. A slap followed by a sweet date is not the kind of affection I desire, Li Man retorted, wishing to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let's not dwell on him. How have you been lately? Have you found a suitable place for the wedding? Guan Ningning, who had recently been preoccupied with wedding preparations, replied in a hushed tone. Their family has their sights set on an old 60-square-meter house, priced at over $700,000, and they've already paid the down payment. The title will be under his and my mother-in-law's names. How can you have your mother-in-law's name on it? Li Man exclaimed in surprise. You will be co-financing the mortgage. If it's under their names, then it will be considered his premarital property. My in-laws have stated that we won't need to pay the mortgage. They will manage it themselves. Thus, the house is not mine. And marrying Zhang Tao means I will be the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, ensuring I will always have a place to live. In reality, Zhang Tao sends his parents 2,000 yuan each month, and once the mortgage kicks in, he will likely contribute even more. When we marry, his income will become our joint property, so we will essentially be co-financing the mortgage, she explained. Your in-laws seem quite calculating. However, given your family's circumstances, I can see why you feel powerless and find it difficult to assert yourself, Li Man noted. Suddenly, Guan Ningning asked, if you were in my position, how would you handle it? Li Man paused, taken aback. Me? Yes, if the tables were turned, what would you do? After a moment of contemplation, Li Man reflected on her past experiences with men, the hardships she had endured. She had learned to be pragmatic. She would never allow herself to be in a situation like Guan Ningning's. With her beauty, she could easily exchange an old, dilapidated apartment for several exquisite ones, should she choose to. Meeting Guan Ningning's gaze, she replied coolly, if it were me, I would not marry into such a family. If marriage cannot enhance my life or provide me with comfort, and I find myself living under the scrutiny of my husband and in-laws, I would prefer to remain single and focus on bettering myself. This is merely my personal opinion, as my upbringing and life experiences differ from yours. My approach may not be suitable for you. My own life is a mess, having rushed into marriage without much thought, so I'm hardly in a position to offer advice. Ultimately, you must consider what kind of life you desire. Li Man hesitated to speak ill of her future in-laws and sister-in-law, knowing that should she marry, she would likely face difficulties. It would be wiser to part ways with Zhang Tao now. Indeed, Guan Ningning nodded. Li Man smiled. All right, we received new stock yesterday. Let's tidy up before organizing it. Okay. Guan Ningning followed Li Man to the storage room to fetch cleaning supplies, inquiring about the competition results. Yes, I made it to the finals, Li Man replied nonchalantly. That's wonderful. Now, the goal is to secure a good ranking, Guan Ningning exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She believed in Li Man's ability to excel and knew that the top 3 contestants would have the opportunity for training at the headquarters, potentially leading to promotions and raises. Li Man, your moment has arrived. You are unlike us. You attended university, and being a clothing sales associate is beneath your talents. Li Man grinned. If only I could receive a raise. I truly need the money. At that moment, her phone chimed unexpectedly, having forgotten to silence it before work. She glanced at her screen to find a private message from a creative platform inquiring about her design sketches for sale. She had uploaded several designs recently and was surprised by the prompt response. Yes, I am selling. Which design are you interested in? And what is your offer? The design from July 6th, with all materials and craftsmanship sorted, priced at $800. Li Man understood that, given her lack of recognition, she could not expect to command high prices for her designs, and $800 was indeed a fair sum. Are you interested in purchasing? The buyer, seemingly impatient, prompted her again. Li Man quickly replied yes. She sent her Alipay payment code and, upon receiving a 100 yuan deposit, deleted her posts regarding that particular design from several platforms. She then detailed the necessary fabrics and craftsmanship required for the garment and sent it to the buyer, who promptly paid the remaining 700 yuan. This marked Li Man's first order, though her designs were not fetching high prices. Selling a few more could still yield significant earnings. With newfound determination, Li Man resolved to create more sketches after work and upload them online. In the following days, she immersed herself in her room post-work, sketching designs and sharing them online. Shen Muting, passing by the slightly ajar door of the guest room, often caught sight of Li Man sitting on her bed, absorbed in her phone, a silly smile adorning her face. The warm glow from the crystal chandelier above enveloped her, casting a radiant halo around her. She gazed at her phone, her eyes sparkling as if she could see flowers blooming within it. Shen Muting, holding a cup of water, lost track of how many times he had refilled it that night. He was nearly full, yet Li Man offered him not a single glance, as though he did not exist in their home. Previously, she would greet him with a warm smile and inquired about his day, but now, this shift left him feeling somewhat unsettled. He knocked lightly on the door and asked casually, "What are you busy with?" Li Man tore her gaze from the phone, her face still adorned with that foolish smile, earning money. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow and stepped into her room, towering above her. Are you certain you're making money and not falling in love while you sit here, giggling at your phone? Li Man put her phone away, meeting his gaze with a smile. My laughter is not due to romance. It arises from my newfound focus on financial gain. Did you need something? Are you particularly fond of money? Shen Muting regarded her, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable. Indeed, Li Man replied candidly. Is there anyone in this world who does not love money? If such a person exists, they must be out of their mind. Shen Muting was taken aback by her forthrightness, maintaining his composure as he said, I'm hungry. Can you prepare something for me? Li Man looked at him in confusion. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling? It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that you previously mentioned you don't eat late-night snacks. Citing health concerns and the risk of gaining weight, she replied. Today is an exception. I haven't had dinner, and I'm quite famished, Shen Muting stated matter-of-factly. Li Man slipped off her bed and, wearing her slippers, mentioned, there are some dumplings left from my last cooking session. Shall I boil you a bowl? Sure, he nodded. Lately, he had been eating at home more frequently, perhaps tired of restaurant food. Li Man thought little of it and busied herself in the kitchen. Shen Muting settled on the living room sofa, occasionally glancing at the busy figure in the kitchen, intrigue sparkling in his eyes. He had never envisioned himself marrying in such a manner, living an ordinary life with a woman. This house was purchased at his behest, as he assumed he would seldom visit. However, during this period, apart from business trips, he has predominantly resided in the Cambridge Bay, spending far more time here than at the Shishan Villa. He never anticipated that this woman would have such a profound impact on him. He is not one to indulge in passion. Quite the opposite, he is restrained to the point of being aloof. His choice to stay here is not due to previous pleasures, but rather a simple appreciation for the warmth and comfort of domestic life. Li Man quickly prepared a plate of dumplings and brought it to the dining table. Mr. Shen, it's ready to eat. Shen Muting stood up and, noticing only a plate of dumplings on the table, inquired, Aren't you eating? I've already had dinner with colleagues at the restaurant, Li Man explained, while serving him a dish of vinegar. Shen Muting replied, I do not eat vinegar. Li Man responded lightly, Oh, really? I thought you enjoyed it. Why not give it a try? You might find you like it. Shen Muting dipped a dumpling in the vinegar, took a bite, frowned, and remarked, It's too sour. You get used to it with time, Li Man smiled, adding, Take your time eating. After you're done, please wash the dishes. I have work to attend to, so I shall return to my room. Once back in her room, Li Man resumed sketching her designs. The thought that each additional drawing could translate into another opportunity for income invigorated her. Nevertheless, she prioritized quality over quantity, pouring her heart into every design. Just as she was nearing completion of a women's wear sketch, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed the answer button. "Mun, it's your uncle," a strange male voice stated. Li Man furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "I don't even have a mother, so how could I have an uncle?" Ning Xiaolan conspired with her brother, Ning Shixin, to seize the entirety of the Li family's assets and nearly caused her grandmother's demise. How dare he call her? Claiming to be her uncle? Ning Shixin's attempt to contact her surely boded ill. If it were anything positive, he wouldn't need her assistance. With a frosty tone, Li Man asked, "Is there a reason for your call?" Ning Shixin, thinking it better to adopt a congenial approach, replied with a smile. "I heard you married Gu Xiao's driver, and since Gu Xiao is also involved in the Yuting project, I wanted to inquire about something. Shen Muting arranged a dinner for collaboration recently, but I have not heard anything since. I wish to know what transpired." Li Man chuckled. "Mr. Ning, what a joke. If you, a CEO, cannot uncover such information, how could my husband, a mere driver with no involvement in company affairs, possibly know?" Ning Shixin, stifling his anger, thought that Shen Rue had been punished, indicating that Gu Xiao held the son-in-law in high regard. If only the son-in-law would speak up, surely some information could be gleaned. Li Man was left speechless. When she was in trouble, who had offered help? No one. Instead, they seized the opportunity to abscond with the Li family's wealth. Now that she had been released, they were too afraid to associate with her. Yet now, when they needed something, they dared to ask for her assistance. Such audacity. It's easy for you to say. Asking for favors is the hardest to repay. As for matters of business, my husband is just a driver. Even if he wished to help, he would be powerless. I have work to do. That will be all, she concluded, terminating the call before he could respond. Had she known it was him calling, she would have never answered, as it wasted her time and soured her mood. Ning Shixin, infuriated by the abrupt end of the call, cursed. This ungrateful girl truly believes she holds significance. How dare she turn her back on me? My sister was right. She is indeed a wolf raised on our kindness. She harbors deep resentment towards the Ning family. This matter must be connected to her. As Ning Shixin paced back and forth, his anger boiling, Jiang Yujing approached him. "Even though you are now the CEO of Ning Chuang, there is no need for such excessive anger. Stress can harm your health, and ultimately, it is you who will suffer. Of course, I am furious. A golden opportunity has slipped through my fingers." Ning Shixin snapped back. Jiang Yujing remarked sarcastically, "You have toiled for Ning Chuang, and yet your sister leisurely takes half the profits while you struggle. Your nephew will take over, and you are merely sewing garments for others. It will not benefit us. Therefore, concerning Li Man, let your sister handle it. I hear the old lady is currently residing with the Lis as they prepare for her 70th birthday." Ning Xiqing, consumed by rage, retorted, "What birthday? Does she have money to waste? I will call her right now." Ning Xiaolan was shopping, glancing at new clothing lines when she received the call. "Shixin, what is the matter?" "Sister, I hear you are planning a 70th birthday for the old lady?" "Yes, why? Do you know how expensive a banquet is these days, especially with drinks and food? Even a simple one would cost over 100,000. Ning Xiaolan sighed at the thought. "I initially wanted to make things difficult for Li Man, but it backfired. I lost over 100,000, and she gained nothing. She and that poor driver husband of hers only contributed 50,000. Ning Shixin sneered. "Do you think our losses are limited to just that?" Ning Xiaolan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean? Recently, Bu Yuan contacted me, along with Yue Yin and Shen Rue, for a dinner regarding the Yuting project. You're aware of this, right?" "Yes, I know. What of it?" Ning Shixin seethed. "The opportunity has vanished. Sister, this is surely Li Man's doing. I just called her to ask for help, but she refused, claiming her husband is merely a driver. If a driver can prompt Shen Muting to intervene and force Shen Rue to kneel, then getting information about the Yuting project would be a trivial matter. Her reluctance suggests she has something to hide." Ning Xiaolan was aware of the Yuting project, a venture that could yield millions for the company. "Are you certain she is behind this?" "Absolutely. Do not be deceived by her current quiet demeanor. She appears harmless, but after her release, Shen Rue suffered an injury and was punished. The project we had in hand just vanished. Given time, do you think we can continue to live well? We must eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles." Ning Shixin growled, his tone laced with menace. Ning Xiaolan moved away from the counter, finding a secluded spot to speak quietly. "Do you think I do not wish to eliminate her? It is easier said than done." Ning Shixin narrowed his eyes. "Have her followed after work. Hire a few people discreetly to handle her. Ning Xiaolan's eyes gleamed with cunning as she quickly replied. Then arrange for a few men to take care of her. Whatever it costs, I will handle it. Such matters are best suited for you men. Ning Xiqing, not easily fooled, replied nonchalantly, all right, I will think it over. But do not rely solely on me. You should also devise a plan. Understood. We are family, after all. In the same boat, striving for Ning Chuang and the Ning family. Ning Xiaolan concluded, exchanging pleasantries before hanging up. Ning Shixin, holding his phone, wore a grim expression. Jiang Yujing, noticing his sour mood, cautiously asked, what did your sister say on the call? Ning Shixin recounted the conversation. Jiang Yujing was furious. You should now see your sister's true colors, right? The reason you are managing the company is that Jing Hao is still too young to take charge. If Jing Hao can take over, what place will we have? Your sister is using you as a pawn, treating you like a fool, making you the villain in her scheme. The title of CEO is merely a facade. It serves to line her pockets. Ning Shixin nodded. You are right. Jiang Yujing observed that he had finally come to a realization, a smile gracing her lips. A series of knocks echoed through the office. Both Ning Shixin and Jiang Yujing instinctively turned their gazes toward the sound. Ning Shixin spoke in a low voice. Come in. Lin Yueyin pushed the door open and entered. Mr. Ning, here is the product development plan for the first quarter of next year. Lin Yueyin walked in with the documents, and, upon seeing Jiang Yujing, greeted her with a gentle smile. Aunt, you're here too. Jiang Yujing replied with a smile. I was just passing by and thought I'd check in. You two carry on with your work. I should take my leave. With that, Jiang Yujing exited. Ning Shixin took the new product plan from Lin Yueyin and began to peruse it. Lin Yueyin stood there and remarked, the fashion trends for spring and summer next year will undoubtedly revolve around the popular deconstruction and patchwork styles of recent years. The asymmetrical designs will be a key feature. We decided to modify the asymmetrical hem from front and back to left and right, allowing for greater fluidity and depth in the garments. Through color and the practicality of asymmetry, we aim to express a rejection of monotony in fashion. In the tulle skirts, Ning Shixin interrupted Lin Yueyin, pointing to one of the design sketches. Did you draw this? Lin Yueyin looked at the sketch. A sheer layer of light tulle adorned with delicate flowers swayed gently, almost alive despite being merely a design draft. Why did he choose to point out the one sketch that wasn't hers? She had purchased this design online, having stumbled upon Li Man's new media account and instantly falling for this particular sketch, spending 800 yuan to acquire it. Why the silence? Seeing Lin Yueyin lost in thought, Ning Shixin raised an eyebrow. ISNT at your work? Lin Yueyin snapped back to reality, hastily nodding, yes, it's mine. What's wrong? Ning Shixin returned his gaze, stating coolly, it's quite well done. Have you been taking classes lately? Your progress is remarkable. You should maintain this level for future designs. Lin Yueyin forced a smile, nodding stiffly in agreement. Ning Shixin closed the plan book and declared, let us make that tulle skirt the main piece. While the other designs lack uniqueness and flair, it would be best to revise your design concepts and redraw them. Lin Yueyin could scarcely believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. Redraw all the other designs? Yes, all of them. With that, Ning Shixin picked up the office phone and dialed his assistant. Has Mr. Zhao from Ronco arrived? Good, bring him directly to my office. After hanging up, Ning Shixin noticed Lin Yueyin still lingering. Do you have something else? She had intended to speak, but found the words stuck in her throat. She couldn't possibly admit that the sketch wasn't her creation, so she simply replied, nothing. During her university days, Li Man had been at the top of her class, with professors praising her designs for their creativity and character. It was surprising to see that, even after 3 years away from the industry, she still possessed such a solid foundation. Yet here was someone seemingly out of touch with society, capable of predicting fashion trends. Lin Yueyin felt compelled to contact Li Man again, intending to purchase more design sketches from her. Thankfully, her sketches were reasonably priced, so even buying 10 or 8 wouldn't break the bank. However, relying solely on Li Man's designs wasn't a sustainable strategy. She needed to devise a better plan. Li Man received a private message. This time, Lin Yueyin directly purchased 10 designs, asking Li Man to create some sketches for the upcoming spring and summer collections. Would it be possible to receive a discount for such a bulk purchase? Adhering to her principle of trying to save Li Man some money, Lin Yueyin attempted to negotiate. Li Man replied, each design is unique and requires individual attention. It's not like mass production. I'm sorry, but I cannot offer a discount. However, I will ensure the quality of the designs. Lin Yuan pouted, choosing not to argue further, and transferred 8,000 yuan at the rate of 800 per design. After adding her salary from the previous day, Li Man had gathered a total of 10,000 yuan, which she transferred to Shen Muting via WeChat. Shen Muting was in a discussion about the Yuting project with Gu Huaishi and others when his phone suddenly chimed. Curiously, Gu Huaishi leaned over to see, "Who is it?" Glancing at the screen, he saw a message from Li Man and stared at Shen Muting in disbelief. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. "Why did your sister-in-law send you money? Are you so broke that you need to rely on a woman's money?" Gu Huaishi exclaimed. "You've lost face for all men. I advise you to take it easy. It's rare to find a woman who can tolerate your dull existence. Don't take it for granted, thinking you can act recklessly just because of your handsome face. You'll regret it when she leaves." Shen Muting narrowed his dark eyes dangerously, grinding his teeth. "Shut up." After warning Gu Huaishi, Shen Muting replied to Li Man's message. "Where did you get the money?" Although he hadn't expected her to repay him, her willingness to do so indicated her integrity. The money she earned from selling designs, coupled with her recent salary, was sufficient. Shen Muting immediately asked, "Did you give it all to me? Do you have any money left?" "I didn't give it all. I rounded it to an even number and kept over 2,000 for myself. Next month, I'll be officially employed and my base salary will increase to 3,000, plus a 200 yuan attendance bonus." Finally, Li Man sent a grinning emoji. Shen Muting smiled back, sending her an emoji that suggested she would soon be wealthy. On the other end, Li Man chuckled at the emoji, imagining Shen Muting's serious expression. Gu Huaishi unhelpfully leaned in again, glancing at Shen Muting's phone screen, and was surprised anew. "Who knew you were such a miserly man who draws grand plans while being broke?" "Shen Muting, I advise you to be a decent person." Shen Muting kicked at him, but Gu Huaishi dodged just in time. "What is the matter? Are you embarrassed because I expose your true nature?" "It's not what you think," Shen Muting explained. "Her grandmother is unwell, and I covered her medical expenses. I didn't ask her to repay me. She insisted I had no obligation to support her grandmother, and she would return the money." Gu Huaishi responded immediately. "It seems your sister-in-law doesn't care about your money. She is not a gold digger, but a woman of her word. Aren't you supposed to be assessing her character? It appears there is no issue with her integrity. When you plan to reveal your true identity, what if her repayment is merely a cover for greater ambitions?" Gu Huaishi shrugged, "Considering your uncle and third uncle, they could be capable of anything. It's not impossible. However, I truly don't believe she is that kind of person. Perhaps you're overly cautious due to past experiences. You might be misunderstanding her. You've only met her a few times. How can you speak for her so soon?" His tone was low, laced with danger and warning. As Tuesday dawned, Shen Muting took Li Man to Jiangzhou Lanwan for a meal. On the way, they passed a fruit shop, and Li Man decided to buy a box of fruits and milk. "I'll pay." Shen Muting reached for his phone to open the payment code, but Li Man stopped him, saying, "No need, I just received my salary." Li Man had already opened the payment code, addressing the cashier, WeChat. Seeing this, Shen Muting withdrew his phone. After completing the payment, he carried the milk in one hand and the fruits in the other as they approached the car parked by the roadside. He remarked lightly, "Do you need to be so meticulous about spending a little money?" Li Man shook her head with a smile. "It's not about being meticulous. It's my first paycheck, and I wanted to contribute a little. They're not expensive, but it's a token of my appreciation." Shen Muting smiled. "That is thoughtful of you." The man's smile diminished his usual seriousness, infusing him with warmth and charm, rendering him extraordinarily captivating. Li Man found herself momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering. Shen Muting, sensing her gaze, turned to meet her sparkling eyes and queried, "Why do you look at me so?" Regaining her composure, Li Man, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks, replied brightly, "Mr. Shen, your smile is truly enchanting. If you smile more often, you would undoubtedly charm a great many girls and wouldn't still be single." "Mrs. Shen, I am married now and no longer single," Shen Muting replied, his gaze lingering on her, his voice soft and seemingly laced with mirth. Li Man's heart raced at his words, and she hastily averted her eyes, saying, "Time is of the essence. Let us hurry to help my sister." Upon arriving at Cambridge Bay, they found Shen Muting already prepared. The coffee table was adorned with exquisite pastries and an artfully arranged fruit platter, while the dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Li Man politely called out, "Mother, sister." Tang Wanyin beamed. Man has arrived. Come in and sit. Just your presence is enough. No need to bring anything. Oh dear. So quick to change your tune. You haven't even provided a bridal price, diamond ring, wedding, or the fee for changing your address. Shen Muting teased. Li Man felt a flush of embarrassment. Shen Muting shot Shen Muting a sidelong glance before changing his shoes at the entrance, stating coolly, Mother, did you not notice your son has returned as well? Shen Muting silently stuck out her tongue, realizing he was quite protective. Tang Wanyin playfully admonished Shen Muting. You're such a grown man. It's hard not to notice you. After changing into his slippers, Shen Muting joined Li Man by the sofa, sitting beside her, and remarked to Tang Wanyin, she just received her salary yesterday and immediately bought milk and fruit for you. Tang Wanyin was thrilled. You dear girl, how thoughtful. Life for you young couple isn't easy. Don't spend money on these things in the future. Your mother appreciates the sentiment. Enjoy the fruit and pastries. A soup is ready, and we can start our meal. She placed the fruit platter and pastries in front of Li Man, casting a disapproving glance at Shen Muting. If it weren't for this stingy boy, life wouldn't be so frugal. Li Man tasted the fruit and a pastry before heading to the kitchen. Tang Wanyin whispered, I believe Man's character is commendable. When do you plan to reveal your true identity? Just a bit longer, Shen Muting replied, reclining on the sofa with an air of confidence. Wait longer? What if she runs away? Tang Wanyin raised an eyebrow. She is my woman. As long as I don't let go, she won't escape my grasp, given her character, and as long as she isn't related to uncle or third uncle, I will certainly allow her to openly be the young mistress of the Shen family. Tang Wanyin inquired curiously, so, are you two sleeping together now? Shen Muting nodded, of course. Why? Tang Wanyin sighed with relief. That's good. I was worried you might be sleeping separately. Just the other day, I called Man and told her you're like a block of wood. She should take the initiative and have a child soon. I will be happy with either a boy or a girl. Oh, Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, you discussed this? What did she say? What could she say? Girls are shy. She can't just agree outright. Shen Muting recalled when they first moved in together, how he had suspected Li Man desired him, thinking she might use her charm, but their encounters were always due to unforeseen circumstances, whether he was drugged or she was. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged her, or perhaps she concealed her true self too deeply. Over the years, he had encountered many who were cunning and unscrupulous to achieve their goals. Within a mere month, he found it hard to trust her. The soup was ready, and Shen Muting emerged from the kitchen, calling everyone to the table. Li Man followed with her bowl and chopsticks. Since Lu Changzhong was a public figure, they had not invited him to avoid Li Man recognizing him. If he were present, the family would all be together, but they would have to wait until Shen Muting disclosed his true identity to Li Man before making arrangements. Your sister's cooking is superb, Li Man exclaimed, genuinely praising the spread on the table. Shen Muting smiled modestly. Go ahead, taste it. Tang Wanyin nodded in agreement. Yes, eat up. You two rarely have time to enjoy a proper meal, so indulge yourselves. Li Man, with a bright smile, sweetly said, Thank you, mother. Thank you, sister. We shall not be polite. Tang Wanyin grew increasingly fond of Li Man, beaming widely. There's no need for formality among family. While dining, Shen Muting suddenly felt nauseous, hastily setting down her chopsticks and rushing to the bathroom, bracing herself against the sink as she retched, nearly expelling her meal. Tang Wanyin, whose health was fragile, and Shen Muting, as a man, were somewhat at a loss. Li Man also set down her chopsticks and followed, gently patting Shen Muting's slender back. What's wrong? Are you all right? Shen Muting grabbed a towel to wipe her mouth, shaking her head. I'm fine. Suddenly, Li Man thought of something and speculated. Could it be you were pregnant? What? Shen Muting was taken aback, quickly considering her menstrual cycle, realizing it had indeed been delayed. However, her cycle was irregular, and she and Lu Changzhong had always taken precautions, so she hadn't considered the possibility of pregnancy. It's possible. Pregnant? She would become a mother. This was ostensibly joyous news, yet Shen Muting felt anything but elated. What is the matter? Tang Wanyin entered the room. Shen Muting was beset by another wave of nausea. As someone who had experienced it herself, Tang Wanyin instantly recognized the signs, and, seeing Li Man was not a stranger, directly asked, Are you pregnant? Shen Muting nodded. Yes, it's likely. Li Man glanced at her mother-in-law and noticed that both she and her sister-in-law did not appear particularly pleased at the news, leaving her perplexed and hesitant to inquire further. Tang Wanyin, concerned for Shen Muyin, looked at her with worry. Are you feeling better? Can you eat? Yes, Shen Muyin affirmed. Let us go eat. They returned to the dining table, and Shen Muting observed Shen Muyin's pallor. Expressing concern, Sister, what's wrong? You don't look well. And you were just sick. Is your stomach upset? No. Shen Muyin hesitated, considering that it was unnecessary to hide the truth from her brother, and admitted, I might be pregnant. What did you say? Shen Muting's face darkened, and he placed his chopsticks firmly on the wooden table, the sound echoing in the quiet room and commanding attention. Shen Muyin jumped in shock. Li Man had never before witnessed Shen Muting lose his temper with family. Her heart sinking, she gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why they seemed displeased. Shouldn't pregnancy be a cause for celebration? Unless, perhaps, there were issues between her sister and brother-in-law. Otherwise, given her mother-in-law's nature, she would undoubtedly wish for her sister to conceive a child. Tang Wanyin quickly interjected to ease the tension. Why are you so angry? Let us eat first. After the meal, Muyin can go to the hospital for a checkup to confirm if she is truly pregnant. After the meal, Li Man, Shen Muting, and Shen Muyin began clearing the table. No matter how Shen Muyin insisted they didn't need to help, they ignored her pleas. Shen Muting, maintaining a serious demeanor, genuinely concerned for his sister, stated, You may be pregnant. After a morning of shopping and cooking, you must be exhausted. Rest. I'll wash the dishes. Li Man assisted in tidying up the dishes and entered the kitchen with Shen Muting. I will help you clean, she offered. Shen Muting glanced at Li Man and nodded, all right. After they washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, they accompanied Shen Muyin to the hospital for an examination. Shen Muyin was somewhat resistant to going to the hospital and hesitated, saying, Can't we avoid the hospital? Can't we just buy a pregnancy test at the pharmacy? Shen Muting replied sternly, No, pregnancy tests are not always accurate. It's better to have a checkup at the hospital. I have already contacted them, and we should go now. Upon arriving at the hospital, the results were quickly available. The doctor held the report and looked at the siblings, saying, Miss Shen, congratulations. You're pregnant. Since they had already speculated about this possibility at home, Shen Muyin did not display much surprise. The doctor prescribed some folic acid and vitamins. Shen Muting handed the bag containing the supplements to Li Man, then took out his car keys from his pocket and said, You wait in the car for me. I need to speak with my sister privately for a moment. Understood, Li Man acknowledged, taking the items and the keys before discreetly leaving. Only Shen Muyin and Shen Muting remained. With a serious expression, Shen Muting said, This was all part of his plan. He intentionally got you pregnant. That can't be true. We have always taken precautions. Shen Muyin blushed as she explained. Do you even believe that? Shen Muting retorted, then added gravely, It's not that I suspect him out of malice. He is inherently unscrupulous. You believe he can change, but I think a leopard cannot change its spots. You have only just reconciled. Now is not the time to consider having a child. This is likely his scheme to trap you with a child. Really? Shen Muyin said innocently, unable to believe it. Shen Muting scoffed, really? You think too highly of Lu Chengzhang. Perhaps because you still have feelings for him. You see him through rose-colored glasses. Regardless, you're already pregnant, and a miscarriage is harmful to your health. Even if you choose to keep the baby, the Shen family can support it. Ultimately, if what I say is true, you must hold your ground. Even with a child, do not compromise your own well-being just to create a complete family for him. Shen Muyin nodded, I understand. Shen Muting did not elaborate further, gestured with his chin, and said, Let's go. Shen Muting drove, while Li Man and Shen Muyin sat in the back. They seemed unwelcoming of the child. So Li Man hesitated to bring it up, struggling to find an appropriate topic, and silence enveloped them for a while. Finally, Li Man broke the silence by asking Shen Muting, Are you going to work at the company later? Shen Muting indeed had work to attend to and nodded. Yes, I have some matters to handle. I will drop you both off at home first before heading to the office. Tang Wanyin was in the living room and had not taken a nap. Upon seeing Shen Muyin, she immediately inquired, So, are you pregnant? Shen Muyin nodded. Yes. Tang Wanyin frowned. What do you plan to do? Are you going to continue with Lu Chengzhang and have the baby? I haven't thought it through yet. Shen Muyin admitted, lacking confidence. Tang Wanyin observed her expression and advised. I think it's best to wait until you have figured things out before telling Lu Chengzhang. Shen Muyin nodded. Okay, I understand. As night fell, Lu Chengzhang, as usual, sought intimacy with Shen Muyin. Previously, She had found it somewhat overwhelming but felt too embarrassed to refuse, fearing it would dampen his spirits. However, things were different now that she was pregnant. With a flushed face and sparkling eyes, she said, "I can't right now. It's not convenient for me." Lu Qingzhong ceased his advances and lay beside her, asking, "Do you need me to make you some ginger tea?" "No, that's not necessary." "All right, then sleep early." Lu Qingzhong wrapped his arm around her and closed his eyes. After a busy day at work, he quickly fell asleep. On the other side, Li Man worked on her design drafts until darkness fell. Only when she felt hungry did she set down her pencil and head to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. There were still dumplings left from her previous cooking, so she boiled herself a bowl. Just as she was about to eat, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 95. Return to the country. Li Man took out her phone, staring at the flashing number on the screen, momentarily frozen. The ringtone continued, and after a brief daze, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly answered, "Tang, Xin? Huh." On the other end, Tang Xin coldly remarked, "So you do know my phone number and that I exist? You stubborn girl, is your heart made of stone? How can you be so unyielding? You refuse to see me in prison and haven't contacted me since you got out. Do you really not consider me your sister?" Li Man was taken aback and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. When I first entered prison, I felt so desperate that I didn't want to see anyone. After I got out, there were just too many things to handle." After entering prison, she often faced bullying from fellow inmates, and she was too afraid to let Tang Xin see her battered self. Later, Tang Xin went abroad due to her family's arrangements, and they lost contact. "Listen, I didn't call just to scold you or to hear your apologies. I understand that these past years have been tough for you," Tang Xin said sympathetically. "I called to tell you that I'm back in the country and planning to develop my career in Jiangzhou. Let's work hard together." "Really?" Li Man was overjoyed. Tang Xin was her best friend, and they had known each other since middle school. "Where are you living now? I'll come find you." Li Man provided the address of Jianzhou Lanwan. Half an hour later, Tang Xin burst into Li Man's home. They exchanged pleasantries, and despite not seeing each other for over 3 years, they felt no awkwardness and had endless things to discuss. Seeing that Li Man was in good spirits, "Dan xin fao zhe liet." She then surveyed the apartment and asked, "Is this a rental?" "No, I got married," Li Man replied nonchalantly. "What?" Tang Xin could hardly believe her ears, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Li Man. "You got married? Didn't you just get out of prison not long ago? You had a flash marriage? Who did you marry?" Tang Xin could hardly fathom that the typically reserved Li Man would have a flash marriage after all she had been through. When she was dating Shen Muting, they had discussed marriage, but they had only held hands and gone on dates. They had yet to kiss. Perhaps that's why that scoundrel Shen Muting couldn't resist the temptation of that green tea girl Lin Yuyin and strayed, she mused. Is this place rented, or did he buy it? What does he do for a living? What's his character like? How does he look? Tang Xin, being straightforward and curious, bombarded Li Man with questions. Li Man, in contrast, was more laid back and took her time. Just as she was about to speak, Tang Xin urged her impatiently, "Come on, hurry up. You're going to make me anxious." Li Man smiled and said, "He bought this place outright. He is just an ordinary person, Shen Muting's driver. So far, his character seems fine. He is just very serious, cold, and rarely smiles. As for his looks," Li Man paused, contemplating how to describe the man's appearance. Tang Xin, curious, guessed, is he hard to describe? In her impression, drivers generally had average looks, often stocky and lacking high education. Even if he was Shen Muting's driver, he was still just a driver. Even if he excelled among his peers, he was still merely a driver. "Dang xin at det." I heard Shen Muting is frail, and although there are countless interviews about him on the internet and in print, he is nowhere to be found in photos. What does that signify? Such a person is surely eccentric and would hire an unattractive, overweight driver to highlight his own excellence. Li Man chuckled helplessly. "No, my husband is over 6 feet tall and quite handsome." Though she wasn't particularly concerned with appearances, she felt her husband, whom she had married in haste, was well-built and attractive, rivaling the hottest male stars in the entertainment industry. Alas, is it true? You are so quick to speak on behalf of your husband. It appears you are quite satisfied with him. No wonder you opted for a flash marriage. Pray tell, are you not coveting his good looks? Dan xin divet Li Man, observing the faint blush that crept upon her cheeks. She then inquired earnestly, "Is your husband not yet off work at this late hour?" Tang Xin glanced at the clock, which read nearly 8 o'clock. "Perhaps he is working late," Li Man mused. She had long since grown accustomed to this and had no intention of messaging him to inquire about his return, lest he misunderstand her intentions and perceive her as a wife waiting for her husband like a lonely bride. Did he not inform you whether he is working late? Tang Xin frowned. No, we had a flash marriage and our time together has been brief, so we are still in the adjustment phase. I also fear interrupting him while he drives, hence I chose not to ask. After all, we are merely sharing a simple life together, sufficient food and shelter, treating each other with respect, and as long as it does not breach any boundaries, I am indifferent to the rest. Li Man withheld mention of their agreement. Do you sleep in separate rooms? Indeed, Li Man nodded, adding, although we do sleep apart, we have shared a bed on 2 occasions. The first was on the day I was released from prison, where circumstances led to an unexpected intimacy, and the second was when I was drugged by Zhong Shuriwei, and he came to my aid. Tang Xin chuckled. He helps you and gains nothing in return. Then, with a serious demeanor, Tang Xin asked, who is Zhong Shuriwei? She was aware of Li Man's family situation. Li Man had a grandmother and a stepmother named Ning Xiulan, and Lin Yueyin, that scheming girl, was somewhat of a cousin. However, she seemed to have heard the name Zhong Shuriwei before, but could not recall who it belonged to. She is my biological mother. What did you just say? Tang Xin furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend. Is she out of her mind? Abandoning you since childhood, you have endured so much pain. After finally emerging from prison and marrying to lead a normal life, how could she resort to such actions? Even if you were not her daughter, she is a woman too. How can she be so malicious? Li Man offered a bitter smile. She wishes for me to follow Meng Chengfeng from the Meng family in Haicheng. When I told her I was married, she did not believe me and plotted against me. She is utterly inhuman. Tang Xin spat. Worry etched across her face as she looked at Li Man. You must be cautious. She may not let this rest. I am aware. My biological mother would go to great lengths to achieve her goals. Being abandoned by one's own mother and being schemed against is sorrowful for anyone. It makes one feel superfluous in this world, unworthy of love, leading to profound self-doubt and melancholy. Tang Xin, raised in a loving environment by doting parents and brothers, though unable to empathize fully, could certainly comprehend that Li Man must be feeling quite desolate. She promptly shifted the topic, asking, do you have a photo of your husband? I wish to see the man fortunate enough to marry you. He must have saved the galaxy in a past life. I do not have a photo of him, but since you are in Jiangzhou, there will be ample opportunity to meet him in the future. Would you like to stay at my place tonight and share a room? Li Man suggested. That might not be appropriate, Tang Xin replied. You are newlyweds, in the midst of nurturing your relationship. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your intimate world. She winked mischievously. Let us wait until you introduce me to your husband. In the future, I could stay over, or you could come to my place, and we could have a candlelit chat like in college. Though they were close friends, Tang Xin understood the boundaries now that Li Man was married. After all, she had returned to Jiangzhou and had plenty of time ahead. Have you eaten yet? Li Man asked. Tang Xin tossed her chestnut curls and replied, I have. Have you had your meal? I have been working on design sketches for most of the day and have yet to eat. I plan to cook some noodles. Would you like to join me? Tang Xin shook her head, a look of envy on her face. No, you go ahead. I have a tendency to gain weight easily and wouldn't dare eat at this late hour. Unlike you, I can't eat without consequence. Very well then. Li Man prepared a bowl of noodles for herself, adding an egg and some greens. Tang Xin settled on the sofa, perusing Li Man's sketches. True to her academic prowess, Li Man's drawing skills and design creativity were as remarkable as ever. Are you a designer now? Not quite. I work as a sales assistant in a clothing store. Why are you working so hard on design sketches then? You seem to be neglecting your well-being. I took on a project that requires me to create 10 design sketches, and the client is in a hurry, giving me only 5 days. With my regular work keeping me busy, I can only manage to sketch during my downtime. I see, Tang Xin noted, then proceeded to discuss current fashion trends in New York, hoping to inspire Li Man with fresh ideas. Tang Xin remained at Li Man's home until 9:30. Although they had much more to discuss, she restrained herself, concerned about hindering Li Man's work on her designs. As she departed from Jinxiaolanwan, Tang Xin noticed a Rolls-Royce glide past her, the license plate impressively reading Jiangzhou K8888. Intrigued, she couldn't resist glancing back. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop in front of Li Man's building, and a tall, handsome man emerged from the vehicle. The night was as dark as ink, and from a distance, although she could only see his silhouette, his broad shoulders and narrow waist, coupled with an unmistakable aura, suggested he was no ordinary individual. Tang Xian gasped, astonished that such a wealthy individual resided in Li Man's neighborhood. She pulled out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Li Man. Whose car is this? I had no idea your community housed such a prominent figure. Li Man, recognizing the familiar vehicle, replied, That is Shen Muting's car. It seems my husband has brought his boss's car back again. Shen Muting's car? Tang Xian's curiosity piqued as she observed two men engaged in conversation, one of whom appeared noticeably deferential. Given that Shen Muting was a wheelchair-bound invalid, Tang Xian did not connect the two men with him, assuming they were his driver and assistant, with the latter holding a higher position. Both men were tall and well-built. She wondered which one was Li Man's husband. Curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the car door and stepped out. Shen Muting was instructing Ming Lu on matters for the following day, while Ming listened attentively. Just then, Tang Xian approached, interrupting their discussion. Excuse me, may I ask which of you is Shen Lu? Ming instinctively began, but then he remembered they were at Jiangzhou Lanwan and quickly corrected himself. I'm not Shen Lu. Shen Muting regarded Tang Xian with a calm demeanor. I am. May I inquire who you are? Tang Xian gazed at Shen Muting, finding him strikingly handsome and elegant, radiating an undeniable presence. If Li Man had not specifically mentioned him, she might have doubted he was merely a driver. With poise. Tang Xin in Jiangzhou. Hello, I am Li Man's friend, Tang Xin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I should have waited for Man to introduce us, but my curiosity got the better of me. I hope you do not mind. Li Man's friend? Shen Muting's expression softened slightly as he nodded and replied courteously, Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you leaving now? Would you like to come upstairs for a while? This was Li Man's first time bringing a friend home, indicating the significance of their relationship. Tang Xian smiled and shook her head. No, I wouldn't want to intrude upon your private time. I just returned to the country today, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. I hope, Mr. Shen, you won't mind my presence as a third will next time. Not at all, Shen Muting replied, his expression stoic and voice indifferent. Tang Xian thought to herself that he indeed matched Li Man's description of him, a serious and cold man. She smiled. It was a pleasure meeting you. Li Man is waiting for you. You should go up. Until next time, goodbye. Shen Muting swiftly averted his gaze and turned to ascend the stairs. Li Man was engrossed in her sketches when she heard the sound of the door opening. Without looking up, she inquired, You're back. Have you had dinner? I have. Shen Muting replied, changing into slippers and taking a seat beside her on the sofa. He glanced at the design she was working on. Busy with the competition, Li Man was indeed participating in a company-organized contest, a fact he was aware of. No, someone purchased 10 of my designs, and I'm racing against the clock to finish. She explained, her hand deftly drawing smooth lines. Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. Is that how you earn my money back? Yes, Li Man nodded, her eyes brightening with joy. Engaging in what she loved while making money to repay her debts felt like killing two birds with one stone. Shen Muting stared at her, momentarily taken aback. There was a unique charm to a woman who was earnest. He suddenly recalled the IOU she had written for him, detailing the loan amount, repayment method, and other specifics, her handwriting both powerful and clear, with a signature that exuded a sense of resilience. After a few seconds of contemplation, he shifted the conversation, saying, By the way, I ran into your friend Tang Xian downstairs. She greeted me. What a coincidence. Li Man smiled, clearly in high spirits. Tang Xian is my best friend. We've known each other since middle school. After I was imprisoned, I endured a series of beatings, and though she visited me several times, I refused to see her. Later, she went abroad, and we lost contact until she returned yesterday. This was not the first time she had mentioned her time in prison, nor her beatings. Shen Muting had previously shown little interest in her past, but today he found himself furrowing his brow. Chapter 97. The First Kiss. Noticing his frown, Li Man assumed he was still indifferent to such matters and chose not to elaborate further. You must be exhausted from work. Go take a shower and rest early. I'll finish this sketch and then head to my room. Shen Muting felt concern bubbling up but swallowed it back, simply responding with an acknowledgement before heading to the bathroom with his sleepwear. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. Li Man paused her drawing, her thoughts drifting to the image of his tall, sculpted figure, and she felt her cheeks heat up. Shaking her head to dispel the thoughts, she forced herself to concentrate on her work. After finishing his shower, Shen Muting emerged, towel in hand, clad in a black bathrobe, that accentuated his pale collarbone. His damp, tousled hair contrasted sharply with his usual meticulous attire, presenting an alluring sight. Li Man gulped, her cheeks flushing anew. As he dried his hair, he nonchalantly glanced at her, noticing her wide-eyed admiration, which unexpectedly replaced any irritation he might have felt. A smirk played on his lips as he moved closer to her, their proximity filled with the fresh scent of his shower products, which made Li Man tense up. With a penetrating gaze, Shen Muting asked softly, "Why is your face so red? Are you burning up?" Li Man forced a nervous smile, shaking her head as she dodged his hand reaching to check her forehead. No, I'm just too warm." She waved her hand to fan herself. Internally, she chastised herself for her attraction to him, observing her flustered demeanor. Shen Muting initially intended to tease her, but found his heart stirring unexpectedly. He instinctively leaned closer, placing his hands on the sofa's armrest behind her, effectively enclosing her in his embrace. Li Man's breath hitched, her heart racing as she beheld his handsome face mere inches away. Shen Muting leaned in and kissed her, his cool lips tracing her mouth before gently prying her lips apart, a mix of tenderness and dominance. Li Man felt as though all her strength had drained away. Collapsing softly against the sofa, her mind foggy from the kiss, akin to a fish stranded out of water. He pulled back slightly, their noses nearly touching, his voice husky. "Breathe. Do you wish to suffocate?" The last syllable held a hint of amusement. Li Man felt herself flush crimson. "My first kiss?" Shen Muting regarded her with deep, oceanic eyes that threatened to drown her. Li Man bit her lip, nodding almost imperceptibly. Shen Muting hadn't anticipated that she had yet to share a kiss with anyone before him. He leaned down to kiss her again, a blend of softness and assertiveness that was utterly intoxicating. After a prolonged kiss, he even contemplated carrying her to his room. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting the moment. Though he showed no intention of answering, the persistent ringing drew Li Man's attention. "Aren't you going to take that?" she urged gently. The caller showed no signs of hanging up, and the urgency of the call was palpable. Reluctantly, Shen Muting released her, snatching up the phone without a glance. His voice low and laced with irritation. "Hello?" On the other end, Fu Zaichun immediately sensed what he was up to and cautiously asked, "Am I interrupting something?" Shen Muting's voice turned steely. "You better have something important to say." With a serious tone, Fu Zaichun replied, "Jing has been injured by someone from Hong Xingtang. Can you come over?" The situation seemed complicated, but he reassured, "It's not life-threatening. You can take your time." Shen Muting's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting ominously. "Where's he?" "I'm on my way." Fu Zaichun provided the hospital's name, emphasizing that there was no need to rush. "Understood." Shen Muting hung up, and Li Man, noticing his somber expression, asked with concern, "What happened?" He glanced at her, swiftly rising from the sofa. "A friend is in trouble. I need to go. Rest early." Li Man nodded. "Take care on the road. Be safe. MM." He turned and left in haste. Left alone on the sofa, Li Man felt drained. While she did not fully comprehend him, they were married, and she was not afraid of intimacy with him. However, their relationship was still new, and she felt unable to open up her heart just yet. After calming her racing thoughts, she completed the remaining designs. It was nearly midnight, and he had yet to return. Uncertain of his return time, she pondered that he might not come back at all. Li Man tidied the sketches on the coffee table, turned off all the lights, and retired to her room for the night. Meanwhile, Shen Muting summoned Shen Luo for a ride to the hospital. The surgery was still ongoing when he arrived, and both Fu Zaichun and Gu Huai were present. Upon seeing Shen Muting, they immediately approached him. "How is Jing'an?" he asked anxiously. Fu Zaichun replied quickly. He was shot, but fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening. Shen Muting frowned. "What exactly happened?" "The thugs hired by Zhong Shiyuan are from Hong Xingtang. Jing'an was hurt while investigating her and the Fu family in Haicheng. Had it been in Jiangzhou, he likely wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries." Hong Xingtang was a well-organized, expansive group with a presence throughout the country and even globally, originating from Haicheng. Shen Muting narrowed his sharp black eyes dangerously. "Are you certain they are from Hong Xingtang?" Fu Zaichun confirmed. "The thugs are from their organization, but we cannot yet ascertain the identity of the person who harmed Jing and find out. I won't allow Jing and to suffer this injury in vain." Fu Zaichun nodded solemnly. "Understood." Then he shifted the topic, squinting slightly at Shen Muting, and with a lazy smile remarked, What is going on between you and your sister-in-law? Didn't you say you wouldn't fall for her? How quickly you've turned sweet on her." Fu Zekin expressed his disbelief, his lips curling into a sardonic quip. Hypocrisy. Gu Huaishi added a sharp retort. Self-deception. Chapter 98. The accident shut up all of you. Shen Muting's expression darkened, his voice thickening with irritation. Just as his words faded, the door to the operating room swung open. The lead surgeon and an assistant emerged, clad in blue surgical garb. Before the doctor could remove his mask, Gu Huaishi stepped forward, inquiring, "Doctor, how did the surgery go?" The doctor, looking at Gu Huaishi, replied politely, "Gu Xiao." The surgery was very successful. There was no damage to major nerves or bones. With proper rest, he will recover well. Gu Huaishi exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." After awakening from anesthesia, Su Jingyan was wheeled into the VIP ward. Once he was settled, Fu Zekin turned to Shen Muting, arranging for a nurse to attend to Jingyan. "Huaishi and I can handle things here. It's getting late. You should head back. You have work tomorrow." Gu Huaishi stifled a laugh, saying, "You're different from us single folks. If you don't return home tonight, your sister-in-law might start to wonder." Shen Muting shot Gu Huaishi a glare. Just then Su Jingyan, still groggy from the anesthesia, groaned, "You're all so loud. Just go home. The nurse can take care of me." None of them had ever cared for anyone before. Fu Zekin reminded the nurse to call if anything arose. Once everything was settled, the three finally left the hospital. Shen Muting sat in the Rolls-Royce, his eyes closed in feigned slumber. It wasn't long before the car came to an abrupt stop, remaining still for a considerable time. With his eyes still shut, Shen Muting asked, "What's the hold-up?" "Jiu Yi, there has been a car accident ahead, causing the traffic jam," Shen Lu replied. Shen Muting merely acknowledged with a faint hum, before instructing, "It's late. Let us head back to the Shishan Villa." Li's comic draft had consumed most of the night. Returning home would undoubtedly disturb her slumber. Furthermore, this location was closer to the Shishan Villa. At the Li residence, Ning Xiaolan was deep in sleep when a sudden engine noise jolted her awake. She threw on a robe and hurried downstairs, only to see Li Jinghao rushing into the villa, his expression frantic, heading straight for his room. "Wait," Ning Xiaolan called out, scrutinizing him. "Is something wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Li Jinghao paused, glancing at Ning Xiaolan. Being merely a recent high school graduate, he could not conceal his distress. His complexion was ashen, his eyes alarmingly red, resembling a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap. Clearly, something was amiss, and not a trivial matter. Ning Xiaolan stepped closer, concern etched on her face. "Jinghao, what has happened?" With a tremor in his voice, Li Jinghao stammered, "Mom, I think I hit someone with my car." "What did you say?" Ning Xiaolan gasped, her voice involuntarily rising several decibels. "Who did you hit? Are they seriously injured? Did you call the police? Was it the other party's fault? There are so many scammers out there, especially those recklessly riding electric bikes." "No, it was me." Li Jinghao reeked of alcohol, making it impossible for Ning Xiaolan to overlook. "You were driving under the influence?" "Yes," Li Jinghao nodded, fear and panic coursing through him. "I was so scared that I ran away." Ning Xiaolan felt an urge to scold him, to berate him for his foolishness, reminding him countless times not to drink and drive, but he was clearly terrified, still a child at heart. She chose compassion over reprimand, gently saying, "Don't be afraid. Just tell me exactly what happened. Where did the accident occur? How badly was the other party injured?" I don't know anything." Li Jinghao shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know, don't ask me, I don't know. That person was going straight, and I was turning right. I didn't mean to hit them. Mom, please help me. What should I do now?" "Calm down. I'll call your uncle and have him contact the company's legal team to clarify the situation. Perhaps the other party isn't seriously hurt, and we could settle it privately with some compensation." Ning Xiaolan quickly dialed Ning Shixin. Ning Shixin and Jiang Yujing had already been asleep, jolted awake by the ringing phone. Jiang Yujing grumbled irritably. "Who is calling at this hour? Can't anyone let people sleep?" Ning Shixin scrambled to grab his phone, answering, "Hello? Shixin, it's me. Can you come over right away? It's a matter of utmost urgency." Ning Shixin furrowed his brow, glancing at the time. "Sister, it's nearly 1 in the morning. Is there something that can't wait until tomorrow? There has been a serious incident. I can't explain over the phone. Hurry." Ning Tulan insisted. Ning Shixin reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Jiang Yujing, still irked, snapped, "Is your sister out of her mind, calling you over at this hour? What on earth does she want?" Ning Shixin, exuding helplessness, reassured his wife. I'll go find out what's going on. There may genuinely be a problem. You go back to sleep. Fine. Just drive safely. Ning Shixin quickly changed out of his pajamas and rushed to the Li residence. Ning Xiulan and Li Jinghao awaited him in the living room. Upon seeing him, Ning Xiulan immediately stated, Shixin, Jinghao had a car accident. He panicked and fled the scene. And we don't even know how injured the other party is. I want you to figure out a plan, check the accident's surveillance footage, and have the company's legal department handle it. We must minimize the repercussions for Jinghao. If we can resolve it with some money, that would be ideal. Where did the accident occur? Li Jinghao hurriedly replied, at the intersection of Huaihai Road and Hong Kong Middle Road, around 12:30 a.m. His demeanor had calmed considerably, no longer as frantic as before. All right, I'll have someone look into it immediately. Ning Shixin's contacts swiftly gathered the necessary information. When he received the call, he switched to speakerphone. President Ning, we've found out that the other party's injuries are not severe, but they have reported the incident to the police. This matter could be considered both minor and serious. Under the circumstances, it could lead to charges of intentional harm and traffic violations. Ning Xiulan and Li Jinghao sighed in relief at the mention of minor injuries, but their hearts sank upon hearing the potential charges. Okay, I understand. Can we get the victim's contact information? I will send you their phone number. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. Let us arrange a time to meet soon. President Ning, you're too courteous. If there's nothing else, I'll let you go. Contact me if you need anything. Understood. Ning Shixin ended the call. Li Jinghao clutched Ning Xiulan's arm. Panic-stricken, Mom, please help me. I don't want to go to jail. Chapter 99. Seeking help, Ning Xiulan winced at his grip, her head throbbing even more. All right, don't worry. Mom won't let anything happen to you. The other party isn't seriously injured. We'll go apologize in person and offer them some compensation. People like them can be settled with money. Really? Li Jinghao stared at Ning Xiulan, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. When nothing was amiss, he had been brimming with confidence, but now, faced with reality, he was consumed by regret and anxiety. He felt as though he might lose his mind. Yes, really. When have I ever deceived you? Ning Xiulan offered a reassuring smile. Gradually, Li Jinghao's fear began to subside, and he angrily retorted, I've driven for so long without incident. It's all that person's fault for not paying attention while crossing the street, which is why I hit them. He disregarded his own drunk driving incident, shifting the blame entirely onto the other party, much like he did in his childhood, when he cast responsibility on a Li man. Rest assured, Mother will find a way to handle this, said Ning Xiulan, indulging him as she always had. Ning Shixin could no longer bear to watch and advised, Jinghao, you are now grown and destined to be Ning Chuang's successor. You must act with greater prudence and caution. Ning Xiulan interjected, let us not dwell on that for now. Quickly call and inquire about the situation. See if the other party is open to reconciliation. All right, Ning Shixin replied, choosing not to say more. He knew that his sister and nephew would not heed his words. Excessive admonition would only turn against him. Spoiling a child is akin to killing them. Too much maternal indulgence often leads to a wayward son. If his nephew were to ruin himself, Ning Chuang Group would inevitably fall into his hands. With this thought, Ning Shixin refrained from further comments. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the victim provided by his lawyer, putting the call on speaker. The ringing persisted for quite some time without an answer. Ning Xiulan and Li Jinghao stared anxiously at the phone in Ning Shixin's hand, their hearts racing, scarcely daring to breathe. Just as they began to believe no one would pick up, the call connected. A middle-aged woman's voice responded, hello? Ning Shixin hastily said, good day. Are you the victim of the accident that occurred at the intersection of Huaihai Road and Hong Kong Middle Road early this morning, or a family member of the victim? Who are you? The woman's tone shifted to one of suspicion. Having been struck by a luxury vehicle, she had reported the incident but was filled with trepidation. Although a victim, she was merely an ordinary citizen, and if the other party proved unreasonable, she would have no recourse, no avenue for her grievances. Ning Xiulan, nearly frantic, interjected, we wish to settle this amicably. We will cover your medical expenses, lost wages, and other costs. Name your price, and as long as it is reasonable, we will comply. Really? Ning Xiulan's heart leapt at the prospect of a resolution, and she eagerly affirmed, yes, absolutely true. In that case, I will head to the hospital now to see you, and we can discuss this in person. Very well, I am at the 3rd People's Hospital, Building 2, Room 503. Understood. After hanging up, Ning Xiaolan prepared to leave for the hospital. Observing this, Ning Shixin stood from the sofa and said, "Sister, allow me to handle this. You should stay home with Jinghao. He appears quite shaken." Ning Xiaolan glanced at Li Jinghao, her concern evident, and nodded, "Fine, you take care of it. As long as the other party does not demand an exorbitant sum, we can consider it a necessary expense to avert greater disaster. This matter must not escalate. It will be detrimental for both Jinghao and Ning Chuan." "I understand," Ning Shixin affirmed. He hurried to the hospital while Ning Xiaolan, unable to sleep, awaited news in the living room. After more than an hour, Ning Shixin called, revealing that the victim had changed her mind, refusing to settle, and that a journalist had reported the incident. Ning Xiaolan was taken aback. "How could this happen? Is she dissatisfied with the amount? Ask her how much she wants. We will comply." "Sister, it is no longer a matter of money. The journalist has already made this public. Settling is one thing, but we must find a way to suppress the news." Ning Xixin fakenat urgenti. The victim had initially been willing to settle for a modest sum of 30,000, but he had encouraged her to escalate the matter, promising that this way he would receive double compensation, which led to the current predicament. If this situation escalated, Li Jinghao's reputation would be tainted, complicating his future as the successor to Ning Chuan. At this hour, why would a journalist concern themselves with such a minor accident? The victim's injuries are not severe enough for front-page news. Are they truly so starved for stories? Ning Shixin suggested, "This may have something to do with Li Man. Though she married a driver, she is adept at making mountains out of molehills and might have been keeping an eye on you. Now that she has an opportunity to strike, she will not let it go easily." "That ungrateful wretch!" Ning Xiaolan exclaimed in fury. Li Jinshou Sata, wishing he could eliminate Li Man, grinding his teeth as he said, "She should have been dealt with earlier. Had she perished in prison, none of this would have happened. Not only did we fail to rid ourselves of her, but we also brought that old crone back home. Are we short on rice or money?" Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. A servant glanced at the electronic display connected to the doorbell and, panic-stricken, rushed to the living room. "Madam, it's bad news. The police have arrived." "Mother, what should we do? I can't go to jail." Li Jinghao's face turned ashen, devoid of color. "Do not worry. Mother will ensure you remain safe," Ning Xiaolan reassured. Taking a deep breath, she then instructed the servant, "Let them in." Li Jinshou. The officers presented their credentials. "You are suspected of hit and run. Please accompany us to the station for questioning." For police officers, with their badges displayed, proceeded to escort Li Jinghao away. Ning Xiaolan hurriedly called her brother, Shixin. "The police have taken Jinghao. You must think of something. He has never faced hardship and cannot endure jail." "I understand. I will find a way." "Sister, you must remain calm. There is no cause for alarm." Ning Xiaolan, in a frenzy, retorted, "How can I remain calm when Jinghao has been taken away? I must contact Yan. Shen Muting is from the Shen family, which holds immense power in Haichen. No one dares offend them. If any member of the Shen family speaks, Jinghao will surely be released." With that thought, Ning Xiaolan hung up and dialed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Shen Muting were sleeping when a call disturbed them. Sheng Hui, irritated, kicked Lin Yuan and grumbled, "Your phone is ringing. It's so loud. Answer it. Who could be calling at this hour? Go outside to take it. Don't disturb my sleep." After he turned away, wrapping himself in the blanket to continue sleeping, Lin Yuan picked up her phone, noticed it was Ning Xiaolan calling, and frowned as she slipped on her slippers to leave the bedroom. She then answered coolly, "Aunt, is there something urgent for you to call at this hour?" "Yuan, I did not mean to disrupt your rest, but your brother is in trouble." Ning Xiaolan's voice trembled with anxiety. "What trouble?" Lin Yuan asked, unfazed. "Your brother drank a bit and got into an accident. The other party is unwilling to settle, and the police have taken him away. Only you can help him now. You are part of the Shun family now. Surely you can intercede. Please speak to your husband and see if the Shun family can assist in securing your brother's release. He is still young and has never faced such adversity." Ning Xiaolan recounted the situation, pleading for Lin Yuan's help. Lin Yuan remained indifferent, her expression unyielding. She had warned him against drunk driving and advised him to call for a designated driver. He ignored her words, and now he was facing the consequences. He ought to spend a few days in jail to learn his lesson. After a moment of silence, Ning Xiaolan cautiously asked, "Yuan, are you listening?" "Yes, I understand." Lin Yuan replied coolly, her gaze unwavering. "Shen Muting is not home, and it is not the right time to call. I will reach out to him tomorrow morning." Ning Xiaolan wished she could urge her to contact Shen Muting immediately, But recognizing the inappropriateness of the hour, she reluctantly complied, repeatedly emphasizing, "All right, I will count on you. Jinghao is still young and has never experienced anything like this. Please remember to call your husband first thing in the morning. I won't forget. Jinghao is my brother, and as his sister, I will certainly be concerned," Lin Yueyin said, her words betraying a lack of sincerity. Ning Xiaolan was immensely grateful and said, "Thank you, Yueyin. Now I can only rely on you. Aunt, we are family. If it weren't for your assistance back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Whether it's helping you or my brother, it's my duty." Saying thank you feels too formal and distant. Lin Yueyin, feigning politeness, felt increasingly impatient and decided to end the conversation. "It's getting late, Aunt. You should rest. Staying up all night isn't good for your health. You wouldn't want to be exhausted when your brother gets out. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. I'll call you with any news tomorrow." "All right. You should rest too. Goodbye, Aunt." After saying this, Lin Yueyin hastily hung up the phone. Ning Xiaolan still had words left unspoken and wanted to remind her to hurry. But upon realizing the call had ended, she had no choice but to relent. Unable to sleep, she instructed the driver to prepare the car and rushed to the hospital. She needed to see the victim in person. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found the victim to be a middle-aged woman of around 40, lying in bed with a cast on her leg. Upon seeing Ning Xiaolan, dressed elegantly, the woman was startled and guardedly inquired, "Who are you?" "Hello. Please don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I am here to apologize on behalf of my son." Ning Xiaolan placed a fruit basket by the bedside, lowered her tone, and spoke gently. "The driver responsible is my son, who has just turned 18. He was led by friends to drink a bit, which resulted in this tragic accident. He understands his mistake. If a mark is left on his record, it will ruin his life. I beg you to consider his youth and give him a chance. I am willing to compensate you as you see fit." The woman eyed Ning Xiaolan suspiciously. "As I see fit?" "Yes, as you see fit." According to the plan devised with Ning Shixin, she could demand 60,000. However, hearing the wealthy woman say she could propose any amount, the woman thought she might ask for more than 60,000. Why settle for less? 10,000? The woman cautiously suggested a figure, her gaze fixed on Ning Xiaolan, scrutinizing her reaction. Ning Xiaolan readily agreed. "All right, that works." She assessed the woman lying in bed, an ordinary middle-aged woman, and thought, how could her brother not handle someone like this? Although Ning Xiaolan began to feel suspicious, her primary concern was her son, so she didn't delve deeper. The woman, seeing how readily Ning Xiaolan agreed, began to regret not asking for more. "Ning Xiaolan, site. I will transfer the money to you now, and then you must immediately call the police to have my son released." "No, he cannot be released immediately." "Why not? Didn't you agree to settle?" "Although I haven't received much education, I'm not ignorant of the law. I consulted others. My injuries are not severe, but this matter, while not extremely serious, should not be taken lightly. His hit-and-run behavior is severe. Just because he is still a child doesn't mean he shouldn't be taught a lesson. If something like this happens again, he may not be so fortunate. This is a matter of life and death." Ning Xiaolan's expression darkened, and she coldly asked, "What do you want?" 10,000 for the settlement. "I agree. But he should still face some consequences, like being detained for 15 days. "What did you say?" Ning Xiaolan furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as she stared at the woman. "Who taught you this? Was it Li Man?" The woman quickly denied it. "What Li Man? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know her." Regardless of her denials, Ning Xiaolan was convinced this was all Li Man's idea. That damn Li Man, having served time herself, would stop at nothing to ensure her son tasted prison life, thinking it would somehow stabilize him and hinder his takeover of the Ning Chuang group. It had to be this way. Ning Xiaolan attributed the blame to Li Man and vowed silently to settle the score in the future. "How will you receive the money? Bank transfer or cash?" The woman cautiously interrupted Ning Xiaolan's thoughts. Ning Xiaolan, feeling furious yet powerless, could only endure. "Give me your bank account number, or your Alipay or WeChat, whichever you prefer. I'll transfer it to you." The woman immediately provided her Alipay account, which was her phone number. Ning Xiaolan opened Alipay to make the transfer and needed to confirm her name. "Thihuan? What is your surname?" "Fang Thihuan." Ning Xiaolan transferred the 10,000 to her. It seemed the woman was in small business, as her phone chimed immediately with a notification, 10,000 received. The woman remained adamant about the 15-day detention, and Ning Xiaolan, feeling helpless, stormed out of the ward and dialed Li Man's number. Chapter 101. Li Man was sleeping soundly when her phone rang, waking her. Groggy, she answered, hello? Li Man, what tricks do you have against me? What does it matter if it's Jing Hao? He is still your brother, just a child. Why drag him into adult matters? Ning Tulan Sopted. Li Man, nearly deafened by the volume, moved the phone away from her ear, becoming more alert. Ning Xiaolan, what do you mean by that? Are you feeling guilty about something and calling to rant in the middle of the night? Stop pretending. If you have the courage to act, you should have the courage to admit it. Li Man, bewildered, scoffed, what are you talking about? Jing Hao hit someone, and the victim is just an ordinary middle-aged woman with minor injuries. She wouldn't possibly have the cunning to contact the press. It must be you trying to tarnish Jing Hao's name and escalate the matter. How malicious can you be, not sparing even a child? Child? Li Man taught it. He is already 18. Do you have a misunderstanding about what a child is? And just because you're depraved doesn't mean others are like you. Instead of reflecting on your own actions, you blame everything on me. Perhaps you should see a doctor. What does it matter if he's 18? Ning Zulan snorted. You think everyone is like you, a child without a mother? No matter how old Jing Hao gets, he will always be a child in my eyes. A child with a mother is a treasure, something you would never understand since your mother abandoned you. Though Ning Xiaolan spoke the truth, the words still struck at Li Man's deepest childhood scars. It was disingenuous to claim she wasn't hurt. Li Man replied coolly, in that case, cherish your son well. There is no need to show off to me. With that, Li Man hung up the phone. Ning Xiaolan was left unsatisfied. Still needing to resolve her matters with Li Man fuming, she attempted to call Li Man again, but the call wouldn't connect. It only offered a mechanical message. The number you have dialed is turned off. She could not tell if it was genuinely turned off or if her number had been blocked. Infuriated, she struggled to catch her breath. She wanted to confront Li Man for an explanation, but had no idea where she lived. She thought of asking the elderly lady, but the old woman was in poor condition and could be of no help. She regretted bringing back that old woman, realizing it was a futile endeavor that only burdened her further. Wuma. Ning Xiaolan stormed back home, calling for the housekeeper. Madame, Wuma responded. Ning Xiaolan commanded, go, have someone send that old hag back to Lanxiang New Village. She should return from whence she came. Wuma stood still, saying, the young master was just taken by the police. If we leave the old lady at home, it would be easier for them to manipulate her, and it would help the young master return sooner. Ning Xiaolan had a sudden inspiration. You're right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Madam, you're being too anxious. Ning Xiaolan went to the elderly woman's room, took her old phone, and called Li Man. The ringtone had barely ceased when the call connected. Li Man, have you really blocked me? Ning Xiaolan expressed her anger, mixed with a sense of triumph. Do you think blocking me will exempt you from my wrath? Release Jing Hao immediately, or, if a single hair on my son's head is harmed, I'll have the old lady repay you in kind. Don't touch my grandmother. Li Man felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I have told you, I know nothing of Jing Hao's accident. I truly do not know. I spent the day resting and working on design drafts. If you do not believe me, you may review my call history. Who are you trying to fool? Ning Tulan Skoffet unconvinced. Call logs can be deleted. Regardless, you must find a way to release Jing Hao. Your husband is quite capable. This minor issue should be easily resolved. I give you 1 day, and if I do not see my son by then, I cannot guarantee what I will do. This time, it was Ning Xiaolan who cut Li Man off, abruptly ending the call. With a smug huff, she thought, competing with me? They are utterly unaware of their own insignificance. At that moment, Ning Xiaolan's phone rang. Thinking it was Li Man again, she prepared to decline the call, but paused upon seeing the flashing number and opted to answer. Sure Xin, have you visited the victim at the hospital? Did they agree to settle? Ning Xixing inquired cautiously. Ning Xiaolan revealed that she had transferred 100,000 to the victim, who was willing to settle but insisted on Jing Hao serving a 15-day detention. She also recounted how she had threatened Li Man with her grandmother during the phone call, compelling Li Man to resolve the matter. With Li Man bearing the blame, Ning Shixing felt a sense of relief. Holding her phone, Li Man felt as though she was grasping a hot potato, her sleepiness evaporating. She remained oblivious to the details of Jing Hao's accident until now. As a mere clothing seller, what could she possibly do? After enduring the night, she opened WeChat and located her conversation with Shen Muting, initiating a voice call. The ringtone persisted for an extended duration without an answer. He had not returned all night, leaving her uncertain whether he was working late or away on business. Although anxious, she refrained from calling again, opting to wait for him to check his phone and reach out to her. At the Shishan Villa, Shen Muting completed his workout and headed straight to the bathroom. After a quick shower, He changed into fresh clothes before descending to the living room. Upon seeing him, a servant respectfully informed him, "Young master, breakfast is ready." "Good," Shen Muting replied, picking up the newspaper and his phone, finally noticing Li Man's attempt to contact him. They had always communicated via WeChat, as she did not possess his phone number. He sent her a message. "Is there something you need?" Finding it difficult to convey her concerns in a few words, Li Man replied directly, "Yes. Is it convenient for a voice call?" Shen Muting did not respond immediately, but initiated a voice call instead. Once connected, he spoke in a neutral tone. "What is it?" Feeling guilty for repeatedly burdening him, Li Man hesitated before saying, "There is something I need help with." Shen Muting raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Li Man explained her newfound understanding of the circumstances surrounding Jiangzhou's accident and asked, "Could you possibly assist in getting him released from detention?" His expression darkened as he queried, "Why would you want to help them? It's only a 15-day detention, not a life sentence. They seize wealth and treat you poorly. Why return kindness for malice?" Chapter 102. Resolution. Li Man responded without hesitation, "If given a choice, I would not." Shen Muting frowned and asked, his tone deepening, "Is she threatening you?" "Yes," Li Man admitted, her voice tinged with anger. "I told her I knew nothing about Jiangzhou's accident. Yet she refused to believe me and used my grandmother as leverage." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Muting assured her, "Do not worry. I will handle the matter concerning Jiangzhou." "Thank you. I am truly sorry for adding to your troubles," she replied. Shen Muting's voice softened. "Indeed, you should consider how you plan to express your gratitude. Merely saying thank you will not suffice." "Pardon?" Li Man was taken aback. "What do you want me to do?" "The important question is how you wish to show your appreciation," he clarified. "Having your grandmother in their grasp is not a sustainable solution. As long as she remains under their control, you will never be free from their influence. If you trust me, I can arrange for her to be cared for elsewhere, ensuring they do not disturb her recuperation." "I trust you, but how will you manage that?" Li Man asked. Shen Muting explained his plan to place her grandmother in a rehabilitation center temporarily until her health improved, at which point she would be more aware and less susceptible to manipulation. "A rehabilitation center?" Li Man expressed her concerns. "While the facilities may be excellent, the costs are exorbitant." Understanding her worries, Shen Muting asserted, "You need not fret about finances. Leave everything to me. You should focus on your daily life as you did before. I will handle this matter promptly and inform you as soon as it is resolved." With that, Shen Muting ended the call and contacted Shen Luo, instructing him, "There are two matters that require your attention. Secure Jiangzhou's release from detention and arrange for Li Man's grandmother to be taken from the Li household to a reliable rehabilitation center. Ensure that no one else is aware of her whereabouts." "Understood," Shen Luo acknowledged without delay. Meanwhile, Lin Yueyin and Shen Rue were having breakfast together. Their relationship had become strained recently, and she hesitated to ask for his assistance. Noticing her reluctance, Shen Rue raised an eyebrow. "Do you have something to say? Is it about last night's call?" "Yes," Lin Yueyin nodded. "Who called you so late?" "It was my aunt. She informed me that Jiangzhou had an accident. He hit someone. The injuries were minor, and the victim is willing to settle but insists on a 15-day detention to teach him a lesson. He was taken away by the police last night. My aunt hopes we can help get him released. He is still young and has always been pampered, so he cannot endure the hardships of detention." "Do not flaunt the Shen family's name recklessly," Shen Rue replied coolly. "Though I bear the Shen surname, my life within the family is no easier. I have my own issues. Who will help me? I have no time to concern myself with your aunt's matters. It's only a 15-day detention. He will be out in half a month. Frankly, Jiangzhou needs the proper lesson. If he continues to be indulged, it will only lead to his downfall." Lin Yueyin's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. "I understand. I mentioned these things during the call, and since you inquired, I felt the need to bring it up, lest my aunt ask again and you seem unaware." "Very well," Shen Rue replied heavily, returning to his meal. After breakfast, Lin Yueyin returned her aunt's call. Although Ning Xiulan was pressuring Li Man to find a solution, she did not fully rely on her, knowing her husband was merely an ordinary driver. When she received Lin Yueyin's call, it felt like a lifeline. "Yueyin, what did your husband say?" While the Li family possessed wealth, they were nouveau riche with no deep roots in Jiangzhou. In contrast, the Shen family had a long-standing legacy, deeply entrenched in the region, wielding considerable influence. Currently, only the Shen family could save her son. Lin Yueyin replied nonchalantly, "I have spoken with him. He said he would think of a solution." "Great." Ning Xiulan sighed in relief, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Yueyin." I truly do not know how to express my appreciation. Lin Yueyin tugged at the corners of her mouth, a smile that did not reach her eyes. Aunt, we are family. Expressing gratitude feels rather distant. I must return to work now. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Should there be any updates, I will call you back. Very well. Go on with your work and do not let it be delayed. Lin Yueyin ended the call, exhaling in relief. At least she could enjoy a few days of peace. When her aunt inquired again, she would simply say that the matter had not been resolved. On that very morning, Shen Luo, with remarkable efficiency, secured Li Jinghao's release from the police station. He personally escorted Li Jinghao to the Li residence, as he intended to bring the elderly matriarch home as well. Ning Xiaolan was overwhelmed with joy, scanning her son from head to toe. Are you all right? Did they mistreat you? Were you harmed? I'm fine, Li Jinghao replied, shaking his head. He turned to Shen Luo and asked, Mom, who is he? Ning Xiaolan then regarded Shen Luo. Are you someone arranged by my son-in-law? No, I am under the employ of the ninth master, Shen Luo briefly explained, offering no further details. I understand now. Thank you, and please convey my gratitude to Shen Muting. Ning Xiaolan expressed her thanks profusely. It was evident that Lin Yueyin had solicited her son-in-law's assistance, leading to Shen Muting's swift intervention. By the way, where's the elderly lady? Shen Luo inquired. Ning Tiudan Pauset, Postlet. What do you need her for? It is for young Master Gu. He instructed me to bring her over. Young Master Gu? Gu Huaishi? What does he want with her? Shen Luo maintained a stoic demeanor, responding in a businesslike manner. Madam Li, considering I have assisted in retrieving your son, I kindly ask that you do not complicate matters for me. I am merely following orders. Ning Xiaolan scrutinized Shen Luo with suspicion. So you are involved in the driver's affairs as well? Shen Luo met her gaze without flinching. If they require her, let them have her. What purpose does an extra mouth to feed serve? Ning Xiaolan snapped back to reality and instructed the housekeeper, Wu Ma, go fetch the elderly lady. Had it not been for the need to rescue Jinghao, she would have discarded the elderly matriarch back to that dilapidated community the previous night. Now that Jinghao was back, someone willing to take her away would save her considerable hassle and expense, especially given the cost of the birthday celebrations, over 100,000, which could be far better spent on herself. Chapter 103. The gift Wu Ma soon returned with the elderly matriarch. Ning Xiaolan's focus remained solely on her beloved son, barely acknowledging the elderly lady, treating Shen Luo with more respect due to his affiliation with Shen Muting. Madam Li, I shall take the elderly lady now, Shen Luo stated calmly. Ning Xiaolan nodded, emphasizing be quick about it. Just so you know, her health is poor, and she can be quite a burden. You are responsible for her once she leaves with you. I do not wish to deal with her again. Understood. You need not worry, Shen Luo assured her. Then take her away, Ning Xiaolan replied coldly, treating her own mother-in-law with less regard than a pet, before turning to Shen Luo with a flattering tone. Please extend my sincere thanks to Shen Muting. If the opportunity arises, I shall visit with Jinghao to express my gratitude in person. Certainly, I will relay your message. Shen Luo departed with Lu Ying. Behind them, Ning Xiaolan's voice called out, urging her son to check on his grandmother, worried about any injuries or distress. She must have lost weight overnight and hasn't eaten, has she? Wu Ma, Ning Xiaolan commanded the housekeeper. What are you waiting for? Get the kitchen to prepare some of the young master's favorite dishes. Yes, madam, Wu Ma replied obediently. Shen Luo had long suspected that Ning Xiaolan was not as virtuous as public perception suggested. However, witnessing the stark contrast in her treatment of the elderly and her son left him astounded. Lu Ying, having spent some time at the Li household, had not fared any better. Li Man visited her grandmother daily, but due to her late work hours, Ning Xiaolan would send her away with the excuse that the elderly lady needed her rest. Shen Luo then picked up Ning Xiaolan and went to fetch Li Man. Since the company was filled with luxury cars, he opted for his own Lexus instead of a company vehicle. Li Man accompanied Shen Luo to complete the necessary paperwork for her grandmother. Thank you so much for your help today, and to President Shen as well. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Li Man said sincerely, feeling overwhelmed. Especially Shen Muting, who was nothing like the rumor suggested. She had never encountered a boss who treated his subordinates so kindly. What kind of person is your boss, really? Li Man inquired curiously. Shen Luo found it challenging to evaluate his superior. He merely smiled ambiguously and shifted the topic. I must return to the office now. Would you like me to drop you off at work? It's difficult to get a taxi from here. My grandmother is in good hands here, so I'm not worried. Thank you, And please extend my gratitude to President Shen, Li Man replied gratefully. Also, I need to get to the city, as I only took a half-day leave from my manager and need to return to work. Let's go then. Shen Luo conveniently drove her to the store. Upon arriving, Li Man exited the car, and Shen Luo immediately called Shen Muting to report back. Ninth Master, I have completed the tasks as instructed. The young mistress accompanied me to the nursing home, and she has since returned to work. I am now en route back to the office. Good, thank you. This was something I should have handled personally. You have done well, Shen Muting replied, surprising Shen Luo with his gratitude. It was the first time he had ever heard the Ninth Master express thanks. After hanging up, Shen Muting glanced at WeChat. His chat history with Li Man was still open from that morning when she had asked him to help retrieve Li Jinghao. The matter was resolved, yet she had not expressed any acknowledgement. It seemed she was one to merely speak without action. Feeling inexplicably irritable, Shen Muting tossed his phone aside and forced himself to focus on work. As Li Man was nearing the end of her shift, Tang Xin arrived to pick her up. Sliding into the car, Li Man fastened her seatbelt and asked, "Why are you here so late?" "I'm here to pick you up. If you're not in a hurry to get home, why not join me for a late-night snack? Let us go for some barbecue," Tang Xin suggested, starting the engine of her bright red Porsche, which stood out in the bustling traffic. "No, not today. I need to head home early. Tomorrow would be better. Can we go for skewers then?" Li Man replied quickly. Tang Xin glanced at her, teasingly asking, "What's the rush? Is it to enjoy some private time with your man?" "No, he helped me out significantly today. I should at least thank him in person," Li Man clarified. Curious, Tang Xin pressed for details. What kind of help? Li Man recounted how Ning Xiulan had threatened her with her grandmother, and how her husband had sought Shen Muting's assistance to resolve the issue. "Don't you think I should express my gratitude in person?" "Absolutely. You should definitely thank him face to face. Your husband seems quite reliable, and I'm happy for you," Tang Xin replied, nodding in approval. Then, in a lighter tone, she added, "From what you say, Shen Muting seems entirely different from the rumors. He treats his subordinates well, which contradicts the image of being cold-hearted and ruthless. I heard he wouldn't live past 30. Could it be that he fears descending into the depths of hell and wishes to do some good?" Li Man could only stare in disbelief. As Tang Xin dropped Li Man off at Jiangzhou Lanwan, she unfastened her seatbelt and retrieved an exquisite gift box from the back seat, presenting it to Li Man. "What's this?" Li Man asked, puzzled. "You're married now, and though you didn't even give me wedding candy, I can't be unjust, so I prepared a wedding gift for you," Tang Xin replied. "What is it?" Li Man asked, intrigued, eager to open it. "Not yet. Wait until you get home," Tang Xin insisted, winking mischievously. "Your lights are on. Hurry upstairs." "All right, thank you," Li Man said, happily clutching the gift as she ascended to her home. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the man, who had been languidly seated on the sofa, swiftly picked up a magazine that had been carelessly discarded on the coffee table, feigning interest as he perused its pages. Li Man entered the room and immediately spotted the man on the sofa. He had already bathed and was clad in a bathrobe, flipping through an automobile magazine. Upon hearing her entrance, he turned to her, his voice as steady as ever. "You're back?" Li Man changed into her slippers and approached the sofa, sitting beside him. In her hands, she held a gift that Tang Xin had given her, placing it on her lap. Her gaze was earnest, and her tone sincere as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much for today." Shen Muting's eyes scanned the exquisite gift box in her hands, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Just empty words? Is this a gift for me?" Before Li Man could clarify that it was not, Shen Muting had already taken the box from her, opening it without hesitation. Upon seeing its contents, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Man. "Your gift is truly—" He paused, seemingly weighing his words. Li Man, unaware of what lay within the box, inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Chapter 104. Initiative. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as his warm, deep voice replied, "As long as you like it, then you should try using it. I wonder if it suits you." Li Man followed his lead, leaning in to confirm the contents of the box. Upon seeing what was inside, her entire being froze, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Shen Muting picked up one of the colorful small boxes, his lips slowly articulating the key words printed on it. Li Man's cheeks burned with embarrassment. "No, that's not what I meant. I didn't buy this. It was a wedding gift from Tang Xin." Nervous and flustered, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, hastily standing from the sofa. "I need to go take a shower. You should rest early." With that, she attempted to make her exit. Instinctively, Shen Muting grasped her wrist, pulling her back onto the sofa. Li Man tumbled into his embrace, her wide almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. "What are you doing?" Shen Muting seemed taken aback by his own actions, momentarily stunned. He did not consider himself a man of indulgence, believing he was not captivated by such matters. Yet, his thoughts and actions diverged entirely. Regaining his composure, he gently held her chin, his voice husky yet perfectly modulated. "Did you not say you wanted to thank me? Shouldn't there be a tangible expression of that?" Li Man sensed his intentions, but hesitated, recalling that their previous encounters had been under the influence of drugs, leaving them both in an unclear state of mind. Now, however, they were fully aware of their circumstances. They were married, and while she did not mind being intimate with him, a fear lingered that he might regret it, treating her with indifference. Her heart raced as she met his intense, penetrating gaze, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. "I've already thanked you. How would you like me to express that thanks?" she asked softly. "Like this." As his words fell, he leaned in quietly, their faces drawing close. His lips descended upon hers, a kiss both commanding and overwhelming, drowning her in its fervor. They embraced on the sofa, sharing a tender kiss akin to that of any loving couple. After a long while, Shen Muting released her, leaning back slightly, his voice husky. "Have you learned?" "What?" Li Man's mind was momentarily blank from the kiss, rendering her unable to respond. Shen Muting kissed her again, this time with even greater intensity, as if he intended to consume her. After a significant pause, he pulled away once more, his gaze fixed upon her, lips curling slightly. "Have you learned?" Li Man's face burned like a ripe tomato, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, reflecting the brilliance of the chandelier above, its light dancing like waves upon water. Shen Muting lounged on the sofa, his bathrobe slightly disheveled. Li Man, realizing his intent, understood that he wished for her to take the initiative in kissing him. With deliberate slowness, she began to bridge the distance between them, inching closer with an air of anticipation. The man regarded her with rapt attention, absorbing every subtle movement she made. Though she had yet to act, his heart fluttered as if brushed by countless feathers, sending a tingling sensation through him. Shen Muting had not anticipated the profound effect she would have on him. This woman was truly enchanting. For the first time, Li Man took the initiative, her breath hitching with nervousness, her movements a touch awkward. Eventually, Shen Muting took control, gently pushing her back onto the sofa. The gift she had received would soon prove to be quite useful. The following morning, Li Man awoke in the master bedroom. The furniture was adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, the cool tones reflected even in the gray bedding. As she turned over, soreness reminded her of the previous night's events. Wrapping herself in a cool blanket, she endured the discomfort and made her way to the guest room to change. Shen Muting was not at home, having seemingly left for work already. Breakfast awaited her on the dining table, sandwiches and milk, easily heated. She wondered what time he had risen to prepare it. While enjoying her meal, her phone suddenly rang. It was Tang Xin calling. "How did you like the gift I sent?" "You could say that. It was so embarrassing. I almost died from humiliation." Tang Xin chuckled mischievously. "Oh dear, spreading dog food so early in the morning? You truly have no regard for your friends. Prioritizing romance over friendship." Li Man's face flushed. "What nonsense are you spouting? What's there to be embarrassed about?" "Tang Xin et Galim." "I've heard plenty of bizarre stories over the years." Tang Xin proceeded to recount various amusing anecdotes she had come across. Li Man laughed. "How do you know so much? When did you become so nosy?" Tang Xin replied, "The pet owners in our group sometimes chat, and I just listen. It's beneficial to learn from others' experiences." Li Man was surprised. "You all discuss such things?" "Indeed, we talk about everything." Tang Xin, an avid lover of cats and dogs, owned a large golden retriever named Kiki, as well as 2 cats, a ragdoll and a ginger stray she had rescued. Li Man envied her for having both cats and dogs, seeing her as a winner in life. Tang Xin, in turn, envied Li Man for marrying a good man. "If I had known, I would have sent you more boxes. It's all your fault. You misled my judgment about your marriage." "No need for that. I appreciate your kindness." Li Man quickly declined. "Dan xin winko, ning. Then you can buy what you need yourself." Meanwhile, Shen Muting was on his way to buy breakfast, feeling refreshed as he headed to the hospital. Su Jing'an, who had been shot, was still recovering there. Shen Muting went straight to the ward, placing the breakfast on the table. "I got it from your favorite place. Eat it while it's hot." Su Jing'an had never seen him wearing such a cheerful expression, Curiosity piqued as he raised an eyebrow. What's the occasion that has you so elated? Share it with me. You're not seriously injured. Why shouldn't I be happy? Shen Muting shot him a sidelong glance, eyes glimmering with a warning. Eat your meal. That will keep your mouth busy. Su Jingyan did not press further and began to eat his porridge. Just then, Shen Muting's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Glancing at the name flashing on the screen, he declined the call immediately. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Why not answer? Who is it? Chapter 105. The Award Rong Sierra. Shen Muting frowned. Su Jingyan, intrigued, asked, what happened between you two back in the day? There's nothing between us. Shen Muting replied, dismissively, devoid of emotion. She pursued me for 2 years. Eventually, she gave up and married a wealthy man. Who gave her the audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? Now that she's divorced, she thinks she can come back to me? Even if I were a mere shell of a man, I would never marry her, and besides, I'm not. Su Jingyan nodded non-committally, acknowledging that matters concerning women are often the most troublesome. Just be cautious and handle it well, he advised. Shen Muting lowered his gaze and replied softly with an mm. Meanwhile, Li Man activated the speakerphone, engaging in a lively conversation with Tang Xian while preparing her lunch bento. Their conversation flowed effortlessly for over half an hour until Tang Xian, concerned about delaying Li Man's work, decided to end the call. With her grandmother now residing in a nursing home, there was no longer a need to continue renting the property in Lanxiang New Village. The house needed to be returned promptly, as the rent was quite steep. Additionally, the 50,000 yuan given to Ning Xiulan for her grandmother's birthday celebration must be reclaimed. With this in mind, Li Man picked up her phone to call Ning Xiulan. However, the call failed to connect, and a mechanical voice informed her that the line was busy. Ning Xiulan was on the phone with Lin Yueyan, expressing her gratitude for helping to extricate Jinghao from the police station. Yueyan, I truly appreciate your assistance with Jinghao's situation. Thank you, and also extend my thanks to your husband. Without your help, Jinghao would not have been released so swiftly. I am immensely grateful. Lin Yueyan furrowed her brow in suspicion. She had mentioned this matter to Shen Rue, who had outright declined to assist. Could it be that his earlier refusal was merely a moment of anger, and he truly cared for her, extending his goodwill to help resolve her cousin's predicament? Feeling elated, Lin Yueyan responded, Annie, Jinghao's issues are my concerns as well. It is my duty to assist. Please do not be so formal with me. You did not rest well last night. Hurry and take a break, and have a proper meal to rejuvenate. All right, please convey my thanks to your husband. We should have him over for dinner sometime. Understood. I will mention it to him. After hanging up, Ning Xiulan prepared to apply a face mask before catching up on some rest. Just as she settled in, her phone rang again. Noticing it was Li Man calling, she declined the call. Li Man, undeterred, dialed again. This time, Ning Xiulan answered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What do you want? If you were asking me to help get Jinghao out of jail, forget it. I was foolish to think you could assist. Your husband is merely a driver for Gu Huaishi, just a driver. If it weren't for my concern, I wouldn't have reached out to you for help. It seems Yueyan is the capable one. She married into the Shun family, and we all benefit from that. Evidently, she mistakenly believed that Lin Yueyan was responsible for Jinghao's release. As long as it's resolved, I have no qualms. My husband is just a driver, a worker. Even if I wish to help, I could not. Li Man, unwilling to be manipulated or threatened in the future, let the misunderstanding linger. You're quite perceptive. Ning Xiulan scoffed. The old lady has been taken care of. There's no need for us to maintain contact. With that, she prepared to hang up. Wait a moment. Li Man interjected. Ning Xiulan frowned, her tone defensive. Do you have something else to say? Are you still planning the grandmother's 70th birthday celebration? If not, the 50,000 yuan my husband transferred to you must be returned. I want to be holding it, and I will refund you the money. But let us settle the accounts first. Li Man frowned. The banquet has been canceled. What accounts are there to settle? She stayed at my place for days. And while I want to mention the time and effort spent caring for her, every meal and necessity costs money. Food prices are high now, and due to her poor health, I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare varied dishes daily. River shrimp, chicken soup, beef, a balance of meat and vegetables. What about utilities? Each expense adds up. Li Man felt her anger rising, but suppressed it, coldly stating, first of all, it was my grandmother and me who asked you to bring her back. Secondly, the Li family also has a share in this, and an elderly person doesn't consume much. Less consumption still incurs costs. If you think this amount is negligible, Why are you so fixated on haggling? Given your filial piety, you surely wouldn't hesitate to spend a little on the old lady. It's time to demonstrate your devotion. Ning Xiaolan's shamelessness was staggering. Li Man, furious, took a deep breath to regain her composure. How much? She stayed for 16 days at 200 a day. Ning Xiaolan demanded. Just give me a round figure. 3,000. I'll refund you the remaining 47,000. Should I transfer it to your card or via WeChat or Alipay? 3,000? Li Man was both shocked and infuriated. Is that too much? Ning Xiaolan laughed. Don't be greedy. You could easily keep this money from your husband and pocket it yourself. Over 40,000 is nearly equivalent to a year's salary for you. It's not a trivial sum. Li Man was acutely aware that her grandmother's daily expenses did not even approach 200. Speaking further with Ning Xiaolan was futile. She felt it was a waste of time. All right, transfer the money to me via Alipay now. My phone number is the account. Securing the funds was paramount. She wanted to avoid the potential hassle of Ning Xiaolan refusing to repay her, which would waste even more time and energy. Good. You're much more astute than before. Previously, you were quite stubborn. As Ning Xiaolan spoke, she opened Alipay and transferred 47,000 to Li Man, cautiously adding a note. Refund for Lu Ying's birthday banquet. Once the transfer was complete, Li Man promptly hung up. Ning Xiaolan cursed under her breath. That ungrateful girl, daring to hang up on me. She only recognizes money, not people. Wanting to reclaim 50,000, and I've already returned 47. She should be grateful. I should have deducted more. Just because she married a driver doesn't mean she'll live a stable life. I don't believe she can manage well with that old woman. Her eyes sparkled with shrewd calculations as she resolved to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Li Man. Li Man knew that Ning Xiaolan would not easily return the money. She was satisfied to have secured 47,000. Putting her phone away, she grabbed her bento and headed to work. Xie arrived at the shop by 10, gathering everyone together, looking quite pleased. I have good news. The competition results are out, and our very own Li Man has won first prize. Everyone erupted in applause, showering Li Man with congratulations. She smiled. I owe this achievement to all of your support and care. Thank you all, and thank you, manager.